Chapter 1 A poor man survives a calamity. Zhongnan Mountain, one of the Taoist holy places, is known as the Immortal Capital. It is known as the crown of the cave and the most blessed place in the world. Moreover, there are many Taoist temples and Buddhist temples in Zhongnan Mountain. Moreover, there are many hermits who have settled here, and the Taoist Buddhist temple, to be honest, there should not be such a Taoist temple, is one of the humble Taoist temples, belonging to the Chuanzhen lineage. According to legend, it was also passed down from Zhenren Chongyang and has been passed down for nearly 1,000 years. Taoism and Buddhism advocate the unity of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, which is consistent with Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism advocated by Chongyang Zhenren. The three religions have always had the same ancestral style. He claims to be a direct descendant of Chuanzhen. Tao, 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 you are so big. A young Taoist priest of 17 or 18 years old in the Taoist Buddhist temple dropped the scripture in his hand with an irritated look. As if he still wasn't relieved, he stood up and stomped on the scriptures. This little Taoist priest's name is Dongwu. Because he has no seniority, his Taoist name is not quiet, and he was sent to the mountains since he was a child. You must know that it is very difficult to become a Taoist priest or monk nowadays. Not only do you need academic qualifications, but you also need to take a qualification certificate, which is no worse than taking the civil service exam, or even more difficult. But Dongwu is an exception. He is a nearby villager. Both of his parents died when he was young, and he lived with his grandmother. But his grandmother also died of illness when he was 6 years old. Seeing his pity, the old Taoist leader took him to the mountain gate and became a little Taoist priest. This is 12 years. Today Dongwu is 18 years old. However, the age of 17 or 18 is the age when you are rebellious and restless. How can you remain calm while sitting and meditating all day, chanting sutras, and cultivating your mind? He behaved like this only when he was restless. Forget it, let's go watch TV. Dongwu shook his head, picked up the scriptures, and turned on the computer. Don't think that Taoist temples don't have modern supplies. In fact, monks nowadays are also keeping pace with the times. Not only are there computers, but there are also mobile phones and TVs. Dragon Ball Super? A sequel to 7 Dragon Ball? Dongwu regained his energy. He has loved these passionate things since he was a child, including martial arts dramas and hot-blooded animations. Among them, Dragon Ball is one of his favorite cartoons. Especially when Frieza transforms into Super Saiyan, it's exciting. However, when Dongwu saw Golden Frieza and Super Sailor Blue, he lost his composure. Damn it, in 4 months the combat power has increased from more than 100 million to surpassing Super Saiyan 3. And that Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue, damn, are you going to use red, orange, yellow, green, blue and purple? I can't complain, Infinite Heavenly Lord, it is a sin for a poor Taoist to utter dirty words. Not only Dongwu, but probably many Dragon Ball fans who have watched Dragon Ball 7 will feel helpless to complain after watching Dragon Ball Super. He hasn't seen the back yet. If he sees that Master Roshi is close to 50-50 with Super Saiyan Blue, he will probably spit out a mouthful of blood 3 feet away. But even so, Dongwu was already so depressed that he wanted to hit someone. Don't watch it. What the hell? It's not as good as Dragon Ball GT. With that, Dongwu was about to turn off the computer. But suddenly I heard something hitting me, accompanied by shouts and curses. Little bastard, you are lazy when I ask you to chant sutras and meditate. Let's see if I don't kill you, little bastard. An old Taoist puffed his beard and glared, picked up the scripture Dongwu casually threw on the table and smashed it. Despite his age, the veteran Taoist is quite agile and his shots are fast and accurate. The scriptures went straight to Dongwu's head. The speed of reading the scriptures was such that if he smashed them hard without breaking his head and bleeding, it would at least be a big bag. However, Dongwu's reaction was not slow and he raised his hand to block it in front of him. Bang! The scripture hit his hand, making a loud sound. Dongwu laughed when he saw it. This scene has been staged countless times. Old man, look at my dragon elephant bow Ruo Gong! Dongwu shouted, raised his hand and punched the old Taoist priest. Yes, you read that right. It's the dragon elephant bow Ruo Gong. It is said that this skill came from Tibet and was spread to the Central Plains by a Tibetan Lama during the Song and Yuan dynasties. The Lama discussed Taoism with Taoist practitioners in Zongnan Mountain, but lost to the Taoist leader at that time. Later, this skill gradually spread in Zongnan Mountain and became a popular commodity. This skill has the same name as Jin Lun Fa Wang's Kung Fu in Jin Yang's martial arts novels, and even the efficacy and difficulty are similar. I don't know if it's a coincidence or not. However, Dongwu took a fancy to its power, so he resolutely chose this skill. However, it has been more than 10 years since I practiced it and it has not achieved the legendary effect. However, the power is still much greater. His skills are also quite good. You dare to attack me, you brat! If you don't get spanked today, I'll call you master. The old Taoist blows his beard and glares. He raises and pulls his hand, using a Tai Chi pulling method to bring out the power of Dongwu's fist. Partial. Then with a pull, Dongwu was involuntarily pulled in front of the old Taoist priest. This is not the Tai Chi we watch on TV, this is real Tai Chi. What was shown on TV was that after 1949, it was uniformly adapted by the National Sports Commission for use in gymnastics, performances, and sports competitions for physical fitness. After China's reform and opening up, some parts of it were restored to their original appearance, thus they were further divided into Tai Chi for martial arts competitions, Tai Chi for gymnastics, and Tai Chi push hands. It can be said that even Tai Chi used for martial arts, Tai Chi exercises used for gymnastics and Tai Chi push hands are not authentic Tai Chi, they are all adapted and partially restored boxing techniques. The old Taoist master uses the authentic and original version of Taoist Tai Chi. The back is terrible. Dongwu was really spanked until her butt blossomed. The old man hit me again. Wait, when I hit you, I will pull out all your beard. Ouch! This old man is so old and he can still hit you so well. Dongwu rubbed his hands. But keep repeating it over and over again. What did you say, little bastard? Although Dongwu whispered, the old Taoist priest was really sharp and he immediately turned around and looked at Dongwu with squinted eyes. No, it's nothing. I said master is really old and strong, old and brave, old. Dongwu said while retreating, but he didn't want to be beaten again. Well, that's pretty much it. The old Taoist leader left with satisfaction. Hey, it was really dangerous. I almost got beaten again. Dongwu wiped the cold sweat guiltily. However, although the old Taoist priest often beat him, but I was really nice to him and really cared about him. Taoism and Buddhism are of the Chuanzhen lineage and cannot marry and have children. The old Taoist priest had no heirs in his life and always treated Dongwu as his grandson. The beaten Dongwu looked at the abandoned computer and stepped forward to kick it. However, the computer is plugged into a power cord. Ah! Dongwu screamed and could no longer make any sound. If you are electrocuted, your whole body will be paralyzed, making it impossible to call for help. The old Taoist priest heard Dongwu's screams, but thought that Dongwu had been beaten, so he didn't take it seriously. After all, this situation has happened countless times. In this way, Dongwu was electrocuted to death for no apparent reason. It wasn't until someone discovered Dongwu who had been electrocuted into carbon ash that the old Taoist priest buried Dongwu sadly. We have been together day and night for more than 10 years, and we have been raised like a grandson since childhood. Nowadays, a white-haired person gives a black-haired person a gift. You can imagine how sad the old Taoist priest is. At this time, Dongwu was already lying in a small glass cover. What the hell, Are you being treated as a guinea pig? Dongwu opened his eyes and looked at the glass cover with a feeling of sadness in his heart. This situation is very similar to the guinea pig on TV. But soon Dongwu discovered something was wrong. I've become a baby. Dongwu opened his mouth in surprise and turned his head hurriedly. What catches the eye are glass covers with little babies inside. And the strange thing is that all the babies have a monkey-like tail on their butt. SAIYAN. I am the Taoist patriarch of the Sanking dynasty, the Jade Emperor, Guanyin Bodhisattva, and Master Kong. What is going on? Dongwu's mouth opened wide, and his mind was in a blur. Dongwu, who had just watched 7 Dragon Ball, could only be so familiar with the situation in front of him. Calm down, calm down. The most important thing now is to figure out when it is and how long it will be until Frisia destroys planet Vegeta. Dongwu forced himself to calm down. Perhaps the frequent meditation and Zen practice played a role. Dongwu quickly calmed down and began to pay attention to the information around him. Maybe SAIYAN is different or technologically advanced. Dongwu's mind was filled with all kinds of information, including needs and combat skills. Soon, Dongwu figured out the approximate time. Vegeta is not born yet, but the queen is pregnant. If the queen is pregnant with Vegeta, it will be about half a year before Vegeta is born. It's been more than 5 years, maybe 6 years, since planet Vegeta was destroyed. Hey, luckily there is still 5 or 6 years of buffering time. Then I will find a chance to leave planet Vegeta. Dongwu breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a little more at ease. In 5 or 6 years, I must work hard to practice. I will strive to have enough strength, otherwise I may be set off fireworks at some point. Dongwu thought of this, and his eyes showed a perseverance. Old man, although you beat me often. But now that I'm gone, I don't know who will make you so angry and stare, or who will beat your ass. You have taken care of me for so many years, and I know that you regard me as my grandson, but now I can't support you until you die, so you must take care of yourself. Suddenly, he thought of the old Taoist Dongwu again, and tears flowed out of the corners of his eyes unconsciously. But don't worry, old man, I won't be naughty anymore. I will definitely live well, no matter which world I am in. Dongwu slowly closed his eyes. A baby's body is easily tired. Time flies by, and a month has passed in the blink of an eye. This month, Dongwu has not seen his parents, and no one has come to see him. It was as if he didn't exist at all. Chapter 2 Genius SAIYAN. However, one day a month later, someone unexpected to Dongwu suddenly came to the nursery, King Vegeta. That eye-catching hairstyle is hard to recognize. Perhaps his own child was about to be born, so he was more concerned about the new SAIYAN baby and the condition of the nursery. Come to the nursery in person and ask about the situation. What is the potential of these newborns? Are there any with better talents? King Vegeta asked calmly. As a king, King Vegeta is still very scheming. His own child was about to be born, so he wanted to find some powerful followers for his child to ensure that his son would successfully succeed him in the future. Of course, it doesn't work if the potential is too high or the strength is too strong. Threatening his and his son's status, Broly will be an example in the future. Therefore, Dongwu is both looking forward to and fearing, looking forward to his unlimited potential, but also afraid of being rejected by King Vegeta. Under Dongwu's restless and uneasy mood, the alien responsible for taking care of the baby hurriedly replied. Back to King Vegeta, these babies have very high potential, and are of better quality than the babies in previous years. For example, Parrot's son Giles, referring to Dongwu, he was born with a combat power of up to 900. Giles means genius, because SAIYAN doesn't have a last name, so the name is relatively random. However, the word genius still illustrates his parents' expectations of him. And with a combat power of up to 900 since birth, he can definitely be called a genius. You must know that Vegeta is known as the genius closest to the legendary SAIYAN. He was born with only 1000 combat power, some say it is 700, but here is 1000. However, King Vegeta's eyes flashed with a cold light when he heard Dongwu's fighting prowess. It happened to be noticed by Dongwu. That's murderous intent. Although he had never seen it before, Dongwu knew that King Vegeta had murderous intent towards him. No wonder the SAIYAN, as a fighting nation, only has this little strength, with a maximum fighting strength of only 10 or 20,000. A king with such jealousy and lack of strength cannot be strong at all. Even a genius will be killed by him. Dongwu, I was very nervous inside. This is not unfounded, and it is not surprising when you think about King Vegeta's legacy. Broly was born with a fighting strength of 10,000, which seriously threatened King Vegeta and Vegeta's rule. Although he knew that he could lead SAIYAN to prosperity, he still killed him without hesitation. Although Dongwu has not yet been able to threaten King Vegeta, Dongwu's talent still makes King Vegeta feel murderous. After all, King Vegeta did not have such strong fighting ability when he was born. It's just that Dongwu is still young. Although he is a genius, his combat power is less than 1000. Compared to King Vegeta's combat power of 10,000, it is still far behind, and it is far from being a threat. That's why King Vegeta didn't kill Dongwu immediately. After all, potential is just potential, and combat effectiveness is real power. This batch of babies is indeed very good. It seems that our SAIYAN will become even more powerful. King Vegeta said excitedly, but his eyes were always fixed on Dongwu. It made Dongwu feel like there was a light on his back, like a prey being targeted by a hunter. But unknown to others, a group of aliens began to flatter King Vegeta, and even said that God specially sent this group of genius babies to assist the future King Vegeta. Despite being so flattering, King Vegeta looked so comfortable when he was photographed that the corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously. Maybe others don't think so, but Dongwu never feels safe. After all, murder is not illegal in this world. No, it seems I can't wait a few years before leaving. I have to leave here as soon as possible, otherwise my life may be at risk. During those years when Dongwu was a young Taoist priest, he still had some understanding of dangers and scheming. So he began planning his escape. Full moon night, Dongwu suddenly thought of a perfect opportunity to escape. Whenever there is a full moon, SAIYAN will transform into a gorilla and lose his mind. Although not everyone can look at the moon, and not all SAIYANs will lose their minds, the chances are still much greater. But when he thought about planet Vegeta's full moon, which happens only once every 8 years, Dongwu suddenly felt pain in his balls. Because he is not sure when the next full moon will be. King Vegeta shouldn't be able to kill me in the short term. After all, my strength can't threaten him. And when his genius son with a combat power of 1000 is born, he should be more at ease. But this is always just a guess. Let's find a way to escape first. Even if King Vegeta doesn't kill me, this week won't last long. 5 years from now Frieza will destroy this planet. We must escape within these 5 years and wipe out the traces. There is no point in thinking hard. What a great idea, Dongwu was a little scratching his head. But the next words from King Vegeta brought hope to Dongwu. It can be said that King Vegeta gave him an excellent opportunity to escape. Keep the babies with good strength and potential in planet Vegeta for training, and send all the low-level warriors to low-level planets on the edge. King Vegeta said indifferently. But his words made Dongwu's eyes light up. Yeah, just take the opportunity to escape to the edge planet. As soon as he thought of it, Dongwu began to plan how to escape to the edge planet. He thought of 2 methods. One was to kill a lower-level warrior baby and then pretend to be his. Another one is that he takes advantage of the opportunity to directly enter the spaceship of other babies and go to other planets with other babies. Dongwu chose the second option without hesitation, instead of Dongwu being a bad guy or a bitch. But he didn't want to kill anyone for no reason, and he was still a baby. Second, it is not necessary. Since we can live together, why must one of us die? Think carefully, and then Dongwu starts to make plans and wait for the opportunity. This wait lasted for half a year until the day Vegeta was born. All SAIYANs are congratulating King Vegeta for his sensational talent. As soon as he goes out, he has 1,000 combat power, which SAIYAN has not seen in hundreds of years. Sensation means high attention, and Dongwu knew that his opportunity had come. While everyone was celebrating King Vegeta, Dongwu took the opportunity to enter a female SAIYAN baby's spaceship and entered a state of hibernation together. It's not that Dongwu had any ideas, but that this was the only baby that was distributed today. Everything was ready, but Dongfeng was waiting for the alien slave to launch the spaceship and sent Dongwu and the SAIYAN girl away together. Chapter 3 Battle against the Five Scum. Boom! Dongwu, who had entered a dormant state, didn't know how long it had passed before he was suddenly awakened by a violent crash. At the same time, SAIYAN's little baby girl also woke up. This is the destination, Puluo Star, right? The people on this planet are really weak. Although Dongwu can't feel the strength of Qi yet, he can still feel the strength. Although he didn't know the specific combat power of this planet, Dongwu felt that he could kill a large area with one finger. Wow wow wow! Just as Dongwu was deep in thought, the little baby girl started crying loudly. It seemed that she was hungry. Judging from the spacecraft settings, it should take 2 years to get from planet Vegeta to planet Pulu. SAIYAN must be starving after not eating for 2 years. Of course, Dongwu and the little baby have been in a state of dormancy for the past 2 years, but it is not really 2 years of hunger. So much so that for 2 years, Dongwu and this little baby had almost no change in terms of strength or body. Since I escaped in your spaceship, it's equivalent to being saved by you. I will take care of you from now on. Dongwu smiled and touched the baby girl's face. Then remove the baby girl's combat power detector. All SAIYAN babies sent out through regular channels have detectors. Only people like Dongwu who crossed the border illegally and people like Kakarot, Son Goku, who were sent out by his father in the chaos were not. I'm here to see what the fighting power of the people on this planet is compared to the baby girl and I. Dongwu first looked at the baby girl's fighting power, and then scratched his head speechlessly. The combat power is only 6, which is only a little stronger than the 5 scum. I guess besides Son Goku, you are the second to last in 1,000 years. Dongwu thought speechlessly. It's not that Dongwu looks down on people who are born with poor combat power. When Son Goku was born, his combat power was only 2 points, and he still didn't become the number 1 in the universe. The little baby girl's combat power is 6 points, which is better than Kakarot. As long as you are willing to work hard and keep pushing your limits, everything is possible. What really makes Dongwu speechless is it really okay to send babies with such weak combat capabilities to other planets to cause destruction? No wonder the number of SAIYANs has not been increasing. I don't know how many SAIYAN babies in Tima have died on alien planets. Look at the people on this planet. Hey, their combat power is pretty good. They all have about 20 points, and the strongest one has reached 1,200 points. Dongwu raised the corner of his mouth slightly. He's less of a threat. I was born with 900 combat power points. Although I have never practiced, my combat power should not be less than 1,000 points. Dongwu thought in his mind. This is not a boast. In fact, even if SAIYAN does not practice, his combat effectiveness will increase with age. Of course, not everyone is Broly, not that perverted, doubling every year. But there are still different growths due to the same talent. Especially babies and young children grow faster. Not to mention SAIYAN, even Earthlings' combat power will increase from babies to adults. Diddy. 1,100 points, not bad. Looking at the value on the detector, Dongwu nodded and thought to himself. Dongwu put down the detector and prepared to look for prey. After all, he was really hungry. The little baby girl needs to eat even more. She cries from hunger even without looking at her. However, Dongwu learned from the original work that you should not rely too much on the detector, otherwise you will become dependent and affect your senses. Picking up the little baby girl, Dongwu quickly flew towards a forest. Don't ask me why Dongwu can fly. The information transmitted by SAIYAN contains the application of qi in this aspect. If it is a little baby girl, you will find that she still has the mission she was sent here in her mind. Soon, many large prey appeared in front of Dongwu in the forest. However, although it is large in size, its combat power is pitifully weak. Basically, there are no more than 100, which is no pressure for Dongwu. One key blast killed an animal similar to an earth boar, but much larger, about the same size as an elephant. The combat effectiveness is also much stronger, estimated at 60 or 70 points. There is no milk here, so I have to force you to eat solid food directly. Dongwu lit a fire to roast the unknown creature, and thought silently while looking at the baby girl in his arms. Soon, the fragrant barbecue was successful. Although it was a little burnt, it didn't affect eating. The baby girl who had just fallen asleep in Dongwu's arms suddenly opened her big round eyes when she smelled the fragrance, and struggled to stretch out her two fleshy little hands to grab the barbecue. Dongwu was speechless after watching this. Sure enough, SAIYAN is a foodie. If this were on the original Earth, he would have been abducted by some bad brat. Dongwu complained silently. Seeing the baby girl's eager look, Dongwu tore off a piece of meat and fed it to the baby girl bit by bit. The baby girl refused to accept anyone who came, and soon half of the wild boar was eaten by the baby girl. Dongwu was stunned. Where did this food go? My belly is still the same and not bulging at all. The little baby girl who had eaten and drank enough didn't care what Dongwu thought. As soon as she closed her eyes, she fell asleep in Dongwu's arms. Dongwu could only smile bitterly. There was no choice but to hold the little girl in his arms while Dongwu ate. But soon he found out where the little baby girl had eaten. Because most of the remaining wild boars were taken care of without any feeling. It was as if my stomach was a bottomless pit. After eating the food, Dongwu began to think about the future. We need to reach the Earth as soon as possible. Although the people on Earth are not good at fighting, they have developed the application and realm of combat power to the extreme. Go to the Earth to see the way of cultivation in this world, and then combine it with the martial arts theory of the original world to summarize a set of methods for the protagonist. Dongwu has already had an idea, but he can't do it yet. First, the spacecraft is running out of fuel, and I don't know if it can fly to the Earth. Second, he knew that all SAIYAN spaceships had trackers installed by Frisia, and the combat power detectors also had eavesdropping functions. He must solve these problems before he can go to Dragon Ball Earth. Let's practice on this planet for a while first, and see if the martial arts from the original Earth can be effective here. Having made up his mind, Dongwu began to practice the Dragon Elephant Bo Ruo Gong. Chapter 4 Unexpected. There are a total of 13 levels of Dragon Elephant Bo Ruo Gong, each level is twice the previous level. This article is set this way, please don't take it too seriously. It is rumored that after practicing to the 10th level, you will have the power of 10 dragons and 10 elephants. The 11th level has the power of 20 dragons and 20 elephants, and so on. In other words, 1 dragon and 1 elephant are not added to each layer. Moreover, these powers are purely physical. And this is still the original world. In this world, the power will be stronger. Because of the different power systems, no matter how powerful a person was on the original Earth, they could only crack monuments and crack rocks at most, but here, let alone overwhelming mountains and seas, even destroying the planet can be done with a snap of the finger. No one knows what specific effects it will have. Longxiang Boruo Kung Fu is a pure physical training martial art that does not even produce internal force. At most, it produces an internal force similar to internal force from the inside out, but in the final analysis it is still force. I don't know what effect it will have in this world. Dongwu began to practice step by step according to the exercise postures and key points of the first level. The first level of the Dragon Elephant Bo Ruo Gong is Elephant, which can be achieved even by those with stupid qualifications in 1 or 2 years. It will be shorter for those with good qualifications. As a SAIYAN, Dongwu's physical qualifications are absolutely top-notch. As for understanding, it's hard to say, because understanding has nothing to do with intelligence. However, does Dragon Elephant Bo Ruo Gong require understanding? No, as long as you follow the steps step by step, it will take enough time to complete. Moreover, coupled with Dongwu's physical strength, it is absolutely impossible to fail. Sure enough, as soon as Dongwu started practicing Longxiang Boruo Gong, he felt that his body was constantly experiencing strength and changes. Dragon Elephant Bo Ruo Gong is a martial arts that strengthens the body and enhances potential. In other words, Chinese orthodox martial arts have health-preserving effects. Dongwu could clearly feel me, and his body was strengthening rapidly. Dongwu has a feeling that it will definitely take less than a month to complete the first level of Longxiang Bo Ruo Gong, or even shorter. SAIYAN's physique is so much stronger compared to the original world that it is impossible to compare. No, it's not just that my body has strengthened. Even my qi is growing. What's going on? Suddenly, a powerful force emerged from deep in his body. This force was very familiar to Dongwu. It was the power of qi in this world. Longxiang Bo Ruo Gong is a pure bodybuilding martial art, how can it enhance qi? Dongwu couldn't understand. But it's not surprising, everyone will see Dragon Ball from beginning to end. SAIYAN's method of increasing his strength is to squeeze his body as hard as he can. This is true for weight-bearing and gravity chambers. This world is very strange. As long as the physical strength increases, the qi will increase accordingly. SAIYAN's various weight-bearing exercises are designed to strengthen the body and passively increase qi. There are no internal skills or breathing guidance techniques found in the original Chinese. The only thing that is somewhat similar may be Piccolo's meditation. Therefore, it is normal for Dongwu to practice Longxiang Boruo Gong to strengthen his body and promote the growth of qi. These are the rules of this world. Even if you don't practice any martial arts, just bearing weight to strengthen your body, your qi will increase. Dongwu couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it and quickly practiced the Longxiang Boruo Gong. In fact, Dongwu would not dare to practice like Son Goku and Vegeta in the original work. Although Dongwu really enjoys watching 7 Dragon Ball, the fighting and strength in it are also fascinating. However, I really don't care about the cultivation methods inside. Constantly squeezing the body, tapping the body's potential, and even blackmailing the potential. Fortunately, SAIYAN's body in this world is strong enough, otherwise he would have collapsed long ago. In fact, there are many examples, such as Klin. In Namek, Klin's strength can barely keep up. But after coming back from Namek, I couldn't even see the rear lights at all. This is because as an Earthling, Krillin's physical potential is not as good as SAIYAN's, and he has unlimited potential to tap into it, but never thinks about supplementing and enhancing it, leading to overdraft of potential. Dongwu is confident that if he travels through time and becomes an Earthling, he will definitely go further than this strongest Earthling. This is the difference between enhanced potential and unlimited overdraft. Some practice made Dongwu feel refreshed and her body was slightly strengthened, but her energy was definitely enhanced a lot. It's time to cook for the little girl, but before that, I need to give the little girl a name. After thinking about it, Dongwu decided to name the little girl Dong Le. I hope the little girl can be happy. Thinking of SAIYAN's natural bad temper, Dongwu felt that the name Dong Le might not be possible. After casually hunting a large prey, Dongwu roasted it and took Dong Le to eat. To be honest, SAIYAN doesn't really have much requirements for eating this piece. It doesn't matter if it tastes good or not, as long as the portion is large. After eating and drinking to satisfy his appetite, Dongwu picked up the detector. Look how much the combat effectiveness has increased. After a beep beep, a value was fixed at 1600 points. Hiss, one practice has enhanced it by 500 points. Dongwu took a breath of cold air. Horrible, really terrible. You must know that when Son Goku's brother Raditz arrived on Earth, Son Goku and Piccolo only had more than 400 combat points. Son Goku has been practicing since he was a child, but he didn't grow as much as Dongwu did in one practice. 1600 points. With this combat power and my physical strength, I should be invincible on this planet. It's time to give Lil a good growing environment. Dongwu thought that he didn't care, he couldn't let the little girl follow yourself like a savage. Hiding the universe spacecraft, Dongwu took Dong Le and flew towards the person with the highest combat effectiveness. That is the person with 1200 combat power points. Take a look at the martial arts of this planet, and inquire about the news and technological level. Dongwu's combat power is 1006, and his flying speed is quite fast. 2 hours later, Dongwu took Dong Le to the place with the highest combat power on the planet. Proxing Martial Arts Academy is the word on the sign. This is another strange thing about the Dragon Ball world. The entire universe, or even all universes, speak the same way. Say important things 3 times. It's better to have a combat power of more than 1000 and barely enter the intermediate planet. Dongwu learned from memory the classification of planets by Frisia's forces. 1000 is the dividing line between low-level and intermediate-level planets. The maximum combat power of Pulo star is 1002, which is barely considered an intermediate planet. Along the way, the technology of this planet is pretty good. I hope I can add fuel to the universe spacecraft. Dongwu thought as he walked into the Pyoxing Martial Arts Academy. Entering the Martial Arts Academy, the first thing you see is dozens of big men practicing martial arts. Sitting at the top is a slightly older middle-aged and elderly man. According to the age of the original Earth, he should be about 50 years old. The fighting power of the people here is very good on this planet. And the person at the top is the strongest, with a fighting power of 1002. Dongwu looked at the middle-aged and elderly people. Although he was not young, his spirit was bright. A pair of small eyes are bright and lively. Dongwu looked at the old man, and the old man was also looking at Dongwu. Breaking in without your permission is something no one would dare to do in proxing. This big baby came in with a small baby in his arms. It looked weird no matter how you looked at it. Sorry to bother you, my name is Dongwu, and I'm here to challenge you. Dongwu looked at the old man and said calmly. Chapter 5 Crush. Sorry to bother you, I'm here to challenge you. Dongwu looked at the old man and said calmly. The words were calm and without any ripples. Dongwu said nothing, and neither did the old man. Although he didn't know why Dongwu came to challenge as a baby, he didn't know where he got the confidence. However, he could vaguely feel that Dongwu was extraordinary. Although he didn't think Dongwu could defeat him. The old man said nothing, but his disciple was unhappy. You must know that the old man is the #1 master of Pulo Star and is called the Martial Saint of Pulo Star. A little baby actually came to challenge the Martial Saint? Kid, do you know that you are facing Lord Martial Saint? How dare you challenge Lord Martial Saint when you are so young and you are probably not yet weaned? It is better to apologize quickly. Lord Martial Saint will not be the same as you. A man with a fierce look, the strong man said to Dongwu. Although he said it bluntly, he also looked fierce. But he is a good person. He excused Dongwu and reminded him at the same time. I have to say that novels and animations often insult people's stupidity, but there are really not many of them in reality. Looking at the strong man, Dongwu also nodded in a friendly manner, but still smiled and looked at the old man without saying a word. But the meaning in his eyes was clear, and his attitude didn't change at all. No one has challenged me for decades. To be honest, I am quite lonely. I will help you through 2 moves this time. The old man stood up with a smile. Let me introduce myself, my name is Feng Yi. I can tell that you are not simple, so please take action. The old man was very tall, he was probably 2 meters tall and still tall. A pair of sharp eyes seemed to see through the truth. Although this Feng Yi is not very strong, it has an extremely high level. Every move it makes seems as motionless as a mountain, and as if the breeze is blowing on its face. It has reached the state of Taoism and nature. Dongwu's face was solemn. As a Taoist priest in his previous life, he was very familiar with this state. Clear. This kind of person can definitely use 10 points of power to achieve 12 points of effects. If he were on Earth, he would definitely be a master. Unfortunately, this world is a world where strength defeats skill. In the setting of the Dragon Ball world, if the combat power exceeds 10%, you will have an absolute upper hand, if the combat power exceeds 50%, you will be crushed, and if the combat power exceeds 100%, you will have an absolute instant kill. Dongwu's combat power of 1006, although his combat power exceeded that of the old man by less than 50%, it still reached more than 30%. Coupled with the bonus of his own body, it was almost enough to crush him. Mr. Wu Sheng, you should take action first. According to my detection, your combat power is 1002, and I have 1006. Dongwu's main purpose is to experience the martial arts of this planet, not to kill people. An invasion, so I told the old man clearly. Hey, is that so? Where did this baby come from, or are babies so strong? Is it true? Everyone gasped, but they couldn't believe it. After all, it's amazing. However, Dongwu doesn't care what others think. Putting Dong Li aside, he slowly raised his hands. This is the etiquette of the original martial arts competition on Earth. Show humility and respect. And at the same time indicate that the competition is just over. Although this is not Earth, the rules are different. However, every nation has its own rules. There is no need to accommodate others who do not conform to their own etiquette, and there is no need to impose your so-called etiquette on others. Okay, if that's the case, then I'll take action. Feng Yi moved his body and came to Dongwu's side beyond human vision. Very good. Although the old man was very fast, he was still relatively ordinary. For Dongwu, it can only be said that it is not bad. Boom! The old man's fist was blocked by Dongwu's arm, making a dull sound. The old man was just testing, and there was no use in using his full strength. However, it is still not something ordinary people can stop. However, Feng Yi's control of power is indeed very precise and well controlled. Such great strength and energy were not leaked at all during the confrontation. This is the role of realm. However, realm is indeed relatively weak in this world. Mr. Wu Sheng, it's better not to test, and fight with all your strength. I want to see the martial arts here. Dongwu said, using his body's strength to throw the windwing far away in an instant. Hey? It's really strong. Although I don't know where you come from, a baby can have such power, but since you are so strong, I will use my full strength. After Feng Yi said that, he rushed over again, using all his strength with his fists and kicks. If it breaks out with just one gesture, it can destroy mountains and reclaim seas. But Dongwu remained motionless and did not fight back. He constantly used tricks to block Feng Yi's attack. No pressure at all. Sure enough, the gap in combat effectiveness cannot be made up in the Dragon Ball world. Dongwu was a little emotional, but also a little disappointed. Although the setting of Dragon Ball's combat power is a bit screwed up, it still has merits. Moreover, martial arts experience and realm are not useless. When there is not much difference in combat effectiveness, martial arts level and experience are the keys to victory. Even if there is a difference of 10% or even 20% in combat effectiveness, the realm can make up for it. Any higher and it becomes very difficult. Bang! After another collision, Feng Yi was forced back by Dongwu. Feng Yi also saw that he was indeed no match for Dongwu. He didn't understand, and was even a little scared. A baby has such great strength. What nation is this? Hey, how could there be such a strong baby? Compared to Feng Yi, his disciple was even more shocked. Others don't know, but they know how strong the old man is. At full strength, one blow can destroy 100 miles in radius. However, such strength cannot defeat a baby. How strong is this baby? I already know something about your martial arts. Although your strength is not enough, your martial arts level is very high. Therefore, I want to study with you here for a while, please allow me. Dongwu forced Feng Yi back and handed over his hand. Said. Your power and strength have far surpassed mine. What else can I teach you? Feng Yi frowned, although he was confused but did not refuse directly. As you can see, I am still a baby. My strength is innate, and my constitution is stronger than that of ordinary people at birth. However, my martial arts realm is far behind. If my combat effectiveness and physical fitness are the same as yours, you will definitely be able to easily defeat me. Therefore, I want to learn from you your martial arts experience and realm. A person's physical fitness determines his combat effectiveness, but the realm and spirit of martial arts are the essence. Please agree. Dongwu smiled slightly and said lightly explained. Dongwu's words made Feng Yi's eyes light up, they were speaking to his heart. Smiling and nodding, he said, in that case, then you can practice again for a while. Thank you. Dongwu smiled knowingly. The martial arts on this planet still had a lot to offer. It would be good to practice for a while. For the next 6 months, Dongwu has been practicing at the Pyoxing Martial Arts Academy. As for the strong and fierce-looking man, Dongwu also knew his name, Iron Bear. He is the junior disciple among this group of disciples and has been practicing with Feng Yi for 5 years. Dongwu didn't use the detector and tried to feel it. He found that it had about 400 combat power. Similar to Son Goku when Leitais appeared. Chapter 6 It's time to say goodbye. Little Dongwu, how did you practice and why are you so strong? Tai Xiong came over and picked up Dongwu and asked with a smile on his face. Although Tai Xiong looks very fierce, he is a very kind person. He often helps Dongwu take care of Dong Le, and he will help if there is any need. And this guy is also a martial arts fanatic. Although he is a junior fellow apprentice, his strength has surpassed that of many senior fellow apprentices. But one thing makes Dongwu very helpless, because as a child, Taixiang likes to hug Dongwu when he has nothing to do. Dongwu couldn't punch him because of this, others had good intentions. I said Taixiang, can you stop me and stop hugging me all the time? Dongwu had a headache. It's okay, I'm not tired. Tai Xiong didn't feel anything at all and waved his hands indifferently. Dongwu complained in his heart, is this a question of whether you are tired or not? Is this a question of whether you are tired or not? This is something I'm not used to. Moreover, it is strange that a child with more than 400 pounds of fighting strength can be tired while holding a child weighing several dozen kilograms. However, this situation has happened countless times in the past 6 months, and Dongwu has long been unable to complain. Please tell me why you and Leal are so strong and how you cultivated. If you tell me, I will buy you delicious food. Taixiang looks simple and honest, but he is actually quite shrewd. Knowing that Dongwu and Dong Le are big eaters, they used delicious food to tempt them. Not to mention, I have eaten a lot of delicious food in the past 6 months, and I really don't want to eat tasteless barbecue again. Even Dong Le said that Dongwu's barbecue was unpalatable, which made Dongwu very depressed for a while. Dong Le is already more than half a year old, except for the time he spent sleeping. The combat power of 6 points when he was born has been cultivated very strongly by Dongwu in the past 6 months. 300 points, this is Dong Le's current combat power. On Earth, it is already invincible in today's time period. Brother, just tell Taixing that there is something delicious. Dong Le pulled on Dongwu's trouser legs, drooling all over the floor. Dongwu covered his forehead and was speechless. This foodie can sell anything he has to eat. Sure enough, all foodies are unreliable. However, what is interesting is that under the guidance of Dongwu, Dong Le has lost his original temper and is completely no different from ordinary children. Possibly because of the martial arts of the original Earth, Dong Le also practiced the martial arts of the original Earth taught by Dongwu. However, what she practices is not Longxiang Boruo Gong, but Taizhi Chong Chuan, which is also an external skill. Taizhi's Chong Chuan fist is popular on Earth, but that doesn't mean it's bad. On the contrary, it is widely spread because it is so effective. Taizhi Chong Chuan was created by Zhao Kuangyan, Taizhu of the Song dynasty. At that time, it was invincible in the world. Later, when Song Taizhi became emperor, he passed on Taizhi Chong Chuan. The power of Taizhi's Chong Chuan also made everyone at that time flock to it, so it spread all over the world and everyone could learn it and become a popular commodity. However, Taizhi Chong Chuan is not bad at all in terms of physical training. As for moves, need moves in the Dragon Ball world? What the Dragon Ball world needs is power and speed. Moreover, there is a very unique thing about Chinese Kung Fu. Except for some specific martial arts, most martial arts training methods and disposal are different. Moreover, Chinese martial arts also has a definition of moves. Learn and use them flexibly, and you can win without any moves. After practicing martial arts, Dong Le lost her bad temper and is now a cute little girl. Only, you're so greedy that you can forget about yourself even if you have something to eat. If this were on the original Earth, some brat would have deceived you. Tai Xiang, there are indeed ways to become stronger. However, the more factor is that Lil and I have different physiques. However, my method can indeed improve your strength. For such a long time, you and Mr. Wu Sheng have been very good. Take care of us brothers and sisters, and today I will teach the method to everyone in the Martial Arts Academy. You can call the Martial Saint and the brothers to come over later. Dongwu thought for a while and decided to pass the martial arts to Piu Xing. Because besides teaching his disciples, Wu Sheng also had no reservations about himself. The people here are also very kind to their brothers and sisters. You should not be stingy in both public and private matters. Moreover, not everyone can learn martial arts well, nor is it suitable for everyone. Different physiques and muscle distributions are not suitable for practicing martial arts. It's time to say goodbye. Before leaving, let's do something for this planet. Dongwu thought with some reluctance. In the past 6 months, Dongwu has found someone to remove the eavesdropping device on the detector and the tracking device of the spacecraft. Moreover, it was renovated and the space became much larger. The fuel has been filled up. Dongwu had already planned to leave after mastering the Piu Xing martial arts a month ago. After teaching, it's time to leave. Soon, everyone, including Martial Saint Feng Yi, gathered at the martial arts arena. Thank you all for taking care of our brothers and sisters in the past 6 months. Everyone already knows that Lil and I are not from this planet. Today, Lil and I are leaving. Before leaving, I will teach you something. I believe that Tai Xiang has already told everyone. Next, please watch my movements clearly and pay attention to my breathing. If you can record it, that's fine. After Dongwu finished speaking, the pot exploded. Although the past 6 months have not been long, everyone is very fond of Dongwu, a sensible little boy, and Dong Le, a foodie. When I heard that I was leaving, I really couldn't bear to leave. Among them, Tai Xiang was the most excited. Did I ask you to teach me something? If you are angry, I won't learn any more. Don't leave. Tai Xiang, what are you talking about? Lil and I are not from this planet. We will leave sooner or later. In fact, we planned to leave a month ago. This time it is a formal farewell. I think Mr. Wu Sheng should have felt it. Dong Wu said with a smile. Marshal Saint Fenji nodded and said, yes, after you mastered my martial arts, I felt that you were leaving. But I didn't expect it to be so soon, and you are still so young to venture into the universe. In fact, before Dong Wu arrived, this person from Puluo had never left the planet. Although the technology is good, it is only a little better than Dragon Ball Earth. And it has not yet reached the point of going out of the planet. However, it is still possible to modify the spacecraft. However, it's hard to say after that. After all, with Dongwu and Dongli's spaceships as reference, one can build one just like a gourd. Mr. Wushan teaches more without reservation and selfishness. Thank you all for taking care of me. I hope this set of martial arts of mine will be helpful to everyone. After Dongwu finished speaking, he began to practice Luhan Fist. This is also a good set of external skills. Don't ask why Dongwu knows so many martial arts. If you are a martial arts practitioner, you will know that everyone will master a lot of martial arts. It is impossible to defeat all the invincible opponents in the world by just learning one. Only when one is erudite and knowledgeable can one embrace all rivers. 3 times in a row, Dongwu moved very slowly. After they finished recording, Dongwu slowly finished his work. It's finally time to say goodbye. This time we, brother and sister, will go to Earth and will always settle on Earth. If you need anything, you can come to me on Earth. After Dongwu finished speaking, he picked up Dong Le and flew towards the spacecraft. Marshal Saint Fenji and his disciples also flew over. Chapter 7 Target Earth. You don't have to send me off anymore. Leal and I are going to Earth today. We'll meet again if we are destined. Dongwu stood at the door of the spacecraft and clasped his fists at a group of people. The others didn't say a word and said goodbye with clasped fists. Just as Dongwu and Dong Le were about to board the spacecraft, Iron Bear's voice suddenly came from behind. Wait for me. He shouted and waved while dragging a cart of food with his other hand. Just now, Dongwu noticed that Tai Xiong didn't come, and thought he didn't come on purpose because he was afraid of being sad about the separation. Only now did I realize that I had gone to prepare food. I don't know how long it takes to get from Planet Pro to Earth. You can take these things to eat on the way. Iron Bear put down a cart of food and said reluctantly. Before Dongwu said anything, Dong Le, the snack guy, had already rushed towards him and hugged him. Mine, they are all my delicious food. He muttered as he hugged her back, making Dongwu angry and funny. Okay, it's all yours. Say goodbye to Iron Bear. Dongwu pulled Dong Le's ears and pulled her off the food. After all, Dong Le is only half a year old in terms of waking hours and is not sensible. But at this time, I also knew that we had to say goodbye, and reluctantly left the food to say goodbye to Iron Bear. However, this little girl is heartless and doesn't know what sadness is. Goodbye. Dongwu finally bowed his hands and entered the spacecraft with Dong Le and food. Leal, we are leaving. This time we are going to the Earth, and the trip is half a year. You must be obedient and not hit anyone, you know. Dongwu must give instructions first, because this girl is used to being wild and often in the martial arts academy. Take action with people. The martial arts academy is okay, after all, they are all martial arts masters. Everyone there is better than the little girl, and they are not afraid of her getting into trouble. Others also let her go, so she wouldn't get hurt. But the Earth is different. The average combat power of the people on Earth is only 1, and even Master Rashi, who has the highest combat power, is only 139. Of course, if you include the gods, it will be higher, but after reasoning, it should only be about 300. After all, Piccolo was only over 300 when Raditz arrived on Earth. Therefore, Dong Le's combat power is basically invincible on the Earth during this time period. If you hit someone accidentally, it could really kill someone. I know, "Brother, I won't hit anyone," Dong Le vowed, but seeing how she didn't care, Dongwu really didn't know what to do. But there is no choice but to take one step at a time. After starting the spacecraft, the two set off for the Earth. Dongwu basically practiced cultivation along the way. Although there is no gravity chamber, Dongwu doesn't really need that thing. And Dong Le. Thinking of this girl Dongwu, she wanted to cover her face, she was too embarrassed to see anyone. A good little girl was taught by him to be a pure foodie, and she ate in the spaceship along the way. Fortunately, there was plenty of food prepared, otherwise the two of them would have starved halfway. During the half-year journey, the same silence and darkness along the way made me feel depressed. Fortunately, the Earth is already in sight in the distance. Please note that we will land at the destination in half an hour, please be prepared. The spacecraft issued a warning, and Dongwu and Dong Le cheered up. The dull and boring life for half a year has already made them a little bored. Half an hour later, the spacecraft landed safely on the Earth without any major impact. It seems that the stabilization device of ProStar did a good job. But he didn't know that 5 people had spotted him when he landed. Earth God, Bobo, Meowth, Master Roshi and Crane. These 5 people are the 5 strongest people on Earth. Of course, their combat effectiveness is nothing compared to Dongwu. However, their martial arts realm and ability to sense qi are far beyond what Dongwu can match. Dongwu did not restrain the intensity of his qi. In the eyes of the 5 of them, the huge energy was as bright as the North Star in the dark night. Who is this? What a terrifying power! If he has malicious intentions, the Earth can't stop him at all. The God of Heaven broke out in cold sweat. The gap was too big. Half a year ago, although Dong Le spent 3 days fishing and 2 days drying nets, he still had a combat power of 300 under Dongwu's guidance. At that time, Dongwu's combat strength was 3000. At this time, half a year had passed, and the little girl had a combat power of 500, and Dongwu had reached a terrifying 5000. Much like Nappa when she first arrived on Earth. It is terrifying to know that Nappa was already about 30 years old at that time, and Dongwu was only less than 4 years old including dormant time. However, neither Dongwu nor Dong Le can restrain their aura, and there is nothing they can do about it. I don't know how to feel qi now, so I'd better use a detector to detect the location of Master Roshi and other martial arts masters on Earth. Dongwu thought to himself, and then turned on the detector. Soon, several relatively high combat effectiveness were displayed on the detector. 139, 132, 198, 350, and a combat power of 500. Dongwu was stunned for a moment. Those with 139 and 132 combat power should be Master Roshi and Kakasenin. The one with 198 combat power should be Miao Senin, and the one with 350 combat power should be the god. So who is the one with 500 combat power? Look at the position coinciding with the gods. Hiss, could it be Bobo? It seems that the best master on Earth is not a god, but a servant of the god with no sense of existence, Bobo. Although Dongwu was surprised, there was nothing surprising. Bobo has assisted countless Nintendos, and he is definitely the oldest on Earth. Moreover, this Bobo is absolutely hidden, not only has the highest combat power on Earth, but also has many magical abilities and a high level of martial arts. Let's talk about the special abilities first. You can repair the Shenron model, you can teleport within the Earth, when looking for the celestial spaceship, you can make combat dolls out of hair, when you teach Son Goku, etc. Now that we know the location, let's go there quickly. But where should we go first? Dongwu hesitated. In the end, Dongwu chose to go to the temple. After all, Son Goku learned to sense qi from Bobo. Moreover, many of the martial arts on Earth come from temples. Including the current and previous gods, it will be of great help to you to learn how to sense qi first. Chapter 8 Listening to Nature. The temple is a very special place on earth. It is located above Karan Tower, floating in the empty sky. Karan Tower is a sacred place for martial arts. Master Rashi once climbed up Karan Tower. It is said that climbing up Karan Tower can greatly improve your strength. The temple is a more advanced existence than Kailan Tat. However, the Kailan Tower and temple on earth are indeed very mysterious and unusual. For example, Kailan Tower has fairy beans that can instantly resurrect people with full blood, and super magical water that is highly poisonous but can greatly increase people's strength. And the spiritual time room and time machine of the temple, Bobo sent Son Goku to the past to learn from Wu Taidu. And what's even more amazing is that this past is really the past of this universe, not a parallel universe. This simply goes beyond the law of cause and effect, and is much more advanced than what Nanks used. However, it seemed that it never appeared again. Kailan Tower and the temple are unattainable to people on earth, but to Dongwu, they are nothing more than trivial matters. Dongwu and Dong Le quickly approached the temple. Coming. Tian Shen and Bobo noticed Dongwu's movements very early, and were at the edge of the temple at this time. Soon, Dongwu and Dong Le came to Tian Shen and Bobo. Hello, I am SAIYAN Dongwu from planet Vegeta, and this is my sister Dong Le. Dongwu stood in front of Tian Shen and Bobo and said very politely. Planet Vegeta's SAIYAN. Tenjin and Bobo frowned, they had never heard of this planet. And they didn't even think about aliens visiting the Earth before, because the Earth is so remote. However, when Dongwu flew the universe spacecraft into the Earth, the gods already knew it. It's just that SAIYAN and the others have never heard of it. I am the god of the Earth. My friend from afar, why are you visiting the Earth this time? Although he had never heard of planet Vegeta and SAIYAN, the god still asked politely. Are you welcome? Dongwu's fighting power left him no room for resistance. It's better to be polite before you know the other person's attitude. If you offend the other person, the Earth may suffer. You're welcome, God. There are two main reasons for my visit to Earth this time. One is that I will settle on Earth in the future. Please help me. Dongwu smiled slightly, but what he said shocked the god. The god was both worried and happy, but he was worried because he didn't know Dongwu's attitude towards the Earth. I'm glad that the Earth has such a master in charge, so we won't be afraid of threats from other universe people in the future. However, the god was unable to refuse and had no choice but to nod in agreement. What about the second thing? God asked. Just now Dongwu said there were two things, and this was only one. He had to know what the second thing was to feel at ease. The second thing is that I want to see the uniqueness of Earth's martial arts, and I want you to teach me. Dongwu's biggest purpose is this. The Earth is just a low-level planet, even at the bottom among low-level planets. However, he has trained some of the top masters in the universe such as Son Goku and Vegeta. Piccolo can also be considered a master of the universe, and even Krillin and Tien Shinyan are top-notch players in the universe. You must know that in Frisia's era, the Jinya forces' combat strength of 50,000 to 60,000 was enough to dominate the universe. Although Klin did not publish the figures later, it was speculated that it should be no less than 500,000. After all, he could fight an android without dying. Think about it, on an Earth where adults have only a little bit of fighting ability. Having trained hundreds of thousands of Earthlings with fighting power, one can imagine the extraordinary martial arts skills. Some people may say that this is due to late efforts and various coincidences. However, without the foundation of the Earth, it is impossible to grow to this extent. Vegeta, for example, was born with 1,000 combat powers. But when he arrived on Earth at the age of 30, he only had 22,000 yuan. Son Goku, who had been idle for several years after getting married, had reached 90,000 yuan by exploiting his potential in just 1 week after going to Namek. This is the importance of foundation. Therefore, although Dongwu disdains squeezing potential to enhance combat effectiveness, But the foundation and martial arts theory of earth martial arts are still of great reference value. However, the old god frowned because Dongwu's fighting power was too strong. He felt that he had nothing to teach Dongwu. "SAIYAN Dongwu, it's not that I don't want to teach you. It's that your strength far exceeds mine. I don't know what else I can teach you." The god sighed, but he still spoke frankly. Later, Dongwu repeated what Pyo-seeng said and even informed him about Pyo-seeng's cultivation. And then he said, "I still don't know how to restrain and sense qi, so please teach me." With the martial arts realm of Tian Shen and Bobo, they can still find that Dongwu is telling the truth. Afterwards, the god thought for a while and finally nodded in agreement, and said, "In that case, please ask Mr. Bobo to teach you. His realm is higher than mine." Yes, Lord God Bobo did not refuse, and it could even be said that his expression did not change at all. I don't know whether it was because he had really reached the point where his face collapsed without changing his expression, or whether he had no expression in the first place. "Thank you God and Mr. Bobo." Dongwu expressed his gratitude and began to practice and learn theory with Bobo. "Your strength is already very high, and your basic skills are also very good. It seems that Pyo-seeng's martial arts is very advanced. However, I will gradually tell you the Earth's reservation theory and basic training methods in the subsequent training. It's always an expression, so I won't describe it here. As for the induction energy and convergence energy you mentioned, it's actually very simple. You just need to be as quiet as the sky and feel the breath of all things in nature with your heart. Just like this, feel it carefully." Bobo said, "The energy in the body disappeared without a trace in an instant." "Yes, completely gone. There is no feeling of the state of a living thing, as if it were a stone or a dead tree. But using the detector shows that there is no target." "Tao follows nature?" "No, it's not. It's a higher level than Tao follows nature. It's consistent with Tao." Dongwu was shocked and felt incredible. According to the old Taoist priest of the original earth, the state of Tao following nature also includes listening to nature and being in harmony with Tao. And being in harmony with the Tao is what Taoist terminology often calls Liangsu Hedeo. Taoism naturally talks about learning from all things in nature, reaching the state of returning to nature, and making oneself round and flawless. But learning is like a student learning from a teacher, and listening is naturally listening to the teacher's voice and true meaning. The difference is huge. Being in harmony with Tao means that I am nature, nature is me, and I am inseparable from all things in nature. The level of Bobo is really too high. Dongwu had to sigh at the profound level of Dragon Ball's martial arts on Earth. Chapter 9 It's really worthless. Dongwu admires Bobo's martial arts realm very much, so he observes it carefully. "I have to observe very carefully, and understand it with my heart, and try to imitate Bobo, feel nature, and communicate with you." But soon Dongwu was confused, because he found that it seemed to be easy to do. What is going on? Is it true that in a world dominated by power, realm is so worthless? Thinking of this, Dongwu was both happy and emotional. Sure enough, it's a different world. Are the rules so different? In fact, it is not that easy to realize the realm. However, as a child, Dongwu is still relatively close to him. Moreover, it is so easy because of the foundation of the natural state of Puluo Xingdao. Think of Son Goku, innocent at heart. It didn't take him long to realize this realm, and he realized it quickly. As for other people who followed, they all used specific methods to feel and suppress qi. Instead of doing it naturally and doing whatever you want. Because no one else can achieve the state of harmony between body and Tao. Realm is really not that easy to realize, nor is it that worthless. It's just that Dongwu doesn't know it yet. I feel it, Bobo's energy, God's energy, Master Rashi and Crane Senin. Hey, what is this? It's somewhat similar to Master Rashi. It's just much weaker. Dongwu realized the moment when the body and the Tao merged. I immediately felt the intensity of qi and qi. Try to restrain your breath. Dongwu thought, and his breath suddenly dropped automatically. In this way, the test paper is like an arm and a finger. There is no need to specifically control it, just a thought is enough. When the body and the Tao are in harmony, oneself becomes a part of nature. What an amazing understanding! Bobo watched Dongwu learn it after just reading it once, and he was extremely shocked. As a person who has reached this realm, he naturally knows the difficulty of comprehending this realm. However, Dongwu actually learned it after just watching it once, which is honestly a bit shocking. In fact, Dongwu was a Taoist priest on the original Earth, and he actually had a certain understanding of this area. Coupled with the Taoist nature taught by Piocing and Bobo's teachings, it will be much faster to comprehend. Thank you, Mr. Bobo, I already understand. Dongwu woke up from the realization and was very happy to feel what he had gained. This world is dominated by power, and almost everyone will ignore the improvement of their realm and blindly pursue power. Indeed, if the power gap is too big, no matter how high the level is, it will be useless. For example, Frisia can destroy the earth with one finger, so no matter how high the level of the earthlings are, it will be of no use at all and can only be turned into dust in the universe. Therefore, people simply don't bother to take the time to understand the realm. In the original work, if it weren't for chance, Son Goku would not have learned to comprehend the realm. However, in order to defeat Piccolo and accept Bobo's teachings, under Bobo's guidance, Goten was as peaceful as the sky. If it weren't for Bobo's teachings, Son Goku would never have realized it specifically. You have already understood, and I have nothing more to teach you. After that, I will teach you the understanding of martial arts that I and the previous gods have, and the martial arts theory of the earth. Bobo said. More Mr. Bobo, please. Dongwu was sincerely grateful. You just realized it, consolidate it. Starting from tomorrow, I will teach you theoretical knowledge. After saying this, Bobo left directly. After Bobo left, Dongwu tried to get into that state again. He found that he had indeed mastered it and could enter easily. After consolidating it a few more times, Dongwu began to practice the Longxiang Boruo Gong. Dongwu's Dragon Elephant Bo Ruo Gong has been taught to the first level in Piocing, but he has never started practicing the second level. He understands the importance of foundation and theory. Although theory without practice is just talk on paper, practice without theory is just a headless fly without a direction. So on the Puluo star and the universe spaceship, Dongwu was studying theory and martial arts. I just tried the protagonist method of the Dragon Ball world, which is also to understand and compare the advantages and disadvantages, as well as the advantages and disadvantages of various methods. Be tolerant to diversity. Tolerance is a virtue. Only by taking advantage of various advantages and eliminating various disadvantages can we find the most perfect and suitable path for ourselves. Now, it's time to practice the second level. Dongwu moved his body and began to practice the second level of Longxiang Boruo Gong. In the past, he had been dismissive of the training methods in the Dragon Ball world, thinking that they were squeezing potential. In fact, it is indeed true. The training method in the Dragon Ball world is indeed to squeeze the potential. When the potential is exhausted, it is basically impossible to move forward. But after training and studying during this period, Dongwu felt that the effect of combining the two worlds would be better. Enhance your potential with Dragon Elephant Boruo Gong, and then tap it using the methods of the Dragon Ball world. This creates a virtuous cycle that can be said to never end. In fact, almost every SAIYAN has very high potential, but some people can tap it out, and some people can't. Dongwu has mastered the method of tapping this potential, and it can be further enhanced. Potential. The second level of the Dragon Elephant Boruo Gong is Dragon, which means rebirth, from an ordinary person to a dragon or a god. The practice postures of Longxiang Boruo Gong are also extremely difficult, as they exercise all parts of the body, and twist each part of the body to the point where it is almost impossible for the human body to complete it. Dragon, sacred and powerful. The body is tough and flexible, so this layer also requires the human body to reach a level that the human body cannot. As a result, he was completely transformed, far beyond ordinary people. Pain that goes deep into the bone marrow. This is the only feeling Dongwu feels at the second level of cultivation. He couldn't feel anything but pain. And Dong Le, that snack guy, doesn't understand anything at all. When I came to the temple, I looked around and had no worries at all. At this time, I was holding snacks to eat. Following the rhythm of the breathing method, Dongwu finally completed half of the second level posture. If you want to complete it completely, it will be impossible without a month or two. You must know that each level of Dragon Elephant Bo Ruo Gong is twice as difficult as the previous level. It also takes basically twice as long. Of course, those with good qualifications can do it earlier. But it is basically impossible to do it faster than before. Let's practice in the temple during this period. On the one hand, it is very convenient to receive the martial arts theory and martial arts insights taught by Bobo. On the other hand, there is no other place to go. Dongwu rested for a while, and after his body recovered, he began to teach Dong Le this girl. This girl Dong Le doesn't like to practice, so she spends 3 days fishing and 2 days drying nets. Without anyone urging her, this girl can go crazy. Dongwu felt that this girl had been misled by him, and she had no other SAIYAN's passion for cultivation and dedication to combat effectiveness. There are still 2 years until Son Goku is born, and it will take about half a year to reach Earth. In other words, it will take another 2.5 years to see Son Goku. When the plot of Dragon Ball begins, Son Goku is 11 years old, which means that there are still more than 13 years and almost 14 years before the plot of Dragon Ball begins. During this period, Dongwu decided to practice on Earth, hoping to easily defeat Frieza when facing him. Chapter 10 Son Goku comes to Earth. Brother, I'm back. Following the crisp voice of a lifetime, a 2 or 3-year-old girl flew across the sky and rushed straight towards Dongwu. Needless to say, this little girl is Dong Le. Dongwu and Dong Le have been on Earth for more than 2 years, and the little baby girl has grown into a little girl. But despite her small size, she is as cute as a porcelain doll. If anyone underestimates her because of this, it will be really bad luck. The little girl is quirky and very fond of being naughty and teasing others. The most important thing is that the combat power is extremely high, and now it has a combat power of close to 10,000. If you are teased, you can only admit that you are unlucky, and you can't beat it at all. Even Tian Shen and Bobo were teased by this girl. But although the little girl is a little naughty, she is still kind-hearted. Both Bobo and God liked her very much. Every time they saw the little girl, she always had a kind smile on her face. It's just that Bobo is too dark to be obvious. No, this girl went off to have fun somewhere and didn't come back until it was time to eat. She is very accurate at this point, and no matter how far she travels to eat, she will always come back on time. Tell me, where did you go again? Have you completed the task of practicing martial arts that I gave you? Dongwu had a straight face and wanted to give her a lesson, but he couldn't. After all, when faced with a little girl as cute as a porcelain doll, no one can avoid feeling soft. The little girl also knew Dongwu's weakness. After hearing Dongwu's lesson, her big, moist and smart eyes rolled around, and then she showed a pitiful expression, about to cry. As if to say, if you scold me, I will cry for you. Dongwu is always defeated instantly. Alas, Dongwu was speechless and helpless. How many times has this happened? He could barely remember. This girl doesn't feel like a SAIYAN at all. However, Dongwu must take good care of her this time. Dragon Ball universe is not a peaceful world, and you may encounter powerful enemies. If you don't practice hard, how will you face it in the future? I can take care of her for 1 year, 10 years, or even 23 years, but I can never take care of her for a lifetime. Don't pretend to be pitiful for me. I'm telling you, if you can't complete the task, you won't have food to eat. I won't indulge you again this time. Dongwu said with a serious expression on his face. Seeing that his brother was really angry, Dong Le was also a little scared. Although Dongwu dotes on her, if her brother really says it, she will do it. Oh, I know. Dong Le nodded sadly and ran away to practice. Although she could go to the goddess or the Mu immortal to eat if she didn't have a meal at home, she didn't dare challenge her brother's authority. Sigh. Leal, actually I don't want to force you, but this world is very dangerous. You might encounter a powerful enemy at some point. You must be able to protect yourself. Dongwu touched Dongwu Li's little head, said with seriousness and sincerity. Dongwu was really worried about this little girl. I know, brother, I will work hard. Although Dong Le is naughty, he is still very obedient. Counting the time, Son Goku will soon reach the earth at this time. Dongwu raised his head and looked at the sky, calculating the time. In fact, after he learns the earth's martial arts, he can leave the earth. You can practice anywhere in the universe, there is no need to stay on earth. But as a Dragon Ball fan, I always feel uncomfortable when I don't meet the protagonist of this world. But it's coming soon. Dongwu calculates that with planet Vegeta's technological level, Son Goku will only be able to reach Earth within this month at most. However, just as the thoughts in Dongwu's mind came to an end, he suddenly felt a faint breath approaching from outside the Earth. This aura is very weak, but it is violent. If I am not mistaken, it should be Son Goku. So, planet Vegeta has been destroyed. Thinking of this, Dongwu felt a little blocked. However, Dongwu does not feel it is a pity. After all, SAIYAN is too cruel and violent, and staying here would be a disaster. It's just a pity that a fighting nation was destroyed like this. At the same time, I feel sad for my parents whom I have never met. In the worst case, I'll go to Namek and use Dragon Ball to resurrect my parents. It's like repaying the gift of childbirth. Dongwu thought in his mind. As for why not use Earth Dragon Ball? Because Earth Dragon Ball has a very cunning setting, that is, the person being resurrected must have a physical body, and be resurrected at the place of death. Is SAIYAN strong? In terms of combat power at birth, it is average, but its potential is endless. Is SAIYAN's vitality tenacious? Tenacious. But SAIYAN's weaknesses are also obvious. One is his tail, and the other is that he cannot survive in the universe. Therefore, a considerable number of SAIYANs who die in battle every year die due to planet explosions. I have overcome the weakness of the tail. The next step is to find the Dragon Ball, which will give me the ability to survive in the universe and strong recovery ability. Dongwu calculated, and before the plot of the Dragon Ball started, I gathered it twice. Dragon Ball makes a wish. After thinking about the future, Dongwu turned his attention to Son Goku's spaceship. Leal, a clan member is coming soon. Do you want to meet him? Clan member? SAIYAN. Dong Le was stunned. She had been on Earth for more than 2 years, and she thought of herself as an Earthling. Hearing the clan members suddenly, he really couldn't react. Dongwu nodded and took Dong Le to fly near Son Goku's landing place. Just as Dongwu and Dong Le stood still, a ball in the sky dragged its long tail and hit the ground. Boom! The violent impact and violent sound caused the surrounding area to shake, and dust and smoke flew everywhere. Click! The door of the spaceship opened, and a little baby boy with a bare butt and a tail climbed out. This is the protagonist of Dragon Ball. I can't believe that you, who was born with only 2 points of combat power, will reach that level in the future. Dongwu had to sigh. Son Goku is indeed impressive. Some people say that Son Goku can reach that height because of the protagonist's aura. This reason cannot be ruled out, but Son Goku's hard work and persistence in fighting are the keys to success. After looking at it, it's time to go. Don't interfere with his growth. Dongwu looked at the little baby boy, smiled slightly, and left. Of course, he will meet Son Gohan after Son Gohan adopts Son Goku. Although it cannot interfere with Son Goku's growth, it can still prevent Son Goku from being trampled to death. Sorry, the update is late due to today's meeting, please forgive me. Due to work reasons. The update time is not very fixed, but no matter what, the updates every day will not be less than 2 chapters. If something happens and I can't update, I will tell you in advance. Thank you everyone and please understand. Chapter 11 Dragon Ball. It has been a week since Son Goku arrived on Earth. This week, Dongwu first visited Bulma's father, Dr. Breve, and handed the universe spaceship to him for modification. As for what to modify, of course it is to increase the internal space and gravity chamber. At first, Dongwu did look down on Dragon Ball's practice method. That was because he didn't understand the system and rules of the Dragon Ball world yet. In a different world, the rules are different. In the world of Dragon Ball, high pressure and fighting are really needed to quickly improve combat effectiveness. But one thing that hasn't changed at Dongwu is that the overdraft potential is absolutely stupid. Potential can be tapped but must not be overdrawn. Therefore, Dongwu used the Dragon Elephant Bo-Ruo Gong to enhance his own potential, and then used the methods of this world to tap out these potentials. This will not only maintain rapid growth, but will also not hurt potential. Today, Dongwu's Dragon Elephant Bo-Ruo Gong has reached the 5th level. At the 5th level, Dragon Elephant Bo-Ruo Gong's physical strength are already 16 times that of when he first came to Earth, and his combat power has reached 50,000. According to the settings of the Dragon Ball world, Qi and combat power grow much faster than the body. The strength of the body is doubled, and the energy is definitely more than doubled. 10 times or even 100 times. However, Dongwu does not have such exaggerated growth. Not to mention this kind of 10 times or 100 times, even the same multiple as the body cannot be achieved. This can only be said that Dongwu's potential has increased a lot, but it is all hidden in the body and has not been tapped out. It can only be said that the world is different and the rules are not exactly the same. Therefore, Dongwu can only use the method of the original Son Goku to tap out part of his growth potential. Of course, Elder Namek's method may be better, faster and has no side effects. Then, Dongwu found the way to Son Gohan. Mr. Son Gohan, I am a member of Goku's tribe. I came to you today for 2 things. Dongwu looked at the kind old man in front of him and said with respect. This old man is not only a true martial artist, but also a kind person. Son Goku's irritability, Dongwu has seen it. But the old man was very patient and not angry at all. However, Dongwu's words made Son Gohan nervous. You said you are a member of Goku's tribe. What evidence do you have? Are you here to take Goku away? Son Gohan nervously held Son Goku in his arms. He regarded Son Goku as his grandson. Seeing the old man's movements, Dongwu suddenly thought of the old Taoist priest in the original world, and the softest part of his heart was touched. Don't be nervous, old man. You see, I also have a tail like Goku, which is the biggest feature of our race. However, I am not here to take Goku away. I just have 2 things to ask you. Dongwu said, exposing the tail. Son Gohan was relieved when he saw that he looked exactly like Son Goku. Grandpa, the first thing I came here to do is for Goku. I want you to learn a set of martial arts and teach him when Goku grows up. Another thing is that you must not let Goku look at the full moon, otherwise he will transform into a giant orangutans. Their fighting ability has increased 10-fold, and they have no sense. Remember this. Dongwu said very seriously. Seeing Dongwu's solemn warning, Son Gohan also knew that it might be serious and nodded in agreement. In case of emergency, Goku accidentally sees the full moon and turns into a gorilla. Please actively run as far as you can. I or other tribe members will arrive soon. Dongwu finally finished and fisted Tasia Chong. To Sun Gohan. Okay, the first thing has been done. Next is the second thing. I would like to borrow a yellow crystal ball with 4 stars in your hand. This is the Dragon Ball that Dongwu knows is easier to find, and then asks Dr. Brive to make a Dragon Ball radar. Sun Gohan was very talkative and quickly took out a Dragon Ball with 4 stars. After expressing his gratitude, Dongwu took the Dragon Ball to Dr. Brive's home. Oh? You said that this bead emits a special kind of fluctuation, and you want me to make a radar that can detect this kind of bead based on this kind of fluctuation. Dr. Brieve said with some confusion while holding the Dragon Ball. Yes, please help Dr. Brieve. Dongwu didn't hide anything and told him the function of Dragon Ball. In fact, even if he didn't say it, his daughter would manufacture the Dragon Ball radar in the future because of the legend. However, that will be 11 years later, and Bulma is only 6 years old now. In that case, come and get it in 2 days. Dr. Brive nodded. In fact, the reason why Dr. Brive responded to Dongwu's request was because he saw Dongwu's inhuman power. Otherwise, do you think anyone can meet the world's #1 scientist and richest man? Okay, I'll come and get it in 3 days. Dongwu nodded and left with the universe spaceship. It took 3 days, really 3 days, to make the Dragon Ball radar. When Dongwu arrived on the 3rd day, Dr. Brief was already waiting with the Dragon Ball radar and 2 Dragon Balls. Why 2? Because there was one in his house, he discovered it after the Dragon Ball radar was ready. Dr. Dobrev, I will protect your safety from now on. Dongwu got what he wanted and made a promise to Dr. Dobrev. Later, Dongwu found Dragon Ball smoothly because of the Dragon Ball radar and strong strength. Those who cooperate will be given some benefits. If you don't cooperate, hey, give him a good beating and take away the Dragon Ball. The Dragon Ball in Ox King's hand was obtained by Dongwu by extinguishing the fire in the Flame Mountain. However, Dongwu did not destroy Ox King's treasure. As for the Dragon Ball in Pilaf's hand, it's even simpler. After a beating, they handed it over. Come out Shenron. Dongwu placed 7 Dragon Balls on the ground and shouted loudly. As Dongwu finished speaking, the sky suddenly turned dark, and there was lightning and thunder. A green Shenron emerged from the Dragon Ball. Say your wish, and I can fulfill it for you no matter what. Dragon Ball's arrogant voice came, making Dongwu's mouth twitch. If I hadn't read the original work, I would have been stunned by his strong character. Of course, Dongwu is not theorizing with it, just let it pretend, as long as it can realize its wish. Shenron, I want the ability to survive in the universe. Dongwu said calmly. This wish is very simple. Shenron's eyes radiated scarlet light, and then Dongwu discovered that there was a slight change in himself. Although he didn't know why, he knew that his wish came true. After all, Dragon Ball and Shenron are incredible things to begin with. Chapter 12 Vegeta. After getting the ability he wanted, Dongwu is going to take Dong Le around the universe to let Dong Le meet the masters of the universe. Only in this way can she be stimulated to practice, so that she will not become a passerby later. Because the novel Dragon Ball does not cover too many planets, Dongwu only knows about those few. Among the planets Dongwu knows, only Namek is more suitable for Dong Le now. Leal is leaving. I will take you to see other planets today. Dongwu grabbed Dong Le, who was almost buried in food, and dragged him onto the spacecraft. Navigating the universe is very boring. Fortunately, this spacecraft has enough space and is equipped with a gravity chamber. Otherwise, this kind of space voyage will really make people stupid. At this time, Dongwu was practicing with Dong Le in the gravity chamber with 20 times the gravity. Maybe someone said that with such a strong gravity coming up, wouldn't there be any problems? That would be wrong. I would have known that planet Vegeta's gravity is 10 times that of Earth. SAIYAN was able to adapt to this gravity when he was born, and now 20 times the Earth's gravity is only equivalent to twice that of planet Vegeta. However, even so, Dong Le was already sweating profusely and trembling all over. However, with Dong Le's combat power of nearly 10,000 and the physical condition gained from martial arts training, these are not problems. It has to be said that the growth of strength and body in the Dragon Ball world is really unmatched by the original world. Take the Dragon Elephant Bow Ruo Gong as an example. The 5th level of the Dragon Elephant Bow Ruo Gong can only allow people to crack stone monuments and crack stones, and the power is only a few hundred kilograms at most. But in the Dragon Ball world, Dongwu's 5th level Dragon Elephant Bow Ruo Gong can break mountains with just his physical strength, and his power reaches thousands of tons. The gap is really too big. Although Dong Le is almost there, he still has tens of tons and close to hundreds of tons of pure physical strength. But gravity bearing is not equal to force bearing. It can bear hundreds of tons of weight, but gravity cannot. Not to mention Dong Le, even Dongwu felt a little stressed. I just asked you to practice martial arts for 3 hours. Now let's start doing physical and strength exercises. Dongwu began to lead Dong Le to strengthen his body in all aspects, including push UPS, pull UPS, fast jogging, etc. Practicing martial arts without practicing martial arts will lead to nothing. This is a truth that everyone in China knows in the original world. Practicing martial arts greatly increases physical potential, and can also increase physical fitness and combat effectiveness. But the increase in combat effectiveness is not obvious, far inferior to the methods of this world. For example, now, Dong Le's combat power has almost doubled in just 5 days, reaching 18,000. Although Dong Le is not so terrifying, he has reached 70,000. When he came out of the earth, Dongwu's combat strength was only 50,000. But thinking that Son Goku set out from the earth and reached 90,000 from 8,000 in just 1 month, Dongwu didn't want to say anything. Although Dongwu uses the same method, he does not exercise on the verge of physical collapse like Son Goku. If the body collapses, the gain will outweigh the loss and there will be no regrets. Dongwu and Dong Le were practicing tirelessly. 10 days later, a sudden burst of dazzling light entered the spacecraft. What's going on? Dongwu was stunned and quickly ran to the console of the spacecraft. It's not natural light, is it the light of fighting energy? Thinking of this, Dongwu began to sense carefully. Soon, a strong qi appeared in Dongwu's senses. The strength of qi is probably more than 10,000 points. It is said in Dragon Ball that Vegeta surpassed King Vegeta before planet Vegeta was destroyed, but the distance is very far. There is ferocity and violence in the majesty, much like SAIYAN angry. Could it be Vegeta? Dongwu frowned. There should not be many SAIYANs in the universe nowadays. Apart from those who appeared in the original work, there wouldn't be many even if there are still SAIYANs in the universe. Nowadays, apart from Vegeta, the only one with a combat power of more than 10,000 is Broly. But although this energy is cruel but not chaotic, it should be Vegeta. Dongwu is basically sure that this energy should be Vegeta's. I just don't know why I didn't feel Nappa and Radith's anger. Nowadays, a 5-year-old has more than 10,000 fighting strength. I really don't know how a 29-year-old can survive with only 22,000. Dongwu thought a little speechlessly. Son Goku was 24 years old when Vegeta arrived on Earth, and Vegeta was already 29 years old. It took 5 years to grow from 1,000 to more than 10,000, and it took 24 years to grow from more than 10,000 to 22,000. It's really hard to understand. In fact, this is also related to the environment. Before 10,000, it is easy to encounter equally matched opponents. After experiencing life and death battles and bloodshed, growth will naturally be rapid. But after it exceeded 10,000, there were very few opponents in the universe at this time, and growth was naturally slow. SAIYAN is called a fighting nation not because of their strong fighting ability, but because they become more brave as they fight. Originally, Dongwu had no intention of looking for Vegeta, but since he met him, he went to take a look. By the way, Vegeta is still barely qualified as Lele's first opponent. Although Dong Le has a combat power of 18,000, he has never fought a real battle. Although Vegeta only has a strength of 12,300, he should be able to put some pressure on Dong Le. The combat effectiveness is nearly 50% lower. If it doesn't work, just hurt him once and then heal him. He should be almost on par with Lele. Vegeta didn't know yet that he was about to be seriously injured for no reason. Who the hell are you trying to reason with? Switching the automatic cruise to manual operation, Dongwu drove the spacecraft towards the shining planet. Although the actual distance is very far, it only takes 2 hours by airship. Soon, an earthy yellow planet came into Dongwu's eyes. This planet is about twice the size of the Earth and is overall khaki in color. Not only the soil, but also the plants are earthy yellow. At this time, Vegeta is destroying a city on the planet, and the creatures on the planet are desperately resisting. However, with an average combat strength of only 200 to 300 and a maximum of less than 5,000, how can we resist? Destruction is only a matter of time. Vegeta's distinctive hairstyle and arrogant laughter stood out among the chaos and screams of the indigenous people. Die, die, you all die! Vegeta shouted as he fired Qigong bombs one after another, destroying the resistance one after another. Dongwu frowned. SAIYAN was really too cruel. Even though it was Frieza who ordered it, it would still be too cruel to kill the entire planet at every turn. He felt that SAIYAN should be warlike but not easy to kill. Be decisive but not cruel. Vegeta's cruelty made Dongwu unable to stand it anymore. Lele, he will be your first opponent, Dongwu said to Dong Le next to him while standing on the spaceship. Dong Le is a little bigger than Vegeta, but because he has been dormant for 2 years, Vegeta seems bigger now. However, combat effectiveness does not depend on body size. I understand, brother, this guy is so bad, I will definitely teach him a lesson. Dong Le has been living on Earth except for half a year in Proxing. Even if there are occasional crimes, I have never seen such a cruel scene. This allowed her to understand for the first time the cruelty of the world and what her brother meant by being unsafe. Without strength, let alone an individual, the entire planet would be in danger. The spacecraft did not land, but remained suspended in the atmosphere. Before the hatch was fully opened, Dong Le rushed out angrily. Looking at the serious little face and clenched fists, you can tell how angry the little girl is. It seems that it is right not to resurrect SAIYAN and planet Vegeta. One SAIYAN has already caused such damage, what kind of disaster will millions of SAIYAN cause? Dongwu thought about it in the future after Vegeta and Son Goku defeated Frieza. It would be useless. There is probably a reason for resurrecting the SAIYAN race. Vegeta, stop it! Dong Le rushed to Vegeta and shouted angrily. Behind him, Dongwu followed unhurriedly. It wasn't that he didn't want to save the people this week, but it was meaningless. Most of the people in this city were already dead. Moreover, this is Dong Le's first opponent. Hey! Here are 2 more little miscellaneous fish. Vegeta can't sense chi yet, and Dong Le and Dongwu have also suppressed their chi. Vegeta has no idea of their fighting power. Otherwise, we will definitely turn around and leave. Vegeta, you are too cruel. Dong Le stood opposite Vegeta, his little fists clenched tightly. Who do you think you are? Dare to meddle in my King Vegeta's business? Vegeta sneered disdainfully. He was already planning to kill this nosy guy. But soon Vegeta was stunned because he discovered that the 2 guys in front of him actually had tails. SAIYAN. Vegeta was stunned for a moment, then sneered. Since you are SAIYAN, why don't you quickly salute this prince? At this time, planet Vegeta had been destroyed for half a year, and Vegeta was also informed of the facts compiled by Frieza. Humph, give back the prince? Even the country and the planet are gone, where do you get the sense of superiority? Besides, I'm here to defeat you. Dong Le snorted disdainfully, and slowly raised his hand to make a move. Defeat me? What kind of joke are you talking about? Since you are looking for death, I will let you know how powerful this prince is. Vegeta said angrily after being poked in a painful spot. Then he exploded with arrogance and punched Dong Le. In his mind, no one in SAIYAN could be his opponent. He could defeat or even kill this little girl with just one punch. However, it backfired. Dong Le has surpassed Vegeta by a lot in terms of combat power alone. How? How is it possible? Vegeta's eyes narrowed, with a look of disbelief on his face. The reason is very simple. The punch he threw with all his strength was easily received by Dong Le. It's like a child hitting an adult, with no power to resist. This is no longer a confrontation, but a complete crushing. Chapter 13 Great Increase in Strength. There is a huge gap between Vegeta and Dong Le in terms of combat power, a 50% gap, an absolute crushing state. Even Vegeta's experience couldn't make up for it. Dongwu shook his head, this would not put any pressure on Dong Le at all. Sure enough, the next moment Vegeta was punched away by Dong Le. Boom! Vegeta hit the ground, and the terrain instantly changed, with gravel flying out. Damn it, Vegeta, would lose to a little girl. I am a prince, the one closest to Super Saiyan. Vegeta roared, flew out of the ground and rushed towards Dong Le again. Whether you believe it or not, you are no match for me. Dong Le took action again. The difference in combat power makes Dong Le far superior to Vegeta in both speed and attack power. Ah! Ta ta ta! Vegeta was like an angry beast, attacking with all his strength. However, the gap is still too big and cannot be bridged by anger. After all, not everyone is a god, and anger can enhance a lot of fighting power. Dong dong dong, bang bang bang. After a series of blows and collisions, Vegeta was beaten again and was unable to fight back. Dong Le was filled with hatred and was merciless every time he struck. Vegeta was soon seriously injured. Why, how could this happen? The gap is so great that we can't resist at all. Lying on the ground, Vegeta had given up resistance and lost the will to continue fighting. Vegeta, SAIYAN is a fighting nation, not butchers. SAIYAN should be warlike but not cruel, cautious but not timid. The more you fight, the braver you become. SAIYAN. Dongwu looked at Vegeta with disappointment in his tone. Before meeting Son Goku and without the influence of the Earth's warriors, Vegeta could not be called a warrior. He was just a butcher, and his mind was not firm enough. If you encounter an irresistible enemy, you will lose your fighting spirit. These are all changes that occurred after meeting Son Goku. What do you know? I am Prince Saiyan, I should be the strongest. Why? Why am I not as good as a little girl? I fight in the universe just to become stronger. I have gone through many deadly battles, but I am not as good as a flower in a greenhouse. Vegeta was angry, unwilling but afraid to fight again. Perhaps you have experienced life and death crises before, but since your combat effectiveness has improved, I'm afraid you rarely encounter danger again. Dongwu shook his head and continued. I can give you a chance to greatly increase your strength and let you know why SAIYAN is called a fighting nation. Dongwu said, stepping forward and punching Vegeta through the chest. Even Frisia's life fluid couldn't heal such a severe wound. You didn't mean to let me, why? SAIYAN's vitality was indeed strong, and even so, he did not die immediately. However, Vegeta also felt deeply unwilling to die like this. However, he knew he was going to die and no one could heal this injury. However, except Dongwu. Seeing the unwilling Vegeta, Dongwu smiled and took out a shriveled bean. Anyone who has seen Dragon Ball knows that this is fairy beans. It is said that as long as there is still breath, no matter how serious the injury is, he can be resurrected with full health. Eat it. Dongwu flicked his fingers, and the fairy beans fell into Vegeta's mouth. Boom! Sure enough, Vegeta's injuries were completely recovered in an instant, and even the wound on his chest was completely healed. Dongwu was stunned when he saw it. Although he already knew the efficacy of fairy beans, he still wanted to say, "MMP, it's a bug." After Vegeta recovered from his injury, he unleashed his tyrannical energy wantonly. This power is so powerful, so perfect. Vegeta felt the power coming from his body like a tide, and became arrogant again. With this power, who else is my opponent? Vegeta laughed heartily and suddenly realized, so that's it. SAIYAN will become stronger after recovering from serious injuries. Is this why it is called a fighting nation? You are right. This is why SAIYAN is called a fighting nation. After recovering from serious injuries, their strength has greatly improved, and the more they fight, the braver they become. Dongwu affirmed. But don't think about using this method to make tricks. These are your own hidden potentials. Once the potential is exhausted, it will not increase. If you want to increase your strength, you still need to practice. Looking at the excited Vegeta, Dongwu felt that if he didn't remind Vegeta, Vegeta would dare to go crazy and harm himself. This is not unreasonable speculation. After Namek, Vegeta relied on Dandan's healing power to cripple himself and increase his combat effectiveness. Hehe. You don't need to be nagging. With this kind of fighting power, I think I can defeat you. However, as long as you give me the beans just now, I will let you go. Vegeta's mysterious confidence came back again. Throughout the entire plot of Dragon Ball, Vegeta's mysterious confidence can be said to persist from beginning to end. The only fight without Mystery's confidence is Majin Buu. It seems that your lesson is not enough. Dongwu shook his head. This Vegeta really shines with a little sunshine. Yes, Vegeta's strength has indeed increased, and it has increased a lot. The original feeling of anger was about 12,000, but now it has reached 22,000, an increase of nearly double. It is indeed higher than Dong Le, but still far behind Dongwu. However, Dongwu was not prepared to take action. He wanted to train Dong Le. If he took action, Dong Le would really become a flower in the greenhouse, as Vegeta said. As long as I'm watching over him, I won't put Dong Le's life in danger. TCH, you still want to challenge my brother with your little fighting ability? Just dream on. Let's see how your Aunt Leal teaches you. Dong Le pinched his waist with both hands and pointed at Vegeta. Dong Le didn't feel anything, but Dongwu was stunned. This style of painting is wrong. Isn't Xiao Leal very cute and cute? Although he is naughty, he is very polite and never arrogant or domineering. Sure enough, have I been deceived? I said, how could SAIYAN be a good boy? Dongwu covered his face, looking worried. SAIYAN, he is still SAIYAN, no matter how well behaved he is still a militant at heart. Humph, you had a great fight just now. This time I will teach you a lesson first, and then kill the bastard who almost killed me just now. Vegeta is now so confident that he no longer takes Dong Le seriously. What did you say? Bastard, I'm going to beat you to death. Dong Le became angry when he heard this, and rushed towards Vegeta and launched a series of continuous attacks. In her heart, Dongwu is the closest person to her. Anyone who wants to hurt Dongwu will fight tooth and nail. Although, Dongwu's combat ability is higher than hers. On the contrary, the same goes for Dongwu. This is family love and family. Boom, boom, boom. Violent sounds and explosions caused by the confrontation continued to appear on the battlefield, and the two people could only see the afterimage. At that time, except Dongwu. Dong Le attacks very hard, but now her combat effectiveness is not as good as Vegeta's, and her experience is not as rich as Vegeta's. Although the offense looks strong, defeat is actually only a matter of time. But Dongwu didn't interfere. He just wanted to let Dong Le lose, let her know that there are people outside the mountains, and let her know the dangers of this world. Only in this way can Dong Li's motivation for cultivation be stimulated. "Oh, I won't lose to you, a flame-headed guy!" Dong Li yelled angrily, fighting Vegeta with all his strength. However, she has been suppressed, has even been attacked many times, and has suffered a lot. Boom! Dong Li was hit again, and blood continued to flow. Dongwu felt heartbroken when he saw it. However, Dongwu must be ruthless. Pretending not to see Dong Li's eyes asking for help, he let Dong Li fight on his own. "Get up, you won't fail. Lil, tell brother you can do it." Dongwu turned his head to the side and said without looking at Dong Li. He didn't dare to turn his head. He was afraid that if he turned his head, he wouldn't be able to bear to let Dong Li fight anymore, and he was afraid that if he turned his head, he would want to kill Vegeta. "Yes, brother. I can do it." Dong Li gritted his teeth and stood up, with determination in his eyes. At this moment Dongwu was relieved, and at the same time he knew that Dong Li would be a qualified warrior from now on. Lack of experience can make up for it, but a warrior's spirit of never admitting defeat is the biggest gain. "I have a meeting today, so I got up early to update this chapter. I hope you can support Chensu and bookmark it." Chapter 14 Namek. Although Dong Li burst out with strong fighting spirit, due to the gap in combat effectiveness and experience, Dong Li was still defeated. However, Vegeta didn't feel well in the end and was beaten up by Dongwu. At this time, Dong Li had embarked on the journey of Namek again. This battle greatly touched Dong Li, so he practiced very actively in the following time without Dongwu's supervision at all. Dong Li's progress was very rapid. His recovery from injury went from 18,000 to 40,000, which was more than doubled. This is the difference between constantly improving potential and only consuming without replenishing. Now that the two of them have adapted to 100 times the gravity, Dong Li's combat power has jumped to 100,000. And Dongwu's combat strength has now reached 150,000. But one thing is strange. In the last 2 days before reaching Namek, Dongwu and Dong Li's improvement slowed down. There is almost no improvement, whether it is martial arts training or physical exercise. Is there such a big gap between me and Son Goku and Vegeta? Impossible. But Son Goku and Vegeta easily had hundreds of thousands or millions in combat power in Namek. Why did I stop at 150,000? Including Lil, it also stopped at 100,000. Dongwu frowned, confused. Could it be? Dongwu was stunned and thought of a speculation by netizens, which was SAIYAN's limit. In other words, SAIYAN has several bottlenecks. If you want to improve, you must break through the limits and break through the shackles. In this regard, netizens speculated that SAIYAN should have 3 limits, one with a small limit around 10,000. This is the endpoint for most SAIYANs, and basically all SAIYANs in planet Vegeta have no one to break. The only one was Burdock, who died after still breaking his limits. The second limit should be around 100,000, with slight differences depending on personal qualifications. But whether it is Son Goku or Vegeta, or even Son Gohan, they all started to break out around 100,000. When Son Goku reaches Namek, his combat power is 90,000, and it is basically difficult to improve after that. After recovering from serious injuries, his strength began to improve again. At this time, the limit of 100,000 combat power was completely broken, so it quickly improved in subsequent battles. Including Vegeta, Namek also recovered from multiple serious injuries and exceeded his limits, thus growing rapidly. If this speculation is correct, then Lil and I should have reached the second limit. Dongwu temporarily relaxed his brows at the thought, and arrived at Namek to ask the elder to develop his potential. He should be able to grow faster than the limit. Of course, this is just speculation, and neither the official nor the author of 7 Dragon Ball has publicly said this. Please note that we will land at Namek in 10 minutes. The spacecraft landed steadily 10 minutes later, and Dongwu and Dong Le walked out of the spacecraft. Nelu, 2 alien friends are visiting Namek. You go and wait outside the door. When they arrive, please come in. As soon as Dongwu and Dong Le landed in Namek, the Great Elder already knew their purpose. After giving orders to Nelu, he asked the elders of each tribe to bring the Dragon Ball to gather at his place. SAIYAN, who is pure and kind at heart, has not appeared for hundreds of years. It seems that the legendary warrior is coming back again. The Great Elder sighed with a smile and relief. The Great Elder is a very special person in the Dragon Ball world, possessing many powerful and mysterious abilities. Predict the future, create Dragon Balls, increase potential, and more. This time he saw the future, the disaster of Namek and the reconstruction after it. However, the person he saw saving Namek was a golden warrior, but he failed to see clearly who it was. After all, it's impossible to predict the future in such detail. Dongwu also sensed the position of the Great Elder when he landed. To be precise, he knew the position through Nelu's chi. Namek's only fighting type. Namek is a warrior with a combat power of 20,000. Taking Dong Le, the two flew towards the Great Elder. With Dongwu's current speed, he soon saw a huge insect-like building with an unsmiling Namek outside the building. This should be Nelu. Although it is a speculation, it has actually been confirmed. Among the Namek people with a fighting strength of 20,000, Nelu is the only one. The Great Elder already knows that you are coming. Please come in with me. Nelu was very indifferent and didn't say any nonsense. Dongwu didn't care, nodded and followed Nelu in. The first thing that catches the eye is an extremely large elderly Namek man. However, he was so old that he couldn't even sit up straight. Great Elder, people are already here. Nelu would only be respectful when facing the Great Elder. Thank you for your hard work, Nelu. The elder nodded, and then looked at Dongwu and Dong Le. I haven't met SAIYAN for many years. I already know your purpose. The Dragon Ball is here. Take it. More Great Elders. Whenever Namek is in need in the future, I will never stand idly by. Dongwu thanked him sincerely. He didn't expect Namek to be so easy to talk to. In fact, the Great Elder also saw that they were kind people, and they were so easy to talk to after seeing the future. Otherwise, just like Frisia, they will not surrender even if they die. Great Elder, we are here firstly for the Dragon Ball. Secondly, you can help us develop our potential. Oh? You even know this? Well, come on up. The Great Elder was quite surprised by the comparison. After all, no one even knew about his ability. However, he did not refuse. Which one of you will come first? The Great Elder asked with a smile. Leal, you go first. However, try to suppress your anger and don't disturb the Great Elder. Dongwu ordered together. Dong Le nodded and stepped forward. The Great Elder put his huge palm on Dong Le's head, and a strange force surged from the Great Elder's hand to Dong Le. Dongwu knew that this was the power of the Great Elder to develop his potential. Boom! Dong Le's anger exploded instantly and quickly increased. Fortunately, Dong Le suppressed it immediately, otherwise the entire building would have been blown away. The potential is so strong, it's endless, bottomless. The Great Elder opened his mouth and sighed. He never thought that there would be someone with such a strong potential. Well, her body contains endless potential, and I can only develop a very small part of it. The Great Elder said slightly tiredly. Great Elder. Nelu wanted to say something anxiously, but was interrupted by the Great Elder waving his hand. I'm fine. This won't affect my lifespan. The Great Elder has consumed a lot of energy. Please take this Great Elder to replenish your energy. Dongwu took out 2 fairy beans and handed them to Nelu. One at a time is enough. Chapter 15 Shock. The Great Elder ate a fairy bean and was immediately shocked by this magical thing. Just a bean not only restored his physical strength, but also replenished a lot of vitality. It's incredible that there are such magical beans. The great elder said with emotion. This is called a fairy bean, and it was grown by the immortals on earth. Not only can it restore physical strength, but it can also heal injuries. No matter how serious the injury is, as long as you still have a breath to eat the fairy beans, you can fully recover immediately. Dongwu explained. In fact, even Dongwu felt that fairy beans were not only magical, but also had some bugs. It can be said that the fairy beans are the strongest bug besides Dragon Ball. Okay, I have no problem, come up. The great elder recovered his strength and was ready to develop Dongwu's potential. Dongwu said nothing and walked up to the great elder. The great elder also put his hand on Dongwu's head, and a magical power entered Dongwu's body. In the past, I could only feel the existence of this energy, but now I understand more clearly why this energy can develop its potential. It's actually an acupuncture point. It opens up the body's acupuncture points to release their potential. Dongwu was shocked because he never knew that there were people in the Dragon Ball world who knew about acupuncture points. After the great elder's energy enters the body, it will open a small opening in some acupuncture points, allowing the potential inside to be released. Of course, because of the size of the potential and the size of the opening, the potential may not be fully released. But even this shocked Dongwu. No, this was not intentional by the great elder. It is more like an unconscious state. Dongwu soon discovered the difference. The great elder did not consciously develop a certain acupuncture point, but the energy was spread unconsciously after entering the body. It will gather when it touches the acupuncture point, and then moisturize the acupuncture point to try to open it. However, not all acupuncture points can be opened, only a small part. For acupuncture points that cannot be opened, the energy will leave automatically after trying. How many acupuncture points can be developed and their potential varies from person to person. Some have low potential and can be fully released and open all acupuncture points once developed. In some cases, only a small part can be developed, and the opened acupuncture points cannot be fully opened. The combat effectiveness enhanced by developing potential naturally varies from person to person, and some increases can only be increased by 1 or 2 times, such as Krillin and Nailu. Some are several times or even 10 times, such as Dongwu. Boom boom. Dongwu seemed to hear the sound of bursting blisters on certain acupuncture points in his body. Boom. A surging energy rushed out from Dongwu's body acupuncture points, as if a wild beast had escaped from its cage and surged wildly. Feeling this power, Dongwu was also surprised because it was so huge, as continuous and surging as the waves. Drink. Dongwu didn't dare to be lazy and quickly restrained his breath, otherwise the consequences would be serious. Although there is no test, this power is more than 10 times stronger than itself. With this kind of power, just the spread of breath can crush some people with low combat effectiveness to death. The potential is so strong, it's endless and bottomless. It's impossible to fathom the depth. How could there be someone with such a powerful potential? The great elder was completely shocked. If Dongli's potential is like a vast lake, even though it is boundless and unfathomable, we can still understand a little bit. Then Dongwu's is Wang Yang Dahai, and he has no idea what is hidden in it. Of course, SAIYAN has very high potential, at least the potential to reach Super SAIYAN is still there. However, most of them cannot be developed. Moreover, human potential can be cultivated and increased. Although Dongwu was born with higher combat power than Dong Le and had much greater potential, the gap would never be as big as it is now. The reason for this situation is the practice of martial arts. Dongwu has already reached the 5th level of Longxiang Boruo Gong, while Dong Le has just practiced the 2nd level of Taizhi Chong Chuan. Bang, 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 bang. Suddenly there were 4 more sounds in the body. Dongwu felt a numbness and itching between the eyebrows, chest, and the base of the tail below the belly button. This was the reason why the acupuncture points were opened. The upper, middle, and lower dantian. The largest and most mysterious acupuncture points in the body. Are they all opened at once? And the position of the root of the tail. What's going on? Dongwu was stunned. As a Chinese from the earth, there are all acupuncture points. And Danshan. What's more, he was a Taoist priest in his previous life. I'm afraid not many people have a deeper understanding of acupuncture points than he does. Okay, your potential is too great, I can only unlock the tip of the iceberg. The great elder said tiredly and let go of his hand, but Dongwu didn't reply and still stood motionless. Because he was too excited to speak at this time, the upper, middle and lower danshan were opened, releasing energy that shocked Dongwu. Note that it is energy, not power. The upper danshan is located in Niwen Palace, also known as Zifu, where one's own soul resides. Zong danshan is located on the chest, also known as Tanzong Point, which is where one's own vitality lies. Xia danshan is located 3 inches below the navel, where one's own essence resides. The Taoist body and use of double rest and the trinity of essence, energy and spirit are the foundation of spiritual practice. However, I have never heard of anyone truly uniting their spirit, energy and spirit. At this time, Dongwu did it. The soul of Zifu escapes from the trap, and the soul and body become one. Mid-laner Tian's vitality was rising, as if a spring was constantly releasing vitality. The order field is also a source of energy, which constantly breeds essence. The most peculiar thing is that at the base of the tail, there are actually golden yellow qi. The qi, vitality, and essence combine to form a golden red energy. This golden red energy is integrated into the body and soul, and is finally hidden throughout the body. Dongwu took a long breath, calmed down his excitement and sincerely thanked the Great Elder. The potential that the Great Elder helped me develop is unimaginable for me. More Great Elders. Not to mention how much combat power is improved, even if it is not improved, it is enough to open these 3 acupuncture points. Moreover, it not only opened 3 danshan and tail root acupuncture points, but also opened more than 10 other major acupoints and improved a lot of combat effectiveness. You're welcome. I hope I can help you. I also hope that I can help Namek when he is in trouble. The Great Elder waved his hand and opened up Nalu's potential. He had already sensed that disaster was approaching step by step, so he also began to enhance Namek's combat effectiveness. As for the Dragon Ball, I will let Dandan take you to make a wish. Don't worry, Great Elder, as long as I live for a day, the Namek people will not disappear. Dongwu made a promise, and then followed Dandan out with the Dragon Ball. In fact, Dongwu's promise was also tricked. He promised not to disappear but did not promise not to be harmed. Because this is impossible. No one can guarantee that no one will be harmed. Not even the Earth in the original world can do it, let alone this Dragon Ball world where you can do whatever you want. Chapter 16 But the wish came true. As Dongwu, Dong Li, and Dan Dan flew out, 7 Dragon Balls also arrived outside. Great Elder, these 2 scions. Nalu asked the Great Elder with some doubts as he watched a few people leave, but he hesitated to speak with some scruples. Nalu, my child, I know what you are going to say. But the disaster for us Namek people is coming soon, and the only one who can help us solve the disaster is SAIYAN. Helping them improve their potential is also a good relationship. Look at today, they will not stand idly by. And I can feel that these 2 SAIYAN children are very kind-hearted at heart. The Great Elder's cloudy and old eyes shone with wisdom. Yes, Great Elder. Namek is a land of green, including sky, earth, water and plants. It is like a shining emerald in the universe, exuding unique magic. There is no night in Namek, but there are not many plants, especially fewer tall trees. So you can see many Namek people planting trees in Namek. Namek used to be very developed, but due to environmental destruction and natural disasters, there were very few Namek people left. Nowadays, all the Namek people are the children of the Great Elder. Therefore, Namek people today attach great importance to environmental protection. The three of them came to a clearing, and Dandan summoned Namek Shenron in Namek language, also called Barunga, which means the god of dreams. Like Earth Shenron, the entire sky will turn dark when it appears, even if there is no night for Namek. And Namek Shenron looks different from Earth. Not only are they bigger, but the dragon's horns are straight instead of bifurcated like deer antlers. Moreover, there are only 2 dragon claws. Those who gather the dragon ball, tell me your wishes. No matter what they are, I can make 3 of them come true for you. Palunka's huge figure appeared in the air, lowering his head and asked the 3 people on the ground. Dandan, tell him to resurrect my parents beside me. Dongwu said to Dandan. Dandan nodded and spoke his wish to Shenron in Namek language. I can't fulfill your wish. Each wish can only resurrect 1 person. Polenga said. Sure enough, this is the setting. Dongwu, who was already mentally prepared, was not disappointed, so he used 2 wishes to revive his parents. As for the 3rd wish, Dongwu chose to ask for 100,000 fairy beans. Isn't that a bit too harsh? Your wish came true, so goodbye. Palunja fulfilled his wish and left. At the same time, Dongwu had a universal capsule filled with 100,000 fairy beans. Next to Dongwu, there was SAIYAN, a man and a woman in their 30s, looking around blankly. Parrot, aren't we in hell? What's going on? Where are we now? The female SAIYAN asked the male SAIYAN next to her. Male SAIYAN is 50 or 60% similar to Dongwu. He is not strong in stature, and his height of 1.8 meters can only be considered average among SAIYANs. The female SAIYAN is very beautiful, but a little more wild than the average woman. These are Dongwu's parents, Parrot and Zilia. I don't know either. This place looks like the legendary Namek. But Namek should be in the earthly world. Parrot frowned, and he was a little confused about the situation now. Dongwu stood aside and said nothing. Although he had never seen it, the throbbing in his blood was clearly high. Dongwu, these are the parents of his body. Yes, this is indeed Namek. And this is also the world of the underworld. Dongwu said. It wasn't until Dongwu spoke that the 2 of them noticed Dongwu. Previously, I was so immersed in the huge changes in the environment that I didn't even notice anyone around me. Who are you? SAIYAN. Tell me what's going on. Parrot was very excited now and eager to know the situation. In addition, SAIYAN has a bad temper, so his tone was quite rude. He didn't even pay attention to Dongwu's appearance. I am a SAIYAN, not bad, and I am a much stronger SAIYAN than you. So, don't use a questioning tone, otherwise you won't be able to bear it. Although the education Dongwu received in the original world was that filial piety comes first. But this is no longer the original Earth, and by resurrecting his parents, he has repaid them for the gift of giving birth. In addition, he is not a fan of SAIYAN's violence. Although he will not attack his parents like other SAIYANs, he is not polite either. What are you talking about, kid? You're looking for death. Parrot suddenly became furious and raised his hand to launch a Qigong bomb with maximum energy. In his mind, he is a high-level SAIYAN, and there are not many who are better than him on planet Vegeta. How dare a kid talk to me like this and say he is better than me? It was simply unforgivable. He wanted this brat to know how powerful Senior SAIYAN was. The Qigong bomb emitted a blazing white light and rushed towards Dongwu with powerful destructive power. The earth and rocks collapsed along the way, and even the clouds were blown away. I have to say that Parrot's combat effectiveness is pretty good, at least 8,000. And Cilia also has a combat strength of about 6,000, and is worthy of being a high-level SAIYAN. In the original planet Vegeta, it was considered to have very high combat effectiveness. However, the difference is too big for today's Dongwu. However, Dong Le was unhappy before Dongwu took action. In her mind, no one can hit her brother, otherwise she will teach that person a lesson. Snort. Dong Le snorted, ducked in front of Dong Wu, and slapped away the Qigong bomb. You dare to attack my brother with this little fighting power? You are not even qualified to fight against my brother. Otherwise, since you are my brother's parents, I will crush you to death with just one finger. Dong Le said disdainfully. Indeed, with Dong Le's current combat power of close to 500,000, squeezing Parrot and Zilia to death is really not much more difficult than squeezing 2 ants to death. Of course, Dong Wu wouldn't let her do this. However, Parrot and Celia were shocked. Their son? Giles? From what this girl said, her fighting ability seems to be higher than this girl's. The two of them took a breath, feeling that their brains were running out. Although they don't know Dong Le's specific combat power, judging from his easy performance just now, he is indeed much more powerful than them. However, Giles is even more powerful than her. How high is the combat effectiveness? They dare not imagine. And more importantly, how old is Giles? It looks like his body is no more than 4 or 5 years old, but he has such a strong fighting ability. Could it be? The two of them thought of a possibility at the same time, but they couldn't believe it. In fact, Dong Le is almost 6 years old now, but because he has been sleeping for 2 years. His physical development is similar to that of a 4-year-old. Giles, tell Mom, are you the legendary Super Saiyan? Celia asked tremblingly. The legendary Super Saiyan is an invincible warrior who appears only once every 1,000 years. Facing Dong Wu, who may be the legendary Super Saiyan, they couldn't help but be excited. But Dong Wu disappointed them and shook his head. Dong Wu said, the legendary Super Saiyan is not me, but Broly, the son of Paragus. And I didn't even become the Super Saiyan the day after tomorrow. Broly, the son of Paragus? That brat who was born with a fighting strength of 10,000? It's a pity that he was killed by King Vegeta, otherwise we Saiyan would definitely kill Frieza and dominate the galaxy. Parrot gasped and at the same time, regretfully. When Broly and Son Goku were born, they were also on planet Vegeta. Therefore, he still knows about this genius. Broly is not dead, not even Paragus, but now he is wandering in the universe. Dong Wu shook his head again. How is it possible? I saw with my own eyes that Broly was stabbed through the heart with a sword, and even Paragus was killed. Parrot said in disbelief. However, Dong Wu did not explain any more. Seeing that Dong Wu was unwilling to say anything, Parrot stopped asking, but had some vague expectations in his heart. He didn't ask, but Zilia accurately heard what Dong Wu said about the Super Saiyan the day after tomorrow. Son, you just said that Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan. What happened to the Super Saiyan the day after tomorrow? Celia asked. Upon hearing Zelia's words, Parrot also pricked up his ears and was obviously more interested. Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan. He was born with a fighting power of 10,000. And even if he doesn't practice, his strength will double every year. He can also undergo super transformation and will never tire of it. The more he fights, the braver and stronger he becomes. As long as if you can't kill him at once, he will basically kill him. Dong Wu told Chuan Chao's abnormality, and even Dong Wu was envious. Chuan Chao is simply a perfect warrior, except for his confusion. Sure enough, not only Parrot and Zilia, but also Dong Le were shocked. She had never heard of Chuan Chao. It was the first time she heard about such a perverted person and she couldn't believe it. What about Super Saiyan the day after tomorrow? Celia asked. As for the acquired Super Saiyan, it is an ordinary Saiyan who becomes a Super Saiyan after training. However, the acquired Super Saiyan is a little different from the Chuan Chao Saiyan transformation. Dong Wu paused and continued. It is said that Saiyan's muscles will expand when he transforms, his speed will surge, and his hair will turn grass green. The strength of the transformation will be 100 times that before the transformation. The day after tomorrow, Saiyan's body will not change, his hair will become golden, and his combat power will increase by 50 times. So, even an ordinary SAIYAN can become a Super SAIYAN through hard work. It's just not the legendary Super SAIYAN. When Dongwu said this, he looked at the shocked three people and stopped talking. Give the three of them time to digest. Chapter 17, Fast forward 11 years. The three of them all thought that Super SAIYAN was a legend and could only appear innately. They never thought that they could become Super SAIYAN the day after tomorrow. Although the acquired Super SAIYAN is not as good as Chuan Chao, it is still Super SAIYAN. Thinking of this, the three of them were excited. After the excitement, Celia thought of a very critical question. How do you become a Super SAIYAN? What are the conditions required? Why has no one in hundreds of years been able to become a Super SAIYAN through hard work? This is a very critical question. Even if you know that an ordinary SAIYAN can transform into a Super SAIYAN, it is useless if you don't know the conditions for transformation. You know, there has been no Super SAIYAN in SAIYAN for hundreds of years, otherwise it would not have fallen to this. It's easy to say it's easy, but it's hard to say it's difficult. Dongwu paused, and then said, if you want to transform into a Super SAIYAN, you must achieve a certain level of combat effectiveness in the normal state, and then through extreme emotions and purity only your heart will do. A certain amount of combat power? Isn't tens of thousands of combat power enough? Why didn't King Vegeta, Burdock and other SAIYANs transform into Super SAIYANs? Parrot asked doubtfully. 10,000? Does that count as combat power? Do you know Frisia's combat power? His normal state is 530,000, and he has 3 transformations. The highest combat power is 120 million. Do you want to transform into Super SAIYAN with 10,000 combat power? Dongwu said disdainfully. Even if you can transform into a Super SAIYAN with 10,000 combat power, the 50-fold increase only costs 500,000. How can you become the strongest warrior? 120 million. Parrot couldn't close his mouth. Only then did he realize the gap between SAIYAN and Frisia, and only then did he realize how ridiculous it was for King Vegeta to want to overthrow Frisia. How much combat power do we need to achieve? Celia was much more rational. Although she was surprised by Frisia's combat power, she was more concerned about the conditions for transformation. Depending on each person's qualifications, the minimum combat power is also different. However, the minimum is 3 million. Dongwu shook his head. As for this minimum requirement, no SAIYAN before Son Goku had reached it. Not to mention 3 million, not even more than 10,000. This has to be said to be the tragedy of being a fighting nation. If it were just like this, forget it. Instead, you would be arrogant and always think you are great. 3 million. How can this be achieved? This is a height that is impossible to reach. Even Burdock, who has the best combat power, only has a combat power of more than 10,000 points. After hearing the basic combat power of 3 million, Parrot it was immediately shocking. For Parrot, who had a combat power of 10,000, 3 million was definitely out of reach. 3 million combat power is the minimum requirement. Don't think that 3 million is difficult. In fact, Leal already has 500,000 combat power. As long as you find the right method and practice hard, it is definitely not a problem. Dongwu shook his head, what should be said already said. As for whether he can transform or not, whether he has the perseverance or not is not something he can decide. As for the girl Dong Le, she is raising her head with an expression of I am very powerful. Parrot and Celia had been surprised enough today and were a little numb. Even a little girl has a combat power of 500,000, so how much should Dongwu have? The two of them no longer dared to think about it, for fear that they would not be able to bear the blow. We are going back to Earth, where are you? Dongwu asked. The two looked at each other and finally decided to go to Earth with Dongwu. Knowing the gap between themselves and Frisia, they didn't dare to talk about revenge. Since Dongwu and Dong Le have such high combat effectiveness, they believe there must be some secret, so they plan to join Dongwu. Since the two decided to stay with him, Dongwu would not refuse. After all, they were biological parents. However, what needs to be explained must still be explained, and we must not continue to kill people at every turn like before. After the two agreed, Dongwu said goodbye to the great elder Namek, and the group flew to the earth. There is a gravity room over there, which can enhance gravity. Practicing in it can quickly increase combat effectiveness. After the spacecraft left Namek, Dongwu took Parrot and Cilia into the gravity room to familiarize them with how to use it. A month passed and the group returned to Earth. We went there with 2 people and came back with 4 people. Not far from Baizai Mountain, where Son Goku lived, 4 people built a house and settled down. I lived there for 11 years. Until, a girl with blue hair entered the area of Baizai Mountain. This girl is Bulma. The plot of Dragon Ball has officially begun. Bulma is 17 years old, 5 years older than Son Goku. According to real age, he is the same age as Dongwu. It's just that Dongwu has been sleeping for 2 years and looks a little younger than Bulma. And Son Goku is 12 years old this year. I don't know in this life whether Son Gohan taught Son Goku mathematics, and whether Son Goku will still regard the age after 11 as 14. But maybe fate dictates that. Although Son Gohan was not trampled to death by Son Goku, he still died a year ago. It's just that people who die of old age are considered to have died of old age. After Son Gohan died, Dongwu did not take care of Son Goku. He will not interfere with Son Goku's growth, because Son Goku has his own way to go. Moreover, Son Goku today is much more powerful than in the original work at the same time. Son Goku, now 12 years old, already has a combat power of nearly 1,000. Compared with the 8 points in the original work, it is completely different. Of course, in order to achieve the effect in the original work, Dongwu specially found Master Roshi and taught Master Roshi martial arts to improve his combat effectiveness. This will make it easier for him to teach Son Goku. After all, Son Goku's success is absolutely inseparable from Master Roshi's early teachings. Master Roshi may have shortcomings of one kind or another, but one thing is undeniable. That is, Master Roshi is indeed a master in martial arts. Poor combat effectiveness does not mean poor martial arts cultivation. The plot of Dragon Ball has begun, and I don't need to arrange the subsequent developments. It's time for me to go out for a walk and meet the strong men of the universe. Dongwu has long wanted to go out for a walk, and has been on Earth for more than 10 years. It's really boring. With Dongwu's current strength, he is considered a master even if he is earning a universe, let alone Earth. I don't know when I will be able to transform into Super Saiyan. Although Dongwu is not in a hurry, he is still looking forward to it. However, plans can never keep up with changes. Just when Dongwu was about to leave, a man appeared before he came to Dongwu. A person Dongwu never expected. Chapter 18 Frozen Demon. Dongwu's heart skipped a beat when he saw the person falling from the sky, covered in dried blood. Something happened, this was Dongwu's only reaction. Iron Bear, what's going on? That's right, the person who came was none other than the Iron Bear from Proxing. Taixing is strong, warm-blooded and kind-hearted. He took great care of Dongwu and Dong Le in Puluo Star. Although he looks vicious, he is always optimistic. But now the Iron Bear is not only covered in dried blood, but also has a sad expression. The fire in Dongwu's heart suddenly arose. This is a fairy bean, eat it quickly. Dongwu quickly took out a fairy bean and asked Iron Bear to take it. But Taixing didn't answer at all. He was very anxious and wanted to talk to Dongwu in a hurry. But Dongwu could see that he was just holding on for a breath, and it would be dangerous if he didn't receive treatment. Ignoring Iron Bear's objections, he opened his mouth and put it in. This is a fairy bean. If you eat it, you can recover from your injuries immediately. Tell me, what's going on? The fairy beans were so magical that Iron Bear's injuries healed immediately. But he didn't care whether it was a fairy bean or not, whether it was magical or not. Xiao Wu, Pyo-Sing was attacked by the frozen demon and was brutally massacred. Master was also killed by the frozen demon in order to protect me. Tai Xiong, a man with strong bones, was crying like a tearful man. It is the brothers, sisters, master, clan members, and even the life of the entire planet that are being massacred all the time. Watching friends, brothers, sisters, and master fall one by one. The grief and resentment in my heart can be imagined. You mean the frozen demon? Is it Frisia? Dongwu didn't dare to neglect and asked hurriedly. Frisia is no small matter. Dongwu is still unable to transform into Super Saiyan and is no match for Frisia. He needs to understand the situation so he can respond better. Frisia? No, it's a frozen demon named Rabiage. The pronunciation is somewhat similar to the English word waste. Iron Bear said, and then hurriedly said, I really don't know what to do now, the frozen demon is too powerful. They didn't even take action, but the little Luoluo under them is not something we can resist. I know you are strong, and I hope you can help Luo Xing. Don't worry, I will definitely help you. No matter who it is, I will make him pay the price. Dongwu said. The frozen demon clan is very powerful. The three frozen demons known to Dongwu, Frisia, Cooler, and Kurd, all have combat strengths of over 100 million. The least powerful among them is Frisia, who also has a combat power of 120 million. However, Dongwu has never heard of this frozen demon from La Biche, and it has never appeared in the Dragon Ball anime and manga. I think it's because I didn't meet the protagonist. However, since it is a frozen demon, it must not be underestimated. They are born very powerful in combat, far beyond Saiyan. No more time, let's leave now. Dongwu took Tai Xiong and left without even informing Dong Le or his parents. Another point worth mentioning is that I don't know if the Earth in the Dragon Ball world is really special, or if it is something else. Not long after arriving on Earth, Parrot and Celia changed from their original violent and cruel nature, and now they have become kind-hearted. And he has also rescued ordinary people on Earth during many natural disasters. The Earth seems to be really suitable for changing a person. In the original work, Piccolo is like this and Vegeta is like this. Even Parrot and Celia are like this now. What's even more embarrassing for Dongwu is his parents actually gave him a younger sister and 2 younger brothers in these 11 years. Dongwu was quite speechless. I should have known Saiyan was not interested in anything but fighting. On planet Vegeta, they wouldn't even think about having children if it weren't for the sake of preserving the species. That will delay your fight. However, within 11 years, his parents gave him 2 younger brothers and a younger sister. Could it be that planet Vegeta was destroyed and the number of Saiyans was too small, which inspired their desire to grow Saiyans? Dongwu sometimes thinks like this. Now his second brother is 8 years old, his third brother is 5 years old, and his fourth sister is 3 years old. In addition, Dong Le already has 4 younger brothers and sisters. Moreover, the second, third, and fourth eldest children are all very talented. The second brother with the lowest combat power when he was born had 600, and the third brother with the highest combat power actually had 1002. It was beyond Dongwu's expectation. Now that the family has settled down on Earth, Dong Le is teaching Parrot, Zilia, and the 3 little guys how to practice. Proxing's spaceship is still very fast, a little faster than Dongwu's spacecraft. It originally took a month to get from Earth to Pulu Star, but now it only takes 25 days. After getting off the spaceship and looking at the devastated Proxing, Dongwu clenched his fists unconsciously. Anger, endless anger. Dongwu has never hated a person or a race so much. But now, he was really irritated by being frozen. The frozen demons are not worthy of living in this world. I will definitely destroy you. Dongwu told himself in his heart that the frozen demons are a cancer in the universe, and leaving them here will only harm the universe and all living things. Feeling that nearly 2/3 of the aura of Proxing was missing, Dongwu could not wait to destroy the frozen demon immediately and destroy the frozen demon's planet. The loss of 2/3 of the breath means that 2/3 of the life on this planet has been killed. Frozen demon, death is not a pity. Don't think that there are only 3 frozen demons, Frisia and his son. How can 3 people become a race? In fact, there are many frozen demons, but the most powerful are Frisia and his son. Frisia's father, King Cold, is a sudden mutant with extraordinary combat power and a special type of frozen demon. Kurt's strength far exceeds that of other frozen demons, so he is the leader of the clan. Frisia was created by King Cold through asexual reproduction. However, that doesn't mean that there are only 3 of them in the frozen demon clan. Rabbi Shi, the demise of the frozen demon begins with you. Dongwu turned his head towards the direction of the powerful combat power that appeared in his induction. 3 million combat power is indeed very powerful. However, no matter how powerful you are, I will defeat you. Dongwu didn't even land on the ground and flew directly towards the powerful combat power. With a combat power of 1 million levels, he is already the dominant player in the universe. There are few that can match it. However, it is far behind compared to Dongwu. I just don't know how many times this frozen demon has transformed, and whether it is in its strongest state. Dongwu knew, however, that the frozen demon could transform. I'm really sorry, I've been really busy lately. Poverty alleviation is a task and a responsibility. Therefore, I must put poor households first. Therefore there are few updates, please forgive me. But don't worry, everyone, as long as the work is arranged, I will definitely make more updates to compensate, and the average will definitely be no less than 2 updates a day. Chapter 19 Rubbish. Dongwu is flying very fast now, and it only takes 10 minutes to travel half a planet. What entered Dongwu's eyes was a tall frozen demon. The body shape is somewhat similar to Frisia's third form, but there are quite a few differences. In particular, the head is not as round as Frisia, but has some edges and corners. Kurt is a mutant among the frozen demons. Not only is his combat power stronger than that of ordinary frozen demons, but his appearance is also quite different. It seems. Looking at the appearance of the frozen demon Rubbish, Dongwu was basically certain that this was Rabbis's original state, which was the strongest state. The strongest state is 3 million, although it is considered a very strong master in the universe. But for me now, there is no pressure at all. If I had known, I would have asked Leal to come. Now Dong Le has a combat power of 3 million, although he is a bit cheating and scheming because of his teachings to Dongwu's 3 younger siblings and parents. In other words, the Super Saiyan transformation is very close. As for Dongwu, his combat power has already exceeded 10 million, reaching a terrifying 11 million. However, even so, Dongwu still cannot transform into Super Saiyan. Son Goku can transform into Super Saiyan in anger with 3 million combat power. Vegeta, on the other hand, has a combat power of 500 million when he transforms, which means that Vegeta does not transform until he has a normal combat power of 10 million. Therefore, transforming into Super Saiyan has nothing to do with absolute combat power. The real reason is the limit of one's current state. In fact, this is related to each person's qualifications. Vegeta was born with 1,000 combat points, and Son Goku was born with only 2 points. This innate gap is doomed. Therefore, Son Goku reaches his limit with 3 million combat power, while Vegeta only reaches his limit with 10 million. Although Son Goku has been surpassing Vegeta since then, that is because Son Goku has reached the limit and made breakthroughs before Vegeta time and time again. If 2 people reach the limit of the same stage at the same time, Vegeta is stronger than Son Goku. Some people say that Super Saiyan can transform after 3 million, through extreme anger. All Saiyans are the same, it has nothing to do with qualifications. Absolutely not, obviously Son Goten and Trunks. They can transform into Super Saiyan at a very young age, and their transformations are much weaker than Son Goku, Son Gohan, and Vegeta. At that time, their combat power definitely did not reach 3 million. The obvious evidence is that Son Goten transformed into Super Saiyan when he was sparring with Shishi, Dragon Ball Z Episode 206. At that time, Son Goten couldn't even beat Shishi. Although it was because he was too young to understand, Son Goten has 3 million combat power, so even if he didn't understand anything, he wouldn't be so bad. Dongwu, on the other hand, was born with a combat power of 900, although his potential at birth was not as good as Vegeta's. However, due to practicing the Dragon Elephant Wave Kung Fu, the veteran's potential has been continuously strengthened, and now he definitely surpasses Vegeta. As for physical fitness, the gap is even greater. I wonder if constantly increasing the potential in this way will cause trouble for the transformation, or will it never be possible to transform? This is what Dongwu has always been worried about, so Dongwu doesn't practice much after the 7th level of Longxiang Bo Ruo Gong. Practice again to transform into Super Saiyan. However, this worry is actually unnecessary. When it comes to physical potential, including Dongwu, it is not as good as Broly so far. However, Broly was born as the legendary Super Saiyan. However, no one can teach Dongwu this aspect, and he doesn't dare to take risks himself. Oh, here comes another little bug. As soon as Dongwu arrived with the Iron Bear, the frozen demon Labish mocked and disdainfully said. Although Rabish is a bit arrogant, in today's universe, except for Frisia and his family, he has never met anyone stronger than him. Even if Kurd said there were powerful people in the universe, he didn't take it to heart. Rabish, if you were Frisia, Cooler or Kurd, I would really have to be careful. But you? You are not qualified to say this. Dongwu mocked. With a combat power of 3 million, Dongwu can kill instantly. But Rabish didn't know that. In addition, he was ambitious, otherwise he would not have conquered the city by himself besides Frisia and his son. However, he has been suppressed by the 3 people and has long been unwilling to accept it. Now that Dongwu mentioned it, he suddenly became angry. Damn it, don't mention these 3 people to me. Go to hell. Rabbi Shi took action with hatred and used all his strength. But it was useless. Dongwu easily caught Labish's attack and kicked him away. With just one kick, Rabish was seriously injured. Damn it, how can you be so strong? Rabish roared angrily, but then raised the corner of his mouth. This is interesting, otherwise it would not be fun. In this case, I will show you my strongest strength. After Rabish finished speaking, ice-white arrogance began to erupt from his body. Xiao Wu is so strong. Such a powerful frozen demon can't block a move. Tai Xiong was surprised, but he was also happy from the bottom of his heart. The more powerful Dongwu is, the safer Puluosing is. Proxing is saved. Although I am not as powerful as Frisia in combat, one thing I am stronger than him is that I have a higher level form. Frisia suppresses his own power through transformation, but I have developed enhanced powers based on my own power. The transformation of one's own power. Now in the entire Winter Star, only Cooler has this transformation. Watch out for me. Rabbi Shi roared angrily, and the arrogance on his body suddenly turned into a purple-red color like magma. The appearance has also changed, with sharper edges and corners, a crown on his head, and bone spurs growing on the joints on his body. It's very similar to Cooler's final transformation, except for the color difference. Cooler is overall purple with white areas. And Labish is all white, with no other colors at all. What's even more speechless is that the serious injury he suffered just now has completely recovered. Oh, Cooler has the same transformation? It's just that the difference in strength is huge. Dongwu thought in his mind. Before Cooler transformed, Frisia's fighting ability was about the same, and his strength was limited. However, the 4th form has a combat power of 400 million, which is more than 3 times that of Frisia. However, after Rabiesh's transformation, he only had more than 6 million. I have to say that you are a genius. And you have actually developed a new transformation. Unfortunately, your basic strength is too poor. Dongwu said expressionlessly. Although I really want to kill Rabish in one go, I can kill Rabish instantly. But he wanted to know the approximate strength of the frozen demon clan through Rabbi Shi, so that he could eradicate this race in the future. I can only hold back for now. Who can't tell lies? Let me tell you, I am the most powerful frozen demon in the frozen demon family except Frisia's family. Let's see what I do. Labish is very confident, and his current form is his pride. After all, even Frisia and Kurd couldn't transform for the 4th time. Unfortunately, since Dongwu knew the approximate strength of the frozen demon from his mouth, he had no intention of keeping him. If he is the strongest frozen demon except Frisia's family, then other frozen demons besides Frisia's family will not be a concern. Dongwu smiled lightly, feeling much less stressed. After all, if the fighting power of the frozen demons is similar to that of Frisia, he really can't act rashly. But if there are only a few million combat power, then it doesn't matter. Thank you for telling me about the frozen demon. To thank you, I will send you to hell. Dongwu grabbed Labish's fist and punched Labish away. Chapter 20, Cheating. How could Labis be Dongwu's opponent? His combat effectiveness was nearly doubled. Moreover, Dongwu's martial arts level is unmatched by Rabbi Shi Sunday. A fight between 2 people cannot be called a battle. It should be said that an adult and a child were beaten unilaterally. I like beating elementary school students very much. What do you think, Labish? If this is your strongest combat power, and only Frisia and the other 3 are stronger than you as a frozen demon, then you will die here today. While Dongwu beat Rabbi Shi physically, he also deliberately abused Rabbi Shi psychologically out of anger. It's not that Dongwu doesn't want to kill Labish in an instant, it's not that he can't. But thinking of the tragic deaths of Wushang Fenji and other people in the Martial Arts Academy, as well as the scenes of people being massacred this week, Dongwu felt that he could not be allowed to die so happily. I let you know the feeling of being tortured and killed, and let you know the fear of death. Don't you like killing people very much? You must also like the feeling of being killed. Dongwu continued to beat and verbally insult him. SAIYAN, you stinky monkey! The stray dog whose planet was destroyed by Frisia, I will never let you go. Rabbi was scared, but he felt endless humiliation. In Winter Star, he has been suppressed and looked down upon by King Cold's family. Now, he was beaten by another SAIYAN until he was helpless and as embarrassed as a dog. This was unbearable. If you don't let me go, so what? Today, you have to pay for the life of the person you killed, so that you can experience despair. Dongwu struck harder, and every time, the rabbi was in pain. Once, twice, 1 minute, 10 minutes. Dongwu tortured Labish for half an hour. Rabbi Shi's body was completely bruised from the abuse. But Rabish is not dead yet. Although Dongwu did not want to kill Labish at once, he did not do it lightly. If it were another race with the same fighting ability, even SAIYAN wouldn't be able to hold on and would definitely not survive. Even a Namek with the ability to regenerate would basically die from such an injury. It has to be said that the Frozen Demon clan is indeed tenacious. The Frozen Demon family is also blessed with unique talents, they can survive in the vacuum of the universe, their combat power at birth far exceeds that of other races, they can recover from injuries and transform, and they have super vitality. Talented people are enviable. Hey! Someone is coming. Just when Dongwu was about to kill Labish, he suddenly felt a powerful qi approaching. This energy is very powerful, even stronger than Rabbi Shi, with 8 million. Also, the breath is very much like Labish. Another frozen demon? Even stronger than Rabbi Shi. Dongwu felt that he had been deceived. The new frozen demon was much stronger than Rabbi Shi. Although he is not as good as himself, he is by no means the strongest outside Frisia's family, as Rabish said. At least, this person is much stronger than him. Hey, Rabish, you are really in a mess. You were beaten like this by a SAIYAN monkey. It really embarrasses our frozen clan. The person coming was the standard third form of the frozen demon clan, which is the original form. If there is no fourth transformation, then this is the strongest form. The man who came was a little shorter than Labish, but stronger. Lace, stop talking sarcastically. This SAIYAN monkey is very strong, and he is probably the Super SAIYAN our ancestors called him. Now, if you join forces with me, you must kill him. Otherwise, our frozen clan will be doomed. Bishi couldn't care less about Lace's cynicism now. He didn't want to die, so he spoke. However, despite saying he cares about the frozen clan, the frozen demon is actually very similar to SAIYAN. For relatives and race? Basically no idea. Even if they were all dead, they wouldn't feel anything. Oh? You mean Super SAIYAN? Lexi's expression suddenly turned serious when she heard Super SAIYAN. Like Rabish, he didn't care at all about race. However, if it is Super SAIYAN, it can threaten him. Therefore, there is no reason for him not to be serious, and there is no reason for him not to take it seriously. SAIYAN is good, but Super SAIYAN is not yet. Dongwu waved his hand, but even if he is not Super SAIYAN, dealing with you is still a piece of cake. After Dongwu finished speaking, he came to Lexi's side in a flash. So fast Lese didn't have time to react. As soon as the thought in her mind arose, she was punched down. Boom! Lexi smashed a mountain directly. Puff! Lexi opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, her heart filled with fear. One move, just one move and he was injured. What Labish said is true. This SAIYAN is indeed very strong. I am no match. Is it really a Super SAIYAN? But according to the legend left by our ancestors, the Super SAIYAN should have golden hair. Lace was puzzled, but the gap in strength naturally frightened him. Rabbi Shi, even if we join forces, we are no match. It seems that we can only use that one move. Lexi reluctantly stood up and said to Rabbi Shi. I understand. Rabish nodded and said through gritted teeth. He originally planned to let Lese haunt Dongwu and take the opportunity to escape secretly. However, seeing that Lexi couldn't sustain a single move, he knew that he had no chance to escape. Oh? What other moves do you have? Dongwu was interested, because he understood that the frozen demon seemed to have no other way to increase its combat power except transformation. But looking at the looks of these two people, they seem to have some special skills. Since you want to know, just keep your eyes open and watch. Labish said and flew to Lexi's side. The two looked at each other and made the same action at the same time. Damn it, the Metamo combination technique? Are you cheating? Dongwu was stunned for a moment, because their postures were really the same as the Metamo combination technique. You may not know much about the Madama fusion technique, but you should know about the fusion technique between Goku and Vegeta or Goten and Trunks, right? This combination technique was learned by Son Goku from the Madama people in the underworld. No, I have to interrupt them. Otherwise, the multiplication of their combat power, even if it is multiplied by tens of thousands, is not something I can compete with. Dongwu made an instant decision. One is 6 million and the other is 8 million. Even the energy is 6 million, and then the unit is 10,000. If you don't multiply it, just multiply 6 by 6, it's still 36 million. And Dongwu only has 11 million. But just when Dongwu was about to interrupt, a miracle happened. The two people actually created a move. However, Dongwu was a false alarm. Two people do not merge into one. But one person concentrates all his energy on one person. It's a bit like the transmission of vitality. Ha 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 ha. This power is too powerful. SAIYAN, your end has come. It was Labish who received the energy. After all, he had a higher level of transformation and his physical endurance was stronger. At this moment, I accepted the energy of Lace, and my confidence came back instantly. This is a secret technique from a planet we conquered. We both suffered a lot and almost fell down on that planet. However, it is all worth it. Without this energy, you will definitely die. Rabish may not know that villains often die from talking too much, otherwise they wouldn't be so talkative. It's indeed good. It concentrates the energy of two people on one person. Dongwu nodded lightly. This secret technique was pretty good. The principle is quite similar to Spirit Bomb. Son Goku learned Spirit Bomb and often gathered the energy of many people to create Spirit Bomb. Through the principle of Spirit Bomb, Son Goku also developed the ability to gather other people's chi to restore physical strength and combat effectiveness. At this time, through a similar method, Rabish's combat power reached 12 million, which was 1 million higher than Dongwu. Chapter 21 A Hard Battle. Dongwu now has a fighting strength of 11 million, while Rabish has 12 million. The difference in combat effectiveness is almost 10%. Normally, Rabish would have the upper hand. But Dongwu is different. His martial arts level is much higher than that of Rabishi, and his physical fitness is stronger. The muscles and bones are like a dragon, and the brute strength is like an elephant. The dragon-elephant wave is like suppressing evil spirits. Boom! The two men fought together, fist to fist colliding hard. Ah! The two men roared and tried their best. Originally, Dongwu's combat effectiveness was lower and his strength was weaker, but Dongwu's physical fitness almost completely made up for this. Whoosh! The two fought evenly, but were both deflected by the powerful force and energy. However, Dongwu's strength is still slightly inferior. When the two fight against each other, Dongwu has a slight disadvantage. Dongwu retreated slightly further than Rabishi, but not much, and the gap was not obvious. SAIYAN, my power has surpassed yours. Today, you must die. This slight difference is obvious to a master like Rabish. Rabishi smiled ferociously. He wanted to repay the humiliation Dongwu had just given him twice as much. However, Dongwu didn't care. Although Rabish's dual strength is slightly stronger than him, it is still very weak. With Dongwu's fighting skills and martial arts realm, he will never lose to Labish. Someone is going to die today, but you or I don't know. After Dongwu finished speaking, he stopped talking nonsense and rushed directly to Labish. Dongwu's fighting prowess is such that no opponent has been able to match him in sparring for a long time. Even if his combat power is suppressed, his keen senses allow him to easily suppress ordinary warriors. His pure physical strength is almost close to 1 million combat power without even a single breath of energy. Now on Earth, no one can fight him except Dong Li, Zilia, and Parrot. This Rabish is a good opponent. Stronger than myself, but not strong enough to crush. It is very suitable for sparring and training yourself. Stop being arrogant, today I will show you the power of my frozen clan. Labish also rushed towards Dongwu. Boom boom boom. A series of attacks and collisions started on this planet, and the Earth was shaking under the collision. If you are outside the planet, you will find that the entire planet is shaking. Bang! Dongwu was punched in the chest, but he kicked Labish in an instant. Both flew backwards quickly. Dongwu smashed a mountain, and Labish was kicked directly underground, smashing the ground and rocks. Hey! Not coming out. Dongwu flew directly into the sky, but found that Labish had not come out. Although the blow just now was very powerful, it was not fatal to Labish. Even a minor injury. So that's it, are you planning a sneak attack? Dongwu sensed Labishi's anger and raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a hint of mockery. None of the Frozen clan can sense Qi, so if this move was used against Frisia, it would probably be successful. However, as Dongwu, who is able to sense Qi, is like a firefly in the dark night, it is so dazzling. Since you want to be a mouse, let me let you know that this behavior is very stupid. Dongwu gathered an energy bomb in his hand, always locking Laibishi's energy. Coming! Rabbi Shi came to Dongwu's feet. But Dongwu was already ready. Go to hell! Rabbi Shi yelled, raising an energy bomb and trying to hit Dongwu. Unfortunately, Dongwu was faster than him, and an energy bomb hit Labish one step ahead. Boom! I remembered the explosion, and dust and smoke were flying. When the dust settled, Rabish was revealed. However, the impact is not very good. His body was injured in many places, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. Damn it, how did you find me? Rabbi Shi was angry, but he didn't expect to steal the chicken but lose the rice. Not only did SAIYAN not get this sneak attack, he was also injured by a counter-surprise attack. Rabiesh's expression became more and more ferocious, he really looked like a demon. I won't let you go, you die. Rabiesh had decided to fight this SAIYAN in an upright manner. At least this way, you won't suffer a big loss. Dong 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 dong, bang bang boom. The two of them returned to the original close combat, each punch and kick carrying their own martial arts and planet-destroying power. However, the two of them just used their strength to hit each other as much as possible, so that Pyosin could not be shattered. In a close fight, with the speed and strength of the two of them, any moves would be useless. Raw speed and power are the main themes of the battle. Soon, the two fell out again. If you are fighting close to the enemy, you will be hit if you make a mistake. No one can guarantee that they will not be hit. Even Dongwu, the unity of heaven and man, fell into the trap. Moreover, the injury was not serious. However, Rabbi Shi was even worse. Its martial arts level is insufficient and it was hit more times in the battle with Dongwu. Moreover, his physical fitness is not as good as Dongwu's, and his ability to resist beatings is much worse. Therefore, if Dongwu is injured, he is miserable. Okay, great! Ha ha ha! Dongwu felt the pain, and his body trembled unconsciously. This was not fear, but excitement. As a fighting nation, SAIYAN is born to enjoy fighting. Dongwu thought that he had already suppressed this nature, and he kept improving his strength just because he didn't want to die in the hands of others. However, now I know that this enjoyment of fighting is integrated into the bone marrow and blood. Now, I am completely inspired. Come on, Rabbi Shi, come again. Dongwu was as excited as a virgin going to whoring, and kept attacking and attacking. Rubis was confused by this sudden change in his madman-like fighting style. He was beaten so hard that he was in a hurry. But Rubis was no waste after all. He quickly adjusted himself and regained his fighting rhythm. After that, there was fighting, and the competition involved speed, strength, and ability to withstand blows. Rabbi's power is slightly stronger than Dongwu's, and his speed is also slightly faster. However, Wudong has a high level of martial arts and strong ability to withstand attacks. The two of them really fought, and they were evenly matched. The two have been fighting with their bodies, and occasionally using Qigong bombs. However, human physical strength is limited after all, and it is impossible to be like an artificial human. An hour later, Dongwu began to breathe. However, Labisha's physical fitness and physical strength are far inferior to Dongwu. Dongwu was out of breath, and Labishi was almost exhausted. It is difficult to conduct an effective offense nowadays. Rabbi Shi, it seems you have no energy left. Thank you for training with me for so long. I haven't fought so happily for a long time. Dongwu said, breathing heavily and with scars all over his body. To thank you, and for the lives in the universe that you killed. Now, go to hell. Dongwu gathered an energy bomb and hit Labish hard. If it were at the beginning of the battle, Rabish would definitely be able to dodge and deflect this energy bomb. But now, he has no physical strength, and can only watch his body being submerged by energy bombs and disappearing. No. These were Rabbi Shi's last words before his death, which can be regarded as his last words. Hiss, it hurts. This Rabbi Shi is really good. It seems that the Frozen clan really shouldn't be underestimated. Dongwu's whole body was covered in wounds, and the blood almost dyed his clothes red. His current injury is very serious. If it were not for his tenacious vitality, he would not be able to stand up again with this kind of injury. He didn't expect it to be so difficult, and he couldn't overcome it until Labish's physical strength was exhausted. However, after this battle, Dongwu felt that he had a deeper understanding of various fighting methods, and his fighting skills were as good as his own. But thinking of the Frozen Demon, Dongwu suddenly remembered that there was another joy. Chapter 22 Intelligence. No, don't kill me. Seeing Rabiush die in battle, Lexi was already frightened. After gathering the strength of two people, they were both killed, not to mention that he had no energy now. Don't worry, I won't kill you for the time being. But you have to tell me how many frozen demons there are in Winter Star and how many masters there are. If it's the truth, I'll let you go. Dongwu smiled very kindly, but dropped in Lexi's eyes, everything feels sinister. But if you lied, I'd be sorry. Did you see Rabish? He said he was the strongest ice demon besides Frisia and his son. So, he is dead. No, I won't. I must tell the truth, tell the truth. Looking at Dongwu's evil smile, Lace nodded repeatedly, and then went to pour beans into the bamboo tube, asking questions. Although I don't know whether it is true or not, my answer is quite clear. So, Labish isn't lying too much, is he? Dongwu touched his chin, and his expression was indeed similar to what Labish said. Although there are some differences, they are similar. For example, Rabish is indeed the only person other than Cooler known to have had a fourth transformation. Apart from Frisia's family of three, the ones with the highest fighting prowess are Labish and Lexi. Moreover, because Labish has the fourth transformation, his physical strength is stronger than that of an ordinary frozen demon, so even if Lexi fights him, he will not be able to take advantage. As for Winter Star, there are now a total of 10,000 frozen demons, which is fewer than the SAIYAN of planet Vegeta. Actually, the reason why the population of the frozen tribe in the Winter Star is so small is because of SAIYAN. There was a Super SAIYAN who led many races in the universe to attack the Winter Star together. As a result, the frozen tribe was almost extinct. The last remaining frozen tribe, after thousands of years, the reproduction resulted in the current population. At this point, we have to say that the Frozen clan, like the Namek people, also reproduce asexually through themselves. However, unlike the Namek people who spit out eggs, the Frozen demon uses its own cells to culture and reproduce the next generation. However, the Frozen clan cannot reproduce by taking just any cell, but by taking special reproductive cells. Generally, a frozen demon can only reproduce one offspring. It is only because the frozen demon has a long lifespan that the population can be increased to 10,000. Although the lifespan of a frozen demon varies depending on qualifications, it is generally around 1,000 years. Frisia and Kurd have a lifespan of 1,500 years, and the most terrifying one is Cooler, who has a lifespan of 1,800 years. As for why Kurds can reproduce two children, this is still related to his individual variation. Originally, Kurds were also ordinary frozen demons. After breeding Cooler, they were originally unable to reproduce. However, what people didn't expect was that he mutated by chance. So he had the ability to reproduce again, and this time Frisia was born. Therefore, Kurd prefers Frisia, and Frisia has greater potential than Cooler. Oh, no wonder Frisia's family wanted to destroy planet Vegeta and exterminate SAIYAN. It turned out to be revenge and fear of being attacked by Super SAIYAN again. Dongwu also didn't expect that SAIYAN and the frozen demon still have such hatred. He had seen the theatrical version of Burdock and thought Frisia destroyed planet Vegeta just because Burdock defeated Child. It turns out that the hatred has been around for a long time. Of course, the frozen demon's family and racial concepts are not strong. Therefore, what Frisia is most afraid of is the appearance of Super Saiyan in SAIYAN, which will become an obstacle for him to dominate the universe. However, a lifespan of more than 1,000 years. The Creator really treats you, the Frozen clan, very favorably. Dongwu had to sigh with envy. Even if he is as powerful as Super Saiyan, it only lasts 100 years, but a random frozen demon can actually reach that level. Thousands of years of life. Kurt and Frisia, who are the most talented, are even more than 1,500 years old. Cooler has a terrifying lifespan of 1,800 years. It must be said that this is another place where the Frozen Demon clan is envied and hated. However, there are advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage of the Frozen clan is that the power of most frozen demons is difficult to increase through practice and can only be passively increased with age. Including Cooler and Kurd, strength cannot be cultivated. Therefore, even though Cooler is much older than Frisia, due to his talent, his power is about the same as Frisia's. Of course, the fourth level of transformation is a developed ability, or the moves are more suitable. In fact, including the Super Saiyan transformation, it is not an increase in one's own power, but a form of super explosion. However, the Super Saiyan transformation is still necessary, because if you cannot transform, you will not be able to break your own shackles and continue to increase your basic combat power. Super Saiyan's transformation again and again breaks the shackles again and again, allowing the body's basic combat power to continue to grow. Therefore, the Super Saiyan transformation is not actually a higher form, but a means. A means for breaking out into battle and breaking down shackles. In the original work 7 Dragon Ball Z, the old Supreme Kai said that Super Saiyan transformation is not advisable, and normal combat power is the right way. Because of this, the mysterious lunch appeared. Mystery Lunch integrates the transformation power of Super Saiyan into normalcy. Very good. Since you said what I want, I will let you go as I said. You go. Dongwu waved his hand and said nonchalantly. Xiao Wu, you can't let him go, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Tai Xiong didn't speak, just watching quietly from the side. However, when he saw Dongwu leaving happily, he immediately reminded him anxiously. No, it won't happen. From now on, I will definitely stay in Winter Star and never come out again. Lese was afraid that Dongwu would regret it, so she hurriedly promised. However, he was thinking about how to get revenge on Luo Xing and Dongwu. I will report to King Cold when I get back and tell him that Super Saiyan has appeared. When the time comes, all of you will die without a burial place. Lexi said angrily in her heart. His hatred and humiliation are higher than the sky and deeper than the sea. Dongwu looked at his submissive expression and the fierce glint in his eyes and knew that Lese would not be as obedient as he said. However, it happened that Dongwu didn't really intend to let him go. You go, I keep my word, I will let you leave when I tell you to leave. Dongwu looked at Taixian who wanted to say something more, and waved his hand to signal him not to speak. Seeing Dongwu really let herself go, Lese couldn't believe it. He asked himself, if it were him, he would definitely eradicate the root cause. It seems that Saiyan still hasn't gotten rid of his self-righteousness. But it's better this way. When I go back, you will die. Joy and a hint of coldness flashed in Lese's eyes. But he concealed it very well and showed great gratitude. Thank you, sir, thank you, sir. I will definitely change my mind when I go back and won't do bad things again. Lexi said, quickly flying towards the Universe spacecraft. Chapter 23 Tools. Lexi quickly boarded the spaceship. As for the remaining Universe people, he didn't even look at it. Watching Lexi piloting the spaceship gradually away from the ground of Prostar, thinking about flying into space, Dongwu showed a mocking smile on his lips. Dongwu didn't believe a word of Les's words about not doing bad things and not appearing in the Winter Star. But let him first raise his hopes, and then destroy him. Only in this way is it interesting and worthy of these villains. Moreover, Dongwu means what he says. Let him leave if you tell him to leave, but if he takes action after he leaves, it won't be considered as going back on his word. Just let him live a little longer. Slowly, Lexi's spaceship emerged from the atmosphere of Pulu Star. An energy bomb slowly condensed in Dongwu's hand. Smashing light cannon. This is one of several energy bombs developed by Dongwu during his years on Earth. The main function is to crush and obliterate. In addition, Dongwu also developed the penetrating light-killing cannon and the gravity light-killing cannon. Among them, the penetrating light-killing cannon, as its name suggests, has super penetrating ability. As for the gravity light kill cannon, it is mainly used for its majestic momentum and when facing waves with people. This crushing light cannon was originally developed for Majin Buu. It is your honor to let you enjoy it in advance. With that said, Dongwu threw the energy bomb that shattered the light kill cannon towards Les's spaceship. Lace didn't even have a chance to react, and was smashed to pieces along with the spacecraft, obliterating even the ashes. As for the remaining universe people, they followed the frozen demon to invade other planets and killed countless people. Naturally, Dongwu would not let them survive. Thank you, Xiao Wu. Thank you for avenging the lives of teachers and Luo Xing, and for saving the remaining lives of Luo Xing. Tai Xiang watched Dongwu kill the frozen demon and other people in the universe, and he felt grateful again. Said sadly. After all, the frozen demon was killed. But the Puluo star beings killed by them could not survive. However, there was nothing Dongwu could do. Because Proxing's life has been dead for a long time, the body has been damaged. Earth's Dragon Ball cannot resurrect such a person. And Namek's Dragon Ball can only resurrect one person at a time? If you want to resurrect the life of Proxing, unless they have a physical body after death. Just like Son Goku and the others, except for having a halo on their head and living in the underworld, they are no different from ordinary people. If you pay attention, you will find that after death, the soul of a living being generally has no body, when Goku is taken to the underworld by the gods. But very powerful beings and people with great merit will have physical bodies after death. Don't be sad, Tai Xiang. I will find a solution. Dongwu comforted Tai Xiang. In fact, he doesn't have any good ideas. Now there is no change restriction on the Namek Dragon Ball, and the Earth Dragon Ball has not gone through the elixir enhancement function, so there is really no way to restore Puluo Xing. Frowning, I could only try my best. Martial Saint Fenji teaches martial arts, improves the combat effectiveness of the planet, and protects the planet. He should have great merits, and his body may be preserved. Let me give it a try. Thinking of this, Dongwu turned on the communicator on the spacecraft and contacted Dong Le. Tell her about Puluo Xing and let her use the Dragon Ball to resurrect the life of Puluo Xing that was killed and can now be resurrected. What? Those people are so hateful. Fortunately, my brother killed them, otherwise I would have beaten him to death. Dong Le was furious when he heard about Pyo Xing. After knowing that Dongwu had eliminated the bad guys, he quickly went to collect the Dragon Ball. The matter of Pyo Xing is almost over by this time. After the Dragon Balls are collected, those who can be resurrected will be resurrected, and those who cannot be resurrected, Dongwu has nothing to do. Just as Dongwu was about to leave, he suddenly felt a very weak but extremely evil qi in the distance. This qi is still far away, but the direction is coming in this direction. Dongwu frowned and began to concentrate on sensing the qi. This energy? It's SAIYAN again. Dongwu suddenly felt that SAIYAN was not as rare as the legend said. You see, the universe is so big, but he met 2 SAIYANs in a row in 1 month. Let's not talk about the previous 10,000-year-old Vegeta, but now there is another strange SAIYAN appearing. Did SAIYAN really be almost destroyed? Dongwu actually didn't believe it. There were only a few scions and mixed-race scions from the original work in the universe. You should know that only scion babies who are above the intermediate level will be raised at planet Vegeta. Low-level scions are all exiled to alien planets, and hundreds, or even thousands of low-level scion babies are exiled every year. Over the past few decades, this number has become quite large. Many died in the battle, and many returned. But less than 10% came back, otherwise scion would not be so few. Did the remaining 90% die in the battle? Impossible. Thinking about it this way, Dongwu felt that there should be quite a few scions in the universe. Although it cannot be said that there are very many, it is not like in the original book that there are only 3 or 2 big cats and kittens left. I don't know if it's the scion who appeared in the original work or the unknown scion. Dongwu waited in Puluo Star to see which scion would be so evil. Just talk about the degree of evil, not the combat effectiveness. People like Vegeta who have killed countless people can be called good citizens. Scion didn't let Dongwu wait long. Within half a day, a huge spacecraft entered the atmosphere of Puluo Star. This Proxing is really in trouble. If I hadn't appeared, it would have definitely been destroyed. Dongwu felt sad for Proxing. Just after the frozen demon was dealt with, another evil scion came. Pulu Star is so close to the Earth, but it does not appear in the original work. It is estimated that it was destroyed at that time. It's such a planet with rich vitality. I think it will definitely produce powerful spiritual tree fruits. The visitor had a crab head and an angular face. He is very similar to Son Goku when he grows up. I don't know who is older, Son Goku or Tulz. The book assumes that Tulz is an adult. After seeing the face of the visitor, Dongwu knew who it was. This is Scion, Tulz, who appears in the 7 Dragon Ball movie version. Tulz, like Son Goku, is a subordinate scion. Unfortunately, he got the spirit tree seeds and increased his strength by eating the spirit tree fruits. In the theatrical version, it once caused a lot of trouble to Son Goku and all the warriors on Earth. Oh, it turns out that Tulz has already obtained the spirit tree seeds. It seems that he came to Puluoxing to plant spirit trees. Seeing Tulz take out a seed in his hand, the corners of Dongwu's mouth turned up. He was really dozing off and someone gave him a pillow. What Dongwu values is not the power of the fruit of the spiritual tree. Dongwu doesn't take it lightly. What he values is the vitality of the fruit of the spiritual tree. Once the spiritual tree is planted on a certain planet, it will absorb the energy of the entire planet and bear the fruit of the spiritual tree. Although it can increase strength, it is just a matter of discarding the basics and chasing the last. The most powerful thing about the fruits of the spiritual tree is to replenish and enhance one's vitality. Although Dantian in Dongwu is like a source, constantly gushing out vitality, but for the current level of Dongwu Longxiang Bo Ruo Gong, it is still a bit slow. If it can be supplemented by the fruits of the spiritual tree, I believe it will be more perfect. It's called a fruit that only gods can enjoy. It's very, very good. Dongwu felt that he was really lucky. Chapter 24, The Number of Tian Gang. Looking at the spiritual tree seeds in Tul's hands, Dongwu was ready. Oh, there are 2 more living people? But the combat power is only a few hundred, which is really rubbish. Tulz also noticed Dongwu and Iron Bear. Iron Bear's real combat power is only a few hundred, but after Dongwu calmed down, he could only use a detector to reach a few hundred. So Tulz didn't take Dongwu and Iron Bear to heart at all. I'll plant the spirit tree first, and then deal with these 2 people. Thinking, Tulz threw the spirit tree fruit away. When the seeds of the spiritual tree fall to the ground, they will automatically take root and grow without the need to bury them deeply. Once it takes root, it will absorb the energy of the entire planet to bear fruit. However, the moment Tulz threw the seed, Dongwu moved. Tulz didn't even realize that the spirit tree seeds had already arrived in Dongwu's hands. Spirit trees should not be planted on living planets. Moreover, it is really a waste to put this kind of magical thing on you. Dongwu played with the seeds of the spirit tree and looked at Tul's playfully. There is nothing special about the appearance of spirit tree seeds, and they are not much different from ordinary seeds. But who would have thought that such an ordinary seed would absorb the energy of the entire planet and turn it into a desert after being planted? Asshole, who are you? Give me back my seed. Tul's lungs exploded with anger. Someone dared to steal his things. Tul's current combat power is not very high, only more than 2000. He must have just obtained the spiritual tree seeds and has not had time to plant them. Otherwise, it should have more than this combat effectiveness. I told you, putting this thing on you is a waste. You want it? Come and get it. Dongwu put the seed in his arms with disdain, not caring about Tul's anger. Asshole, how dare you underestimate SAIYAN and Uncle Tul's? I will let you know what regret is and what pain is. Tul's face turned green with anger and he hit Dongwu angrily. Bang! Tul's fist hit Dongwu on the forehead. This was Dongwu's intention. Otherwise, with Tul's speed, it would have been impossible to even touch the corner of his clothes. Die! The moment Tul's hit Dongwu, a Qigong bullet rushed out of his fist and hit Dongwu on the head. Boy, if you dare to underestimate your Uncle Tul's, this will be your fate. Just this little power? If that's the case, I really don't regret it. Dongwu's voice came out of the smoke and dust, and his figure was gradually revealed, even his clothes were not torn. How is it possible? I hit with all my strength and nothing happened? You obviously only have a few hundred combat power. Tul's was confused by the fact before him. The gap between Tul's and Xiaowu is too big. Even the two frozen demons are no match for Xiaowu, let alone this Tul's. Tai Xiong knows how powerful Dongwu is. Although Tul's is much stronger than him, he is not as good as Dongwu. It's much worse than that. It's not that I underestimate SAIYAN, it's that I underestimate you. Your little strength is not enough to scratch an itch. Dongwu flicked the non-existent dust on his clothes, and then slapped Tul's in the face with his tail. Also, don't believe it too much. Detector. Ah! Tul's screamed and flew out like an ordinary person hit by a high-speed train. Tails? Are you SAIYAN too? Only then did Tul's notice Dongwu's tail and knew Dongwu SAIYAN's identity. Although Tul's is an exiled lower-level SAIYAN warrior, his brain is not damaged. SAIYAN's attempt is still known. Yes, I am indeed SAIYAN. And much stronger than you. Dongwu shrugged his shoulders, and then said, you go ahead. SAIYAN's power is obtained through practice, not through the shortcut of eating the fruit of the spirit tree. Dongwu is indeed qualified to say this. He currently has 11 million combat power, and he really doesn't care about the thousands of combat power increased by one fruit. What he cares about is just the effect of the fruit of the spirit tree on replenishing vitality. What you say is nice. Didn't you steal the spirit tree seeds just to eat the fruits to enhance your fighting power? But I am not your opponent, so I admit defeat. Although Tul's was unhappy, he was still single. He was no match for Dongwu, so he gave up decisively. When Tul's turn to leave, Dongwu said again, let me remind you, Kakarot, who is also a lower-level SAIYAN warrior and was born with only 2 combat strengths, already has more than 1,000 combat strengths at the age of 11. And his super speed is getting faster and faster. It's coming faster and faster. His achievements are entirely the result of practice. The reason why Dongwu reminded Tul's was not to let this evil SAIYAN go. However, there really aren't many SAIYANs left, and everyone he can save is one. Dongwu was a Chinese in his previous life, and he attached great importance to the continuation of the race. Of course, if he still does evil, Dongwu will not let him go again. Another very important point is if this guy also becomes Super SAIYAN. How interesting will it be to meet 2 Super SAIYANs who are exactly the same as Son Goku? Dongwu is not a bad person, but he is not a holy mother either and cannot be great enough to save the universe. If you encounter someone, take action without threatening yourself. There is no need to touch it. Tulz paused, boarded the spacecraft and left. Dongwu didn't stop him, and Tai Xiong didn't say anything. I don't know if Tulz can still receive those 5 men without the spirit tree seeds. At this moment, Dongwu suddenly felt that Piao Xing's energy had increased. It seems that Liel has made a wish with the Dragon Ball. Dongwu sighed inwardly. For a master like Dong Le, it is too easy to collect Dragon Balls on the Earth with Dragon Ball radar. Soon, auras suddenly appeared in Puluo Star, 1/5 of the original number in Puluo Star. In other words, there are still nearly half of the lives of Proxing, and it is impossible to resurrect them. After all, it is impossible for everyone to survive in a physical body after death. But this way, Dongwu is quite satisfied. It's better than not being able to resurrect anyone at all. Feeling the aura of Martial Arts Academy Feng Yi and most of the disciples, Dongwu patted Taixing on the shoulder and said goodbye with a smile. Martial Saint and most of the Martial Arts Academy disciples have been resurrected. Tai Xiong, please go back. I have to leave too. Dongwu's words stunned Taixing, and then he opened his mouth in disbelief. What? You said they were resurrected? How is that possible? How can people be resurrected after death? As for why, don't ask. It's enough for you to know that they are still alive. Dongwu did not explain any more, and walked towards his spaceship after finishing speaking. Xiao Wu, since Master Wushan has been resurrected, don't you go and meet them. Tai Xiong felt that Piao Xing should thank Dongwu. Dongwu just left like this, and he couldn't explain it. However, Dongwu had just obtained the spirit tree seeds and was thinking of trying the effects quickly. So I rejected Iron Bear's proposal. The spacecraft quickly left Pulu Star and landed on an uninhabited planet. There is no life on this planet yet, not even plants. Just here, let me see how magical the spirit tree fruit is. Dongwu threw the spirit tree seeds at his feet, smiled and took a few steps back. When I watched 7 Dragon Ball before, I also saw this theatrical version, and there was also discussion about the fruit of the spirit tree online. But these are all speculations, and no official explanation has been given. It's just that this is a fruit eaten by gods. It absorbs the vitality of the planet and can enhance combat effectiveness and vitality. As for more, there is no evidence. The spiritual tree grows very fast, growing from a seed to a towering tree in just a few minutes, and it continues to climb. The ground of the planet withered and turned into gravel at a speed visible to the naked eye. Dongwu knew that this was the reason why the planet had absorbed its vitality, and it would be impossible for a single weed to grow in the next few hundred years. Soon, the planet's vitality dried up, and the spiritual tree also bore red fruits that looked like dragon fruit. Sure enough, he looks just like in the anime. Dongwu picked a fruit and ate it casually, and instantly a shocking amount of vitality rushed into his body. You know, the vitality of the entire planet has only grown into 20 or 30 fruits. You can imagine how much vitality there is in this fruit. After this energy enters the body, part of it is instantly converted into energy, increasing the strength of the energy. Some of it is turned into vitality to replenish the body's needs. And the two together are less than 10% of the vitality. The largest part accounts for 90%, and this 90% is emitted through the pores and is completely wasted. However, how could Dongwu allow this to happen? The earthly martial arts he practiced required sufficient vitality to evolve himself. Dongwu quickly closed the pores on his body and locked the vitality in his body. Then, the Dragon Elephant Bo Ruo Gong was activated. Send huge vitality to the major acupoints that have been opened to replenish the lack of vitality in the acupuncture points. The excess vitality was used by him to open other acupuncture points. If it were the body of the original world, if such a huge energy was locked in the body would definitely explode into ashes. But this world is too different. People can destroy planets and even galaxies. The body's capacity and strength are far beyond the original Earth. Boom boom. Sufficient vitality was driven by Dongwu, and a series of acupuncture points on the Longxiang Boruo Gong were opened. After opening, the vitality goes into the acupuncture points to replenish them. Comfortable. Dongwu felt unprecedented comfort and satisfaction, and groaned unconsciously. One spirit tree fruit opened Dongwu's 24 acupuncture points. Including those opened by the Great Elder, 36 acupuncture points have been opened. There are 3 meridians and 7 chakras in Longxiang Boruo Gong, while Taoism has 8 extraordinary meridians and 12 main meridians. However, it remains true to its roots, and its principle is to open acupuncture points and evolve oneself. However, because each acupuncture point has different effects and different martial arts open different acupuncture points, there are differences in martial arts. Some martial arts major in Xia Danshan, and then they will be very powerful. You can stay young by majoring in midfield. If you major in Danshan, your mind will be bright. Other major points also have their own functions. However, although the Taoist temple where Dongwu lived in his previous life integrated the 3 religions of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, Taoism was still the main focus. And 36 is a very special number in Daijia. She represents the number of Tiangang and is the perfection of Tiangang. Special changes will occur. And 72 is the perfection of earth evil. If 108 major acupuncture points are opened, it means that the week is perfect. And Dongwu is now in Tiangang consummation, and his body has indeed undergone amazing changes. No one has sent flowers recently. Isn't it because it was written by Chen Su? Qingsu will not force rewards and monthly tickets, mainly because I won't force them. There is no charge for rewards and evaluation votes. Please vote for Qingsu. Qingsu knew that the recent updates were not stable and the content was a bit bland. However, the climax is about to begin, so please support me. Qingsu will also strive to write better and update more. Thank you Qingsu for sending me this big chapter of 3,000 words. Chapter 25, Transformation. When Dongwu opened the 36th acupuncture point, these 36 acupuncture points suddenly connected together in a special way, forming a mysterious cycle. The 3 single fields above, middle and lower are the core and continue to go back and forth. The upper Danshan is the residence of God, the seat of the spirit and soul. Zongdan Tian is the source of one's own vitality. It automatically generates vitality in a mysterious way, making people live longer and delay aging. The order field is the source of essence, which is generated like a spring to replenish the essence of the body and keep the body strong. Now, it is combined with other acupuncture points to form the number of Tiangang, melted into one, connected with each other, and each performs its own duties. The combination of essence, energy, and spirit, under the mysterious combination of Tiangang acupuncture points, is condensed into a mysterious combination of essence, energy, and spirit that is like the Yuan Shen in Taoist legend. After this combination is formed, it is combined with the entire body and is no longer separated from each other. In other words, his body is his soul and his soul is his body. As long as the body is not annihilated, even if there is only one cell left, it can be restored with sufficient strength, including body and soul. This ability reminds Dongwu of Meijin Bu. The same is true for Meijin Bu, even if there is only one cell left, he can fully recover. However, I don't know whether the principles of the two are the same. And that's not all, Dongwu's physical body began to undergo special changes under the combined power of various mysterious energies at the Tiangang acupointment. The cells began to disintegrate and reassemble in ways Dongwu couldn't understand. What is useless is eliminated from the body, and what is useful is tightened. It hurts. This is Dongwu's only feeling and thought, because his soul is integrated with the body. The disintegration of cells is equivalent to the crushing of the soul. Can it not hurt? However, this change was very fast, and it was over as soon as Dongwu felt it. I have to say that this is another place where the world of Dragon Ball is different. If it were in Dongwu's original world, the entire body, let alone cells, would be disintegrated and reborn. It takes more than this amount of time for even a cell to divide. Boom! After the physical body was transformed, the moment Dongwu stood up, the air made a violent explosion. This body, this power. Dongwu clenched his fist, feeling that one punch could break the space and smash Xingyu. But soon, Dongwu's expression changed wildly, and he quickly opened his posture to practice the 8th level of Longxiang Boruo Gong. Because at that moment, he felt that Longxiang Boruo Gong could no longer be suppressed and had to break through. In fact, the moment the 36th acupuncture point was opened, he entered the 8th level of Longxiang Boruo Gong. But at that time, because the Tiangang acupuncture point was transforming the physical body, there was no time. And now, the 8th level of Longxiang Boruo Gong, Longxiang Boruo. Boruo, transliterated from Sanskrit, means all great wisdom. Dragon Elephant Boruo means that you have begun to truly realize the true meaning of Dragon Elephant. The dragon is brave and the elephant is fearless. Brave and invincible, fearless. With the achievement of the 8th level of Longxiang Boruo Gong, Dongwu himself changed once. The 36 Tiangang acupuncture points were used to transform the physical body before, but this time, the bloodline was started to be cleansed. Let your bloodline evolve and reach a higher level. Dongwu's bloodline became more perfect under the transformation of the 8th level Dragon Elephant Boruo Gong. The blood in the body has also undergone a slight change. Wisps of grass-green energy are produced from the blood, and gradually replace the golden energy in his own strength. Super Saiyan power and Chuan Super Saiyan power. Dongwu felt the violence and tyranny of this power, as well as the unyielding and firmness of the golden power. Very confident, these two forces are Chuan Chao and Super Saiyan respectively. Saiyan is so majestic and overwhelming that it crushes everything and is unparalleled in its domineering power. Super Saiyan is an ordinary Saiyan who achieves the transformation effect through unremitting struggle and firm and persevering will. Although not as domineering as Chuan Chao, he has a persevering will. The power of Super Saiyan has been generated, which means that I was about to transform into Super Saiyan. But now, bloodline evolution has given birth to Super Saiyan power, so I can perform Super Saiyan transformation. However, the power of Super Saiyan will be replaced. If you are an ordinary person, you may think that Chuan Chao is more powerful, so you will replace it. But Dongwu doesn't think so. Its existence is reasonable, and the existence of Super Saiyan naturally has its advantages. Never admit defeat and always move forward. I'll try to see if I can fuse the two powers. Dongwu used the mysterious cycle of the 8th layer of Dragon Elephant Boruo Gong and Tiangang A Cup Ointment to forcefully pull the two energies into it. However, the two forces that were originally fighting to the death began to act independently and have their own way. However, this method did not last long. Under the influence of Tiangang A Cup Ointment and Longxiang Boruo Gong, the two forces had to be fused together to cope with the assimilation of Tiangang A Cup Ointment and Longxiang Boruo Gong. It formed a strange golden-green power. Sure enough, it happened. Dongwu was excited. He didn't feel that this golden-green energy was more powerful, but he knew that he made the right choice. The mysterious Super Saiyan energy has appeared. As long as you practice step by step, you will soon be able to transform into a mysterious Super Saiyan. Dongwu thought happily. This strange power that is the fusion of two superpowers is called the mysterious superpower by Dongwu. His future transformation is what he also calls his mysterious Super Sailor transformation. Although he speculates that Super Saiyan is just a means to break out the battle and break the shackles, he can also continue to improve by practicing the Dragon Elephant Wave art. However, this is always the obsession of every Dragon Ball fan. Moreover, it is not yet certain whether it is him or not. If you guess wrong and you can't transform into a super game, you will suffer a big loss. Okay, I feel more comfortable than ever before. Dongwu was extremely excited. This kind of relief, which had been suppressed for more than 10 years and then released, would never be understood unless he had experienced it. For more than 10 years, Frisia has been like a mountain weighing on his head. Now that he is about to transform into a super sailor, Frisia can no longer threaten him. This comfort can be imagined. It's almost time. As long as I transform into Super Saiyan, Frisia and his son will not be my opponents. Dongwu was absolutely confident. Because his current combat power, if I feel right, is at least 25 million. Coupled with the strength of the physical body and the special nature of harmony, Dongwu is confident that even with 30 million combat power, he may not be his opponent. If you can transform into a Super Saiyan, even an ordinary Super Saiyan will have a combat power of 1.25 billion. If it's a super transformation, that's 2.5 billion. How does Frisia's 1.2 billion compare? However, we have to keep a low profile for a while now. Although he is very close to his transformation, he has not yet transformed. He is no match for Frisia yet. After picking all the spiritual tree fruits and taking away the seeds, Dongwu started the spacecraft and left the uninhabited planet that had been sucked dry. On the spaceship, Dongwu looked at the spiritual tree fruits one by one and felt very happy. With these fruits, I wonder how many acupuncture points can be opened? The first time I opened more than 20 points each, I don't know how effective it will be later. However, since the fruits of the spirit tree contain such sufficient vitality, even if the acupuncture points are not opened, they will be absorbed to replenish the vitality. It is also good to nourish the midfield. Chapter 26 The First Super Saiyan. After Dongwu transformed and practiced the 8th level of Dragon Elephant Bo Ruo Gong, he did not return to the earth immediately. Instead, he refined the fruits of the spirit tree to open acupuncture points. However, with Dongwu's physical fitness and the level of Longxiang Boruo Gong, there is an upper limit to the acupuncture points that can be opened. After the 36 acupuncture points were opened again, they could no longer be opened. Eating the fruits of the spirit tree will only accumulate vitality or dissipate it. We can only go here, the others cannot be opened for the time being. When Dongwu opened the last acupuncture point, he used 8 spirit tree fruits. The reason why I use it so much is not because this acupuncture point is too strong, but because my body has reached its limit. I found a few more uninhabited planets and harvested a batch of spiritual tree fruits. It took Dongwu nearly a year to return to Earth. Although Dongwu does not need the spirit tree fruit for the time being, there are still several mouths on the Earth. Now there are 72 Dongwu acupoints opened, but it is not that the earthly evil has been perfected, because 36 of them are Tiangang acupoints. But even so, Dongwu's strength has greatly increased, reaching a terrifying combat power of 40 million. 40 million combat power, even if Frisia releases 50% of his power, I can still compete with him. Of course, I may have to suffer a small loss, but it won't be one-sided. Frisia's 50% power is about 60 million. With 40 million versus 60 million, it would be great not to be crushed, let alone to be able to compete. Moreover, the golden green energy of the mysterious Super Saiyan in the body is getting stronger and stronger. Dongwu could feel that he was just about to reach the goal. As long as he stepped forward, he would see a new world, and he could complete the mysterious super game transformation. But even with this last step, Dongwu still couldn't get in. Earth, I'm back again. I wonder how Lil, Yuyu, fourth sister Dongwu, Bobby, third brother Dongwu, and Casio, second brother Dongwu, are doing. Although Dongwu is not very close to Parrot and Zelia, he still dotes on his younger brothers and sisters. Especially Dong Le and Dong Yu, they are really loved to no end. It is said that the daughter is the lover of the father in his previous life, and the father can pamper his daughter to heaven. But in Dongwu's opinion, being an older brother is not much better. You can tell from the surnames Lil, Yuyu, and Dongwu. Poppy and Casio, however, were not so lucky. Like other Saiyan, he doesn't even have a last name. At home, Cassio and Bobby are both afraid of Dongwu, but Dongyu is not afraid at all and is even very attached to him. I'll look for it. Because Dong Le and a few little guys often go around to practice, they can't find anyone if they go home directly. I found it. It's at the Turtle Fairy house. Feeling the position of several people, Dongwu smiled unscrupulously. With these little guys, Master Rashi is unlucky. Dong Leke has been naughty and mischievous since he was a child, and tortured Master Rashi endlessly. And Dong Yu learned from Dong Le, and was even more favored. Lawlessness arose, and neither Parrot nor Celia could control her. However, the strength has increased a lot. Dongwu is quite satisfied with this. Because none of the little guys are lazy. The second brother Cassio is 9 years old this year and already has a fighting strength of 6,000. In the old planet Vegeta, he was definitely considered a genius. The third eldest brother, Bobby, is only 6 years old this year, but his combat power is higher than that of the second eldest brother, Cassio, with a total of 7,000. As for Dong Yu, this naughty little girl is only in her early 1,000 years. After all, he is still young, only 4 years old. The martial arts of the three little guys were taught by Dong Le, while the basic and theoretical knowledge of martial arts were taught by Master Rashi, Miao Xian and Shen Xian, and Bobo. It can be said that I am uniquely endowed with a very solid foundation. You guys, are you naughty again? Soon Dongwu arrived at Gaixianwu, but seeing the scene in front of him, Dongwu's nose became crooked. Angry and funny at the same time. Several little guys actually ganged up to bully Klin. At this time, Krillin and Son Goku had just become Master Rashi's disciples. How could they be the opponents of these troublemakers? Even Master Rashi is just a little stronger than Dong Yu at this time. Big brother is back. Dong Yu, who was bullying Lin, heard Dong Li's voice and immediately cheered and got into Dongwu's arms. Dong Le also looked at Dongwu, while Cassio and Poppy were so frightened that they quickly got up and hid away. Brother, when you came back, did you bring a gift for the lovely Yu? Dong Yu was indeed taught by Dong Le, with the same coquettish look in her eyes. Hope is tinged with pity. Moreover, quite narcissistic. However, Dongwu is 17 years old this year, and he really has nothing to do with his 4-year-old sister. He touched Dong Yu's little head and said with a smile, "Yes, how could there be no gift for the lovely Yu?" As he said that, he took out a few spirit tree fruits. A rich fruity aroma with traces of vitality emanates from the fruit. This is the fruit of the spiritual tree. Come, 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 one for each person. Cassio, Poppy, Dong Le, Dong Yu, Son Goku, Krillin, and Master Rashi all have one. This fruit contains sufficient vitality. Eating it will not only enhance your strength, but also replenish your vitality and maintain your youth. After eating the fruit, practice martial arts quickly. They don't have the martial arts and acupuncture theory of China in the original world, so they can't understand it even if they rush to the acupuncture points. We can only let them practice step by step. Anyway, it is all external skills and there is no chance of going crazy. Sure enough, after eating the fruit, everyone felt a huge energy impacting their bodies. Wow, it's delicious, I want more. Because Dong Yu was too young, she only thought it was delicious and didn't care about the benefits at all. Dongwu was angry and funny. He patted her little head and said, "With your strength, you can only eat one at most. Hurry up and practice." Dong Yu got down from Dongwu's arms and started practicing like his elder brothers and sisters. The one who digested it the fastest was Dong Le. After all, she is the strongest and has the best physical fitness. It was completely digested in half an hour. Because Dong Le didn't know how to charge acupuncture points, he just tried his best to use his energy to improve his strength, so the growth was relatively large. With one fruit, Dong Le increased his combat power by nearly 100,000. Of course, the biggest advantage is that a large amount of vitality is hidden in the body, although 80% of it is still dissipated. And after eating the fruit of the spirit tree, Dong Le exudes a feeling of holiness. Not bad, 4.8 million combat power. Dong Wu was quite satisfied with Dong Li's combat power. Afterwards, others gradually digested and absorbed it, but what Dong Wu didn't expect was that the second person to absorb it was not the stronger Poppy, but Master Rashi. At this time, Master Rashi seemed to be 20 years younger, and his strength suddenly increased from 2,000 to 10,000. You know, with the physical potential of people on Earth, it is difficult to achieve a combat power of 10,000, not to mention that Master Rashi is already so old. Sure enough, as a first-generation master, Master Rashi's understanding of martial arts is almost unparalleled. Dong Wu could only say this. Then Poppy, Casio, Sun Goku, Dong Yu, and Klin were also absorbed one after another. The combat effectiveness has more or less increased significantly. Poppy's combat power increased to 20,000, Casio increased to 15,000, Sun Goku increased to 8,000, and even Krillin also had 4,000 combat power. As for Dong Yu, Dong Wu could only say helplessly that this girl was spoiled. It looked like he was practicing martial arts, but in fact he was in Cao's camp and his heart was in Han, so he didn't take it to heart at all. One fruit only increased his combat power by 2,000 points, barely reaching 3,005, which was now not as good as Krillin's. It completely evaporated freely. If Tulls found out, he would definitely call her a prodigal. However, this girl looked at Dong Wu eagerly. That eager little look clearly says I still want to eat. However, it was impossible for Dong Wu to give it to her again. Nothing is too much. In Dong Yu's current state, one pill is completely enough. Ignoring Dong Yu's pitiful eyes, Dong Wu stared at Dong Le with glasses. Because he felt that there was an extremely strong force in Dong Le's body, like a trapped beast that was about to awaken. Just waiting for the gate to open, it will break through the restraints and be wildly released. It seems that Leal is about to transform. Having experienced the super match and the super energy fusion, Dong Wu is still relatively sensitive to comparison. In that case, let's let you work hard. Simply, Dong Wu gave Dong Le another spiritual tree fruit. Prepare to let Dong Le transform into a Super Saiyan in one go, so that Frisia will no longer be a threat at all. Dong Le now has a combat power of 4.8 million, and if he eats another fruit, he will have a combat power of nearly 5 million. If he transformed into a Super Sailor, he would have 250 million combat power, and Frisia would be a perfect match. Of course, Kurtz and Cooler can't beat them yet. However, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, there will be a period of normal combat effectiveness. In the original work, Son Goku's 3 million combat power turned into a Super Saiyan. A year later, his Super Saiyan state actually had 500 million combat power. In other words, the normal combat strength increased from 3 million to 10 million in 1 year. This is still Son Goku learning instant transmission on the planet Adrit, and he does not put training as the main priority. Vegeta, on the other hand, has 500 million combat power in his transformation. After 2 years of training in the spiritual time house, he directly had a combat power of close to 5 billion. This kind of increase is too terrifying. I believe that even if Dong Le does not have such an abnormal growth rate, it will not be much different. Good. Dong Le also knew about the Super Saiyan transformation and felt the violent beast-like power in his body. He took the fruit of the spirit tree and swallowed it directly, and then guided the power within his body. Unfortunately, Dong Le did not complete the transformation until the fruit of the spirit tree ran out of power. Damn it, what's going on? Why? I've obviously felt it and it's just a little bit close, why can't I break through? Dong Le was a little anxious and angry. Angry, yes, anger. Dong Wu also frowned at first, but seeing the angry Dong Le, Dong Wu instantly remembered anger. In the original, except for Trunks and Goten, including Son Goku and Vegeta both transformed under extreme anger, and Son Gohan also transformed under extreme fear. Therefore, in general, for Saiyan to transform into a Super Saiyan, in addition to reaching his own ultimate fighting power, he also needs extreme emotional changes as guidance. But Dong Le lacks this ultimate emotion. Lil, angry, what you need now is anger. Use anger to guide your power, and you can transform into Super Saiyan. Dongwu said hurriedly. Now Dong Le is angry, but the anger is not enough. Angry, I'm very angry right now. Just a little bit, I don't believe I can't change. Ah! Dong Le uses himself to guide his emotions, and then uses his emotions to guide the power of the super race. Sure enough, Dong Le's body began to shine golden, but his hair had not yet turned golden. This state is called the Mimic Super Game. As long as you take one step further, you can completely transform into a super race. Lil, think about Pyosing, think about the tragic death of the Windwing Martial Saint. If you can't transform into Super Saiyan, then you and even the entire Earth will die. No. Dongwu's guidance was effective. Dong Le broke through the final hurdle and his hair turned golden in an instant. The tough and majestic golden arrogance spurting out, and the calm and cruel face clearly indicate Dong Le's state. Super Saiyan, finally transformed. Dongwu also breathed a sigh of relief. This is a big chapter with more than 3,000 words and close to 4,000 words. I hope you all like it. The picture above is Super Sai Lil. What a little beauty. Chapter 27 I'm so miserable. Dong Le's arrogance was soaring into the sky at this time, and his powerful power was rampant. His blonde hair and stern face are intimidating. Ha 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 ha, I finally transformed into a Super Saiyan. I am the best in the world. Dong Le transformed into a Super Saiyan and suddenly became arrogant. With his hands on his waist, he looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, with an expression of invincible loneliness. Seeing Dong Le's arrogant look, Dongwu covered his face. A little kid dares to call me mother? Dongwu felt that Dong Le was really spoiled by him. But the reminder still needs to be reminded. Hey, Lil. Understand the Super Saiyan transformation well, and you can master it as you wish in the future. When Trico transforms into Super Saiyan, Frieza is no longer a threat. But in addition to being happy and relaxed, Dongwu also had some regrets. Dong Le only had 6 points of combat power when he was born, which was a little stronger than Zhan Huaza. He really only had 1 point. Even though he has been practicing the martial arts taught by him for so many years, Taizha Chongchuan. But he still can't catch up with Vegeta in terms of qualifications. The reason for this situation, Dongwu guessed, is that Dong Le has not been able to practice to a high level, and he still can't control the light and dark as he wishes, let alone reach perfection. In the original Earth, martial arts had the Ming Jin stage of increasing strength, the Dark Jin stage of light and dark coming from the heart, and the Hua Jin stage of superb transformation. In fact, An Jin and Hua Jin are not necessarily stronger than Ming Jin in terms of strength, but their body optimization is higher. Moreover, the control of strength is more advanced. Do whatever you want and be superb. Obviously, Dong Le didn't even enter Engine. Of course, this is also related to the concept that the Dragon Ball world only pursues power. Dong Le, on the other hand, does not understand the development of acupuncture points. Dongwu has such a high basic combat effectiveness, which largely relies on the activation of 72 acupuncture points and the optimization of the body by Longxiang Boruo Gong. However, Dong Le will soon enter a period of explosive fighting power. With the deepening of Taizha Chongchuan training, his qualifications will also be better. Thinking of this, Dongwu stopped worrying. Besides, who has worse qualifications than Son Goku? It is born with only 2 combat points. Although potential does not necessarily equal qualifications, good qualifications generally have greater potential than poor qualifications. But Son Goku has been making great progress, all the way to the first place in the universe. With unremitting efforts, continuous breaking of limits, and appropriate methods, qualifications are not absolute. Ha ha ha. I am a genius and have mastered the secret of transformation. Brother, let's have a fight. Dong Le said arrogantly. Dongwu has always been the eldest brother. For so many years, I didn't have to worry about almost anything. No matter what happens, Dongwu arranges it well. But she has always had a wish, that is, not to let Dongwu worry about herself. Now that she has transformed into Super Saiyan, she can finally take care of her big brother. I believe someone can understand this feeling. However, Saiyan is Saiyan. The way of expression is different, speaking directly with fists. Okay. Let me see how powerful Super Saiyan is. Dongwu did not refuse, he also wanted to know how strong Super Saiyan was. Although the combat power statistics were quite different, he wanted to experience the specialness of Super Saiyan. Bang! No nonsense, Dong Le punched Dongwu the moment Dongwu agreed. The speed was so fast that no one except Dongwu reacted. However, the punch was still blocked, and the ground suddenly cracked and shattered. This was the reason why both of them concentrated their energy on their fists and did not burst out. Otherwise, the earth will set off fireworks as I write this. Even so, the ground has suffered severe damage and is beyond recognition. Okay, come on. Dongwu was repelled, but the blood in his body was boiling. He flew towards Dong Le, but Dong Le was not to be outdone. The two men fought together again, and the fight was very fierce. Intense flashes of light and sonic booms continued to erupt in the sky. The earth trembled, and the clouds were completely washed away. Bang bang bang! The speed of the two was so fast that those present could not catch even a single shadow except for the sound they heard and the flashes of light they produced when they fought each other. Bang! Dongwu flew out of the battle circle, one of his eyes was already black. Hiss, it hurts. Dongwu covered his eyes and grinned like a belt. Ever since he was young, Dong Le was the first one to crush him in all aspects. However, Dong Le did not use all his strength, but only used about the same power as him. But even so, Dongwu is no match. Ultimate calmness, the same instinctive reaction to defense and attack. Dongwu finally knows why Super Saiyan can become the god of war in Saiyan. It stands to reason that Dong Le has not fought many battles since he was a child and has relatively little experience. In a normal battle, Dongwu is confident that his combat power is 10% lower than Dong Le's and he can defeat her. However, after transforming into Super Saiyan, he still lacks combat experience. However, relying on his calmness and almost instinctive reaction, Dongwu was no match for the same combat power. Of course, this is also related to the fact that Super Saiyan's senses have become sharper and his reaction speed has become faster. Come again. It's not easy to have such an opponent, and Dongwu certainly doesn't want it to end like this. And Dong Le? She is more willing to torture Dongwu. You must know that she has been bullied, disciplined and restrained, by Dongwu since she was a child. Okay. Dong Le laughed happily and fought with Dongwu again. Bang bang bang, bang. Ah! Dongwu flew out again, this time with his face. Dongwu's face turned dark, this time he was angry. Xiao Liu, you want to rebel, let me suppress you. Dongwu's face was grim, but the outcome did not change much. He was still beaten brutally. He soared into the sky again and again, and was knocked down again and again. And every time it becomes more miserable. The first time the eye circle was dark, the second time the face was swollen, the third time the other eye was black again. In short, no matter how miserable it is, he has never been so miserable. Ha ha ha! Dongwu, let's see if you still dare to bully me. Do you still want to suppress me? Watch me suppress you and let you know how powerful I am. Dong Lefei was flying in the sky, looking at Dongwu's ordinary beggar-like clothes. The miserable face suddenly burst into laughter. "You stinky girl, you've really rebelled against me. Come down here." Dongwu stood on the ground, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. Half were beaten, half were angry. This girl is too arrogant and needs to be educated. However, I can't beat him now, so I can only use my brother's majesty. However, now this honorable and majestic expression has become funny. However, Dong Le really didn't dare not listen. Seeing my brother trembling with anger, he had no choice but to come down obediently. "Okay, you have gone against the grain. You still want to suppress me? See if I don't deal with you today." Dongwu pulled Dong Li's ears, which made him angry. But looking at Dong Li's pitiful expression, Dongwu was instantly speechless. "Do you want this? You are 17 years old and you are still acting pitiful." Thinking of age, Dongwu suddenly realized that Leal had grown up and was a big girl at the age of 17. "From now on, I really can't pull my ears easily. After all, a girl of this age has a sense of shame, and she will feel humiliated if she is disciplined like this." Thinking of this, Dongwu let go of his hand. "Oh, I didn't expect that Leal would grow up in a blink of an eye." Thinking of the little baby before, time flies so fast. With a sigh, Dongwu shook his head and stopped teaching Dong Le. Chapter 28 Piccolo Daimao. Back home, Parrot and Celia are practicing in the gravity room. After so many years, the combat effectiveness of Parrot and Celia has also been greatly improved. Now Parrot has a fighting strength of 500,000, and Celia also has a fighting strength of nearly 400,000. But compared to transforming into Super Saiyan, it's still far away. I don't know if it was because I just fought blindly without practicing before, causing my potential to be exhausted. Or for some other reason, their strength growth rate is much slower than that of Dong Le. Even after breaking through the limit of 100,000 combat power, the period of combat power explosion was only similar to Dong Le's normal period. Now more than 10 years have passed, and the combat power has only increased from close to 10,000 to 4 to 50,000. This is the fruit of the spirit tree. It can enhance combat effectiveness and replenish lost vitality. It should be of great help to you. Dongwu gave each of them 2 spirit tree fruits to replenish their energy first. As for improving combat effectiveness, in Dongwu's opinion, it is really secondary. If you don't lose your vitality, with Saiyan's talent, and have a suitable method to practice hard, that little fighting power won't matter at all. Saiyan's combat effectiveness will grow faster and faster as his strength increases. The fruit of the spirit tree? It's said to be a fruit that only gods can eat. Parrot is, after all, older and has been fighting in the universe for many years, so he still has a wide range of knowledge. Yes, you guys try it first. If it's not enough, then come to me. Dongwu said and walked out. Now that the stress is gone, Dongwu can relax and relax. For more than 10 years, Dongwu has been working hard all the time and forcing himself to practice every moment. With Dong Le transforming into Super Saiyan, Dongwu can relax for a while. Of course, Super Saiyan is not invincible. Compared with the androids that followed, Cell and Majin Buu are still far behind. But, at least it's okay for the time being. Let's study the power produced by the fusion of Chuan Chao and Chao Sai in the body. In fact, Dongwu was also quite uneasy, although after fusion there was a sense of joy in making the right choice. But the specifics are still unknown. Can I still transform in the future? Since there is no reference and this situation is not mentioned in the original work, it is unknown to Dongwu. And even if you can transform, what will you look like after transformation? What is the effect? This is also unknown. Now that you can finally relax, do some research. As for the outside world, with the eldest sister Dong Le taking the lead, these little guys have turned the world upside down. Being naughty and making fun of people everywhere. Moreover, the fighting power of several people is not low, especially Dong Le, the Super SAIYAN. It's so love-hate. For example, yesterday, Dong Yu, a little boy, exploded a laboratory in Bulma's house, almost blowing up Bulma's house. Fortunately, there was no one in the laboratory, otherwise everyone inside would have died. When I came back, I was given a good lesson by Dong Wu. This time it was a real lesson. Otherwise, if we continue to be so lawless, we don't know how much trouble we will cause. Even Dong Le, Casio, and Bobby were not spared. Now I'm fine, I'm going to practice with the gods. Time flies by in a blink of an eye. Apart from necessary training, Dong Wu spends most of his time in the mysterious energy of fusion. Until one day. Xiao Wu is not well, Piccolo Daimao has escaped. The god sent a message to Dong Wu. Piccolo Daimao. Dong Wu was stunned, he had really forgotten about this guy. This is the first true opponent that Son Goku has encountered. In the original work, he caused a lot of trouble to Dragon Ball Earth and Son Goku. Even Son Goku was crippled by him. If it hadn't exploded at the end, Dragon Ball would have ended early. But now, Dong Wu smiled disdainfully, not caring at all. The martial arts masters on Earth are not hundreds of years ago. A few hundred years ago, the most powerful martial arts master on Earth was Wu Taidu, who only had a fighting strength of about 300. And now? Not to mention other things, even Master Roshi can torture him every minute and teach him how to behave with just one finger. However, the gods and Bobo regained their youth and gained a lot of strength because of the spiritual tree fruits sent by Dong Wu. The fruit of the spirit tree is indeed a fruit that only gods can eat. Although gods are only the lowest gods, they are gods after all. Although Bobo does not have a divine status, as a servant of God, he can be regarded as a god. The divine position is equivalent to an official position, and the divine rank is equivalent to a title or honorary level. Official positions have specific authority, while titles only have corresponding treatment, but no specific power. One is a specific official, and the other is a hierarchical class. And no one knows how many years Bobo lived. Anyway, since the first god on earth, he has been the attendant of gods. Therefore, after eating the fruit of the spirit tree, the gods and Bobo were completely transformed. The combat power of the gods directly increased from a few hundred to 100,000. And Bobo was even more terrifying, losing millions of combat power in an instant. Dong Wu couldn't believe his eyes. Moreover, according to Gu Tianshen, although he does not have a divine status now, his divine rank is equivalent to that of a realm king. No wonder it is said that the fruit of the spirit tree is a fruit that only gods can eat. It turns out that it can improve the level of gods. Dong Wu was also surprised by the comparison. However, for mortals, they can only replenish their vitality and improve their strength. Now that both Tianshen and Bobo are so strong, are they still afraid of Piccolo Daimao, who has a combat power of about 300? Dong Wu was not involved, so let him go as things develop. Sure enough, within a few days the news spread that Piccolo Daimao had regained his youth and occupied the palace. But Dong Wu remained indifferent, and finally Son Goku and Dong Yu went to join in the fun. I, Piccolo Daimao, am your ruler. From now on, I will rule the world and you. The army will be abolished and the law will be abolished. The earth will fall into the abyss of chaos and darkness. Unleash your inner demons. Piccolo Daimao is still dreaming about the devil, using television to spread his dark speeches. Then, there was no more. Piccolo vomited an egg, and he was not even qualified to report to the king of hell. He and the gods were originally one body, and after death, his soul returned directly to the gods. The second generation of Piccolo, the Piccolo demon boy, inherited his life and shared the same destiny with the gods. Today's Earth doesn't have a fighting force of more than 100,000 people, just to deliver food. Not to mention Dong Wu and others, even the gods have a fighting strength of 100,000. Bobo is even more powerful to 1,000,000, and with Master Roshi and Miao Xianren, the earth is now definitely a dragon's pit and a tiger's den. Piccolo Daimao is also a tragedy. He was sealed by Wu Taidu hundreds of years ago. After hundreds of years, he was finally released and regained his youth. But before he could realize his dream, he was stopped. Time is also destiny, so we can only blame him for being born in the wrong time. Chapter 29. The second generation of demons is messy. Piccolo Daimao died, but Piccolo, the second generation of the devil, was left behind. The world once again restored peace until the second generation of the devil was born. After Piccolo was born, he still wanted to seek revenge from Son Goku as in the original work, and participated in the 23rd Martial Arts Conference. However, Piccolo, who only had a fighting strength of about 300, was defeated without even a chance to fight back. I don't believe it. How could he be so strong? Piccolo felt as if the world had deceived him. You must know that hundreds of years ago, Piccolo was the strongest on the entire earth, and even the martial arts master had to seal it at the cost of his life. However, in just a few hundred years, the people on earth were like riding a rocket, and their combat effectiveness increased rapidly. This is not scientific. In fact, without Dongwu's participation, both Piccolo Daimao and the second generation Piccolo can stir up troubles. Unfortunately, the spread of Chinese martial arts and the emergence of spiritual tree fruits made Piccolo completely lose his temper. Piccolo, do you want to become stronger? Just when Piccolo was frustrated, Master Roshi appeared in front of him. Master Roshi is a lecherous person, but as a martial arts master, his inner kindness and profound cultivation cannot but be admired. He not only taught Son Goku and Krillin, but also made Tien Shinyan correct his evil ways. Now, on the one hand, he doesn't want the earth to suffer anymore, and on the other hand, he also wants Piccolo to go on the right path. So, he found Piccolo. You are Wu Tien? Wu Taidu's apprentice and Son Goku's master. Piccolo has everything of Piccolo Daimao, so he naturally knows the identity of Master Roshi. But he couldn't understand why Wu Tien, who was so weak and defenseless in his own hands hundreds of years ago, became so powerful. Yes, it's me. I fought with your father hundreds of years ago. However, the earth is no longer the original earth. Master Roshi said with emotion. Since Dongwu arrived, earth-shaking changes have taken place. The teaching of martial arts has greatly increased the strength of the people on earth. Master Roshi himself has increased his combat power from more than 100 to 2000. Then, a spirit tree fruit gave him a combat power of 10,000. Master Roshi felt a little unbelievable when he thought about his own changes. It is impossible to dominate the world now. But if you want to become stronger and become a martial artist, then, please come with me. After Master Roshi finished speaking, he turned and left. Piccolo thought for a while, seemed to have made some determination, gritted his teeth and followed. Master Roshi didn't walk very fast, so Piccolo easily kept up and followed Master Roshi slowly and silently. Looking at Piccolo following him, Master Roshi nodded silently and showed a knowing smile. The two walked a long way until they left the city and came to the suburbs. Piccolo, do you know how much the world has changed now? Master Roshi asked confusedly, but continued before Piccolo could answer. In terms of numbers, you have a combat power of 301. And I have 10,000. However, this is not the strongest combat power on Earth, and it is not even among the top 10. Do you think you can still dominate the world? What? Piccolo was shocked. He knew that he was not Master Roshi's opponent now, but he didn't expect that the gap would be so big. Moreover, such a powerful Master Roshi is not even ranked among the top 10 on Earth. What's happening to this Earth? Is it because I can't lift the knife, or have everyone on Earth taken Dolly pills? Master Roshi really didn't lie. Now Dongwu's family, including Dongyu, are more powerful than Master Roshi. This family occupies 7 places. plus Tenjin, Bobo, Meowth, Son Goku, and Krillin. Yes, in the past few years, Son Goku and Krillin have surpassed Master Roshi, and even Tien Shinyan is slowly approaching Master Roshi. Piccolo, if you want to become a martial artist, I can recommend you to go to several places. But you have to think carefully. Once you go, you will have no room for regrets. Where? Piccolo said impatiently. Piccolo is also very persistent in his strength. Knowing his own gap, he can't wait. Seeing Piccolo's reaction, Master Roshi smiled. One is a temple, I think you should know the location. The other is near Baizai Mountain. In fact, Master Roshi is now fully qualified to teach Piccolo, but he feels that Piccolo has great potential and needs to receive better teaching. As for Tien Shen and Dongwu, is there anyone more suitable than them? Humph, God? What qualifications does he have to teach me? Piccolo snorted coldly. The gods and Piccolo are originally one, and the combat power of the gods is not higher than that of Piccolo. Moreover, the two of them had grievances, so it was strange that Piccolo was willing to go. Moreover, he did not think that God had the ability to teach him anything. Piccolo, you are wrong. Today's gods have a fighting strength of 100,000. It is very easy to teach you. What are you talking about? That old immortal guy actually has a fighting strength of 100,000? I don't believe it. Piccolo said angrily. No wonder, the two people are one person. When they were separated, the two people were about the same strength. However, now the other half actually has a fighting strength of 100,000, while he only has a few hundred. This is hard for anyone to accept. Since you don't want to go to the temple, then go to Baizai Mountain and find a man named Dongwu. With him, your strength will improve quickly. Master Roshi also knew about Piccolo's grudges with the gods, so he didn't. After trying to persuade him, he instead pointed the way to Dongwu. Baizai Mountain? I will go. However, I don't believe that the gap between us will be so big, so I want to challenge you. Although Piccolo wanted to improve his combat effectiveness, he still had to give it a try. Master Roshi also knows that words alone are useless. Only when Piccolo can truly appreciate the difference will he be convinced. Master Roshi nodded. Okay, take action. Take the move, Demon Guang Guang Killing Cannon. Piccolo used his strongest move because he knew there was a gap between himself and Master Roshi and did not dare to look down upon him in the slightest. Hey? Why are the names of Dongwu's moves so similar? In fact, Dongwu's move names are really based on Piccolo's. Whether it is a crushing light kill cannon, a penetrating light kill cannon or a gravity light kill cannon, they are all named after Piccolo's magic piercing light kill cannon. Because Dongwu thinks the name Guang Shapao is quite handsome. However, the difference in strength is just a difference. Even if Piccolo charges for a long time, it will still be useless. The demonic light killing cannon hit Master Roshi, but it had no effect except for the smoke. Did you see it? This is the gap. Go ahead and you will become stronger. Master Roshi patted his clothes, turned and left. Piccolo was left disheveled in the wind. Chapter 30, Improving Piccolo. Piccolo was confused and flew towards Baizai Mountain without much hesitation. In other words, he didn't know how he got over it, and he was in chaos. When Piccolo arrived, Dongwu was teaching Dong Le and the three little guys a lesson. Tell me, who dismantled my spaceship? Dongwu is going crazy, these little guys are so noisy. It's okay to be naughty and mischievous at ordinary times. This time it went too far and the spacecraft was dismantled. When Dongwu saw it, the spacecraft had died a heroic death and was torn apart. And Dongyu, the little guy, was holding a part and trying to install it on the upper body. It was black and not as big as the part. Brother, I confess, it was all the second and third brothers who took it apart. You see, when you came here, I helped you put it back together. Don't worry, I have already taught you a lesson to the second and third brothers. Dong Yu pointed at Casio and Bobby like a young adult, and while complaining, he also lectured, I told you, I won't let you touch Big Brother's spaceship, but you are disobedient. Now, let's see what you do. Not to mention, what this little guy said seems to make sense. But looking at Casio and Bobby's expressions as if they had eaten shit, they knew that this little guy must have forcefully passed the blame. But what can they do? They are also desperate. Who doesn't know that Dong Yu is the little princess of the family, the baby? Okay, you stinky girl, you have the nerve to say it. You think I don't know? Tell me, why do you want to dismantle my spaceship? Dongwu looked at Dong Le and couldn't get angry even if he wanted to. Such a pistachio is loved by the whole family. Seeing that Dongwu already knew, Dong Yu's big and lively eyes rolled around, and she went up to hold Dongwu's arm and started acting coquettishly. Brother, I'm not a smelly girl. If you smell it, it smells good. Is this the key? Where do you focus your attention? Dongwu was helpless and had given up hope. Okay, we have guests. I'll let you go this time, but watch your butts next time. Dongwu felt Piccolo's anger and waved his hand helplessly, and the matter was over. Are you the person Master Roshi asked me to find? Piccolo looked at the overly young Dongwu and said with some disbelief. It's not that Piccolo doesn't believe in Master Roshi, but that Dongwu is indeed too young. I don't know if Master Roshi asked you to come to me, but since you are here, it should be right. Dongwu nodded, feeling very good about Piccolo. Although he is not strong enough now and has not yet become a warrior to protect the earth. However, he later changed his ways and became very intelligent. In the original work, all warriors have shortcomings of one kind or another. Son Goku is naive, Vegeta is proud, not to mention Son Gohan. Both Krillin and Tien Shinyan also have some shortcomings. But Piccolo is not decisive, highly intelligent in combat, and will never do anything else when he has to do something. I want to be super strong, can you make me super strong? Piccolo asked. I have two ways to make you super strong, it depends on your choice. Dongwu said. What's the meaning? If you want to be super strong immediately, I can make you super strong immediately. However, I will not teach you anything. The other thing is that as a real martial artist, I will teach you the super strong method. Although it will be effective slow, but enough to last you a lifetime. Dongwu raised his hand and gave Piccolo two choices, but he knew that Piccolo would definitely choose the second one. If Piccolo had chosen the first option, he would have kept his promise but would have been disappointed. Sure enough, Piccolo did not disappoint Dongwu. After a little hesitation, I chose the second one. Well, since you chose the second one, I will teach you. After you learn it, you can choose to practice on your own, or you can go to Son Goku. With the two of you competing, your strength should increase quickly. After Dongwu finished speaking, he began to teach Piccolo martial arts. However, this set of martial arts is different from what others practice. Because Piccolo's body structure is different from that of ordinary people, and it is somewhat similar to certain characteristics of plants. Therefore, Dongwu specially taught him a different kind of martial arts. This set of martial arts is called Aoki Kung Fu. You should watch it carefully. If you practice it regularly in the future, and with your own training, your strength will improve by leaps and bounds. King Mugong, based on the evergreen ancient wood, exercises the body's special structures and acupuncture points, allowing the body to not only enhance its strength but also extend its lifespan. Teach this set of martial arts to the gods later. After all, you are one, and you are both suitable for this set of martial arts. Dongwu also wants to see what heights the combination of Tien Shen and Piccolo will reach in the future as their strength has increased. Piccolo said nothing and followed Dongwu silently. I have to say that Piccolo is also a genius, and he can learn it almost immediately after just one try. After learning it twice from Dongwu, you can perform it perfectly. In addition, this is a spiritual tree fruit. Taking it when your Aoki cone feeling slows down will have unexpected effects. After Dongwu finished speaking, he gave Piccolo a spiritual tree fruit. Piccolo silently took the spirit tree fruit, and then settled temporarily near Baizai Mountain. In the following time, Piccolo has been practicing hard. Piccolo is very hardworking and doesn't waste any time. If you don't understand anything, come and ask Dongwu. Once you understand, you can practice silently alone. However, Piccolo is separated from the god after all, and is lacking in vitality. Although his strength growth is not slow, it is still lagging behind Son Goku. But Dongwu didn't say anything. Piccolo's grudges with the gods were their own business. It is difficult for an upright official to deal with household affairs, not to mention that they are all the same person. Looking at Piccolo working hard, Dongwu sighed. Piccolo, you should eat the fruit of the spirit tree first. It will replenish the vitality you lost when you were separated from the gods. Piccolo nodded and ate the spirit tree fruit. He also knew that if one person's vitality was abruptly divided into two, the vitality would definitely be lost. Since he can make up for it, he still won't refuse. After taking the fruit of the spirit tree, Piccolo's combat power increased from 2,000 to 10,000, which is not a lot. But a lot has been added in terms of vitality. After all, he didn't have the status of a god like a god, so he didn't have the fortune of a god, and he couldn't grow to the strength of 100,000 at once. But Dongwu knew that it was only a matter of time before Piccolo surpassed the gods. Piccolo, I have taught you everything I can teach you. From now on, you will have to work hard on your own. Hold this fruit and walk the rest of the way. Dongwu saw Piccolo's hard work. In the original work, Piccolo also worked very hard. Dongwu is very relieved about Piccolo. He often lamented that if the three little guys at home could work half as hard as Piccolo, he wouldn't have to worry about it. I hope everyone will take a look. Chinxu said from the beginning that he hopes everyone will be a quality person and a noble person. Don't curse people when posting comments, and don't insult family members. Everyone has parents, and they are all raised by their biological parents. Everyone should respect their parents. Spread more positive energy and less negative energy and dark side. If you think this book is worth reading, please give Chinxu some advice. Chinxu welcomes and appreciates it very much. If you don't like it, Chinxu won't force it. To be honest, Chen Su was in his 20s and 30s and would not get angry just because of one or two insults. But this will affect your own image and reflect your own quality. I want my book friends to be given a thumbs up by others, instead of being despised. If you scold me, what do I lose? No, not at all. However, you lose your image. I hope everyone is positive and sunny and upright. Dragon Ball fan fiction is originally very hot-blooded and bloody, but Dongwu tries his best to spread positive energy. There is no other novel that uses any means because of power. When others are in trouble, help yourself whenever you can. There is a good saying in Confucianism, if you are prosperous, you will benefit the world, if you are poor, you will be good for yourself. Without harming himself, Chinxu hopes that when others are in trouble, everyone who is capable can lend a hand to help others. Of course, I don't want everyone to get hurt trying to help others. Chen Su is really a village cotter, and he writes novels to earn some money to support his family. My salary was low and I was busy all day long. Chinxu wanted to change jobs many times, but he didn't dare to let go because he was burdened with responsibilities. Chinxu asked himself, after working as a village cotter for so long, he had never received any money that he should not have received. So my life is very tight, and I just hope that I can earn some pocket money by writing. At the same time, spread some positive energy and hope that society can be better. I hope that everyone, like me, will contribute to social harmony and stability and spread more positive energy. Finally, Chen Su still hopes that everyone can always support Chen Su. Qingsu also wishes everyone that all their wishes will come true and all the best. Thank you all. Sorry, take a day off. I have a meeting today and I heard it won't be until after 11 o'clock. So take a day off, sorry. But don't worry, I'll make it up. Chapter 31 The King of the Realm Summons. Piccolo is a very hard-working and very qualified fighter. In the original work, if it weren't for the fact that his potential is not as good as SAIYAN's, he is definitely better than Son Goku. Even the author of the original novel said that Piccolo was his first and only favorite character. Dongwu wanted to see that after the potential increased, the combat power of the gods also increased, and even the god level was improved. How strong will it be when you return to being a human in this state? Can you keep up with SAIYAN? Brother, I want to go out and play. At this moment, Dong Yu came jumping over, holding Dongwu's arm and shaking it. Dong Yu is now 8 years old. The older the little girl gets, the more naughty she becomes. He said he was going to play, but he didn't know where he was going to cause trouble. Thinking of Dong Yu and Dong Le, Dongwu got a headache. Where are you going? Go to alien planets, Sister Leal said. Alien planets are fun. Dong Yu said longingly, but it frightened Dongwu into a cold sweat. This girl really doesn't know the heights of the world. Although her combat effectiveness is not low now, she has no combat experience at all. Moreover, who knows what kind of masters there are in the universe? Even Dongwu doesn't dare to say that he can survive the horizontal universe. Not to mention other things, how many masters appeared in Majin Buu's battle? Warcraft Goya, Demon King Dopura, these are not things Dong Yu or even Dong Le can handle. You are not allowed to go. If you dare to run away secretly, I will never allow you to go out. Dongwu is more serious than ever. This is really no joke. Seeing Dongwu's expression, Dong Yu was also a little scared. In her memory, Dongwu had never lost his temper with her like this. Suddenly, Dong Yu felt aggrieved. His mouth dropped, tears welling up in his eyes. But Dongwu will never be soft-hearted this time. It's better to cry for a while than to get into trouble. If something happened to Dong Yu, he couldn't even think about whether he would go crazy. If you say you can't go, you can't go. I won't be soft-hearted even if you cry. After Dongwu finished speaking, he explained, Girl, it's not that I don't want you to go, it's that I really can't go. Do you know how big universe is and how many masters it has? If anything happens to you, call your brother and your parents what to do. Dong Yu pursed his lips and finally said nothing. Oh, this girl really can't be spoiled anymore. And Dong Le, he dares to tease Dong Yu, he really deserves a beating. Thinking of Dong Le, Dongwu got even more headache. Since becoming Super Saiyan, he has become arrogant and always thinks that he is the best in the world. Dong Le, come back to me immediately. Dongwu called Dong Le and almost shouted. What's wrong, brother? I'm at the temple. Dong Le's voice came from over there. I said, get back here right now. Dongwu was furious, almost going crazy. These two girls are really lawless. Look at Casio and Bobby, no one dares. Over there, Dong Le heard Dongwu's angry voice and felt frightened. She has never seen Mr. Dongwu so majestic. Not daring to neglect, Dong Le returned from the temple at almost full speed. When he got home, he saw Dong Yuejin standing next to Dongwu aggrievedly. Suddenly my heart skipped a beat, and I knew something had happened. Brother! Dong Le called out weakly. Ye Dongwu had no expression on his face, and he hummed without saying anything. Brother! Dong Le's voice sounded louder, and he used his coquettish skills again. Brother? You still know that I am your brother. Are you really capable? Do you think that if you transform into Super Saiyan, you will be invincible? Do you know how many masters there are in this universe? As far as I know, people like you, the combat power is not even ranked in the platoon. You still dare to persuade Yuiyu to run to the universe with you, are you going to piss me off? I just dote on you too much, and you are all lawless now. Dongwu's tone was very bad and he was very annoyed. Seeing Dongwu's face and tone of voice, Dong Le immediately lowered his head and became speechless. Even Dong Yu knew that his eldest brother was angry, so he lowered his head and did not dare to speak. Every one of them, if they don't practice hard, they just play crazy. And you, Dong Le, are still wandering around in the Super League after 4 years. What have you been doing in the past few years? In the original work, it only took Son Gohan 1 year to go from Super Saiyan 1 to Super Saiyan 2, 1 year in the spiritual time room. Son Goku also only lasted 3 years. However, Dong Le has made little progress in the past 4 years. This is not because Dong Le has no potential, but because he has not practiced seriously at all and thinks that Super Saiyan is invincible. Just when Dongwu was still about to get angry, a voice suddenly came into Dongwu's ears. Dongwu, I am King Kai. Now you bring your younger brothers and sisters to my place. King Kai. Dongwu was stunned. Although this person or god was not very powerful, he was still very powerful in 2 martial arts. One is Kaioken and one is Spirit Bomb. Dongwu now has 60 million combat power. If he learns Kaioken, even if Dong Le transforms into Super Saiyan, he will not be his opponent. Speaking of Super Saiyan's transformation, Dongwu was in tears. The energy of the mysterious Super Sailor fusion is becoming more and more intense. From what felt like just 1 step away a few years ago, now the strength has increased a lot and the energy is richer, but it still cannot transform into a Super Sailor. King of the realm, how should I get there? Dongwu actually knew that the gods could take him into the underworld and then pass through the snake path. But you can't say it, otherwise how can you explain it? Go to the God of Heaven, and he will take you into the underworld. I have already greeted King Yama, and he will guide you here. King Kai said. Okay, I'll take them there right now. After Dongwu finished speaking, he called Casio and Poppy over, and then led a few people to the temple. Casio is now 13 years old, and Poppy is 10 years old, and their fighting ability is already very high. At least, he is infinitely taller than Dong Yu. Dong Yu is 8 years old and only has 30,000 combat power. When I was 4 years old, it was 3,500. 4 years later, with such good conditions, my combat power was only 3,000. Dongwu was so angry that he wanted to hit the wall. God, the king of the realm just sent a message asking us to go to him. So we need you to take us to the underworld. Dongwu said to the god. I know, Lord Kaio has told me. Come with me. King Kai said, taking Dongwu and others to the Yama Hall. So big. Dongwu stared at King Yama in stunned silence. Dongwu was surprised by the huge figure. Don't be rude, this is Mr. King Yama. Mr. King Yama, the king of the realm asked us to go to him, and you can give us some advice. Dongwu said politely. Well, I'll let the ghosts take you to the snake path. The end of the snake path is the residence of Lord Kaio. King Yama didn't delay at all, and directly asked Dongwu and his party to the snake path. It is indeed impossible for ordinary people to complete the 1 million kilometers of snake paths. But for Dongwu and his party, that doesn't matter. The meeting really didn't end until after 11 o'clock, but I still tried my best to update a chapter for you. Sorry, I just made up what I owed before, so I owe you again. But please don't worry, I will definitely make up for it. Chapter 32 7 years. Wow, what a small planet. Standing at the end of the snake path, Dong Yu looked at the miniature Caillou and said in a fuss. The other 3 little guys who saw Kai Wang for the first time were also surprised that there is such a small planet. Although this is my first time meeting Dongwu, I have seen the anime after all, so I won't be surprised. Let's go. Dongwu took the lead and flew into Caillou. Caiapas is not big, but its gravity is not small. It is 10 times that of Earth and is equivalent to planet Vegeta. Of course, this has no effect on the few people who often spend time in the gravity chamber. At most, it feels strange. You are here. From today on, you will practice here. Kaio was very direct, making Dongwu stunned. Why Kaio-sama? There is no peace in the universe. We just received transmissions from the 3 KSE in the east, west, and southeast. Almost all the galaxies are being destroyed. Coupled with the frozen demons in the northern galaxy, we need powerful warriors. The Kaio said solemnly and sadly. Road. The Kaio's responsibility is to maintain the operation of the universe and adjust the balance of the universe. And punish criminal saboteurs, just like Bojack did tens of thousands of years ago. But that can only be achieved by joining forces with the 4 realm kings, using the innate abilities brought by the divine position. But if it is just a realm king, its strength is not strong. There is a clan of frozen demons in the northern galaxy attacking astrological spheres. I know this. But in the 3 galaxies in the south, east, and west, I haven't heard of any masters committing crimes during this time. Dongwu frowned, he really didn't know this. Because the original work mainly revolves around the progress of the protagonist, there is not much description of other galaxies. Unexpectedly, the situation in other galaxies is not much better than that of the northern galaxy. I don't know why, but many powerful super criminals have appeared in recent years. The frozen demon of the northern galaxy, the SAIYAN of the western galaxy, the Kumu of the eastern galaxy, and the flame sparrow of the southern galaxy. They are all very strong, and they are constantly killing lives and attacking astrological planets. King Kai frowned when he mentioned this and was quite angry. In fact, King Kai is not helpless. For example, the warriors in the underworld are still very powerful. For example, the spare rib rice under King Kai of the West and Oliver, the best martial artist in the northern galaxy under King Kai. But the key point is that these are martial arts masters in the underworld, and they cannot participate in the affairs of the underworld without special circumstances. Even if you participate, you only have 1 day, and even traveling is not enough. Wait. You mean SAIYAN? The first thing that comes to Dongwu's mind is Broly. SAIYAN can stir up trouble in the galaxy. Now only Broly has this ability. As a result, King Kai confirmed Dongwu's conjecture. Yes, it is SAIYAN. And it is the Super SAIYAN in your SAIYAN legend. His name is Broly. He is extremely evil and full of destruction and killing. Is it really Broly? Dongwu didn't look happy when his suspicion was confirmed. Instead, I feel inexplicable sadness. SAIYAN's strongest warrior comes once in 1,000 years. Turned out to be an irrational lunatic. So, we need strong warriors to maintain the peace of the universe. Okay, I can definitely defeat the bad guys. Dongwu suddenly became excited and raised his little hand high. He. Okay, the little guy has a lot of fighting spirit. King Kai showed a hearty smile. Since the emergence of these super criminals, King Kai has searched the universe for good, powerful warriors who can also solve this crime. But it wasn't until Dong Le transformed into Super SAIYAN that King Kai noticed it by chance and saw hope. After several years of observation, he determined that this group of SAIYAN warriors on Earth were indeed kind and had great potential. That's why they were summoned to Kaio. Your foundation is already very solid. The next training will be high-intensity intensive training and my 2 unique moves. King Kai knows a few people very well and trains them in a targeted manner. As for Dongwu, your situation is very special. I don't know how to train you, so you can only figure it out on your own. Or you can ask Lord Kai to give you some guidance, but now is not the time. King Kai said apologetically. It doesn't matter, then these little guys will get rid of Kaio-sama. I'll just explore on my own first. Dongwu also expressed understanding because his situation is indeed special. This has never happened in SAIYAN's history. A super match is a super match, and a super match is a super match. There has never been a fusion of two forces. Well, okay. I'll teach you Kaioken and Spirit Bomb first, and you can explore on your own. Leave the four of them to me. Kaio nodded and started the training plan. Kaioken is actually similar to the transformation of Super Saiyan. Do you know that because it is artificially developed, it puts a lot of pressure on the body? The body is not strong enough and it is difficult to perform. The Spirit Bomb is very mysterious and involves a wide range of aspects. It even involves distance-free transmission in space. Kaioken Dongwu learned it quickly, but Spirit Bomb was never fully understood. In the original book, Son Goku learned Kaioken and Spirit Bomb in a few months, and also received a lot of intensive training. This made Dongwu doubt life. Is my understanding so poor? At the same time, he also understood why so many people had practiced with Kaioken, but only Son Goku could. It seems that it is not that the Kaio is stingy and refuses to teach, but that he simply cannot learn it. 7 years have passed in a hurry, and Dongwu's combat power has reached 100 million, but he still has not become a super sailor. Dong Le also transformed into Super 2 5 years ago, but Super 3 has never had any clue. Dongwu suspected that Dong Le might not be able to transform into Super 3. In the original work, Vegeta did not transform into Super 3. And Casio and Bobby are on the verge of transformation, with only one opportunity left. Casio has a combat power of 5 million, and Poppy has a combat power of 6 million. As for Dongyu, she only had 1 million, so Dongwu really had nothing to do with her. If you scold her, she will cry. If you don't scold her, she will try to torture Babolos and Gyolegli. They are afraid of Dongyu when they see Dongyu, but Kai Wang is so small that they can't even hide. There is no place to hide. Therefore, for their own safety, the two guys now stay next to Dongwu all day long, acting like Dongwu's pets. Dongwu, I have asked the great Kaio about your situation. He has never seen such a situation, so he will let you go to the great Kaio when he has the opportunity. However, let's take a look at the earth first. SAIYAN has come to the earth. King Kai gloated. SAIYAN came to earth? Radids. Dongwu didn't feel it yet, time passed so fast. Now that Son Goku is 24 years old, the time for Super Saiyan to break out is coming. But I haven't transformed into a super sailor yet, so I'm really worried. Chapter 33 Raditz. Raditz still came to Earth, and came with an extremely proud attitude. But as soon as he arrived on Earth, he was dumbfounded because there were already people standing around the spacecraft. It seems like these are Earth's warriors. Let me see how powerful they are. Raditz pressed the detector, and a set of data suddenly appeared on it. All combat power is 5? Sure enough, a low-level planet is a low-level planet, and even the warriors are just scum with a combat power of 5. Raditz said with disdain. Hey Tien Shinyan, is this person stupid? Klin looked at Raditz with an expression like a fool, and at the same time poked Tien Shinyan with his elbow. Hey? What do you mean, the lower creatures of the earth? Raditz's ears are very good. Although Klin's words are not loud, they are not quiet either. How could Raditz not hear them? He immediately became angry. In his opinion, the people on a low-level planet like the Earth are also low-level creatures. Shouldn't they be frightened when they see him? It seems that this low-level planet is too remote. I have never heard of Saiyan's power. Raditz thought of this possibility and prepared to teach these ignorant Earthlings a lesson. Kakarot is really useless, such a low-level planet was not conquered. At the same time, he also despised Son Goku. In his opinion, if a Saiyan baby is sent to a planet, either the baby will die in battle, or all the people on the planet will be killed. Now that everyone on Earth is alive and well, it means that Kakarot has died in the battle. In fact, it is common for Saiyan babies to die in battle, even 7 or 8 out of 10. However, the combat effectiveness of the Earth is too low. It would be a shame to die in battle on such a planet. In fact, under normal circumstances, Radit's speculation is correct, but unfortunately Son Goku suffered a brain injury when he was a child, and his temper changed from violent to well-behaved. Moreover, there is Dongwu's family on Earth, so the situation Raditz mentioned cannot happen. Since Kakarot has not completed the mission, let me complete it. Let's kill all the people on Earth, starting with these warriors. Although they are said to be warriors, Raditz actually does not regard these people as warriors at all. With a combat power of only 5, is he considered a warrior? 99.9% of SAIYAN babies are better than this. Kakarot is also an exception. Go to hell, you are a piece of trash with low combat effectiveness. Raditz casually threw a Kigong bomb at Klin and the others. TCH, you want to kill someone with this little attack power? Piccolo curled his lips in disdain and smashed the Kigong bomb into pieces. What? How is that possible? Raditz looked like he had seen a ghost. 5 points of combat power smashed his own Kigong bomb? Am I awake or am I dreaming? Just when Raditz was about to take action again, Son Goku flew over from a distance. Hey, what are you doing? There are so many people, just for this guy with more than 1,000 combat points. Son Goku said with a smile. Son Goku likes to fight, but he only likes to fight with people who are stronger than him or with evenly matched people. Raditz's combat power of more than 1,000 points really didn't interest him. Kakarot, you are still alive. Raditz felt like he was going crazy. Why was it completely different from what he thought? Oh? You actually know my name? Do you know me? Who are you? After hearing Raditz's words, Son Goku asked a lot of questions. His grandfather had told him when he was a child that he was SAIYAN and had a name called Kakarot. Moreover, he has also seen Dongwu and others on Earth. However, Son Goku grew up on Earth and completely regarded himself as an Earthling. But at this moment, when I suddenly heard my alien name, I thought of a lot at once. Of course I know your name. You look exactly like your father, and I am your eldest brother, Raditz. Raditz said, revealing his hidden tail. T-tail? It's indeed SAIYAN. Son Goku was startled. He was not the middle-class idiot who knew nothing in the original work. You are my brother? Then why did you come to Earth? Did you come to see me? Son Goku still hasn't gotten rid of his naivety, and he didn't even realize that Raditz came with bad intentions. You can say that, but now I'm very disappointed. Raditz was a little pretentious and really sounded like an elder. However, he is indeed Son Goku's eldest brother. The other warriors on Earth didn't speak, after all, Son Goku didn't speak either. Disappointed? What are you disappointed about? Son Goku didn't understand. What's there to be disappointed about? But at this time on Kaihu planet, Dongwu, Kaihu, and others who saw this scene through Kaihu were ready to watch the show. Ho ho ho! Kaihu smiled unconsciously, this Raditz is going to be in trouble. Kaihu knew SAIYAN's temper very well, and he knew that Raditz would definitely ask Son Goku to kill all the people on Earth next. It's unreasonable not to get beaten for such a request. Dongwu also nodded in agreement. Having read the original work, he already knew what Raditz was going to say next. As long as Raditz dares to speak out, the Earth Warriors dare to teach him how to behave. Sure enough, what Raditz said was what Kaihu thought. Kakarot, we are the fighting nation SAIYAN. Our life is to attack the astrological planets and sell them at high prices. I sent you here just to kill all the people on Earth. But, what have you done for so many years? Why are the people on Earth still doing well? Raditz said angrily. What? Raditz's words immediately calmed everyone present, but they all laughed disdainfully. Not to mention Son Goku, even Dongwu's family is also SAIYAN. They didn't conquer the Earth either. Otherwise, the Earth would have ceased to exist long ago. Humph, Even SAIYAN. I am also a SAIYAN who grew up on the earth. I will not destroy nor let anyone destroy the earth. Son Goku refused righteously. But this angered Raditz, who decided that he must teach Earth and Kakarot a lesson. In this case, then you will die with the garbage of the earth. Raditz threw the Kigong bomb angrily, this time with all his strength. Although Kakarot was born with low combat power, he is still a SAIYAN after all and should be stronger than the Earthlings. Moreover, the combat power revealed during the flight just now was 1002, so it was given enough attention. Oh, it's so miserable. The king of Kai gloated. But Dongwu knew that Son Goku wouldn't kill anyone unless absolutely necessary, so he didn't think Raditz would be in such misery. It's just a pity that Raditz still only has this little fighting power. Logically speaking, Vegeta received his own guidance, and although he did not teach martial arts, he would still work hard to practice it. Then Nappa and Raditz who follow him will be somewhat stronger than the original. Now it seems that 1005 is still 1005, there is no change at all. Vegeta is really deep-minded. Does he want to secretly accumulate strength and defeat Frieza in one fell swoop? Dongwu thought about it secretly and felt that this was in line with Vegeta's character. Vegeta kills decisively, but has deep thoughts. More importantly, Vegeta was extremely arrogant and selfish before settling on Earth. Thanks to Zhu Yuan Basehan District for the reward and the monthly pass for reading the novel. Thank you. In addition, because the chapter cannot be changed after 2 days, the reward building will not be built. I will thank you after the chapter. I wish everyone make a fortune, make a fortune. Chapter 34 Doubt Life. To be honest, Raditz's combat power is not that strong. Frieza's men carry technological guns and basically have more than 1,000 combat power points. Even the vegetarians have 1,002. Raditz's fighting strength of 1,500 is nothing more than a mere pawn under Frieza. That's why he was despised by Nappa and Vegeta. After all, SAIYAN's combat power is really weak. However, Raditz believed in the detector too much. That's why he appears unscrupulous. You are really weak. Son Goku curled his lips and let Raditz's Kigong bomb hit him. Raditz struck with all his strength, not even splashing water on Son Goku. Such a weak SAIYAN, not even comparable to Gohan. Klin looked at Raditz's attack with disdain and disbelief at the same time. After all, they knew how powerful SAIYAN was. Not to mention Super SAIYAN Dong Le, even the naughty Dong Yu had a combat power of 30,000 at the age of 7 years ago. With a fighting strength of 1,500, they had never seen such a weak SAIYAN. That is to say, this power is too weak. He couldn't even look down on the dumplings. Dumpling now has a combat power of nearly 20,000, while Klin and Tien Shinyan both have a combat power of 30,000. As for Son Goku and Piccolo, they are basically around 1 million. How is that possible? Why is there nothing wrong with Kakarot? The Earth Warrior thought Raditz was weak, but he himself did not realize this. Seeing that Son Goku was okay despite being attacked by him, he immediately yelled angrily. On his detector, Son Goku only has a fighting strength of 1,002. How could this kind of fighting power be able to withstand his own attack? Unfortunately, he didn't know that people on Earth can suppress chi. The fighting power he saw was all false. Okay Goku, is such a weak SAIYAN really your brother? Krillin curled his lips and asked. At first, they felt the evil aura from afar, so they gathered at the landing site to prepare to stop the evil universe people. But I didn't expect that this universe person turned out to be Son Goku's brother, and he was so weak. If he had known it, he wouldn't have come. He knows my name, so it shouldn't be wrong. Son Goku also felt that Raditz, as his brother, was so weak and rarely helpless. But that's not to doubt Raditz's identity. After all, not many people know his name SAIYAN. Shut up, you low-level creatures, how dare you look down on Uncle Raditz? Damn it, damn it! Raditz was angry. As a SAIYAN warrior, I watched these earthlings, one weak on the left and the other weak on the right, demeaning themselves unscrupulously. It would be strange not to feel angry in my heart. What's more, he has always been despised by Nappa and Vegeta because of his weak fighting ability. His fighting ability is not as good as the two of them, and his status is not as high as the two of them, so he naturally tolerates it. But what is the Earth? A low-level planet among low-level planets has an average combat power of only 1. He couldn't bear to be despised by planet people of this level. I don't believe you are better at fighting than me, so just go to hell. Angry, Raditz fired Qigong bombs continuously. It was as if he wanted to vent the anger in his heart along with the Qigong bombs. Boom boom boom. Continuous explosions sounded, and dust and smoke filled the area. The bright Qigong bombs destroyed the surrounding ground. And craters appeared one after another as if they were bombed by missiles. The momentum is very strong, and the light, shadow, and sound effects are also good. This Raditz is going to be hit again. Dongwu from Kaiwang also gloated. I guess Raditz is doubting life. Kai rarely said a truly humorous sentence. The dust and smoke fell, but the effect was unsatisfactory. Not to mention dead, not even a single person was injured. How is this possible? Raditz felt that he must not have woken up, and he really began to doubt his life. Is it because I can't keep up with the times? Or is the world changing too fast? Although he is not ranked high in the universe, it is very difficult not to transform into a gorilla when facing ordinary mid to high level planets. But facing low level planets, it is still invincible. How come there are such powerful people on the lowest planet like Earth? Hey, Son Goku's brother. Piccolo was not polite at all, and said directly, your combat power of 1500, if it is real combat power, is nothing on Earth. Have you seen your brother? Son Goku is also Kakarot. He has a combat power of 1.1 million. Even the weakest, Dumpling, here has a combat power of 20,000. With your power, anyone can kill you. Piccolo didn't save any face for Raditz. Although what he said was the truth, it was also the most irritating. But Raditz couldn't get angry. 1.1 million combat power? Is this still a useless scion who was born with only 2 combat points? If Son Goku hadn't been standing in front of him, and if someone else had said it, he wouldn't have believed it. Someone must have made a joke to him. You know, King Vegeta, who is known as the genius among scions, only has a combat strength of 20,000, Veget must have hidden his strength, see chapter 13 for details. Nappa, who is a scion noble, only has 6,000. Even in the history of Scion, there has never been a legend of a scion with a combat power of millions, except Chuan Chao. However, Son Goku's flat reaction and lack of any rebuttal told him that what this Namek man said was true. What frightened him even more was that the ones with the lowest combat power here were all 20,000, on par with Vegeta. How to fight this? You are just a low-level planet, how can you have such a high combat effectiveness? Why? Raditz shouted in a broken voice, somewhat hysterically unwilling. He is a warrior of the fighting nation Scion. Although he was born as an intermediate warrior, he should be much stronger than ordinary beings. In fact, he is indeed stronger than most life forms in the universe, but in front of a low-level planet like the Earth, his combat power seems ridiculous. He was unwilling to give in. He felt that the whole world had deceived him and abandoned him. Why? Because we are practicing all the time, we constantly surpass ourselves and exceed our limits. Even if we are born with low combat effectiveness, even if our limits are very low. But we are constantly surpassing, so we are better than you. Because we work 100 times 1,000 times more than you efforts. Klin was a little excited when he said this. He and Tien Shinyan also worked hard and always wanted to follow in Son Goku's footsteps. At the beginning, the gap was not big, but later it became farther and farther. until God told them that this is the gap between talent and potential. But they did not give up and continued to surpass themselves and exceed their limits. And he practiced the martial arts passed down by Dongwu crazily, so he gained his current strength. They are not as good as Son Goku and Piccolo, but their confidence is no worse than others. Because they were working hard, they didn't give up. Yes, although the potential of the Earth people is not as good as that of SAIYAN, they do work hard. They have surpassed their own limits and can be said to be true martial artists. Dongwu agreed with Klin's statement, which is why he is optimistic about the Earth Warriors. Reason: never give up, this is their belief. Work hard, to practice. Raditz was confused. He didn't know what he was thinking. He thought about a lot and recalled the past. Finally, he left in despair, even crushing the detector. I understand. Next time, the next time I come to Earth, I will definitely defeat all of you. Before Raditz left, he solemnly made a promise. Even Dongwu and Kaihu didn't expect that the Earth Warrior's words would actually arouse Raditz's fighting spirit. You know, Raditz has already lost his fighting spirit because he was suppressed by Nappa and Vegeta. Thanks to S for the reminder and Ling Xiao Supreme's monthly ticket. Chapter 35 Shock. Raditz left without any nostalgia or regret. He found his own way and was filled with fighting spirit. But Vegeta and Nappa, who were far away on the alien planet, were not at peace. Nappa, did you hear that just now? The cockroach on Earth actually has a fighting strength of 1.1 million. Vegeta gritted his teeth and narrowed his eyes. I heard it, but it was probably the people on Earth who deceived Raditz, right? Nappa said nonchalantly. Who is Kakarot? A famous waste among SAIYAN, he was born with only 2 points of combat power. In hundreds of years, there has never been a SAIYAN baby with such low combat effectiveness. Such trash has a combat power of 1.1 million? Nappa was the first to not believe it. As a SAIYAN noble himself, he was born a high-ranking SAIYAN. Now it only has a few thousand fighting power, and a waste has 1.1 million, how can he believe it? Not to mention Nappa, even a genius like Vegeta only has 20,000 combat power now. Of course, this is the result of Vegeta hiding his fighting power. Because when Vegeta was 5 years old, he already had a fighting strength of 22,000 due to his recovery from being injured by Dong Le. But Nappa didn't know that in his mind, no SAIYAN could surpass Vegeta. Therefore, he didn't believe it at all. Whether it is or not, I want to go to Earth and see. Nappa didn't believe it, but Vegeta remembered the 2 SAIYANs he met more than 20 years ago. Vegeta, who was 5 years old at the time, was abused. More than 20 years have passed, and Vegeta's strength has grown rapidly. He believed that he would be no worse than any SAIYAN, including the 2 people in front of him. He has been searching and inquiring about these 2 people for these years, but there has been no news. This time he accidentally heard about Kakarot's fighting power, which reminded him of the 2 SAIYANs. Although this was just a hunch, Vegeta decided to take a look. Okay Vegeta, since you want to go, let's go. Nappa said, touching his bald head. Nappa has always been obedient to Vegeta. He will do whatever Vegeta says and go wherever Vegeta tells him to go. Okay, let's go now. Vegeta threw down the food in his hand and boarded the starship with Nappa directly, heading for the Earth. Vegeta's spaceship is still relatively fast, and it still takes about a year to reach Earth. 2 flowers bloomed, 1 each, Vegeta went to the Earth, and Dongwu also completed his training at Kaihu. Lil, Yuiyu, Casio, and Bobby should go back to Earth first. I have to stay here for a while if I have something to do. Dongwu said to the 4 younger brothers and sisters. Nowadays, these people are no longer little guys. Dong Le is actually the same age as Dongwu, but they are only half a year apart. Now she is 29 years old. In her previous life in China, she would have been a leftover old girl, and her family would be very worried. But this is the world of Dragon Ball, and this big girl is still like a child. Casio is also 21 years old, Poppy is 18 years old, and Dongyu is 16 years old. Although Casio and Poppy have worked hard, they are still one step away from being able to transform into Super Saiyan. They are still far behind Son Gohan. Do Saiyans who are mixed with Earth really have such a big advantage? Sometimes Dongwu suspects that among the mixed-race Saiyans in the original work, it would be the most difficult for them to transform into Super Saiyan Son Gohan, and they were only 6 or 7 years old. As for Trunks and Son Goten, they transformed naturally at the age of 4 or 5 without any effort at all. However, Dong Le, the only one among them who transformed into Super Saiyan, also transformed at the age of 17. Of course, Casio and Bobby have very solid foundations and very high basic combat effectiveness. I believe that if I practice in the gravity chamber for a while, I will become stronger and my transformation into Super Saiyan will not be an obstacle. Oh! I can finally go home! Several people suddenly shouted, extremely happy. Come to think of it, I came to Kaihu when I was little and stayed there for several years. The key is that Kaihu Sing is still small and has no place to play. It's really not easy for a few people to last for so long. I don't know how the king of Kai survived for tens of thousands of years without going crazy. When I heard that I could go home, I was naturally excited. I have already told the god of earth that he will take you back. The king of Kai said and asked several people to leave along the snake path. As for Dongwu, he will take him to the Great Realm King. The king of the Great Realm is located in Tianhuitian, a very high level outside of heaven. The controller of the Great Kaio is the Great Kaio. Actually, I think the Great Kaio is very similar to Dr. Gallo. When King Kai took Dongwu to the Great Kaio, the king was wearing fashionable clothes and dancing to music. Lord Kaio, I have brought Dongwu. King Kai said to the fashionable old man, Kaio. Oh, are you here already? The Great Realm King, who was in high spirits, stopped after hearing this. The Great Realm King looked at Dongwu and nodded, then frowned and shook his head, as if there was something he couldn't understand. Dongwu, right? Show your fusion power and let me see. The King of the Realm said. Okay, Great Kaio-sama, please give me some advice. Dongwu directly showed his power in front of the Great Kaio. Dongwu still has great confidence in the Great Realm King. Because according to legend, the Great Kaio already existed at the beginning of the universe. If he didn't know it, few people would know it. After the Great Realm King saw Dongwu's power, his eyes almost popped out. What? How is it possible? God, divine power. How can a mortal possess divine power? The Great Kaio directly transformed into the Roaring Emperor and almost overturned the Great Kaio's palace. Divine power, that is the power that only high-level gods have. Even Kaiowen only has the divine rank, divine position, and divine talent. He has never possessed divine power. How can a mortal possess divine power? The Great Kaiowen is a very advanced god among gods. Gods naturally possess divine power. However, even his divine power is lagging behind Dongwu. This is the level of divine power only available to Supreme Kai and gods of destruction. The King of Kai almost died of fright. He was really shocked, because in the Dragon Ball universe, no mortal has ever truly had Supreme Kai level divine power. Even the Super Saiyan God at the beginning has divine power that is at most equal to that of the Dai Kaio, or even worse. However, Dongwu actually possesses divine power at the level of Supreme Kai and gods of destruction. This is the top divine power in the universe. Although there is a big difference in strength between gods of destruction and Supreme Kai, they have the same god status and the same level of divine power. The only difference is the strength and destructive power. Impossible, impossible. The Great Realm King scratched his head and almost pulled off his beard. As for the Kaiju next to him, they were all shocked and dumbfounded. Thanks to ZXY for the monthly ticket. Chapter 36 Jobbit is coming. In the world of Dragon Ball, mortals may be more powerful than gods, but they absolutely cannot become gods. Even the so-called Super Saiyan god is not a god, but has some of the divine power and properties of a god. However, Dongwu completely broke this taboo and possessed the power of the top gods in a mortal body. I can't give you any guidance. Your level of divine power is still higher than mine, so you can only figure it out on your own. The Great Realm King sighed, feeling quite a bit desolate like a hero in his twilight years. Dongwu didn't speak, but he was also a little surprised. In the Dragon Ball world, even if it disgusts him, no one becomes a god. The so-called Super Saiyan god is just a person with a little bit of divinity who appears by gathering the power of multiple Saiyan fusions. In addition to increased strength, neither the lifespan nor the power of God. Dongwu never knew that the power of Super Saiyan and Chuan Super Saiyan, fused by the Tiangang A cup ointment, would have divine characteristics. Thank you very much, Lord King of the Realm. Dongwu said to the King of the Great Realm. You're welcome, just leave with King Kai. The Great Realm King waved his hand to let Dongwu and King Kai leave, while he frowned and frowned. After Dongwu and King Kai left, the King of Kai hurriedly left the King of Kai. This matter must be reported to Supreme Kai-sama, so as not to cause any accidents. The Great Kaio hurried to Supreme Kai, while Dongwu followed King Kai back to Kaio. Then he said goodbye and left, returning to Earth. But Dongwu didn't know that the Supreme Kai world was in trouble at this moment. The person who reacted most violently was not Supreme Kai SAIYAN, but Supreme Kai attendant Jobit. He takes the difference between gods and humans very seriously. In the original work, he feels good about himself and is somewhat arrogant as a god. It's a pity that in the subsequent series of blows, some of them lost their pride, and finally merged with Supreme Kai to become the new god of Gabit. Great King of the Realm, do you think a mortal dares to steal the power of a god? JB asked loudly. Please pay attention to your wording, Lord Gabit. Dongwu is the divine power that he cultivated himself, not the so-called theft. The Great Realm King's face became gloomy. As one of the oldest gods in this universe, he appeared earlier than today's Supreme Kai SAIYAN. Moreover, his status and divine power are no lower than those of Jobit. Naturally, he was not very happy when faced with Jobit's questioning. Okay, Jobit, now is not the time to discuss this. Instead, think about how to face this Saiyan Dongwu. SAIYAN also had a headache. Logically speaking, it would be easiest to kill a mortal with divine power. But Supreme Kai is in charge of creating planets and maintaining the balance of the universe. He kills people at every turn, and there is no sign of hunger. SAIYAN really can't do that. Sir Supreme Kai, you cannot stay with someone who steals divine power in a mortal body. Jobit is a solid supporter of the orthodox god and will never allow anyone to threaten the status of god. That's enough, Jobit. If you have the ability, go and find Dongwu in the next session. The King of Realms really felt fed up and was disgusted by this Jobit. What is this special code? Gods and mortals who work all day long always think you are great? If it weren't for his natural responsibilities, the Great Realm King would have long wanted to teach this Gabit a lesson. It is because of the existence of this Jobit that the King of Kai has not been to the Supreme Kai world for tens of thousands of years. Bother! To be honest, not only is the power of the Great Kaio far greater than that of Gabit, but the power of Supreme Kai is even worse than him. If he really wanted to teach Jobit a lesson, he would have no choice but to admit that he was unlucky. However, Supreme Kai is the boss of Daikai Wang, so he cannot do this. Therefore, just let Jobit solve it himself. Aren't you awesome? Do you think you are great? Then go yourself. That's what the Great Realm King thought. Anyway, with Dongwu's current strength, plus 20 times Kaioken, it will definitely kill Jobit. If you can't teach him a lesson yourself, it would be nice to find someone else. Thinking of this, the Great Realm King smiled happily. Humph, I'll go. I don't believe how powerful a mortal can be. Jobit snorted, and instant transmission came to the King Kai planet. Jebit has instant transmission ability, which is more advanced than Son Goku's. This is an innate magical power that does not require feeling ki to move like Son Goku. Before East King Kai could stop him, Jobit had already left the Supreme Kai world. But when Jobit came to Kai Wang, Dongwu had already left. Where is SAIYAN Dongwu? Jobit asked Kai Hideo. He is a SAIYAN living on the earth. You can just go directly to the earth. King Kai shrugged his shoulders and showed Jobit the way as if it had nothing to do with him. Hey! Jobit felt that King Kai's tone was not very respectful, and he felt a little unhappy. But Jobit, who was eager to find Dongwu, left quickly. On the earth side, Dongwu had just been brought back by the gods, and he felt a powerful aura before he could even get down to the temple. This aura is very strong, almost at the level of Super Sai. There is also a sacred charm in the breath, similar to that of the great Kaio. Not only Dongwu, but the gods also felt it. Although the gods are the lowest level of gods, they are still gods after all. Moreover, the reason why the gods were hesitant about the fruit of the spirit tree was that their divine rank was already equivalent to that of a Kaio. How could he not feel the aura of a high-level god? There should be no gods coming to the earth during this period. If it's not the Great Realm King, who could it be? Dongwu was a little confused. This did not appear in the original work. However, Dongwu didn't care much about the intensity of this force. Not to mention Dong Le, who is already in Super 2 state, even with Supreme Kai himself, he can make the opponent full of teeth. If the other party comes with good intentions, that is naturally the best. If it was malicious, then Dongwu could only tell him how deep the water on the earth is. God of the earth, tell me where Dongwu is. Jobit looked at the god arrogantly and asked in a very rude tone. Hey, what kind of god is this? He's so arrogant. I'm Dongwu, what's the matter? Dongwu was very unhappy when he heard JB's tone, and he was arrogant and self-righteous. The most important thing is that he doesn't have any great skills yet. Relying on his status as a god, he thinks he is great. Are you Dongwu? The SAIYAN who stole divine power in a mortal body. Jobit looked at Dongwu angrily. Mortal? Steal? God. Dongwu repeated a few words with strong disdain and dissatisfaction in his tone. This is Dongwu's only disgusting character in the Justice Camp in the Dragon Ball world. Although it changed a bit later, the mentality of God's superiority still existed until he merged with East King Kai SAIYAN and became the god Jebit. Today I will show you how I, a mortal, can defeat you. Let you know that your so-called god is nothing special. Dongwu did not suppress his emotions and directly attacked Jobit. Not only that, Dongwu also launched an attack the moment he finished speaking. Chapter 37 Beating Jobit. Jebit's strength is pretty good, and he is almost as strong as a Super Saiyan, a little stronger than Frieza. But now Dongwu's basic combat power is 100 million, so JB doesn't dare to neglect this punch. After all, as a god, his sensory sensitivity is still very high. Snapped. Dongwu's fist and Jobit's arm, this is a confrontation of strength. I have to say that Jobit's strength is pretty good. At least it is higher than Dongwu's normal combat power, and it is quite a lot. It should have a combat power of about 200 million. This time, Dongwu was at a disadvantage and was bounced away. It is indeed a divine power. Although the divine power still has flaws, it has indeed reached the level of Supreme Kai's divine power. Jobit confirmed that Dongwu's chi was indeed a divine power. But compared to Supreme Kai's flawless divine power, Dongwu's divine power still has some flaws and cannot reach perfection. However, the level of divine power is indeed that of Supreme Kai. It's a pity that mortals are mortals, they are not strong enough, and their divine power is not perfect. Really? Just now I was just testing, and next I will show my true strength. Let you, a self-righteous god, know that all your arrogance is nothing in my eyes. Dongwu's basic combat power is indeed only 100 million, but don't forget that Dongwu can Kaioken, and the maximum multiplier is 30 times. As long as it doesn't exceed 30 times, Dongwu's body can bear it. To be honest, Dongwu is really disgusted with this Jobit. In the world of Dragon Ball, Dongwu feels that many bad guys are more comfortable than Jobit. After all, the bad guys can just be eliminated, but Jobit is not bad, on the contrary, he is very kind. But he is just too arrogant and makes people uncomfortable. Therefore, Dongwu decided to torture him again to make his memory long and suppress his arrogance. Of course, you can't really beat him to death. After all, Jobit is not a bad guy. Hee. Dongwu instantly mobilized 10 times the Kaioken, and scarlet aura filled his body. This is called Kaioken, and it's a unique move created by King Kai. I can use it up to 30 times more effectively, and now it's 10 times more useful. Dongwu looked at Jobit teasingly. Dongwu under the 10 times Kaioken was about 5 times the combat power of Jobit. Jobit instantly felt the heavy pressure. Bang! Jobit flew out, his face instantly turned pale. One punch, just one punch, injured Jobit. It is also Jobit who, as a god, is physically powerful. If it were an ordinary person, with a 5-fold difference in combat effectiveness, they would lose their combat effectiveness even if they were not killed by one punch. Today I will tell you that no matter whether it is a god or a human being, there is no other life. There may be high and low levels, and all lives should be respected. And your arrogance and your own insignificant combat power are simply a joke. Bang bang bang! Dongwu hit Jobit while fighting. Jobit had no resistance at all in the hands of Dongwu who used Kaioken. But one thing must be admitted, God's body is indeed very powerful. Although Dongwu grasps the strength, normal life should be dying long ago. However, although Jobit was seriously injured, he still had strong vitality. At the beginning, Majin Buu failed to directly kill Supreme Kai, but absorbed and digested them, allowing Supreme Kai to die. This is the advantage of the divine body. However, it was frustrating to be beaten like this all the time, and JB was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. "Mortal, how dare you harm a god?" Jobit shouted angrily, feeling very embarrassed at the same time. He was so arrogant just now, but now he is being beaten like a dog. Anyone who wants to lose face will be embarrassed. Of course, more anger. Return to a mortal? Return to a god? Today I will beat you until you can't take care of yourself, and let you, a god, see that a mortal can be stronger than a god. Dongwu increased his strength by 3 points, but he couldn't be beaten to death anyway. Bang 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 bang! Jobit was beaten back and forth like a ping-pong ball. He was bleeding and disfigured in an instant. It was so miserable. What a powerful force, Jobit is no match for him. Supreme Kai SAIYAN was also a little surprised. Dongwu's power is really amazing among mortals. The Great Realm King knew it already and just smiled and shook his head. Jobit paid the price for his defiance and hopes to learn from it in the future. Of course, he didn't want Jobit to be beaten to death, so he was always ready to send a message to Dongwu. But seeing that Dongwu had no murderous intentions, I felt relieved. It's so surprising that such power exists among mortals. Although Supreme Kai felt surprised, he was not too surprised. After all, there is still a big gap between this power and him. Although Dongwu's power is good, the strongest one now is his sister Dong Le, who is at the peak of the 2nd level of Super Saiyan and has a combat power of close to 80 billion. The king of the realm learned about Dong Le's fighting power from King Kai, and said leisurely to Supreme Kai at this moment. "What? You said 80 billion? Supreme Kai was really surprised now, because this person's combat power was much higher than him. From the original Majin Buu chapter, it can be inferred that the power of Supreme Kai is about the same as the 2nd level of Super Saiyan. Because he mentioned that Supreme Kai can easily kill Frieza with one finger, and it made Son Goku feel that it is not easy to defeat Supreme Kai. You must know that Son Goku had already transformed into Super Saiyan 3 at that time, so Supreme Kai, which he felt required a lot of effort, was naturally not too weak. However, the average Super 2 has a combat power of about 50 billion, and East King Kai is about the same level, or a little lower. 80 billion, already more than East King Kai AXIN. That's right, it's 80 billion. The King of the Realm said. In fact, there was one thing he didn't say, which was that Dong Li's strength was still growing. It's really amazing. It's amazing that a mortal's physique can be so powerful. Now, the chaos in the universe can be calmed down a lot. Although East King Kai was surprised, he was not jealous. Although he is a young Supreme Kai, he still has the magnanimity of being a creator god. If you are interested, you can look up the meaning of Supreme Kai, and the Supreme Kai in Dragon Ball is also responsible for creating planets. King Kai cultivates them so that they can contribute to the peace of the universe. The King of the Realm quite agrees with King Kai's approach. The strength of the Great Realm King has always been a mystery. As one of the oldest gods, he doesn't take many actions. The only event in the original work was when Higashi Kaio competed with Son Goku in speed, but was crushed by the Great Kaio. You must know that although Son Goku had not yet transformed into Super 2 at that time, he had been Super 1 at full power for a long time. Although speed does not necessarily represent strength, judging from his subsequent performance, he was much stronger than Son Goku at the time. In other words, it is at least a Super 2nd level. However, the Great Realm King is very mysterious and basically doesn't care about mortal matters. Okay, let Dongwu stop. Jobit is already injured, let him come back. Supreme Kai nodded and thought it was almost done, so he sent a message to Dongwu and Jobit to tell them to stop. Chapter 38 Casio is in love. Jobit left with wounds all over his body, and his heart was full of grief, anger, and humiliation. But what can be done? If you can't beat him and still show off, it's good if you don't die. Dongwu, now you are strong enough to defeat Frisia. I hope you can kill Frisia and restore peace to the Northern Galaxy. King Kai contacted Dongwu, because Frisia has made too much trouble in recent years, and there have been many planets disappeared, and more planets were conquered and killed. King Kai was also anxious, so he wanted Dongwu to quickly calm down Frisia. King Kai-sama, wait another year, I need another year to summarize. If Frisia is not dead after 1 year and is still destroying the universe, I will personally kill Frisia and destroy the Frozen Demon Clan. Dongwu knew that 1 year later Son Goku would transform into Super Saiyan and defeat Frisia. He didn't want to disrupt the path of Son Goku and all Earth warriors for his own reasons. However, Dongwu didn't say die. Although in the original work, Son Goku transformed into Super Saiyan at the last minute. But today's Dragon Ball world, especially the Earth, has changed a lot, and he is not sure whether the plot will be the same as the original. So he will follow when the time comes. If Son Goku cannot defeat Frisia at the last moment, he will personally take action and kill Frisia. Today, Dongwu no longer cares about Frisia and the Frozen Demon Clan. Whether it's Frisia, Cooler, or King Cold, Dongwu can handle them all with ease. Okay, I don't care about this year anyway. King Kai didn't force it, and more importantly, Frisia's attack on the astrological sphere has been very slow recently. Without taking action himself, it would be difficult to achieve an absolute crushing massacre with the help of his subordinates who were not good at fighting. On the other side, Jobit returned to the Supreme Kai world. After using his healing power to recover from his injuries, he was questioned by Supreme Kai. What do you think of that, Dongwu? How strong is it? Back to Lord Supreme Kai, that mortal is not very powerful in his own right. But using King Kai's Kaioken can increase the power up to 30 times. I am no match for that. Jobit replied. Every time he thought of this incident, Jobit felt endless humiliation. He couldn't bear that a mere mortal dared to blaspheme the gods. However, he is indeed no match for Dongwu, so he can only keep it in his heart. I know this. What I want to ask is his divine power. What's going on? Supreme Kai SAIYAN doesn't care about Dongwu's combat power. What he cares about is Dongwu's divine power. This is the first person to develop divine power on his own since the birth of the universe. Even the Super Saiyan God's so-called divine power only possesses the characteristics of a small part of the divine power. It's not considered a divine power at all. And if Dongwu really cultivates divine power on his own, it means that mortals can become gods through cultivation. This is definitely not a trivial matter. Back to Supreme Kai-sama, Dongwu does have divine power, and the level of divine power is very high. Such a Super Saiyan and fusion that transmits the power of Super Saiyan, but it is definitely not just the fusion of two powers, but also other mysterious things. I can't tell. Jobit replied honestly. Is that so? It seems that there is a chance to meet this Saiyan named Dongwu. Supreme Kai frowned and thought for a while, then shook his head and smiled. What happened to mortals becoming gods? The role of Supreme Kai is to create the planet and guide the development and evolution of life in the universe. If someone in the universe became a god, it wouldn't be a bad thing for him. In fact, not only Supreme Kai, but also the Great King is also confused. There is even an old guy in a divine sword in the Supreme Kai world who is also paying attention to this matter. But this has nothing to do with Dongwu, because he has no idea that so many people are paying attention to him now. No matter how I live my life, I still have to live my life. I worry about my younger brothers and sisters every day. Mom and Dad have also gone to the universe to experience in the past few years. Judging from the messages, they haven't been back for 4 or 5 years. Now he has to worry about everything about this family. Casio and Poppy are not too young anymore. They are like boring gourds all day long, and they don't even talk about finding a girlfriend. Dongwu is worried. Casio is already 21, and Poppy is 18 years old. However, these two guys only cultivate and eat. The last time I asked them when they were going to find a girlfriend, it turned out that the two bastards had no plans in this regard, which made Dongwu very angry. Of course, I was also worried. But Dong Li and Dong Yu are now pursued by many people. Dongwu was even more worried that sometimes he couldn't sleep well, for fear of being cheated by some bastard. After taking care of him for so many years, how can he not feel bad about raising him so big? I am afraid of meeting a bad man and my sister will be wronged. Moreover, Yu is too young, only 16 years old. How can we fall in love? Sure enough, the Chinese saying is so true. If you have a son, any daughter you see will look like your daughter-in-law. If you have a daughter, any boy will look like a bad guy. Dongwu covered his face. It really seemed like this. Dongwu is the elder brother, but he has basically been in charge of a few guys for so many years, and he is almost like half a father. Brother, let me tell you a secret. Don't tell anyone else. Dongwu was worried, and the little guy Dongyu approached Dongwu mysteriously, looking like something big had happened. This made Dongwu curious. What secrets could Xiao Liu know? You tell me. Second brother is in love. Dongyu looked like I was awesome, waiting for Dongwu to praise her. Are you serious? Dongwu's first reaction was disbelief, followed by surprise. Casio's elm-headed mind actually enlightened? Do you know how to find a girlfriend? This is really happy for Dongwu. Really, that sister's name is Lan Qi, and she's so beautiful. Let me tell you. Dongyu seemed to know everything and muttered a lot. Well, not bad, not bad. Wait, what do you think the girl's name is? Lan Qi. Dongwu was happy at first, but suddenly he was stunned. It can't be her, right? Yes, my name is Lan Qi. I followed my second brother secretly and heard it with my own ears. Dongyu said proudly. If your second brother finds out, he will definitely beat you up for following your second brother. Dongwu laughed dumbly, this girl just doesn't know how to behave. But when it comes to Lan Qi, Dongwu's first reaction is the Lan Qi who can transform when she sneezes in the original work. I don't know if it's the same person, or just the same name. However, regardless of whether it is true or not, it is a happy event for Casio to find a girlfriend. In fact, Lan Qi in the original work is also a quite tragic woman. She fell in love with Tian Xinyan, but they did not get together in the end. Always single. Dongwu has no objection to Casio asking Lan Kai to be his girlfriend. You need to be examined carefully when you come back. You dared to hide it from me. Although Dongwu said it as if he was angry, anyone could spot the joy in his tone and the smile on his face. When your second brother comes back later, he comes to see me. After Dongwu finished speaking, he left calmly, some of them even humming a little tune. A little bit, hum. Seeing Dongwu's proud look, Dongyu stuck out her tongue and made a face, and hummed to express her dissatisfaction. Thanks for the monthly ticket of 4.4.4.4.2.1.5.2.3.4.6. My friend, you are really stupid. You know that the numbers are easy to block. I need to type them by hand, but it is still so long. However, thank you very much. Chapter 39 Interrogation and Interview. He said that Cao had arrived. Just as he was talking about Casio and Lan Qi, Casio came back with Lan Qi. SAIYAN is very direct with his partners, and he will take them away as soon as he gets along well with them. In the original work, Sun Gokū and Shishi, Vegeta and Bulma are all quite straightforward. To be honest, if Lan Qi was really the one in the original work, she would be much older than Casio, and possibly a bit older than Dongwu. But Casio didn't mind, and Dongwu didn't mind having such a younger sibling either. Brother, we are back. Casio hugged Lan Qi and flew down from the sky. Very good, I understand now. Dongwu said to Casio teasingly. Casio felt a little embarrassed and scratched his head. Lan Qi is also a bit shy and a bit reserved behind Casio. Dongwu looked at the blue-haired Lan Qi and instantly knew that this was the Lan Qi who could transform when she sneezed in the original novel. The characters in Dragon Ball are really weird sometimes. The change in sneezing's personality can be said to be a split personality or dual personality. But when Lan Qi sneezes, not only does her personality change, but her hair color also changes. This is Lan Qi, don't worry. This kid will bully your elder brother to make the decision for you from now on. Dongwu smiled. Lan Qi in the blue-haired state is definitely a good wife and mother, and she is an absolute queen in the yellow-haired state. Dongwu felt that the two of them were quite a match. Casio is a bit dull, while Lan Kai is virtuous or flamboyant, and both of them get along well with each other. Thank you, brother, Casio is very good to me. Lan Qi bowed to Dongwu with some embarrassment, and then said shyly. Dongwu smiled, then asked Casio to follow him into the house, and asked Dongyu to accompany Lan Qi first. You brat, you didn't tell me when you found a girlfriend. Last time, you said you had no plans to do so. Dongwu said with a straight face. He was quite serious about his two younger brothers and was not as kind to his two younger sisters at all. So Casio and Bobby are a little afraid of Dongwu. But Dongwu asked out of curiosity, considering that the last time he asked was a month ago. Just 1 month to get Lan Qi done? Last time I went to Grandpa Master Roshi's place, drank with Goku and the others, and got drunk. Just. Casio scratched his face in embarrassment. Dongwu was speechless. That's it? You got drunk and acted like a hooligan, so you killed Lan Qi? Then Lan Qi was convinced that this kid had a future. Okay, as a man, since you have done something, you have to take responsibility. Lan Qi is following you now, and you have to be nice to me in the future, otherwise I will break your legs. Dongwu felt that there were some things that needed to be explained. This kid had a criminal record and he killed Lan Chi when he was drunk. What if I get drunk next time? So Dongwu felt it was necessary to ask Casio to drink less in the future. I know, brother, I will only have Lan Chi myself, and I will be good to her. Casio trembled with fright and quickly promised. Dongwu is not joking, he is not Dong Le or Yuiyu. The eldest brother said that if you break the leg, you will never break the arm. Well, here is a spirit tree fruit. You can give it to Lan Chi later. Dongwu took out a spirit tree fruit and gave it to Casio, and then told Casio to get out. Dongwu gave Casio the spirit tree fruit. On the one hand, as a big brother, he still had to give it as a greeting gift. On the other hand, Dongwu discovered that Lan Chi actually had quite a lot of chi, with a combat power of about 200. This may not be a big deal on today's Earth, but if it were in the original work, it would be even more powerful than Master Rashi. Now that Lan Chi has entered the martial arts gate, the spirit tree fruit is naturally the best choice. It seems that the Earth has really undergone earth-shaking changes. I didn't expect that Lan Chi has a higher combat power than the original Master Rashi. Dongwu smiled. Chinese martial arts are extremely effective in this Dragon Ball world, and it seems to be carried forward. Now that Casio has found his other half, it just depends on when Poppy can find his life goal. When Poppy gets married, I will go to the universe to make a living. I have been on Earth these years, and it's time to go out and see it. According to traditional Chinese thought, an elder brother is like a father. Dongwu has been the elder brother these years, caring for his parents. To be honest, Parrot and Zelia don't worry as much about their children as Dongwu. Thinking of these, Dongwu thought of his parents in this life, Parrot and Celia. It's really easy for these two to be parents. The three Casio brothers and sisters were brought up by Dongwu and Dong Le. They didn't have anything to worry about. Now they are traveling around the universe. We communicated some time ago and it turned out that these two people were quite playful. I also took various photos of strange aliens. Dongwu felt depressed just thinking about it. SAIYAN was really incompetent as a parent. Not only Parrot and Celia, there is also an unreliable guy, that is Son Goku. If it weren't for SAIYAN's strong physique, Son Gohan would have been killed by him long ago. He often practices alone without taking care of his children. He occasionally takes care of him and often loses Son Gohan. I almost fell off a cliff once, but luckily I found it early. Dongwu felt that SAIYAN was not suitable for taking care of children at all. Dongwu and Vegeta are top-notch, both are very family-oriented. If you look at the original work, you will know that the babies born are mid-level and high-level SAIYAN warriors. What if it's a low-level warrior? Sorry, they are all disposable consumables. Just find a planet and send them away. It's good if you can occupy the planet while growing up, but if you can't occupy the planet, you will die. Moreover, no one will care about you when you die, and no one will be sad. So Dongwu didn't think about resurrecting all SAIYAN, because most SAIYAN are inhuman. Just as he was talking, Son Gohan, who was 4 years old this year, came to Dongwu from his home in Bayazishan. In fact, Dongwu's house is very close to Son Goku's house, both near Bayazai Mountain. So Son Gohan sometimes comes to Dongwu's house to play, and Dongwu likes to tease Son Gohan very much. Hello, Uncle Dongwu. Son Gohan is very polite, has a sweet mouth and knows how to salute. I have to say that Shishi's education is still good, although the direction of education is not quite right. In the original book, Shishi had to worry about food, rice, oil, and salt because his family was poor, so he wanted Son Gohan to go to a good school and find a good job, and did not allow Son Gohan to practice. But now Son Goku's family is no longer a poor family. Dongwu's intervention has made their family quite wealthy. Not to mention the pirate's jewels when searching for the Dragon Ball, the wealth of the Red Ribbon Legion was more than Son Goku's family could spend in 10 lifetimes. Therefore, Shishi has nothing against Son Gohan's practice, as long as his son is happy. Sun Gohan has been practicing with Dong Yu since Dong Yu came back. I have always been taught by others, but now I have a disciple, Dong Yu, who is very caring and teaches me meticulously and attentively. Gohan is so good, go find Aunt Yu. Dongwu also liked this polite little guy. Not only does it have endless potential, but it is also quite well behaved. Dongwu had to lament that all good children belong to other families. None of these little bastards in my family are worried. Even Casio and Poppy, who are afraid of Dongwu, are quite naughty when Dongwu is not around. Why are other people's children so well behaved? Sorry, I drank too much at noon today, so I am only updating now. I am really sorry, everyone, please forgive me. Also, thank you Yunfei, Chu, Dulalu, TQM20082330 for your monthly tickets and Kyuncha for your rewards. Also, thank you for all the flowers and comments. Friends, thank you all. Today is Christmas, but I don't like foreign holidays very much, so I won't wish you all a happy holiday. However, Chingsu wishes you all happiness every day, and everything goes as you wish. Chapter 40, 2 Boats with 1 Foot. Ah! Son Goku, I'm going to kill you. Suddenly a Hedong lion roar came from Baizai Mountain, and then heard constant screams. Shishi's voice can be heard to be very angry and sad, and the voice is high. Although Dongwu's house and Son Goku's house are not far away, more than 1,000 meters away, they can both hear clearly. Along with Son Goku's screams, it really makes people laugh. Think about it, the number one man in the universe in the original book is tightly controlled by a woman from Earth. It was also quite interesting. Dongwu watched the two people perform with great interest. How did Son Goku offend Shishi again? Dongwu was a little surprised. To be honest, although Son Goku was tightly controlled by Shishi, this kind of thing had never happened. Shishi, I really didn't mean it. I don't know why Bulma was in the bed. Son Goku screamed while running and explaining. Son Goku was also depressed. He didn't know what was going on, why Bulma was lying naked on his bed. Pfft, stepping on 2 boats, that's awesome. Dongwu burst into laughter at that moment, unable to believe his ears. No wonder Shishi is so angry. No matter which woman it is, she cannot tolerate her husband sleeping with other women. What's more, Shishi is the head of the family. But what Dongwu couldn't believe was that Son Goku actually took care of Bulma. Son Goku is definitely not that kind of person, Dongwu is quite sure of this. In fact, many people will not be surprised that Son Goku and Bulma are together. The two have known each other since they were children, taking adventures together and sharing adversity together. And Son Goku always stands in front of Bulma, no matter how dangerous it is. Absolute childhood sweethearts, we have been through thick and thin together. It is impossible to say that two people have no feelings. It is often mentioned implicitly in the original work that in Bulma's heart, Son Goku is the most reliable. When there is danger, Bulma's first thought is Son Goku. However, even so, Son Goku cannot do such a thing. I won't listen to your explanation, but you dare to have sex with Bulma behind my back. I'll fight you. How could Shishi listen to Son Goku's explanation? Just come up and fight hard. You can't hear or see this. I'd better leave. Dongwu was afraid of getting a needle eye, so it was better to leave. If two people have a conflict, it's okay to watch the lively quarrel. However, it is better to avoid getting involved in things that are obviously impossible to explain clearly. Sure enough, I heard two people quarreling all afternoon, with occasional ping ping pong pong sounds coming from the side by side, which was obviously a fight. Whoosh! Dongwu was watching TV at home, and suddenly a figure entered Dongwu's house. Dongwu, help me, I'm dead, I'm dead. Before Dongwu could speak, Son Goku looked panicked and shouted with a sad face. What's going on? Did you hit the mountain again? Dongwu asked knowingly, looking at Son Goku who was bruised and swollen. He couldn't let Son Goku suspect that he knew about this and was enjoying it secretly. However, Son Goku now has more than 1 million fighting power, but he was beaten black and blue by Shishi, which shows how powerful Shishi is. Dongwu, I don't know either. Yesterday Bulma came to my house as a guest, and I drank a little of the drink your second brother brought. I fainted for some reason. I woke up this morning and found Bulma in my bed. Now Shishi wants to kill me. Son Goku pulled his hair in distress, looking at a loss. Drinks that Casio brought. Dongwu was stunned. The only drink that could make people drunk was wine. It's also because Son Goku is too naive and has never drank alcohol. A soldier with a strength of 1 million was actually drunk with wine. However, this incident also reminded Dongwu, don't drink. Not only will it cause trouble, but you will also make mistakes easily. When Casio was drunk, he did it to Lan Chi in a daze. Son Goku did it to Bulma for no apparent reason because he was drunk again. What is this thing called? Dongwu suddenly thought of another question, what will Vegeta do in the future? Thinking about it, Dongwu's face became very strange. Is this Vegeta being cheated? It doesn't seem to count. In this world, Bulma is not with Vegeta yet. And, if you put it this way, Son Goku brought a lot of green to Vegeta when he was a child. Then what are you going to do? Dongwu took a deep breath and asked. I don't know what to do. Shishi and Bulma are discussing it. I feel like I'm going to be doomed. Son Goku is still very naive, but at least he knows more about human relations than the original. Hiss, I wish you good luck. Dongwu gasped instantly. As long as the two women discuss it, they will definitely unite. Son Goku was going to be in bad luck. Dongwu silently mourned for him for a second. Although Dongwu has never been in love, there are many theories on the internet about his past life. In this case, the final result of Son Goku is that both people can get it and enjoy the blessing of both people. However, it will definitely be a miserable experience, and you will have to shed your skin even if you don't die. Goku, look, I don't understand this either. I've never been in love. Besides, this place is too close to your home. Bulma and Shishi will be here in a minute. How about, you go ask teacher Wushin for advice. The more you know, the farther you stay. Dongwu gave Son Goku advice. It's impossible to get out. Dongwu now wants Son Goku to get out of here. When a woman gets angry, it's like a volcano erupting. Dongwu felt that if Son Goku was in his home again, the big yard would be in danger and would probably be demolished by the two angry women. Yes, Grandpa Master Roshi must understand. Thank you Dongwu. Son Goku's eyes lit up and he thought this was a good idea and immediately flew to Master Roshi's island. I have to say that Son Goku is still so naive, and he is fooled as soon as he is fooled. SHH, I'm finally leaving. Dongwu wiped away the cold sweat. The earth is so dangerous, and the women on earth are so dangerous. I think it is better to hide in the universe. Dongwu made up his mind to leave the earth as soon as possible. Originally, he planned to leave after both Casio and Bobby find girlfriends, but now he feels that it is better to leave early and feel at ease. Dongwu called Poppy back and told him to find a girlfriend as soon as possible, and also left a spirit tree fruit. You stupid idiot! If you really can't find him, just follow the example of your second brother and Son Goku. You can't get her drunk, but you can get yourself drunk. Dongwu knocked on Poppy's head and said as if he hated iron. You keep urging me, why don't you look for it yourself? Bobby covered his head and protested in a low voice. However, the protest was ineffective, and he was beaten again, so he became honest. Okay, I've already explained what I need to explain. I'll withdraw first. Dongwu thought it would be a good choice to take advantage of this time to learn instant transmission at Adrit. Anyway, if you have nothing to do, go to Namek and learn instant transmission at Adrit Star School, which is still very good. Let's see if there are any experts out there. My recent strength growth has been slow and almost stagnant. It's also good to have experts competing against each other. Dongwu feels that this is the limit at this stage. Either he can break through Super SAIYAN or break through the 9th level of Longxiang Bo Ruo Gong, otherwise his strength will not increase much. With the Dragon Elephant Bo Ruo Gong, Dongwu is not ready to break through for the time being, he has to transform into Super SAIYAN first. Thank you Qiang Gil for your monthly ticket, thank you. Chapter 41 Vegeta is here. Dongwu walked away gracefully, waving his sleeves without taking away a single cloud. He also has a plan for his itinerary. The first stop will be the planet Adrit, and then he will go to Namek to wait and see the exciting moment with his own eyes. Dongwu left, and the Earth returned to its original trajectory. Originally, the trajectory of the Earth changed a lot due to Dongwu's interference, but after Dongwu left, it slowly changed back to the original trajectory. The most obvious evidence is that Son Goku is dead. Can you believe it? It's funny to say that Son Goku was killed by the demonic light-killing cannon because he was distracted during a sparring session with Piccolo. He died from the same move as in the original work, but the time was a little later and the cause of death was different. When Dongwu found out, he could only use to describe his mood. Under normal circumstances, this would be impossible, not to mention the strong physique and vitality brought by the powerful fighting power of Piccolo and Son Goku. Even with Son Goku and Piccolo's control over power, such a situation would not be possible. But, in fact, it just happened. Dongwu only wants to talk dirty, and the plot's resilience is really powerful. Then I went back to the same old path. One thing that is different is that Piccolo took the initiative to take care of Son Gohan out of guilt. Of course, because he could be resurrected and Piccolo did not do it on purpose, Shishi and Bulma did not blame Piccolo. Originally, everyone planned to resurrect Son Goku, but Son Goku was training with the King of Kai and refused. Everything has returned to the same plot as the original work. Piccolo has been influenced by his evil thoughts and demonic nature. It's great. The god was heartily happy to see Piccolo's character getting better and better, and the man becoming more and more kind. Piccolo and the god were originally the same person, except for the evil part of Piccolo. Now evil has become good, which is most pleasing to the gods. Time passed day by day, and Dongwu learned 2 secret techniques on the Adrit planet: instant transmission and time distortion. This is the most mysterious, profound, and difficult secret technique on the planet Adrit. Son Goku only learned 1 instant transmission in the original work. Therefore, Dongwu feels that his understanding is not bad. As for Dongwu's inability to learn Spirit Bomb, the Adritites also gave an explanation. The Adritites are not very powerful, but they are very knowledgeable. After Dongwu explained the principle, the Adritites gave Dongwu a guess. Spirit Bomb absorbs the purest energy and the most original power in the universe. Therefore, it must have the purest heart, otherwise it will not be recognized by the energy. Compare Dongwu and... You mean I'm impure? How am I impure? Dongwu was unconvinced, but he had to admit that what they said made sense. What is the purest heart? One is truly innocent, like Son Goku. The other kind is silly and has a pure heart. And Dongwu is neither a fool nor a child, so he cannot practice Spirit Bomb. Dongwu's goal has been exceeded, and the next stop is to go to Namek, because the time point is approaching for the plot of Namek. And a big event also happened on the Earth. Vegeta came with Nappa. Without Dongwu's participation, Nappa was decisively defeated by Klin and had no chance to fight back. And Nappa died in Vegeta's hands in the end. Trash, has no right to live. This is Vegeta's reason for killing Nappa. You are so cruel, you will kill all your own companions. Klin and the warriors on Earth felt chilled. Nappa was not Vegeta's enemy, but a comrade and partner, and he was killed without hesitation just because he was defeated. This shocked and chilled the Earth warriors. Companion? Useless trash, not worthy of being my companion, Vegeta. Vegeta said coldly, without any emotion on his face. But you are very good. An earthling has such a high fighting ability. Vegeta looked at Klin, but there was no surprise on his face, as if Klin's fighting ability was not taken seriously by him at all. You know, Krillin has a fighting strength of over 30,000, which is much stronger than Vegeta in the original work, but now Vegeta doesn't care at all. It's certain that Vegeta hid his fighting power and didn't know where he learned it. Really? Judging from your expression, you should be hiding your fighting power. Use all your strength and let me see how strong you are and how you compare with Goku. Klin said solemnly, taking precautions. Because the Saiyans he knew were all very strong except for Raditz and Nappa. So he dare not underestimate any Saiyan. He didn't know Vegeta's strength, but he just had to prepare for the worst. Want to see my strength? You're not qualified yet, come on together. Vegeta pointed at Krillin, Tien Shinyan, Dumplings, Yamcha, Son Gohan, and Piccolo. Tch Piccolo spat disdainfully, while the others were serious. Because they can feel it, Vegeta is difficult to deal with. Humph, you will soon know how powerful and terrifying a person you are going to face. Vegeta took off the detector and slowly walked towards the crowd. Drink, Lanja Feng Feng. Yuncha was the first to be unable to bear it and was the first to attack. Yuncha is the weakest among this group of people, but he still has more than 10,000 combat power and his most proud trick is to use it. However, Vegeta on the opposite side just raised his hand to block Yuncha's attack, and was defeated by Yuncha with just one move. Moreover, he was directly punched to death. Drinking tea. Uncle Yumsha. Everyone was stunned and angry. Krillin, Tien Shinyan, Dumpling, and Gohan shot at the same time. Powerful chi impacted everything around them, angry flames burned, and everyone tried their best. Unfortunately, he is no match for Vegeta. Even if everyone worked together, they couldn't survive a single move in Vegeta's hands. With a few simple movements, everyone flew out. Gohan. Seeing Son Gohan vomiting blood, Piccolo quickly caught him, feeling very distressed. In the nearly 1 year since Son Goku's death, he had been taking care of Son Gohan, and his relationship was very deep. Namek people have no gender, but that doesn't mean they don't have the love of their elders. He really treats Son Gohan as his own child. Seeing his child being beaten, Piccolo felt extremely distressed and angry. SAIYAN, you're really pissing me off. Piccolo put down Son Gohan and stood up coldly and looked at Vegeta, his powerful energy rising little by little. Powerful, so powerful that it's suffocating. The ground around him collapsed instantly, the rocks shattered into powder, and the sky became much darker. Namek? He seems pretty good. Vegeta looked at Piccolo, his face becoming serious for the first time. It's not just good. I'll let you taste my power. Piccolo started, so fast that you couldn't even see him. Even Vegeta was shocked by the speed. Snapped. Piccolo and Vegeta's fists collided, and Vegeta accurately caught Piccolo's attack. Boom! The ground beneath the two of them disappeared in an instant, and was blown away by the powerful energy. The strength and speed are good, but it's a pity that he is not my opponent. Vegeta said coldly, but the movements of his hands did not stop, but the speed became faster and faster. Piccolo was not to be outdone, fighting fast with speed and power with strength. You won't know until you beat him or not. Drink. Piccolo was furious, and his strength instantly increased by 3 points. Da-da-da bang bang bang. The two people became stronger and faster, and their speed became faster and faster. The earth and sky were vibrating. From time to time, the ground collapsed and there were loud noises in the sky. Both men tried their best and tried their best. Chapter 42 Vegeta's Wish. The battle between Vegeta and Piccolo was so fierce that no one present could see clearly or even capture their figures. In the world of Dragon Ball, a fighting force of 10,000 or 20,000 people has the power to destroy the planet. And Piccolo already has millions of fighting power, Vegeta can fight Piccolo and it will not be low. If two people didn't only target each other, the earth would be destroyed in an instant. Bang! Another head-on collision, and the two men flew backwards. Yes, it's amazing that the Namek people have such fighting power. Vegeta twisted his neck with a creaking sound and said with a disdainful expression. Humph, you're not bad either. However, I will still defeat you. Piccolo's expression was more serious. He already knew through the previous battle that Vegeta's fighting ability was no less than him. It's not easy to defeat Vegeta. Really? You probably thought that was all my fighting power just now. Vegeta said mockingly, and then his expression turned serious and said, the warm-up exercise is over, let me show you my true strength. Drink! Vegeta exploded with all his strength, and powerful energy surged out of him for a moment, overwhelming Piccolo. Okay, so strong. Klin and others suddenly changed their expressions. Vegeta's strength has increased too much, and now it has surpassed Piccolo by a lot. At least 1.3 million, Piccolo is in danger. Tien Shinyan said with an ugly expression. Among the remaining people, Tien Shinyan may not have the highest combat power, but his martial arts realm is top-notch, and Krillin is slightly behind. After all, despite his age, Tien Shinyan Piccolo has been practicing for several years. Therefore, Tien Shinyan felt the gap the moment Vegeta broke out in combat power. What should I do? Dad hasn't been resurrected yet. Gohan looked anxious and worried. Although Piccolo and Son Gohan were not like the original, Piccolo was still very important in Son Gohan's little heart after nearly a year of care and teaching. You actually hid your fighting power. Piccolo was surprised. You know, they don't rely on detectors to detect combat effectiveness, they rely on perception. If you just suppress your breath without concentrating it into your body, you won't be able to hide their feelings. And Vegeta was able to deceive their senses. You can imagine how surprised Piccolo and I were too. Yes, now, let me play with you. Vegeta smiled evilly, ducked to Piccolo's side, and kicked Piccolo in the head. Snapped. Piccolo quickly raised his hand to block the attack, but the strength gap between the two was quite big now. Although they blocked the attack, they were pushed back a long way. Oops! Piccolo's color changed, and he knew from this kick that he would suffer in Vegeta's hands. But Piccolo also has a character that refuses to admit defeat and never gives up even though he knows he can't beat him. Drink! Da-da-da! The two men continued to fight, but it could be seen that Piccolo was obviously at a disadvantage, and he could only defend but not fight back. He was obviously being beaten, even if he was defending, he would get hit from time to time. Mom, hurry up, Uncle Piccolo can't hold it anymore. Son Gohan has been anxious and praying beside him, while looking worriedly at Piccolo who is fighting Vegeta. Bang! Piccolo was knocked away again, blue-green blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. Piccolo, injured. However, maybe Son Gohan's prayer worked, and the sky suddenly turned dark. Everyone knows that Bulma and Shishi have gathered the Dragon Ball, and Son Gohan is about to be resurrected. Everyone's hope instantly ignited. Even if Son Goku's strength did not increase, Piccolo and Son Goku would still have a chance to defeat Vegeta. What's going on? Why is it so dark? Vegeta had obviously never experienced this kind of situation. He was a little surprised and looked at everyone fiercely. You may not know, but there are several Saiyans on Earth, many of whom are much more powerful than you. And there is also one who is similar to you, and that is the one who is about to appear. Tien Shinyan looked at Vegeta seriously and breathed a sigh of relief. That's right, it's dark now because Son Goku is going to be resurrected. Klin said proudly. The two were brothers who grew up together. They were more than brothers. Although Krillin has been comparing himself to Son Goku, he is also proud of Son Goku's achievements. However, he was still young after all, so he actually let something slip. Resurrection? You mean resurrecting the dead? How is this possible? The others didn't notice, but Vegeta heard the key immediately. If a person dies, he is dead. How can he be resurrected? You don't know, there are Dragon Balls on Earth. As long as you collect 7 Dragon Balls, you can grant a wish. Son Gohan was younger and had no scheming at all. He opened his mouth and revealed the secret. Dragon Ball? There is such a thing. Vegeta was obviously stunned. He had also heard of Dragon Ball in the universe. Legend has it that the Namek people have the magical ability to create Dragon Balls to grant any wish. But he always regarded it as nonsense and never thought that such a thing existed on Earth. Looking at Piccolo, Vegeta seemed to suddenly realize. This person named Piccolo is a Namek person, and he should have made the Dragon Ball. So, the rumors of the Namek Dragon Ball are true. Vegeta's heart suddenly became hot. If he could get the Namek Dragon Ball and realize his wish of immortality, then who would still be his opponent? In fact, Vegeta has always had hatred in his heart. He already knew that it was Frieza who destroyed planet Vegeta. Once, after his strength increased, he thought about seeking revenge against Frieza, but he met someone who gave up the idea. This person is Zangia, a female warrior. Vegeta didn't even survive a single move in her hands. If she hadn't had the intention to kill, Vegeta would have been dead. And according to her, Frieza has similar fighting power to her. In the movie version, she teamed up with Bojack and others to defeat Son Gohan at the peak of Super 1. That's why Vegeta gave up the idea of revenge against Frieza. However, this hatred did not disappear, but intensified with time. But he knew that his strength was not enough. If he could live forever, he would have enough time to surpass Frieza. Very good, tell me the news about Dragon Ball and I won't kill you, otherwise you will all die. Thinking of his wish to live forever, Vegeta suddenly became cruel and ruthless. Humph, you want Dragon Ball? In the next life. This time it was Piccolo's turn to taunt Vegeta. The Dragon Ball is not something that ordinary people can find, especially if you kill him, you can't even use the Dragon Ball. Hey, if that's the case, then I'll kill you all. Vegeta is the kind of person who will prosper if he obeys me and will perish if he goes against me. If he doesn't obey me, then he will kill them all. Vegeta can say it and do it. So he was more ruthless and killed directly. At the other end of the distant northern galaxy, in a huge flying saucer-shaped spacecraft, a strange alien quickly reported to a person sitting on the aircraft. King Frieza is done. Vegeta's detector just sent a message about the Dragon Ball. The first update today, there are 3 more to come. Please rest assured that no matter how late it is today, I will finish the 4th update. At the same time, I would like to thank Diolalumo for his monthly ticket and Tianwaxian for his reward. Also, please give me flowers and reviews. Chapter 43 Son Goku returns. Oh, really? Ha ha ha. It's really great. I never thought there would be such a magical thing. If I can make a wish for immortality, then the entire universe will be under my control. Frieza smiled happily. Keep monitoring Vegeta, and we must get the exact information about Dragon Ball. Yes, King Frieza. Yes, that's Frieza over there, and now he too has noticed Dragon Ball, the strict watcher of Vegeta. However, Vegeta doesn't know it yet, and neither does everyone on Earth. Coax. Vegeta's momentum was like a flash flood, and waves surged toward everyone. If you don't want to tell me, then go to hell. The first person Vegeta killed was Tien Shinyan. In fact, Tien Shinyan's strength is already pretty good, with almost 30,000. But compared to Vegeta's million combat power, it's still far behind. One move, just one move and Tien Shinyan died. Because something unexpected happened to Vegeta, even Piccolo didn't have time to save Tien Shinyan. Tianjin! Dumpling shouted in grief, very sad. Among everyone present, in terms of relationships, Dumpling and Tian Xinyan are definitely the best. The two have never been separated since they were fighting since they were young. Even when they left Hexianren, they were still together. The saddest thing about Tian Xinyan's death is the dumplings. Tian Xinyan. Qin and Yincha also opened their eyes with sadness and fear. They didn't expect Vegeta to be so powerful and ruthless. In one move, Tian Xinyan was killed. Hey, I'm really vulnerable. Who should I kill next? Vegeta blew on his fingers and said nonchalantly. It's as if you're not killing a person, but squeezing an ant or bedbug to death. However, the gap between Tian Xinyan and Vegeta is indeed huge. Except for Piccolo, everyone present is no different from squeezing an ant to death in Vegeta's eyes. Damn it, how could he be so strong? Why hasn't Goku come yet? Qin gritted his teeth, but his body was already trembling. He doesn't want to and won't back down, but now he is really scared inside. He can overcome fear, but he cannot avoid fear. The gap was too big, except for Piccolo, no one else could escape Vegeta's kill. Tianjin. Dumpling hugged Tian Xinyan's body and shouted sadly, then slowly put the body down and looked at Vegeta with hatred on his face. You evil scion, I want you to pay for Tian Xinyan with your life. Dumpling said every word and walked towards Vegeta step by step. However, Vegeta didn't take Dumpling seriously at all. The threat of a little guy with 20,000 combat power was a joke to him. Oh, you won't let me go? Really? Then let me see why you won't let me go. Yet. Dumpling rushed to Vegeta's side instantly and hugged Vegeta. His power activated, and Vegeta was instantly paralyzed and unable to move. However, the gap between the two was too big, and Dumpling could only paralyze Vegeta for a moment. Good opportunity, let's take action together. Although the duration of Dumpling's paralysis was short, how could such a fighter opportunity be missed by Earth's experienced warriors? Qin shouted and took action directly. Piccolo, Yuncha, and Son Gohan also took action directly. Tianjin, I will avenge you too. After Dumpling finished speaking, his body swelled up, and then he exploded with a bang sound. And everyone's attacks also arrived, and 4 key blasts hit Vegeta at once. Others are fine. But Piccolo's key blast is more terrible. Although Piccolo has no time to accumulate power, the million-level combat power is still a great threat to Vegeta, even fatal. Bang! Vegeta flew out, his battle suit was all broken, and there were wounds all over his body, bleeding profusely. Puff! Vegeta opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. This time Vegeta was seriously injured. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. You dare to hurt the noble King Vegeta. I'm going to kill you. Vegeta was really angry. This was the first time he had been injured so seriously since he was injured by Dongwu more than 20 years ago. Even when he was defeated by Zangjia, he was only defeated, not injured. However, to be seriously injured on Earth by an Earth warrior whom he despised was simply unbearable. His pride would not allow it. Die! Vegeta takes action, this time the target is Yuncha. Piccolo tried his best to block it, but Yuncha was still killed by Vegeta's sneak attack with his other hand. Vegeta! Piccolo was also angry. He used to be the second generation of Piccolo Daimao, and he was considered evil at first. But he has really changed a lot recently. He feels loved and cared for. Now seeing his companions and comrades dying one by one, Piccolo was really angry. However, Piccolo is no match for Vegeta. Although it's not easy for Vegeta to kill him, it's also difficult for him to stop whatever Vegeta wants to do. Bang! Son Gohan flew out and was seriously injured and fell to the ground. Hehe, go to hell! Vegeta hit the immobile Son Gohan with a Kigong bomb. Not to mention the seriously injured Son Gohan, even if he was intact, he would still die if he was hit by this Kigong bomb. After all, the difference in strength is too big. Gohan! Piccolo's teeth were broken. Son Gohan's understanding and respect for him made him love and care for Son Gohan from the bottom of his heart. Now watching Vegeta attack Son Gohan, Piccolo rushed to Son Gohan without even thinking. Puff! Vegeta's Kigong bullet cut through Piccolo's heart. In an instant, Piccolo lost his power, and the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. A complete Piccolo's core can be resurrected without being broken. But those who are separated from the gods do not have this ability. Gohan, leave quickly, wait for Lao Sun to come back. Piccolo guarded Son Gohan even before he died and was worried about Son Gohan. It has to be said that Gohan is Piccolo's Achilles heel. Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan's tears burst out of his eyes, like a river bursting its banks, unable to be stopped. Piccolo. Klin gritted his teeth and rushed to Piccolo. Damn it, you damn Saiyan! Krillin gritted his teeth and rushed towards Vegeta, his fear now forgotten. Little bald man is looking for death, let me send you down to reunite with them. Vegeta didn't care about Klin at all, he raised his hand and fired a Kigong bullet at Klin. Stop! At this moment, a shout came over, and an orange figure flew in front of Klin, and slapped Vegeta's Kigong bomb away. Son Goku, finally felt it. Phew, we finally arrived. I really don't understand why brother didn't let us take action, otherwise I would have crushed this Vegeta to death. Dong Le and others who were far away in the temple finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Son Goku arriving. Seeing his friends die one by one, Dong Le had long wanted to take action. But before leaving, Dong Wu specifically stated that if Vegeta came to Earth, she would not be allowed to take action and let Son Goku and the others handle it. But now that Piccolo is dead and Grandpa Tien Shan is dead, the Dragon Ball can no longer be used. The dead Krillin and the others cannot be resurrected. Casio said distressedly, because Piccolo and the gods are one and the same, and if Piccolo dies, the gods will also die. When the gods die, Dragon Ball turns completely into stone. How can the dead warriors of the earth be resurrected? Chapter 44 The Beginning of the Tragedy Tower. I came back late. Looking at the dead Tien Shinyan and drinking tea, and thinking of the dumplings that exploded without any bones left, Son Goku's heart was filled with sadness and anger. Dad, this Saiyan killed Uncle Tien Shinyan, Uncle Yumsha, Uncle Dumpling, and Uncle Piccolo. Gohan said that Piccolo was the saddest, because Piccolo died to save him. I know, don't worry Gohan, Dad will defeat him. Son Goku touched his son's head and solemnly promised. Your name is Vegeta. You are the second alien Saiyan I have seen. Son Goku turned around and looked at Vegeta with sharp eyes. Yes, I am Vegeta, the Prince of Saiyan. Vegeta said proudly, as if the title of Prince could bring him supreme glory. In fact, Vegeta also knows that his title of Prince is already a joke, but it is his honor. This kind of glory is not the dignity of status, but the pride that a prince must maintain. I finally believe that the Saiyan people deserve to be exterminated. I didn't believe it when Dongwu said it, but looking at what you did today, I know what kind of nation the Saiyan are. Today, I will not forgive you, come on. Son Goku slowly increased his momentum. Son Goku did not raise his energy to the highest level at the beginning, but improved it bit by bit. It can be thought that he also really wanted to kill Vegeta in his heart. Today's Son Goku is naturally naive, but under the influence of Dongwu, he has become more decisive. Wow! Son Goku's momentum was like a wave, rising one level at a time, constantly improving. 200,000, 300,000, 1 million, 1 million, and 100,000, 1.5 million. In the end, it stayed at around 1.5 million. This is the ultimate combat power, higher than Vegeta. Vegeta, wake up! Son Goku takes action. Instead of testing and enjoying the fight, he wants to defeat Vegeta now. Goku has become stronger, not bad. Dong Le nodded. She somewhat understood why Dongwu was so interested in Son Goku. Although Son Goku has low qualifications, his potential is high. Coupled with the fact that I work hard enough and constantly surpass myself, my strength improvement is not too fast compared to theirs, but it is not too slow either. You little guys, go home and practice twice as much. Without Dongwu, Dong Le is a real big sister. Thinking about Son Goku's hard work and the cheating of his younger brothers and sisters at home, Dong Le somewhat understood Dongwu's headache. Otherwise, with the good conditions provided by Dongwu, the strength of these people must be more than this. Son Goku's original fighting power was about the same as Piccolo's, but his strength improved a lot after training on Kaio planet. Coupled with Kaioken and Spirit Bomb, Son Goku is now very strong. However, Vegeta is not a vegetarian either. Although his combat power is a little lower than Son Goku's, his martial arts level is also a little lower. But he has been struggling in the universe since he was a child and has experienced countless battles. He has much more practical experience than Son Goku. Therefore, although Son Goku had the upper hand for a while, it still took a lot of effort to defeat Vegeta. Of course, if Son Goku uses Kaioken, that's a different story. It's just that the King of Kai once told him not to use it as much as possible, as it would cause too much stress and damage to the body. You can only carry 100 kilograms, but if you have to carry 200 kilograms, it will not cause harm to your body. Bang bang bang! The two people collided again and again, attacking each other again and again. The whole planet was shaking, the sky was changing color, and lightning was crackling and flashing. The SAIYAN is really a terrible nation. Even the King of Kai lamented that after living for so many thousands of years, he had never seen any race with such high growth potential. Papa! Son Goku punched Vegeta, and Vegeta also took the opportunity to kick Son Goku. Yes, you were born with only 2 points of combat power, but you can grow to this point. It really surprises me. Vegeta gasped. Vegeta was not out of breath after fighting the Earth Warriors for so long, but he was so tired after fighting Son Goku for a while, which shows the high intensity. Even Son Goku gasped in excitement. Dongwu once told me that innate qualifications only account for part of the advantage. As long as you have potential, continue to surpass yourself, and break your limits, you will continue to become stronger. Son Goku's qualifications are indeed not good in SAIYAN, even very bad. However, Son Goku works hard enough and never admits defeat. You will not admit defeat to others, nor will you admit defeat to yourself. In the original work, Vegeta despaired and gave up many times. But Son Goku never did. This is the reason why Son Goku can constantly surpass himself and surpass each opponent, that is, he never admits defeat. Vegeta, come on! Son Goku rushed towards Vegeta again, and Vegeta fought with Son Goku not to be outdone. However, there is still a gap in strength. Vegeta is slowly struggling, getting hit more and more often, and suffering more and more injuries. Coupled with the fact that he had been injured by Piccolo, the situation became increasingly unfavorable for Vegeta. Bang! Finally, Vegeta was hit again, and a bunch of blood flew out of his body. Impossible, I am Prince SAIYAN, the strongest warrior of SAIYAN. How could I lose to a waste like you, a piece of trash with only 2 points of combat power? Vegeta doesn't have much ability to resist now, he has been seriously injured. He wanted to continue fighting, but his movements and strength had weakened a lot. Damn it, do you have to transform into a gorilla? Vegeta angrily thought of a way, but when he saw Son Goku still had his tail, he had no choice but to give up. After all, Son Goku with a tail would transform into a gorilla just like him if he used an artificial moon. Vegeta now feels quite at the end of his rope. I haven't found the SAIYAN from more than 20 years ago, am I going to lose to another SAIYAN today? I don't believe it, and I won't accept it. Vegeta was furious. He has always considered himself a SAIYAN genius and the strongest SAIYAN. But he was defeated by Dong Le and Dongwu more than 20 years ago. He has been practicing hard for more than 20 years, hoping that one day he can defeat Dongwu and Dong Le and wash away the shame. However, the shame of more than 20 years ago has not been washed away, and now he is about to lose to another SAIYAN. How can he accept this? Vegeta, today you will pay for Piccolo and the others with your life. It has to be said that Son Goku has undergone tremendous changes compared to the original work. At least, when facing the enemy, he is no longer blindly kind and generous. He understood that the enemy was the enemy, and if he didn't eradicate the root cause, the people around him would be harmed. Therefore, Son Goku is now murderous towards Vegeta. If Piccolo was alive, Son Goku wouldn't be so angry. After all, he can be resurrected with Dragon Ball even if he dies. But since Piccolo is dead, the Dragon Ball cannot be used, which means that the dead can no longer be resurrected. One can imagine the anger in Son Goku's heart. Damn it, I haven't lost yet. With endless anger, Vegeta rushed towards Son Goku again. Unfortunately, Vegeta, who no longer has much power, is no match for Son Goku. He was kicked away directly, causing more injuries. Bang bang bang! Son Goku chased after him and launched another series of attacks, which directly knocked Vegeta out of combat. Die! Just when Son Goku was about to kill Vegeta in one go, a powerful and suffocating breath suddenly came from outside. Chapter 45 Zangia. The aura from outside is very strong, ridiculously strong. The unbridled, wild, and raging aura was so oppressive that it made people suffocate. In fact, Dong Le and others had already discovered it before Son Goku. A combat power of almost 1.8 billion, which is similar to that of a junior Super Saiyan. Dong Le frowned his beautiful eyebrows, guessing who it could be. However, she didn't care about this little bit of fighting power. Although Dong Le can still only transform into Super Saiyan 2, his strength has completely surpassed that of Super Saiyan 2. It feels like 180 million or 800 million, which is not much different from Zhan Huaza. However, she couldn't imagine anyone with such fighting power nowadays. However, it didn't matter if she didn't know him or not, someone knew him. Yes, both Kaio and Vegeta know each other. How did this woman come to Earth? Vegeta also felt this energy. He was very familiar with this energy and would never forget it in his life. It was this angry master who made him feel the taste of failure for the second time. The second one was the King of Kai. At this time, he was speechless and there was cold sweat on his forehead. How could it be? How could it be her? The earth is really in trouble. The King of Kai murmured to himself. He was very familiar with this person. Tens of thousands of years have passed, and he still can't forget this person. When Bojack was sealed, this man caused a lot of trouble for the four kings of the realm. However, he felt relieved that Dong Le and others were on Earth. Fortunately they are here, otherwise the Earth would be doomed. Although the king of the realm didn't know why Dong Le and others didn't take action just now, he knew that Dong Le and others wouldn't really stand by and watch. But to be on the safe side, he still sent a message to Dong Le. Dong Le, the person who is about to enter the earth now is Zangia, a super soldier from tens of thousands of years ago. If she wants to take action, please stop her. King Kai's tone was a little urgent, but there was no panic at the beginning. I understand, Lord Kaiu, and I won't let her cause trouble on earth. Dong Le nodded and agreed. Dongwu only said that Vegeta was not allowed to take action when he came to Earth, but he did not say that others were not allowed to take action. If it weren't for Dongwu's explanation, Vegeta would have been dead long ago. Many warriors on Earth looked up at the sky, waiting for the master of this energy to arrive. Dong Le also flew towards the battlefield with Dong Yu, Casio, and Poppy. Soon, Dong Le and others arrived at the scene, and the spacecraft quickly landed. However, Vegeta did not go to see the spaceship, nor did he go to see the people inside the spaceship. The moment Dong Le landed, his eyes were fixed on Dong Le. Although more than 20 years have passed, the child has become an adult and his appearance has also changed. But Vegeta recognized it at a glance. Dong Le was the little girl who defeated him more than 20 years ago. Later, because of her, he was almost beaten by his brother and couldn't take care of himself. Is it you? It's you. Vegeta staggered, forced himself to stand up, and pointed at Dong Le, his eyes filled with joy and fighting spirit. For more than 20 years, he has been thinking about the meeting with Dongwu and others all the time. A large part of the reason why he came to Earth was because he suspected that the two of them were on Earth. Unexpectedly, as he thought, he met Dong Le on Earth. What? You want to do something? Not to mention your current state, even in your prime you can't stop me with a finger. Of course Dong Le also recognized Vegeta. After all, the pure-blood SAIYAN was relatively easy to recognize. After saying that, Dong Le no longer looked at him, but turned to look at the woman coming out of the spaceship. A beautiful girl with aqua-blue complexion and long orange hair. Her big eyes and cute little figure make her look very charming. Damn it, how dare you look down on me? Dong Le ignored Vegeta, but Vegeta was angered by Dong Le's attitude. Holding back the pain and loss of strength in his body, he launched an attack on Dong Le. It's a pity that Dong Le doesn't even have the desire to take action. During Vegeta's attack, he was slapped away by Dong Yu. If Vegeta were at his peak, he would still be able to compete with Dong Yu. But after being seriously injured, he and Dong Yu were no longer able to fight. However, Dong Wu wouldn't let them kill Vegeta. So although Dong Yu slapped Vegeta away, he didn't kill him and just let him lie on the ground and calm down. Damn it, I couldn't beat those two people more than 20 years ago, and now I can't even beat the little girl next to them. I'm really unwilling. Vegeta almost fainted with anger. Alien, what brings you to Earth? Dong Le ignored Vegeta and just looked at this beautiful woman coldly. If the other person dared to say a troublesome word, she was ready to teach him how to behave. Zanjia also felt the other party's tone, and also vaguely felt the powerful power hidden in the other party's body. But she still said calmly, I'm here for Vegeta, I want to take him away. Dong Le frowned. He couldn't imagine why the other party would come all the way to take Vegeta away if he was so powerful. Although Vegeta is not weak, he is just dispensable to such a master. However, since Dong Le is not the one causing trouble, I don't want to bother with him. Dongwu told her not to let her take action and not let Vegeta die. When Son Goku wanted to kill Vegeta just now, she was still thinking about how to persuade him, but now it seems that she doesn't need to embarrass herself. Good. Okay, but next time he dares to come to Earth to do evil again, I will personally take action and crush him directly. Although Dong Le let the two go, he still had to give a warning. Thank you for your generosity. I guarantee that he will not come to Earth again to do bad things. Zanjia nodded, smiled at Dong Le, and bowed to express his gratitude. In fact, Zanjia is not a very good-tempered person. If she were an ordinary person, she would just take them and leave. But as a super warrior who has lived for tens of thousands of years, she can vaguely feel Dong Le's extraordinary in power, so she is so polite. However, Vegeta is not happy. Woman, why do you decide for me? I won't give up. Vegeta yelled in anger. It is anger and shame that turn into anger, not anger. Vegeta has a strong self-esteem, and being saved by a woman begging made him unable to accept it. He would rather die in battle. It's not up to you now. Zanjia didn't tolerate him, so she just picked it up and gave it to Vegeta to carry away. Before leaving, Zanjia nodded to Dong Le. Regardless of Vegeta's frenzy and struggle, he forced him into the universe spacecraft. Some people may have guessed that Vegeta's restraint of aura and improvement of combat power have a lot to do with Zanjia. Zanjia comes from the theatrical version of The Galaxy is in Crisis, the master of extraordinary skills. He is Bojack's subordinate and has lived for tens of thousands of years. Super Soldier. In addition, Chinx's promise has been fulfilled. In one night, nearly 10,000 words were updated. However, the update will be delayed during the day. After all, Chen Su still has to sleep. Please give Jingsu a surprise after he wakes up from sleep. Please throw in all your tickets. Jingsu will not disdain everyone who invests too much, the more the merrier. Chapter 46 Slag. Vegeta was picked up by Zangjia, and things on Earth came to an end temporarily. Next is the plot of Namek. This time we will take advantage of this opportunity to eradicate the Frozen Demon clan in one fell swoop. After learning the news about the Earth, Dongwu came to the residence of the Great Elder. But the Great Elder Namek told Dongwu that something big was about to happen, and Super Namek Slug was coming. Dongwu, I hope you can help Namek solve this trouble. The elder's old face was full of heartache and helplessness. As a super soldier, Slug is as inherently evil as the legendary SAIYAN. Slug. Dongwu was confused. Slag was a character in the theater version, and Dongwu knew it. He should be very old now. In the theatrical version, he is the evil Super Namek, with extreme evil and powerful fighting power. Rumor has it that he was stronger than Frisia when he was young and proclaimed himself a demon. Later, he came to the earth to transform it into a demonic realm suitable for the survival of demons, and restored his youth with the help of the earth's Dragon Ball. And transformed into a Super Namek, even the mimic Super Saiyan Son Goku was no match for him. In the end, I had to use the whistle and spirit bomb to eliminate him. However, he should have entered the earth later. How did he come to Namek now? But no matter what, Dongwu will definitely help. Don't worry, Great Elder, I will definitely not let Slag destroy Namek. Sure enough, just the next day an evil and powerful energy appeared in the sky above Namek. It is indeed Namek's anger, but it has a sense of evil and cruelty. Dongwu made a rough estimate of where Slag would land, and flew there first to wait for Slag to land. Dongwu didn't know much about Slag, as he only appeared in the theatrical version. But this man is no less evil than Frisia. Soon, a huge spacecraft quickly entered the atmosphere and landed slowly. Then a group of small Luoluo and a few relatively powerful people came out of the spacecraft. Is this the hometown of King Slug? A strange-looking alien looked at Namek. Don't waste time. King Slug is back to use the Dragon Ball to fulfill his wish. Let's hurry up. Another Slug's subordinate with a relatively high combat power scolded. Well, I still want to transform this planet. The first alien to speak said with a hint of ridicule and regret. I think you have no chance. Dongwu spoke up. After hearing their conversation, Dongwu knew that this was a group more evil than Frisia. In order to prevent Namek from being destroyed, Dongwu decided to make a quick decision. Boy, who are you? You don't need to worry about who I am. Xiao Luoluo is not qualified to know my name. Dongwu actually said in his heart, I don't even bother to know Luoluo's name. In fact, Dongwu really couldn't remember the names of several of Slagger's powerful men. After all, the names are hard to remember, and I didn't pay attention to these people at the time. Although they were good, even Piccolo at that time was no match for them. Damn it, how dare you underestimate Uncle Ankira? An alien with red skin fired a Qigong bomb at Dongwu. But why would Dongwu take such an attack seriously? I said something, little Luoluo, please don't interrupt anymore. Dongwu didn't even try to dodge. He just charged towards a large group of aliens with Qigong bombs. Pa bang bang! With one punch, several of Slag's powerful subordinates Angela, Jixiu, Jigu, Dorotobo and Big Eyes went to report to King Yama. Although there is a large group of others left, they are all weak chickens. Dongwu was too lazy to talk nonsense and sent all the ki blast to King Yama. Slug, aren't you coming out yet? Dongwu eliminated Xiaoluoluo and shouted to the universe spaceship. Dongwu has a feeling that Slag's arrival will be the key to his transformation into Super Saiyan. Dongwu didn't know why. Logically speaking, Slag wouldn't put much pressure on him, so how could he be the key to his transformation? But that's what his intuition told him. People who practice martial arts will have a kind of intuition when they reach advanced realms. It is just like the saying goes that the cicada is the prophet before the autumn wind moves. Some people also call it a whim, which is a mysterious feeling. You are very good, you can defeat my men easily. Slag's old voice came from the universe spacecraft, and a tall and strong green figure slowly walked out. The figure is tall and strong. Overall, they look similar to ordinary Namek people, but they always give people an evil feeling. Did the Great Elder ask you to come? Slag looked at Dongwu without much fluctuation in his eyes. He has been running rampant in the universe for hundreds of years and has rarely encountered opponents. Although Dongwu performed very strongly, he didn't think Dongwu could defeat him, even though he was already very old. Yes, if you are willing to change your ways, I will plead with the Great Elder to let you return to Namek. Dongwu looked at Slag. Although he knew it was impossible, he still had the attitude of giving it a try. Return from evil to righteousness? What is evil? What is righteousness? Strong strength is righteousness, and we, the demon clan, are righteousness. Slug looked disdainful. He was born with an evil heart and his eyes were full of sin. The so-called good and evil are no longer the same in his eyes as ordinary people, or in other words, his view of good and evil is distorted. He believes that he is righteous, and it is impossible to change this kind of person. In that case, there's nothing more to say. Dongwu's combat power, which was a little over 100 million, instantly increased to its maximum, and the tide-like momentum made the entire Namek tremble. Yes, with such strong strength, no wonder he is so confident. However, he is still a big step behind me. Slag also slowly increased his chi, one after another, and soon surpassed Dongwu, and was still improving. 110 million, 120 million, and finally stayed at around 150 million. It is true that your energy is much higher than mine, but you are old and frail, how much can you still exert? Dongwu didn't care. Slag had a combat power of 150 million, but he was too old and could not use his full strength. Moreover, even if he can really exert his full strength, Dongwu doesn't care. With the bonus and physical quality of Dongwu's 8th level of Longxiang Boruo Gong, 150 million is not without resistance. What's more, Dongwu and Kaioken, Slagger doesn't pose much of a threat. Even if I can't give full play, it won't be a problem to defeat you. Slagger is still very confident in his own strength. Then come on. Dongwu took the lead in launching the attack, and he couldn't wait any longer. SAIYAN is warlike, and Dongwu is no exception. But in recent years, he has rarely taken action. This is a rare opportunity, and Dongwu can't wait to experience the battle. In addition, the opportunity for his Super SAIYAN transformation lies with Shilage, and Dongwu cannot let it go. Thanks to fellow Fan Daxian, Xiaosheng and Tianwang Gaitagu for their monthly votes. Chapter 47 Super SAIYAN. Boom! The battle between Dongwu and Shilage has begun, and the fight between fists and fists is the most passionate. Dongwu has a huge advantage in this regard. What Longxiang Bo Ruo Gong gives him is an absolutely powerful body. If he didn't use his energy and relied solely on his body, Dongwu was confident that he could beat Slag into a pulp. Of course, fighting in the Dragon Ball world does not rely solely on physical strength, Chi plays the greatest role. Slag's energy was stronger than Dongwu's, so Dongwu didn't have the advantage in the fight, and even suffered a slight disadvantage. That's interesting. You will be my stepping stone to become Super SAIYAN. Dongwu's blood and fighting passion were completely aroused. Slug, if this is all you have, then you don't have to leave. Dongwu said excitedly. Dongwu somewhat understood why Vegeta and Son Goku kept fighting and enjoying the battle. This is the factor buried deep in SAIYAN's bones, and fighting is always their greatest pursuit. Dongwu came to the world of Dragon Ball. At first, he just wanted to become stronger and leave his own legend and excitement. Years of practicing Taoism have made him more casual than ordinary people, without too many pursuits. But now Dongwu has finally found his own way. He was once angry because Dragon Ball was super, because it was not the Dragon Ball he thought of at all. I was also reluctant to give up because of the 7 Dragon Ball series. Now that we are in this world, we must change all our shortcomings and dissatisfactions. You don't need to be invincible, but you must let Dragon Ball have no regrets. Moreover, Dongwu felt that with his qualifications, he would be better than Son Goku. Really? Then let me see how you keep me. Slag said disdainfully. Dongwu was talking big words while he was still at a disadvantage. Naturally, he wouldn't have anything to fear. Good. Dongwu punched Slagger, but when Slagger blocked him, he changed his position and came behind Slagger. The moment Slag turned around, he came behind him again. Dongwu made up his mind to take advantage of Slag's old age and fight him with physical strength and speed. If you can't beat him to death, you'll tire him to death. Slag was so angry that he roared repeatedly, but there was nothing he could do about Dongwu. However, Dongwu didn't take advantage, it just made Slag very angry. Shaluch, you're done. Dongwu finally exchanged punches with Shaluch, and this time they were evenly matched. You must know that Dongwu was still slightly at a disadvantage just now. It seems that Slagger has indeed consumed a lot of physical strength. Don't be too proud. Even so, you can't beat me. However, you are right about one thing. I should show my true strength. After all, Slagger is old and cannot handle high-intensity fighting for too long. Therefore, he planned to make a quick decision. Let me show you my transformation into a super Namek. After Slug finished speaking, he began to transform into a super Namek person. In fact, it's more like a transformation than Piccolo's enlargement. However, although it is somewhat similar, it is also a little different. During the process of Slug's enlargement, his appearance changed a bit, but Piccolo did not. Ultimate chaos leads to superpower. Destruction is the essence of power. You mortals will not understand. This is the essence that only we demons can understand. Slag's body became much larger and stronger than before. Even old age has improved. Slug's super Namek transformation, which increases his strength tenfold. In an instant, Slag's combat power reached 1.5 billion. Ultimate chaos leads to superpower. Dongwu didn't pay attention to Slag, but was attracted by his words. It was as if the mist in front of my eyes was pushed away in an instant, and I felt like I could see the blue sky through the clouds, and my whole body was clear. Yes, the essence of power is destruction. Even if you do good things, it is based on destruction. Moreover, whether it is a Super Saiyan or a Super Namek, they all seem to be evil and chaotic. Maybe power is not all chaos, yes, but Chuanchao Saiyan's power is absolutely chaotic. Therefore, it will swallow up people's sanity and turn Chuanchao into an irrational madman. My power is a fusion of the power of Chen Chao and Super Saiyan. Chuanchao represents chaos, and Super Saiyan represents justice and protection. Any Saiyan who wants to transform into a Super Saiyan must have a heart of justice. Is this what the Taoists say, that the lonely yin does not grow and the lonely yang does not arise? Dongwu seemed to realize for a moment that he had been too calm all along. He only wanted to prevent Chuanchao from being eroded by chaos, but he forgot that this was the essence of Chuanchao. Chaos Chuanchao, Justice Chao Sai. Harmony of yin and yang, dragon and tiger in harmony. Dongwu realized, and for a while, an astonishing change took place in his body. The arrogance around him became swaying, like fireworks in the wind. The color of the momentum also swings between white, golden yellow, grass green, and golden red, referring to Super 4 Vegeto. Drink. Dongwu no longer suppressed the Chaos Chuanchao power, but also released the Chao Sai power. The chaos and invincibility of Chuan Chao, the sturdiness and indomitability of Super League. The two forces are endlessly raging, but they merge and complement each other under the coordination of Tiangang A Cup Ointment. Change it for me. Dongwu's power after activating fusion instantly filled every cell in his body. Dongwu's hair color was also set in an instant. Golden red. The red-gold hair color and the aura of gold on the inside and green on the outside make Dongwu look extremely mysterious and extraordinary. Is this the mysterious SAIYAN transformation I named? It's so powerful. The power increase is more powerful than Super SAIYAN and Chuan Chao. Dongwu shook hands and felt the power flowing out of his body. Dongwu was so excited that he wanted to cry. This power enabled his secret transformation, but it also suppressed him for too long. He has always taken care of Dong Le, but recently she has been far behind. Dong Le has surpassed Super Series 2, but Dongwu has not yet been able to transform into Super Series. You can imagine the pressure on Dongwu. Now, he has finally achieved the mysterious Super SAIYAN, henceforth called Secret SAIYAN, transformation. The increase of 200 times directly catches up with the increase multiple of ordinary Super SAIYAN 3. If it weren't for the high basic combat effectiveness of Super SAIYAN 3, Dongwu could be said to dare to compete with Super SAIYAN Sanyi. Of course, although the increase in the secret tournament is the same as that in the Super Tournament 3. However, Super SAIYAN 3 has broken the limit 3 times. And its basic combat power will be much stronger than Dongwu. Dongwu cannot compete with Super SAIYAN 3. However, after breaking the limit of the secret tournament, the basic combat effectiveness will soon increase. Dongwu is full of expectations. He is confident that after breaking the limit, there will be no obstacles to the secret tournament 2 and even the secret tournament 3. Slug, to thank you for letting me break my limits and transform into Super SAIYAN. I will give you another chance, otherwise I will kill you. Dongwu raised his head, his scarlet pupils filled with supreme majesty. Finally turned into a secret game, thank you for your monthly ticket. Chapter 48 Destruction of the Winter Star. Dongwu, who transformed into the mysterious SAIYAN, has a terrifying strength of 20 billion. Comparatively speaking, Slag, who only has 1.5 billion, is not enough. Dongwu did not immediately eliminate Shilage, but unfortunately Shilage was a complete bad guy and had no intention of changing at all. Is it a big deal if you change one color? I, Slug, will not be afraid of you. Shiluch, who transformed into a super Namek, was also extremely inflated and had no fear of the transformed Dongwu. In fact, this is also related to the power of Dongwu. Dongwu fuses divine power through the Tiangang A Cup Ointment and possesses most of the properties of divine power. In fact, a very important point is that the breath is restrained and not exposed. Even if the arrogance is steaming, most people can't feel the aura. Only a deliberate leak and the same god can feel it. If that's the case, then go die. Dongwu had no choice but to kill him. With Dongwu's combat power of 20 billion, he directly killed Slag in an instant. With a gap of more than 10 times, there is absolutely no possibility of fighting back. In fact, Dongwu really doesn't want to kill anyone, because any life is precious. But precisely because life is precious, Dongwu has to kill the bad guys, because only in this way can the good people be protected. At the same time, Dongwu also let go of his worries and no longer worried about the discovery of the original work. In fact, even if Dongwu has done a lot of things, he has changed a lot of people. However, Dongwu generally does not destroy things as they develop and events occur. For example, when Piccolo Daimao lifted the seal, Piccolo Daimao died, etc., he did not interfere excessively. I'm just afraid that it will ruin the plot and lead to serious consequences. However, it is completely unnecessary to think about it now. If you kill some bad guys early and nip them in the bud, you can save less losses. As soon as I bid farewell to the Great Elder, I will go and deal with the Frozen Demon clan. In addition, I will also deal with the evil people that the King of Kai said are ravaging the universe. Dongwu finally let go completely, and there was no longer any obstacle or fear in his heart. Originally, I didn't want to spoil the plot. On the one hand, I didn't want to ruin some people's opportunities. On the other hand, it also meant fear. I was afraid of Frisia when I first went out, so I trained hard. Later, fear ruined the plot and I lost the advantage of foresight, but if I was strong enough, what if I didn't know anything? In the original work, Son Goku and Vegeta didn't know the plot, so they didn't reach the pinnacle of the universe step by step. Great Elder, I killed Slag. It's time for me to say goodbye to you. Dongwu said politely to the Great Elder. I know what happened. I can know everything in Namek. You are a truly kind person. However, your transformation seems to be different from that of ordinary Super Saiyans. The Great Elder's face was full of smiles, and he said to Dongwu's kindness is a sure thing. But when it came to Dongwu's transformation, he was more serious and doubtful than ever before. You must know that the Great Elder is a rare wise man and has very rich knowledge. My transformation is a fusion of Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan. I don't really understand why this happens. Dongwu shook his head. Although he knew that he had transformed into a mysterious Super Saiyan due to the power of fusion. But he doesn't know much about the mysterious Super series yet, so he can only explore slowly. The Dragon God gave us Namek the miraculous power and some magical abilities. I have some ability to predict the future, but I can't see your future at all. I hope you can solve it yourself. The Great Elder apologized. Road. Elder Namek has many magical abilities, such as making Dragon Ball, increasing potential, predicting the future, recovery ability, etc. He originally wanted to give Dongwu some help, but found that he could not give any advice at all. Great Elder, you don't have to be like this. I believe that as long as I work hard, there is nothing I can't overcome. Dongwu no longer attaches great importance to grasping the future. He believes that as long as he is strong enough, he will not be afraid of any challenges. It can also change any future. Nothing is set in stone, including the future. However, Dongwu is more interested in the Dragon God. In the Dragon Ball series, there is no information about the Dragon God. Even the Dragon Ball Super only mentioned the Dragon God Salama, but his abilities, image, and deeds all messages are blank. When Dongwu asked about the Dragon God's deeds, the Elder also shook his head. We don't know much about Lord Dragon God. Although we are a race created by Dragon God, I don't have any records about Lord Dragon God. There is no record of the Dragon God even in Namek, so basically no one knows about the Dragon God's deeds. But one thing surprised Dongwu. The Namek people were actually created by the Dragon God. In the world of Dragon Ball, the planets are all created by Supreme Kai, but life evolves naturally. Except for mechanical races and artificial humans, no one is artificially created. Unexpectedly, the Namek people turned out to be an exception. Dongwu did not regret not getting the information from the Dragon God, after bidding farewell to the Great Elder. Under the guidance of the King of Kai, Dongwu went straight to the ancestral star of the Frozen Demon clan, the Winter Star. The Winter Star is located in the very cold central and western part of the northern galaxy. The temperature is very low all year round, and the entire planet is covered in ice and snow. From the outside, it looks like a huge ice ball. This is the ancestral land of the notorious Frozen Demon clan, the Winter Star. Speaking of the Frozen Demon clan, there really has never been a good person. Child, who is recorded in the records, is the famous universe pirate in universe. Although under the banner of protecting the peace of the universe, they occupy other people's planets and carry out massacres for various reasons. And his descendants Kurd, Frisia and Cooler also have the same virtue. Including the other frozen demons of the Winter Star, they are all out-and-out villains. However, the average combat power of frozen demons is only about 4 to 5 million. Because of their mutations, Kurd and Frisia have greater combat power and fame than ordinary frozen demons. Since Frisia likes watching planetary fireworks so much, let me set one off. The purpose of destroying the winter star is actually to avoid trouble. Although the population of frozen demons is not large, there are about 10,000. Killing one by one, no one knows how long it will take. And it is easy for fish to slip through the net. And destroyed the winter star, although because the frozen demons can survive in the universe, some can survive. But the number is much smaller, and it is easier to kill. Winter star, destroy it for me. Dongwu instantly transforms into a mysterious super sailor and unleashes a full blow, ki blast, the shattering light killer cannon. The mysterious Super SAIYAN has a combat power of 20 billion. It is too easy to destroy a planet with one blow of the crushing light kill cannon. Moreover, no one can stop it. Thanks to Han Feng, TQM20082330 and Quartyop for their monthly votes. Chapter 49 Kurdish. Dongwu's crushing light cannon is not big, but it contains the power to destroy the world. The scarlet pupils are devoid of any emotion, this is Super SAIYAN's absolute calm state. That was Dongwu's mysterious Super Series transformation, and there was no exception. Only when you are completely familiar with Super SAIYAN can you control your emotions as you wish. Who dares to act wild in Winter Star? The appearance of Dongwu and the smashing light killer cannon were finally discovered, and the people from Winter Star roared and questioned in anger. Unfortunately, what's the use? Dongwu is here to destroy the Winter Star and eliminate the Frozen Demon clan. To him, questioning is just an added source of laughter. Too lazy to talk nonsense, he just glanced at the shattering light-killing cannon, crossed his arms, closed his eyes and rested. Damn it, you dare to underestimate me. The person who came was a purple-red frozen demon. Maybe the frozen demon was used to dominating. There were very few people in the universe who could fight against it, so he developed an arrogant character. Being ignored by Dongwu directly touched his sensitive nerve. Planet Destruction Bomb. This is a Qigong bomb specially designed for destruction. It has no advantage in fighting, but its destructive power is amazing. Frisia likes to blow up planets with this move. This frozen demon has a combat power of more than 3 million. If this energy bomb is aimed at the planet, then that planet will basically be doomed. Unfortunately, I chose the wrong target this time. Boom! Dongwu didn't even look at it. A random ki blast not only dispersed the destructive bombs, but also the unknown frozen demon was wiped out. Drink, and die. Damn destroyer! Dongwu killed an unknown frozen demon, and suddenly another frozen demon suddenly came out and wanted to make a sneak attack. Unfortunately, his anger had already betrayed him. Snapped! Dongwu blocked the sneak attack casually and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. You don't need to look at it to know who it is. In the entire Winter Star, there will be no other person besides the Kurds who has a fighting strength of 500 million. Kurd can be said to be a seriously underestimated person in the Dragon Ball world. In 7 Dragon Ball Z, being hit by a big special player will kill you instantly. But if this is the case, how does he dominate the Northern Galaxy? To suppress Frisia and Cooler? Moreover, if Kurd was really inferior to Frisia, Frisia would not ask him to find a place. Cold was similar to Frisia's second form when he first transformed, and some people speculated that King Cold had another transformation. This is very possible, but even if he doesn't transform, the Earth Warriors will feel that he is bigger than Frisia when he comes. It can be said that Kurd is a rather tragic character. He appears on the stage with a great appearance, and then gets his lunch in the next moment. It's the same this time. The Kurds still can't escape the fate of being killed instantly. Dongwu felt funny in his heart. People's fate is really wonderful, as if it was arranged. Piccolo's 1000-year-old daddy, and Vegeta's incarnation as the million-year-old middle child in the Tower of Tragedy. And Kurd will inevitably be beaten out of the game. Who are you? Why do you want to destroy the Winter Star? The sneak attack was blocked. Kurd decisively stopped and asked. He is not a loser. He has been able to bend and stretch after being in the universe for so many years. Seeing that Dongwu was difficult to deal with, he wanted to suppress him rationally. Do you need a reason to destroy a planet? Dongwu looked at Kurd funny. The frozen demon actually wants to be reasonable? Is there anything funnier than this? Of course. No matter where you are, you can't escape a word of reason. How can you destroy other people's planets for no reason? Kurd said seriously, telling lies righteously, completely unaware of the growing mockery in Dongwu's eyes. Oh? So that's it. But Dongwu deliberately prolonged the tail sound. Do you know this kind of tail? After Dongwu finished speaking, he swung his tail and slapped Kurd in the face, causing him to lose his appearance. SAIYAN. Kurd was suddenly stuck. He knew he couldn't tell any more lies. He knew exactly how SAIYAN became extinct and how planet Vegeta was destroyed. Now that SAIYAN has come to the Winter Star and directly destroyed the Winter Star, it must be revenge. But Kurd rolled his eyes and thought of something else. I know planet Vegeta was destroyed, but that was all Frisia's doing. I have expelled him from the Frozen clan. But in order to express my apology, I am willing to give you 10 planets to make amends. Pass the blame, apologize, compensation is done in one go. If it were ordinary people, they would really believe his lies. It's a pity, how could Dongwu believe it? As for compensation? What is the use of compensation? Can the dead be resurrected? And not just one planet, but thousands. The more he sends out, the more lives and planets he kills. Needless to say, if the Winter Star is destroyed today, you will definitely die. Dongwu is too lazy to talk nonsense. You have no way to deal with such a shameless person. You can only become more disgusted as he talks. So the most direct way is to send him to hell. Kurd, pay for the lives you killed. Dongwu was too lazy to talk nonsense and punched Kurd directly in the abdomen. When Kurd bent over in pain, another knee was placed on his head, and the last swing leg kicked him away. Die, piercing light cannon. During Kurd's flight, Dongwu shot him through the heart. It can be said that in a series of attacks, the Kurds did not even have a chance to react, let alone resist. Kurd, who could withstand Dongwu's attack, struggled for a while and then slowly closed his eyes. Kurd, you really do everything you can to survive. Others didn't know that they might be deceived, but Dongwu knew how tenacious the frozen demon's vitality was. In the original work, Frisia was cut in half and Cooler was beaten to pieces and survived. It is conceivable that as a father, Kurd could die from this injury. In fact, Dongwu never thought about killing him with one move. Shooting him through the body was just to torture him and let him feel the pain. However, Kurd is really too thoughtful. Since you're pretending to be dead, there's no need to get up. Smash the light-killing cannon. Dongwu's cold voice was not loud, but it sounded like thunder in Kurd's heart. But after all, his mind was heavy and he still didn't get up. Boom! Dongwu doesn't want to waste time anymore, other galaxies are still waiting for him. One blow shattered the light-killing cannon, making the Kurd who was pretending to be dead really die. The frozen demons who were originally hiding and peeping from a distance immediately scattered and fled when they saw the Kurds' defeat. Unfortunately, their strength and speed are far behind Dongwu. They were caught up one by one and killed instantly with one move. The average combat power of the frozen demons is 3 to 4 million, and 5 million is considered the elite of the elite. The strongest among the three except the Kurds has a combat power of 20 million. Dongwu was somewhat sober. Fortunately, he didn't come directly to Winter Star after saving Pyosing, otherwise he wouldn't know how he died. Thank you Lao Wu for the tip. Thank you very much. Chapter 50 Treasury. After solving the frozen demon, Dongwu followed King Kai's instructions and came to the East Galaxy via instant transmission. There is also a supervillain in the East Galaxy Cume. What he does is no different from Frisia and others, and even more evil. Frisia just massacres the humans on the planet and then sells the planet, sometimes blowing it up. Kumu, on the other hand, not only destroyed stars and people, but also used people for evil experiments and cruel torture. All kinds of perverted torture make people's scalp numb. The key is that this guy is very powerful, much stronger than Frisia. Neither King Kai nor East Kai Wang have seen this man's true strength, but he once defeated Kurd, which can prove his terror. Lord East Kaio, where is the Kumu? Dongwu sent a message to East Kaio. Higashi Kaio is the only female Kaio among the 4 Kaio, and her favorite thing is racing. His current coordinates are XXXYYY. You must be careful, this person is very strong. Dong Kai Wang told Dongwu the coordinates. But because she didn't understand Dongwu's strength nor Kumu's strength, she still warned Dongwu to be careful. She was worried that Dongwu was no match for Kumu, so not only would he not be able to eliminate Kumu, but he would also lose a righteous super soldier. Don't worry, Lord Kaio, even if I am not your opponent, I will not be killed. Dongwu said confidently. Although he didn't think he was no match for Kumu, he was still very careful. After all, no one knew whether it was a hidden old monster. But as Dongwu said, with time distortion and instant transmission, few people can catch him if he wants to escape. Dongwu's instant transmission requires sensing energy to move, so even though he knows the coordinates, he still has to take a spaceship. The location of the library is almost in the center of the Eastern Galaxy, and it takes Dongwu almost 3 months to take the spaceship. Dongwu has not been idle during this period, and has been studying methods to break through the 9th level of Longxiang Boruo Gong. Although it is said that Longxiang Boruo Gong does not require understanding or qualifications, it can be practiced as long as there is enough time. But good qualifications and understanding will speed up the process. After research, Dongwu found that the step-by-step practice of Longxiang Boruo Gong, although it seemed to be just a physical practice, opened the acupoints unknowingly. However, this speed is very slow, more than 100 times slower than active activation. No wonder no one in ancient Tubo, now Tibet, cultivated beyond the 8th level. Dongwu murmured to himself. The reason why Dongwu said this is because ancient Tubo did not have acupointment theory, and their cultivation also talked about the 3 meridians and 7 chakras. I have no idea about acupuncture points. Therefore, after reaching the 8th level, it is almost impossible to continue because they do not know how to actively attack acupuncture points. As for why no one has mastered it since it was introduced to the Central Plains, one is that it is too time-consuming and no one has practiced it. The other is that the time is too close to modern times, and there is no environment for practicing martial arts. Another thing is that Longxiang Boruo Gong has its own set of theories, and most people don't dare to change the practice method casually. Dongwu, on the other hand, dared to try because in the Dragon Ball world, a fairy bean could cure serious injuries. 3 months later, when they arrived at their destination, Dongwu opened another 42 acupuncture points, and 30 more acupuncture points could form the earthly evil perfection. At that time, if Tian Gang and Earth are able to be united again to form a perfect world, it will be the 10th level of perfection. Is this Kumu's home base, Kumu Star? Dongwu couldn't believe his eyes when he looked at the lush trees, elegant city and clean streets of Kumu Star. As a supervillain, shouldn't the place he lives in be spooky? But soon Dongwu's color changed, because except for a few weak auras and a huge evil aura, he didn't sense any other life. That evil spirit should be Kumu, and those dying creatures should be the victims he captured for experiments. In other words, this seemingly prosperous planet actually has only a few dozen creatures. Moreover, except for himself, everyone else is his experiment. Damn it! How could there be such evil creatures and evil minds in the universe? Dongwu simply couldn't understand how such pure evil could exist. It is understandable to fight for survival in the universe, but it is incomprehensible to continuously massacre people on other planets to occupy planets, and the occupied planets are not used by oneself. Kumu, come out and die. Dongwu instantly exploded with the strongest combat power, 230 million combat power. That's right, Dongwu's normal combat effectiveness has increased explosively during this period since breaking the shackles. It has more than doubled in just a few months. Who is here to die again? Kumu was not to be outdone and flew from the planet not far from Dongwu in an instant. Kumu didn't pay attention to Dongwu's combat power at all. A combat power of more than 200 million was nothing at all. Hundreds of years ago, he defeated the Kurds, who had a combat power of 200 million. Over the past few hundred years, Kumu's combat power has increased a lot. 230 million? In his opinion, it was just to give him early materials. Are you Kumu? Dongwu looked at Kumu and asked. One thing makes Dongwu very puzzled. Why does this Kumu resemble Kurdish people? But there is a big difference. Kurd is a standard frozen demon, while Kumu is a bit like a frozen demon, but has 3 eyes and 4 hands, and his skin is not mainly purple and white, but mainly green with a small amount of pink. What's more, he has no tail. You must know that all frozen demons have tails. So Dongwu was very curious about what kind of creature this was. Yes, I am Kumu. Ever since I defeated the Kurd guy, no one has dared to challenge me for many years. You are quite courageous. Kumu looked at Dongwu with a mocking expression on his face. However, with the combat power of more than 200 million, it is not bad in the universe. Kumu licked his lips with a hint of desire. Such good experimental materials are not common. There are too few people with hundreds of millions of fighting abilities in the universe, and he has never encountered one even if he wants to capture them. Kurd? Do you know the North Galaxy frozen demon Kurd? Dongwu was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly realized. No wonder Kurd rarely leaves the Winter Star, and he only fights in the Northern Galaxy but never expands to the Eastern Galaxy. It turned out that he had been defeated before. Of course we know each other, we are still brothers after all. Kumu smiled evilly. What? You are actually brothers? Can't the frozen demon only have one offspring? Dongwu was confused again, and the two of them didn't look alike. In fact, this Kumu didn't even look like the frozen demon at all. How come he and Kurd are brothers? In principle, that's the case, but if you humans have identical twins, why don't we freeze demons? Kumu raised the corner of his eye and said slyly. Dongwu understood immediately. It turned out that he and Kurd were two people formed by the division of the reproductive cells of a frozen demon. This is the same as the formation of identical twins. Identical twins are one fertilized egg that split into two individuals due to some special reasons during the development process, and then each developed into a completely new and complete human individual. In fact, the two people were originally the same person, and their genetic chromosomes were exactly the same. If the child of one twin is matched with the other during a paternity test, the conclusion is that they are biological parents. Because their genetic material is identical, this is where paternity testing is inaccurate. However, Dongwu still doesn't understand why there is such a big difference in appearance since Kumu and Kurd are identical twins. So I asked Kumu a question. I don't know if Kumu often does abnormal experiments, and he has become a little nervous, and he actually told Dongwu. This is all thanks to Kurd. We were just ordinary frozen tribesmen at the beginning, but by chance we mutated at the same time. As a result, our strength increased day by day, far exceeding that of other tribesmen. At this time, Kurd's ambition was exposed when he came out. He wanted to be king. And I became a stumbling block and a thorn in his side. After saying this, Kumu's expression became very excited and his mood was very unstable. It took a long time to calm down, and Dongwu also waited quietly. The shameless Kurds attacked me and wanted to kill me. But I still escaped and then fled all the way to Dongyi and he. But he still refused to let me go and chased me to Dongyi. But there is no end to the road. By chance, an evil scientist rescued me and conducted cruel experiments and transformation on me. After that, my strength increased greatly and I defeated the Kurds. Then I killed the scientist who transformed me and slaughtered his entire family. Race. When Kumu said this, he felt a sense of joy in having a great revenge, and even more so, a sense of domineering self-centeredness. So, this planet is the home planet of the original scientist, right? Then you continued to experiment and transform in order to become more powerful. That's why you are now. Dongwu completely understood, this is a brother Xiaoqiang drama. However, he was lucky enough to survive and defeated the Kurds. Out of revenge and a desire to become stronger, he carried out brutal killings and inhumane transformation experiments. In this process, the central nature becomes more and more cruel and perverted, and the supervillain Kumu is born. That's right. When I complete the final experiment, I will return to the North Galaxy and personally calculate the accounts with the Kurds over the past few hundred years. Ha ha ha. Now you are here. If you are really sleepy, just give me a pillow. Yes. With you as my guinea pig, my experiment can be completed. Come on. Become my guinea pig. Kumu's happy laughter felt like the fulfillment of a long-cherished wish. Dongwu looked at Kumu, who seemed to have everything under control, and a mysterious smile appeared on his lips. You don't have to go back to Baiyanhe to seek revenge from Kurd, because he is already dead. As for you want to use me for experiments, then it depends on your ability. What did you say? You said Kurd is dead? Did he die in your hands? Kumu was stunned for a moment, then looked at Dongwu coldly. Do you know that he should have died in my hands? How dare you destroy it? You deserve to die for my revenge plan. Thanks to Li Chaofeng and Happy Lift for their monthly votes. Chapter 51 Kumu's Death. Kumu has a very ferocious appearance. He has always regarded the Kurds as life and death enemies and wanted to kill the Kurds with his own hands. But now he is told that Kurd is dead, how can he accept this? Facing Dongwu, the person who killed the Kurd, he felt as if his beloved thing had been robbed, and he wanted to kill Dongwu immediately. Boom! Kumu's aura completely exploded, and the powerful aura made the air stagnant, and the whole planet seemed to be in the end of the world with lightning and thunder. Do you know how much hardship I have endured in order to kill the Kurds for hundreds of years? I am about to succeed, and how dare you steal my prey? Kumu's face was ferocious. The more he thought about it, the more he thought about it. Angrier. Not to mention the pervert Kumu, even a normal person who has worked hard for a goal for hundreds of years, but is told that the goal has been robbed when he is about to succeed, will be very angry and want to kill someone. I am going to kill you. Kumu roared angrily and rushed towards Dongwu with immense hatred and powerful strength. I'm here today to deal with you. Dongwu instantly transformed into a secret. His golden red hair, surrounded by gold inside and green outside, made Dongwu look extremely majestic. I don't have time to waste time with you MOG, just die. Dongwu's explosion of more than 40 billion combat power was beyond what Kumu could resist, and he was ready to kill his opponent in one move. Dongwu is not Son Goku. If it were Son Goku, it would really be possible to fight Kumu for hundreds of rounds and then defeat him. After all, he really likes fighting and enjoys fighting. You can have a 50-50 split with anyone. To be honest, Kumu's combat power is still very strong, at least during this period it has few opponents. The combat strength of 800 million is much stronger than that of the Kurds, who only have 450 million. It's a pity that there is no difference in Dongwu's eyes, whether it is 800 million or 400 to 500 million. Die! Dongwu didn't bother to fight with him, and shot a penetrating light-killing cannon directly through Kumu's chest. Bo! Kumu had no room to resist, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood. But something surprising happened to Dongwu. The wound of Kumu who was shot through was actually squirming and healing. Although it can't beat Majin Buu's healing speed, it is still a little stronger than Namek. Oh? Has the body been transformed to this extent? It's no slower than Cell's recovery speed. Dongwu was surprised. He didn't expect Kumu, the transformed frozen demon, to have transformed himself to such an extent. And it seems that not only the body has been modified, but also part of the gene has been modified. Damn it! Damn it! How dare you hurt my noble body, I want you to die! Ah! Kumu became even more angry, his green skin began to wither and turn yellow, and his body began to grow in size. The change is similar to when Frisia finally transformed and exerted 100% combat power. 100% combat power has not been used for hundreds of years. In order to thank you for letting me regain the feeling of full strength, I will kill you with the power that makes you afraid and turn you into my material. Kumu has become mentally abnormal, but the arrogant, self-righteous, and self-absorbed character of the frozen demon has not changed. Although his energy has indeed increased, unfortunately it is only 1.5 billion. Is 1.5 billion less? A lot, definitely a lot. With this kind of strength, it would be easy to kill Kurd and the Frisia brothers instantly in the northern galaxy. Maybe Kumu didn't have much confidence in the battle hundreds of years ago, so he didn't fight back to the northern galaxy. Otherwise, the Kurdish family would have died long ago. But compared to Dongwu's combat power of 46 billion, 1.5 billion is not impressive and inconspicuous. Not even a small change. Don't talk about 100% combat effectiveness, even if it is 1000% combat effectiveness, you will die. I'm too lazy to play with you, just die. Dongwu didn't have time to waste, he wanted to eliminate the villains in East Galaxy and South Galaxy as soon as possible. Go see Broly as soon as possible. Broly, as a legendary scion who came out once in 1,000 years, has unparalleled strength and potential. Even Son Goku and Vegeta are far behind him. Of course, this is only an early advantage. Reaching advanced levels still depends on your own understanding. Smashing light killing cannon. Dongwu, who knew that Kumu had tenacious vitality and abnormal recovery ability, was too lazy to waste time using the penetrating light kill cannon. Although this can kill Kumu, Dongwu doesn't want to waste this time. I'm not afraid of this kind of thing. Watch me push it back for you. Yet. Kumu opened his hands to catch Ki Blast, but he didn't know the gap between the two. He dared to hit the opponent's Ki Blast with a gap of dozens of times. I have to say that he is very talented. There was no sound, not even a scream, and it just disappeared into ashes. Lord East Kyo, Kumu has been solved. Dongwu sent a message to East Kyo. Thank you Dongwu, I am here to thank you for your help on behalf of all the creatures in the East Galaxy. I, the King of East Kai, said politely. Although Dongwu was very polite, he respectfully called her Lord Kyo. But she knew that the other party was extremely powerful, so calling her sir was out of politeness and respect for older people. Of course, she can't rely on her old age to be arrogant. Kyo-sama, you don't have to be polite, but what should I do with this planet? There are some people on it who were captured for experiments, and there are also a lot of perverted experiment data. Do you want to destroy it? Dongwu means to rescue people and then destroy the entire laboratory. However, he also wanted to hear what the East Kyo meant. After all, after paying attention to Kumu for so many years, I might be able to discover my omissions. Alas! Dongwu, please destroy the entire planet. I have just sent a message to those who were captured. They know that Kumu is dead and do not want to live anymore. They just asked me to free them. As for this evil planet, let it be destroyed into ashes. The King of the East Kai said sadly. Dongwu was silent, he could understand those people's choices. I have endured so much torture that my heart has already collapsed. Death is the best relief for them. As for the current Kumu planet, there were perverted scientists hundreds of years ago. It is estimated that the entire planet's technology is also dark, so it might as well be dealt with. Okay, then I will destroy this planet. Dongwu nodded and agreed, putting the spaceship into the universal capsule. Fly outside the planet. And then throw an energy bomb. The Kumu star suddenly shone like a firework, dazzling for a moment and then turned into dust. Alas! Dongwu sighed and shook his head, no longer thinking about this. Next, there is the flame bird in the southern galaxy. After getting rid of him, go and see Broly. I saw an interesting comment today, saying that SAIYAN has become a surname of Dong. I was also confused. What happened? Then think about it, Dongwu, Dong Le and Dong Yu. It seems that there are indeed several SAIYANs with the surname Dong. In fact, the surname of the protagonist really troubled Chen Su for a while. I counted down according to the number of people with surnames, and found that basically the protagonists of the novel have these surnames. Finally, I found the 29th Dong surname that was not the protagonist. Surname. In fact, it doesn't matter what the protagonist's surname is. It's just a title. Dongwu is fine. Isn't it the same for Zhongwu and Liwu? There's no need to worry about this. Today is the first day of the Gregorian New Year. I wish everyone a happy New Year. All the best, all your wishes will come true. Finally, in the new January, please give me monthly tickets, flowers, and reviews. Please ask for all kinds of things. Chapter 52 Broly. Flame Bird, the supervillain of the Southern Galaxy, has a combat power of almost 50 million, and is the weakest among the 4 major galaxy villains. Even so, he has a very disgusting ability, his body turns into flames. No wonder it's called the Flame Bird. Flame is a very special thing that is between matter and energy, nihilistic and real. When attacked, it can transform itself into fire, thereby becoming immune to damage. To be honest, despite Yang's low combat effectiveness, he was the most difficult opponent among Dongwu's opponents. Dongwu also spent a lot of effort to defeat him. In the gratitude of the southern Kai Wang, Dongwu moved to the western galaxy to meet the person he most wanted to see and the one he was most curious about, Broly. I think not only Dongwu, but probably all Dragon Ball fans will ignore the existence of Broly. This is an enigmatic warrior with some unique charm. A born Super Saiyan, a legendary warrior. Strength will automatically increase without the need to practice, and the more you fight, the braver you will become. If you can't kill quickly, your opponent will definitely die in the end. As for the Super Saiyan transformation, the strength increases 100 times, which is twice as high as the normal Super Saiyan. And it's 100% transformable. Is this such a warrior who appears several times in the theatrical version and tortures the protagonist and a group of Earth warriors to pieces, but in the end he is defeated? It can only explain 2 points. First, he is not the protagonist, and second, the protagonist's aura is too powerful. Dongwu met this mysterious man for the first time in Xian He. Broly is tall, but not strong, and even looks a little thin. The skin looks a little dark and the expression is a little dull. There is really no way to associate him with a violent and chaotic warrior. But after watching the theatrical version of Broly, Dongwu knew that this was just an appearance. Broly is controlled by his father Paragus, who attempts to use Broly's power to rule the universe. Once Broly is free of control, release himself completely. This fearsome warrior will display terrible destructive power. Hello Broly, I am Saiyan warrior Dongwu. Dongwu said to Broly. Looking at Broly in front of him, Dongwu didn't know whether to hate him or pity him. Since birth, he was murdered by King Vegeta because of his strong fighting ability. When he grew up, he was controlled by his greedy father. Such a warrior who should have shocked the universe has been reduced to wandering around with no fixed abode. Saiyan, Saiyan. Broly was confused and kept repeating Dongwu's words. But soon he seemed to think of something, his expression suddenly became very painful, his face became ferocious, and his spirit was out of control. Cockroach, cockroach! Broly shouted in pain and anger, and the energy in his body was instantly raised. The powerful momentum shattered everything around him instantly. Dongwu is a little confused. Why does Broly have such a big grudge against Cockroach? Was it because Cockroach's crying woke him up when he was a child? Logically speaking, shouldn't he hate King Vegeta more? After all, King Vegeta once wanted to kill him, but Cockroach only woke him up by crying. Why does he hate Cockroach so much instead of King Vegeta? Who are you and what have you done? At this moment, Paragus came over nervously and quickly used the controller to calm Broly down. Dongwu looked at Paragus. He had a strong body, a Chinese-shaped face, dark skin, and was blind in one eye. This is Broly's father, Paragus. In his hand was the controller that controlled Broly. You are Paragus, Broly's father. It can be said that Dongwu has no good impression of this person. He is not greedy and vengeful, and he has no backbone. He wants to seek revenge from King Vegeta but doesn't dare. He wants to rule the universe but doesn't work hard on his own. He just blindly places all his hopes on Broly. Yes, I am Paragus, Broly's father. Paragus said very proudly. However, what he is proud of is not his own identity, but his identity as Broly's father. Even when he introduces himself, he emphasizes that he is Broly's father. It can be seen that this person has extremely no self-confidence. Very well, for people like you, it would be better to live than die. Dongwu has decided to kill Paragus. All the destruction caused by Broly in the Western Galaxy can be said to be caused by Paragus. This person is ambitious, and although he has little strength, he always has unrealistic illusions. However, Paragus doesn't think so. I was immediately angered by Dongwu. What did you say? Bastard, how dare you talk to me like this? Paragus looked at Dongwu gloomily, then pointed at Broly and said, kill him. He originally thought Dongwu was a SAIYAN and wanted to conquer Dongwu and rebuild a new planet Vegeta. But Dongwu's words angered him, and he decided to kill Dongwu directly. He himself was incompetent, but he had a son who was capable. However, his attitude towards his son is not like a father and son, but like a master and a slave. Treat Broly like a servant. Humph, you are really seeking death. Dongwu's face flashed with anger. But before Dongwu could make a move, Paragus became impatient because of Broly's slight hesitation. Broly, did you hear that? Kill him quickly. Broly hesitated for a moment, and Dongwu smiled disdainfully. Paragus, I want to kill you, and no one can stop me. You'd better die. Dongwu pointed his finger, and an air sword shot out from his fingertips, directly piercing Paragus's forehead. He couldn't even resist or dodge, so he just twitched a few times and died immediately. Only then did Dongwu look up at Broly. At this time, he was already confused and sluggish. The powerful aura began to rise, and the hair began to rise slowly. His hair was constantly flashing between black and grass green, his body shape was expanding rapidly, and his mood was becoming extremely unstable. Broly's Super Saiyan is about to transform. I'd like to see what's different about this legendary warrior. Dongwu raised the corners of his mouth with a curious expression. Broly is not a character who appears in the original work, but appears in the theatrical version. Neither the official nor the author recognize this character. But whether he admits it or not, there is no denying the super popularity brought about by his unique charm. But now is the real world, and in this real world, Broly exists. So, should such a super soldier be destroyed or redeemed? Words of destruction are such a shame, but words of redemption. To be honest, Dongwu was not sure. After all, a legendary warrior like SAIYAN in this kind of Dragon Ball Super is never clear-headed, Kai in Dragon Ball Super is not counted. It depends on human factors. Let me try Broly's power first. Dongwu smashed the controller on Broly's forehead and watched Broly complete the transformation. Dongwu instantly transformed into the secret game state. The two strongest SAIYANs in history are finally about to battle it out. Today I saw a lot of dissatisfied comments about the arrangement of female roles. In fact, this is not the first time Jingsu has seen it. But Jingsu does not intend to change it. The heroine will have it, but Jingsu has his own ideas. It is said that it is difficult to agree with everyone. Jingsu, it is impossible for Su to change the story to a story that other people don't like just because some people don't like it. If you like it, just read it. If you don't like it, please click to close it silently. Reading novels is just an adjuster of life, you don't have to do it just because you don't like it. Things to ruin your mood. In fact, the performance of this book is not good. There is no need for a small number of people to deliberately mislead other readers in the comment area. To be honest, I am also included in the system, and I have seen a lot of intrigues. This is all childish. Now this book is completely free, and Jingsu doesn't ask for a penny from everyone. Thank you for the tip. Jingsu took the money. If you like it, you will like it. If you don't like it, just close it silently. The kindest person benefits others and himself, the greedy person harms others and benefits himself, and the stupid person harms others but not himself. Is it useful if you discredit me? There are only so many books and everyone can read them, so why bother? Of course, most of them don't like it because they really just read books and pay attention to cool articles, and they are dissatisfied with assigning women to other people. I can only say sorry to these friends. In fact, if you really want to enjoy watching in this aspect, it is better to watch Xiao Huangwen or simply look for the teaching movies of Teacher King or Teacher Azaa. Here, Jingsu appeals again, please be a quality person. Finally, thanks to Lipapilon, Ultraman Attack, Lao Wu's monthly pass and Lao Wu's reward, thank you. Chapter 53, Competition between Chuanchao and Super League. Broly is a natural Super Saiyan, and his strength increases very quickly. If it weren't for Paragus suppression, he would definitely be much more powerful than he is now. However, even so, Super Saiyan can be easily beaten like a child. However, Dongwu's transformation increased more than Broly's, so after thinking about it, Dongwu cancelled the secret transformation. Instead, he chose to use a power, Saiyan transformation. Dongwu's mysterious Super Series transformation inspired the power of fusion. But he can also activate the super power and super power alone. In order to have a fair fight with Broly, Dongwu chose the super transformation. Boom! He has the same grass-green hair as Broly, a dark green energy shield, and no obvious arrogance. The biggest change was in the body, which had suddenly grown 20 centimeters taller, and the muscles had also become abnormally enlarged. But the strange thing is that the enlarged muscles did not affect his speed. On the contrary, his body felt light and his reaction speed became faster. Broly, this is the same legendary Super Saiyan transformation as you. Come on, let me see your power. Dongwu's blood began to boil, and the excitement in his heart began to rise uncontrollably. Broly, the legendary strongest Saiyan. When he watched the theater version in his previous life, he felt sorry for Broly. This time, I finally have the opportunity to compete with Broly. You can imagine the excitement. Kakarot, Kakarot. Broly kept shouting Son Goku's name. His anger continued to rise, and his face became more and more ferocious and terrifying. Boom! Without warning, Broly launched his attack. However, Dongwu's reaction was not slow, and he raised his fist to fight with Broly's fist. Mars collides with the Earth, and the tip of a needle hits the awning. Both of them are in the super state, and both are the type to crush with strength. The fight between pure strength and body is the most passionate. The aftermath of the fight between Dongwu and Broly can kill Frieza instantly. Ha! Broly exerted his strength, and the strength and energy in his body surged again. What? There is such a thing. Dongwu was surprised. He didn't expect that Broly could burst out with more powerful power. Due to his carelessness, he suffered a hidden loss and was sent flying out by Broly. As expected of Broly, his power has no upper limit. Dongwu lamented that he only now knows the horror of Chuan Chao SAIYAN. The power is simply endless and has no upper limit. Moreover, he also knows another characteristic of Chuan Chao SAIYAN, which is that he never tires. The more you fight, the stronger your physique becomes. The more you fight, the stronger your strength becomes. Coupled with the body that never tires, it is simply cheating. Although Dongwu is also in Chuan Chao state, his innate physique is not Chuan Chao after all, and his understanding of Chuan Chao is not as good as Broly's. After all, Broly has been adapting to Chuan Chao's physique for more than 20 years. How old is Dongwu? It only takes half a year to complete the task. But I won't lose to you. Dongwu gritted his teeth and became serious. Broly, unlike any opponent he fought. Come again. Dongwu shook off his aching arm and rushed towards Broly again. At this time, his blood continued to surge. And his excitement level continued to increase. Kakarot! Broly yelled angrily, becoming stronger and stronger as he fought, becoming more and more courageous. From the beginning, they were evenly matched, but in the end, Dongwu started to be slightly at a disadvantage. Bang! The two flew upside down again. Although Dongwu was slightly at a disadvantage, the gap was not big. Broly didn't get a big advantage, Dongwu flew upside down and he also retreated. Drink, Gravity Light Kill Cannon. While flying upside down, Dongwu raised his hand and fired a Qigong cannon. The Gravity Light Killing Cannon was prepared to fight against Bo. In the world of Dragon Ball, Bo battles are very common, especially when the matches are evenly matched. Son Goku's family has a very powerful skill for playing Bo, Kamehameha Wave. So there is a saying to describe them, never compete with the Son family, even if you have an advantage, you will be overturned. Dongwu also developed his own exclusive Bo battle skill based on the principles of Kamehameha, the Gravity Light Kill Cannon. Broly is not a vegetarian either. The moment Dongwu took action, he also threw a Qigong bomb. However, Broly doesn't seem to be able to continuously output chi. His Qigong bombs are really like cannonballs, one after another. This kind of Qigong bomb is very destructive, but it is weak against Bo. Boom! Broly's Qigong bombs only lasted for a short time before being defeated, and then the Ki blast flew towards Broly. Although the Gravity Light Cannon is prepared for Bo battle, it is about continuous output. Erupting, penetrating, and blasting in an instant are not considered strong. But Qigong is Qigong. If this blow hits Broly, he will be injured even with Broly's physique. After all, this is a full-force attack from someone of the same level of combat effectiveness. However, Broly is indeed Broly. Although his consciousness is confused, his fighting instinct is frighteningly strong. The moment the Qigong bomb was defeated, Broly opened the fluorescent protective cover. Rumble! Ki blast bombarded the fluorescent shield, emitting a deafening explosion. Everything around him disappeared in an instant, and the sun in the sky seemed to dim. Bang! Broly flew out of the explosion, and his fluorescent shield was shattered. However, due to the protection of the fluorescent shield and Broly's physical condition, he was not seriously injured. Just a little embarrassed and disgraced. You are very strong. This was the only thing Broly said besides Kakarot. Even his eyes became brighter, as if he had regained his clarity. Broly, you are a born warrior. If you can control yourself, your achievements will be limitless. Become the invincible god of war in the universe. Dongwu looked at Broly seriously. He really hoped that Broly could control himself. Be a true warrior. But if you can't control yourself... Dongwu's eyes turned cold. If you can't control yourself, destruction will surely follow you. Broly, who is uncontrolled and unable to control himself, causes too much damage. If you give him enough time, few people in the universe can subdue him, or even compete with him. At that time, an invincible master who only knows destruction will put the entire universe into crisis. I can't control myself. You, help me. Broly's mind seemed to be awake, as if he realized something was wrong with his state, and there was longing in his eyes. But soon, this part of his consciousness was submerged again. Ha ha ha. If you want me to control myself, fine, beat me. Broly laughed arrogantly, letting out a huge amount of energy while laughing. Ha ha ha, no one can defeat me, no one. Kakarot, Kakarot, I'm going to kill you. Broly became crazy again. Dongwu sighed, it seems that we really can only defeat Broly first, and then find a way to slowly restore his consciousness. In the end, I hope he can control himself. I don't care what others say, I will write whatever I want, I will update it anyway, please rest assured. Finally, thank you Tian Li for your monthly vote, thank you. Chapter 54, Knocked Out and Dragged Away. Broly is the legendary SAIYAN, although he is crazy and delirious. But as the strongest SAIYAN, Dongwu was born accidentally due to special circumstances, he has his own pride. Even in a crazy state, if he wants to get his approval, he must defeat him. In this case, we have no choice but to transform into a secret race. Dongwu has already competed with Broly, and he understands that he can't win even if he guarantees not to lose just by passing the ball. If you want to crush Broly with sheer strength, you can only transform into a secret race. Broly, I will perform another SAIYAN transformation. This is very unfair to you. It's up to you how long you can persist. After Dongwu finished speaking, he immediately performed the mysterious SAIYAN transformation. Golden red hair, golden inside and green outside, steaming with arrogance. Kill you. In response to Dongwu, Broly said 3 words full of murderous intent. Boom! Broly's fist hit Dongwu, but the difference in strength meant that Broly's blow was ineffective. Even Dongwu didn't move. Snapped! Dongwu slapped Broly on the face with his backhand, causing the corner of Broly's mouth to bleed. This slap was just random, Dongwu didn't use all his strength. But now the gap between the two is too big, the gap is doubled, and in the world of Dragon Ball, the gap is an instant kill. Angry, Broly, I know you can be stronger, murmured to himself. He knows that SAIYAN becomes more courageous as he fights. In times of extreme anger, muscles can expand again and strength continues to increase. In the theatrical version, Broly is said to be able to undergo 2 more expansions after his super transformation. I am the strongest, I am the strongest. No one can defeat me, ah! Broly looked up to the sky and roared, the flames of anger rising, and the arrogance on his body began to become sharper. And as Broly continued to roar, after reaching a certain level, his muscles expanded again, and his height even increased slightly. As his muscles expanded, Broly's momentum increased again, and his energy also increased a lot. I am going to kill you. Broly was slow at first, but suddenly accelerated as he approached Dongwu. The punch that penetrated everything was directed towards Dongwu's head, and it seemed that he was planning to punch Dongwu in the head. However, things are often not that simple. Dongwu caught Broly's fist accurately, and then suddenly increased the force, causing Broly to let out a painful scream. Boom! Dongwu raised his foot and gave Broly another kick, kicking Broly back in the same direction. All the rocks and land along the way were smashed into pieces. Under Broly's body, the rocks were no different than tofu. Broly, you are no match for me. Give up. Dongwu said calmly, but behind this calmness was the fact that Dongwu deliberately stimulated Broly to reach his strongest state. Then defeat him and conquer him. Only in this way is it possible to convince Broly. Damn, damn! Broly's anger grew higher and higher, and there was no other emotion in his eyes except murderous intent and anger. Bo! As if the blisters had burst, Broly's figure swelled again. Grass-green hair even has a faint tendency to evolve towards yellow-green. Kill you. Broly, like an unyielding warrior, killed Dongwu again. That's right, let me see your strongest combat power. Dongwu also laughed excitedly and opened his hands to welcome Broly. SAIYAN is indeed a fighting nation, the passion for fighting and the warlike character are simply integrated into their blood and marrow. Bang 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 bang. During the fight, Broly was constantly being pushed back and knocked away. But he kept rushing over and was knocked away again. Time and time again, the torture was horrific. But Broly seems to be a tireless machine, a stone without pain. Even if he is defeated time and time again, he still fights against defeat without flinching. And during the battle, the strength is still growing slowly. The innate Super Saiyan is really terrifying and his growth is amazing. Dongwu sighed with emotion. To be honest, the combat power of 10,000 people born is not too strong among the top races in the universe. At least the Frozen Demon clan is much more powerful in combat when they are born. However, Broly's growth rate and potential are much greater than them. Anyone who has played games knows that the higher the growth potential, the higher the final level you can reach. Among the top players, Broly is one of those with amazing growth potential. The potential is endless, and there is no need to worry about running out of potential without practicing martial arts. What Broly needs is the squeezing training of the Dragon Ball training system, because his potential is endless. However, after fighting for so long, Dongwu also had a rough idea of Broly's combat effectiveness. There is no practical point in fighting anymore. This battle should be over. Dongwu raised his head and looked at Broly and sighed. Broly's strength is already very strong, at least even the Complete Cell and Lightning Cell are no longer Broly's opponents today. However, there was still no way to put pressure on Dongwu. Maybe only that girl Lil can fight with me at this stage. Dongwu sighed, but he was helpless towards that girl. Almost all of her strength was forced out by Dongwu. Without supervision, she would spend 3 days fishing and 2 days drying nets. That's it. After Dongwu finished speaking, he was finally ready to use his full strength. His speed surged, both in terms of movement speed and release speed. It's nothing like it was just now. Broly didn't even react, but Dongwu stabbed him in the back of his neck instantly, causing him to faint. Call out. The moment Broly fainted, he cancelled the Saiyan transformation and returned to his normal state, shrinking a lot. Let me try it and see if I can help you solve your problem. Dongwu said. Instant transmission came directly to Namek. But it's the new Namek, because the story still happened almost as in the original. Frieza still went to Namek and was defeated by Son Goku, who transformed into Super Saiyan. The only difference may be that Vegeta is not involved. Looking for you. Vegeta lost news after being taken away by Zangia. Dongwu didn't even participate in the classic Namek-Frieza battle. Dongwu felt it was a pity that he was not able to witness this exciting and even classic battle. The Great Elder is no longer here, and his magical ability has also disappeared. It seems that we can only try to see if Barunga can solve it. If Barunga can't solve it, then there really isn't much that can be done. In fact, something came to Dongwu's mind, Super Dragon Ball. But he is not sure whether this place is in the same line as Dragon Ball Super. And whether there is Super Dragon Ball. Secondly, even having Super Dragon Ball is useless. Because the Super Dragon Ball is scattered in the 6th and 7th universes, he has no ability to pass through the universe barrier. Taking a step back, even if he could penetrate the universe barrier and enter the 6th universe, would he dare to commit a crime under the eyes of Vados and Kampa? Kampa is not sleepy like Beerus. Challenge the gods of destruction with his might? He didn't want to die so wonderfully. Thanks to Feng Chengzi, for calling me Angel, specifically, and for the monthly pass just for Xiao. Thank you very much. Chapter 55. I'm fine. Elder Namek has many magical abilities and may be able to do something to the soul. After all, Namek people can divide one body into two parts, and their souls can be divided into two people. Assimilation can also occur, causing two or even more people to become one. This kind of control over the soul is beyond the reach of ordinary people. And the difference between Broly and Slug is that Slug is inherently bad and he knows what he is doing. And Broly is not bad, but he cannot control himself. But unfortunately, the Great Elder has passed away. The new Great Elder's ability is much worse than that of the original Great Elder, and he is helpless to deal with Broly's situation. As a last resort, I had to turn to Namek Shenron. Come out, Karanga. The Namek Dragon Ball must be summoned in the Namek language. Frieza once missed making a wish because he did not know the Namek language. Dongwu knew this, so he specifically asked a Namek person to help. Click! Suddenly there was lightning and thunder, and the sky darkened. A huge Namek Shenron connected to the sky and appeared in the sky above Namek. Say your wish, no matter what it is, I can help you realize 3 of them. Shenron gave a standard programmed blow and looked down at Dongwu, Namek and Broly who was lying down. Shenron, please let Broly control his power. Dongwu expressed his wish and asked the Namek people to translate it to Shenron. Shenron lowered his head and thought for a while, then raised his head and said, "This wish is very simple." After saying this, Shenron's eyes flashed red and then said, "Your wish has come true. Say the second wish." In fact, whether it is Earth Shenron or Namek Shenron, the wishes that can be realized are said to be very simple. A wish that cannot be realized is beyond the capabilities of the maker. It feels a little too pretentious. However, Dongwu was not surprised that this wish came true. Because if Broly's power is placed on the Great Elder Namek, it will definitely not be uncontrollable and cause confusion. Please restore Broly's confused consciousness. Dongwu then said his second wish. This wish cannot be realized because his confusion of consciousness is mainly caused by the inability to control the power, which causes the power to impact the soul. Now that he has controlled the power, confusion will no longer occur. Shenron's eyes glowed red for a while, and then said, "In this case, my wish is over." Dongwu nodded to the Namek man. Then Namek spoke to Palunka for a while, and then he saw Palunka disappear from the sky, and 7 huge dragon balls turned into stones and fell to the ground. Namek's dragon ball is different from the earth and will not be scattered around the world. Broly, I look forward to your growth. After Dongwu finished speaking, he took Broly away from Namek. However, Dongwu did not take him back to Earth, but to an uninhabited planet, waiting for Broly to wake up. This planet is very large and very suitable for living creatures. Nowadays, there are many living things on the planet, but there are no humans yet. Moreover, the gravity of the planet is very strong, 12 times the gravity of the Earth, which is even greater than the gravity of the original planet Vegeta. But for Broly and Dongwu today, this gravity is almost non-existent. I have to say that Broly's physique is enviable. Broly woke up just after Dongwu arrived on the uninhabited planet. You know, Dongwu came to this planet via instant transmission, and it didn't take much time in between. This planet was discovered by Dongwu when he was exploring the universe, and he once thought of using it as his own back garden. It seems good to place Broly now. Ah! Broly woke up, let out a moan of pleasure, and stretched greatly. Broly, how are you feeling? Looking at Broly's clear eyes, Dongwu knew that Broly was awake now. However, I still hope he can experience this state. In fact, Broly is still very sober when he doesn't transform into Super Saiyan and doesn't meet Son Goku. But there are 2 stimuli that will drive Broly crazy, one is meeting Son Goku, and the other is transforming into Saiyan. Very good, better than ever before. I feel relaxed all over, as if some kind of shackles have been removed. My whole body feels comfortable and relaxed. Broly clenched his fists and looked at Dongwu with a smile on his face. You really helped me. I did it, thank you. You don't need to thank me. I'm SAIYAN too. I don't want you, as a legendary warrior, to become an irrational beast. Dongwu shook his head. He really felt sorry for Broly. Fortunately, Broly regained consciousness. If Broly could not be cured, he would definitely destroy Broly himself. Fortunately, that didn't happen. Broly, you are now trying to transform into Super Saiyan, the legendary Super Saiyan transformation. For Chuan Chao Saiyan, it is Super Saiyan transformation. See if you can control your own power. Dongwu said to Broly. He didn't take Broly back to Earth because he had this concern. If Broly transforms into Saiyan and loses control again, it will cause too much damage to the Earth. Even if he could subdue Broly. However, if an accident occurs, it only takes one Qigong bomb to hit the Earth, and the entire Earth will be finished. Good. Broly nodded, then shouted and transformed into Chuan Chao Saiyan. Her grass-green hair is flying, and her strong and huge muscles are full of energy. How do you feel? Dongwu watched Broly look at himself curiously, nodded and asked again without any unexpected situation. Good, I feel like I have full control over my own power. Broly replied. Well, it seems it's okay. Dongwu nodded, feeling relieved suddenly. But thinking about another exciting point of Broly, Dongwu felt a little unsure. Had no choice but to prod Broly again. Then what will you do if you meet Kakarot now? After asking, Dongwu saw a flash of anger on Broly's face. But it disappeared soon. If Dongwu hadn't been paying attention to Broly, he wouldn't have been able to find it. I'm going to give him a good beating. Broly finally said through gritted teeth. Although he has sobered up and no longer hates Son Goku. But it seems that he still has resentment and wants to beat up Son Goku to vent his anger. Dongwu actually still doesn't understand why Broly is so resentful and dissatisfied with Son Goku. The two of them didn't seem to have much in common, and they only spent some time together in the nursery when they were babies. Moreover, it was his powerful anger that scared Son Goku to tears at that time. It should be Son Goku who was angry with Broly. He didn't understand why Broly had so much resentment towards Son Goku. Thank you, Long Long Tu, for your monthly ticket, thank you very much. Chapter 56 Broly's Mission. Dongwu doesn't quite understand the grudge between Broly and Son Goku. He also knew from cartoons in his previous life that Broly hated Son Goku. But specifically why this is the case, Dongwu doesn't quite understand. Can I ask, why do you hate Kakarot so much? Dongwu looked at Broly and asked with curiosity. Broly was stunned, obviously not expecting Dongwu to ask this question. Then he shook his head and said funnily, actually, I don't know why I hate Kakarot. Apart from his anger, I can't even remember his appearance. Broly is also very confused. There is no deep hatred between him and Son Goku. The two of them have no other interactions except for a period of time together in the nursery. But it's strange, like fate. There is a voice in my heart telling me that Kakarot is my enemy and I want to kill him. Broly is also very strange, but there is such a voice in his heart. Dongwu lowered his head and was silent for a while after hearing this, but he couldn't guess why. Fate? I don't believe in fate. Raising his head again, Dongwu thought with firm eyes. Broly, now that you have control over your powers, I'd like you to do one thing for me. Dongwu looked at Broly seriously, his expression was serious, proving that he was not joking. Broly also felt Dongwu's seriousness, and he became serious even if he didn't dare to be careless. He nodded and said, "You saved me. I will definitely help you do whatever you need." Dongwu waved his hand and said, "Actually, it's not a big deal. You don't need to be so serious. No matter what, just say it." Broly did not relax and still said seriously, "Okay." Dongwu nodded and then said, "I hope that in the name of your Super Saiyan, you can summon Saiyans from all over the universe and gather them together on this planet. Then you have an important task, which is to guide Saiyans out of evil. Towards justice. Restore the SAIYAN nation. Isn't SAIYAN already exterminated? Even planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frisia. Broly asked in confusion after hearing Dongwu's words. Although he is unconscious, he can still control himself when not transforming. He had heard about what happened to SAIYAN. But of course he hated SAIYAN and King Vegeta and didn't care at all. You should know that Kakarot was sent to a low-level planet because of his low combat ability at birth. Dongwu said. That's right, low-level warriors have low training value because of their low combat effectiveness. Therefore, they will be sent to low-level planets after birth and treated as disposable consumables, leaving them to fend for themselves. Broly nodded, he still knew this. That's right, lower-level SAIYAN warriors are all people who have been abandoned or even abandoned. They were sent to various low-level planets in the universe and were used as consumables. No one would even look at them even if they died. Dongwu was a little helpless. The original SAIYAN was really it's too ruthless. But, they are still SAIYAN after all. The low-level warriors sent out every year range from dozens to thousands. Even if most of these SAIYANs die, over time, they will still be a terrifying number. However, they are disappointed with planet Vegeta, so most of them will not return to planet Vegeta. And what I want you to do is to gather these SAIYANs. Re-establish the SAIYAN planet and recreate the SAIYAN nation. However, what I need is a righteous SAIYAN nation. Not evil villains. For those who repent of their crimes, no need to expel, just kill on the spot. Dongwu expressed his thoughts and plans at once. Then his eyes were fixed on Broly to see what his thoughts and reactions were. However, Broly's reaction satisfied him. Broly lowered his head and frowned, thinking for a while before saying, the universe is too big. Even if there are tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of SAIYANs scattered in the universe, they won't make a splash. It's not easy to send the message and gather them. And there must be many who don't want to come. As for those who persist in admonishing, it's quite easy. Dongwu nodded, he also knew it was not easy. Although he had thought about it before, he had not done so. On the one hand, it is really troublesome to summon them. On the other hand, it is prestige. His prestige is not enough. But Broly is different. He said that the legendary Super SAIYAN is the spiritual belief of SAIYAN. Even among SAIYAN, the legendary Super SAIYAN is a god. If God calls them, it will be much easier and most SAIYAN will accept it. But Broly is right, the universe is too big. SAIYAN is scattered in every corner of the universe, and it is difficult to transmit messages alone. But Dongwu patted Broly on the shoulder, do your best, and obey fate. Gather as many as you can. I hope the SAIYAN nation can be reborn. Okay, I'll do my best. Broly nodded and agreed, but he still didn't understand Dongwu's approach. Because SAIYAN is originally a nation with weak emotions. Be it family affection, friendship, or national sentiment, it is very weak. As long as he thinks he is strong enough, what does it matter to others? But thinking about Dongwu going to great lengths to help him, Broly seemed to understand a little bit more. Okay, then I'll leave this to you. Remember, we are the fighting nation SAIYAN. Warlike but not bloodthirsty, peaceful but not surrendering. We are a nation. If the nation disappears, there will be no way to say that we are SAIYAN. Nation is our pride and our root. Dongwu put his hands on Broly's shoulders, held Broly's shoulders firmly and said firmly. Okay, leave it to me. Looking at Dongwu's appearance, thinking about Dongwu's words, and then thinking about the people on those planets who risked their lives to save their own nation when he once conquered the Western Galaxy. For a moment he seemed to understand. Well, then I'll leave first. Dongwu nodded and used instant transmission to leave the planet that had just been named SAIYAN Star. Dongwu is not worried that Broly will be trapped here, not to mention the Universe spacecraft in the Universal capsule left by Dongwu. Even Broly himself can travel across the universe even if he opens the fluorescent shield. As a baby, he used this trick to save himself and his father, Paragus. After leaving SAIYAN planet, the former SAIYAN planet was called Planet Vegeta. This new planet was renamed SAIYAN Star to distinguish it. Dongwu instant transmission returned to Earth. When they returned to Earth, they found that two crazy girls, Dong Li and Dong Yu, were drinking. And looking at the wine bottles staggering on the ground, it was obvious that he had drank a lot. Dongwu's nose was almost crooked with anger. Is this how these unlucky children lived when he wasn't at home? Dongwu's forehead was throbbing with veins, and he wanted to grab him and beat him severely. Stand up! Dongwu roared angrily, shaking the house. Dong Li, who was drinking, had the same conditioned reflex as Dong Yu. He jumped up and stood upright. You are really mad at me. Come out. After Dongwu finished speaking, he walked out first, leaving an angry figure behind. What a tragedy, why did eldest brother suddenly come back? Dong Yu frowned in fear. It's okay, let me deal with him. Dong Li waved his hand indifferently. She didn't believe that Dongwu would really teach them both a lesson. Then, one of the two people walked out anxiously and the other nonchalantly. Chapter 57 The Farthest Road. Dongwu's face was livid. Before he left, he told Bobby to follow Cassio's trick and ask him to find a girlfriend. It's a good thing now. I don't know whether Bobby has learned or not. Both girls have become drunkards. Tell me, who told you to drink? Dongwu's face was expressionless, and his face was so gloomy that water could drip from his face. Brother, Dong Yu looked a little scared when he saw Dongwu's face, and tried to say something, but in the end only a few words came out. What are you doing? Who taught you how to drink? I taught you so many things and you didn't learn it. But when others taught you how to drink, you learned it immediately. Dongwu's heart is so cold. And I was vaguely afraid of being tricked by some bad boy into going out for a drink and doing something drunk. Dongwu definitely has the heart to kill. Dong Yu was embarrassed to speak and looked down at the ground. Dong Li, who was so arrogant just now, is a little timid now. After all, 1 or 20 years of accumulated prestige is still very important. And you, Dong Li? You are already 30 years old, and you are often crazy if you are not looking for a partner. Now you are taking your sister to drink. You are really capable, Dongwu poked Dong Li's forehead with his finger, and Dong Li didn't hide away, smiling along with him. Dongwu was embarrassed to scold her again. Brother, what we are drinking is not ordinary wine. This is wine collected by Lord Kaiu. I heard it is very helpful for cultivation. If you don't believe me, ask Yu. Dong Li said sarcastically, winking at Dong Yu as he spoke. However, Dongwu was so angry that he didn't pay so much attention. Yes, brother, it is really collected by Kaiu-sama. He said it can help people understand the realm. Dong Yu wasn't stupid either. He immediately agreed when he saw Dong Li's eyes. He nodded wildly with a serious look on his face, as if to increase his credibility. Real. Dongwu was suspicious. He had been with Kaiu for several years, so why hadn't he heard that Kaiu had a hobby of collecting wine? However, these two girls shouldn't dare to lie to themselves so blatantly, right? If the two of them said this, it should be credible. Dongwu nodded, but he couldn't let them go. Then he lectured for a while, even if it's Kaiu's wine, you can't drink too much. Then Dongwu lost his temper, turned his head and returned to the house with an angry snort. Looking at the empty bottle, there is really no packaging, it is just a very ordinary bottle. As for the taste of the wine, Dongwu said that he had never drank alcohol in his past and present lives, and he really couldn't tell the difference. Following Dongwu, Dong Yu and Dong Li also walked in step by step. Since the king of Kai said it is helpful for cultivation, I will allow you to drink a little. However, you can only drink a little. If you let me find out that you drank so much next time, Be careful of your butts. I will not let you off easily again. We know. Dong Yu answered quickly and assured with a serious look. But Dong Le was reluctant and muttered, "That's weird." "What did you say?" Dong Wu suddenly turned around and asked. "I didn't say anything, I didn't say anything. I said I got it, brother, you should drink some too." The king of the realm said that this wine is helpful for gods to understand the realm. Dong Le quickly shook his head and said with a smile on his face. Then he pushed an unopened bottle of wine on the table in front of Dong Wu. "It even helps with the realm of divine understanding." Dong Wu is really moved, he is now one with nature and man. The next realm is really a bit confusing. Maybe this wine is really useful? As for getting drunk? Dong Wu said that SAIYAN's constitution should be able to drink some. Then I'll give it a try. Dong Wu opened the bottle with an expression on his face and drank a little. The smell is a bit weird, not quite what it smells like. A spicy and hot feeling rises from the body. Seeing Dong Wu drink, Dong Yu and Dong Le looked at each other with some inexplicable meaning. A smile appeared on his face at the same time. "This wine isn't any different, is it?" Dong Wu took a sip. Apart from feeling a little dizzy, he didn't feel that it would help him understand the realm. He immediately asked in confusion. "Brother, you don't understand. A little bit of wine can't be of any use. Even drinking medicine can't be effective immediately. It needs to be used for a long time to be effective. So I moved all the Kai's collection back." Dong Le quickly explained to Dong Wu attentively, and even took the initiative to help Dong Wu pour wine. It seems so. When Dong Wu thought about it, it really made sense. So he nodded and drank a glass of wine in one gulp. After drinking a glass of wine, Dong Wu shook his head and said, "Kai Wang is really unlucky to know you. You can make anything happen." Looking at Dong Yu and Dong Le in a funny way, Dong Wu felt that it was not necessarily a good thing that they were both lawless and innocent at the same time. "Okay, sit down. I won't care about it today." Dong Wu looked at the reserved two people and pointed to the chairs next to them for them to sit down. Then had another drink. He drinks a drink, and Dong Le pours another. Unconsciously, the bottle of wine Dong Wu opened was empty. A little dizzy. Dong Wu covered his head, feeling like the world was spinning. He had never drunk alcohol in his previous life. This time he drank a bottle of strong alcohol. It would be strange if he didn't faint. Although drinking alcohol has a certain relationship with physical constitution, some people may be physically suitable for drinking and can drink a lot after adapting. But if you have never drank alcohol, you will not be able to drink much no matter how good your health is. I don't know whether Dong Wu's body is suitable for drinking, but it is obvious that this time he failed. Sure enough, Dong Wu felt dizzy as soon as he stood up, and then fell onto the table. Fortunately, Dong Wu's current physique, otherwise his appearance would be disfigured. "Hehe, I told you to bully me. I think you'll fall into my hands this time, hey." Looking at the unconscious Dong Wu, Dong Le smiled happily, and Dong Yu beside him couldn't help but nod. Sister Leal was so smart that she tore off the packaging of the wine bottle. "I didn't expect my eldest brother to be so stupid. In fact, it's not that Dong Wu is too stupid. Who would have thought that the person closest to him would set such a trap on him? If Dong Wu knew about this when he was sober, he would have to say that the farthest way is indeed a routine. You, go find your second and third brothers first, tell them that the eldest brother is back, and let them avoid the limelight. I will send the eldest brother back to his room." "Oh." Dong Yu nodded quickly and flew away without looking back. Hey. Dong Le looked at Dong Wu treacherously, with evil intentions on his face. "If you fall into my hands, I will let you know how powerful I am this time." Dong Le said, picking up one of Dong Wu's legs and dragging Dong Wu toward the room like a dead dog. "Hehe. I want to punish you, but you can't escape from my grasp." Dong Le threw Dong Wu on the bed and sat beside the bed having fun. as if some kind of victory had been achieved. Thank you Mather and Tianxia for your monthly votes. Chapter 58, Getting What You Want. Lord of the Temple. Study. One day, Gao Shun imprisoned Helen Zi and Lan in the dungeon and reported to Ye Tian's study. Magic House. Hearing this story, Lu Ye stood aside with a frown. A lot has happened recently. Last night, you were assassinated. Today, the Binzhou cavalry was killed in the street. These are no small things. If they don't handle it well, they will frustrate Ye Tian's prestige in Shanghai City and think that the new city lord cannot rule. You should catch it, you should kill it. Whatever magical refuge he has. Ye Tian was indifferent to this. There is no room for compromise on these issues. Yes, God. Gao Shun laughed when he heard this. Yeta said he noticed. Oh my gosh, this is a big deal. Asher is sending his troops to lead them. He's expected to arrive tomorrow. Outside the study, Yujin strode in. He fell down as soon as he saw Ye Tianho, who was very tall and full of fighting spirit. He can't wait to lead the army to fight the enemy, fight with the army, kill the generals, capture the flag and cross the battlefield. So fast. Ye Tian, Lu Ye, and Gao Shun all showed a hint of surprise. They prepared for war, but they didn't expect it to happen so soon. Lord, there are 100,000 soldiers under Aki's command. They are all magic warriors. They are powerful and should not be underestimated. Lu Ye bowed gently to Ye Tian, but he was calm because his excitement was different from Gao Shun and Yujin. If 100,000 people die, Xiang will teach me how to fight this war. Ye Tian looked directly at Lu Ye. Lu Ye is a first-level strategist of the Three Kingdoms. When marching and fighting, it is normal to eat and drink water. In this war, if he is not careful, he may die in the sea. Who can stop an attack of 100,000 people? There are 3,000 Binzhou cavalry, 2,000 Cao Weir Yue soldiers, 1,000 trapped Rui camp soldiers, and 3,000 Xin Rui camp soldiers. These add up to 9,000. No, not 10,000. There is a big difference between 10,000 and 100,000. Lord, although we have the advantage of the city, we cannot defend it. We can only wait to defend the city. Lu Ye is very amiable. He gently extended a hand to Ye Tian and led them to the center of the study. There is a map of Shanghai City on the round table here. In addition to the current large cities, there are also some small cities around Shanghai City and Gongwei Shanghai City. When Ye Tian came to the mainland, these cities were occupied by him. Now Ye Tian defends the city. Regardless of whether he wants to divide his troops to protect the surrounding small cities, the surrounding small cities will be captured one by the 100,000 strong army headed by Ye Shi. At that time, the sea will be a huge place of death. They can't go out, people can't come in. For a long time, the city was full of chaos and trouble. When they saw the map, there was a glimmer of clarity. I really can't defend this city. Ye Tian nodded slightly. They only had 9,000 soldiers and horses. Although the army is strong, it is difficult to consider the cities around Shanghai City. I suggest you ambush. Lu Ye looked at the Zishan forest, which is 50 miles west of Shanghai City. This is the only way to go to Heja Prefecture in the east. God, last time I burned the coast, I was able to drive the sea animals to attack the city. This time I will burn the armies of Asia for the Lord. Lu Ye said confidently with a smile. This made Gao Shun and Yujin look at each other with emotion. Gao Shun thought of Chen Gong and gave Wen Ho advice. If he had been born, Gao Shun believed that he would not be worse than Lu Ye. There are many people in my heart. From the beginning of Cao Wei's playwright to the beginning of Wang Zuoji's Sunzi, from Guojia's ghost to Jiasu's poison, these are Cao Wei's top advisors, and his fame is dozens of times that of Lu Ye. If these people were born, I fear the entire land of Magic Porch would be destroyed if they couldn't resist one of their plots. The great talent of Xiang, What about the salary window? Ye Tian looked up at Lu Ye and smiled. The next day, noon. Zishan. On the official road deep in the forest, rows of iron-framed troops were like giant iron snakes, winding their way along the mountain road. How long does it take to get to the beach? In the Celestial Army, Yasi asked for his bodyguards. Your Majesty, after you leave this western mountain, you will arrive at Dakanghai city. The guard asked in a low voice. Very good. At this time, a thick rain of snake-shaped arrows began to fall from the sky, which was very sudden. A large number of soldiers were killed, and the rockets that failed to hit the man quickly ignited surrounding trees. For example, in today's sky, under high temperatures, wind borrows fire, and fire borrows wind. The entire forest turned into a sea of fire. Don't screw it up. In the army, the generals shouted, but a rain of swords in the sky came quickly and never ended at all. Casualties increased dramatically. In the army, Ace was furious. He watched the sword rain fall. He didn't expect that the other party would set up such a fierce ambush here. In the final analysis, the world is far less resourceful and well calculated than the World War of China. No matter how careful the march is, there will be no surprise attack ahead. Prosperity. The fire in the sky instantly ignited the entire forest. Get out of the fire. Yasi saw 7 levels of fire magic. He soon lit up the entire mountain. He knew he couldn't drag it out any longer. 100,000 troops could only be burned alive on the mountain. He could only order to rush out with a loud voice. Hundreds of thousands of troops rushed out at high speed. Some soldiers fell during the attack because of the concentration of arrows in the sky. The soldiers behind stepped on the fallen soldiers and rushed towards them. These people were crushed directly into mud and died miserably. On another big mountain outside Zishan, Yujin held Zhang's hand. The bank pays the company's property. I hope the company can't. 3,000 veterans and 2,000 Cao Yue soldiers were pulling the Cloud Chuan Bao behind them. After a round of throwing, the rockets behind were finally used up. Walk. Yujin whispered to the soldiers behind him that the 5,000 army had carefully disappeared into the mountains. At the foot of the western mountain, looking at the scattered troops, his face became heavy. Your Majesty, according to statistics, nearly 10,000 soldiers died here. A middle-aged general bowed carefully to Yoxi and said softly. When hundreds of thousands of soldiers went out, they couldn't see the enemy. In fact, they have caused nearly 10,000 losses. He has never fought such a war. The whole army is reorganized and we are attacking Qinghai city at night. I want Ye to die, not live. When he roared, he looked like a ferocious lion. He would bite him if he wanted to. P.S. Please support. Chapter 59, Can't Change. Sun Gohan is also a very popular character. Especially in the Cell chapter and the Majin Buu chapter. In the Cell chapter, Gohan transforms into Super Saiyan 2 in anger and defeats the entire body. Cell has no pressure. But in the end, due to overconfidence in his own power, his father Son Goku and King Kai died together. In the Majin Buu chapter, although Gohan cannot keep up due to his neglected martial arts. But after the old Supreme Kai developed his potential, he transformed into the mysterious Gohan. I tortured Majin Buu to no end. However, due to being neglected for too long and being careless, he was absorbed by Majin Buu. In the end, Son Goku and Vegeta rescued him. But at this time, he was still a child of about 5 years old and had no obvious flaws in his character. And also very polite. Hello, Uncle Dongwu. Little Gohan bowed to Dongwu and said. There is a very interesting thing in the world of Dragon Ball. That is, regardless of age, men of the senior generation are called uncle. If in Dongwu's previous life, Son Gohan should be called uncle. Gohan is so good and has good strength. Try to surpass your father. Dongwu touched Gohan's little head and said approvingly. Dongwu believes that this Gohan is definitely much more powerful than the original Gohan. On the one hand, he practiced the martial arts passed down by Dongwu, and on the other hand, Shishi no longer prohibited Gohan from practicing. With Gohan's own talent, coupled with his martial arts skills and diligent practice, I believe his growth is something to look forward to. Yes, Uncle Dongwu. Gohan said in a decent manner. Well done, I just have something to ask Goku, you guys should come too. Dongwu smiled and nodded, then walked towards the gravity room. Son Goku is here. Son Goku has his own way. Although he also practices the martial arts taught by Dongwu, he still likes squeezing training. Maybe, this is what suits him best. Although Son Goku's innate qualifications are not high, his potential is definitely sufficient. It's Dongwu here, please wait a moment. Son Goku's voice came from the gravity chamber. Because Dongwu did not restrain his energy, Son Goku could easily sense it. Dongwu didn't say anything. He found a sofa and sat there waiting for Son Goku. Piccolo and Gohan also sat down. Soon, Son Goku walked out of the gravity room. Dongwu, what do you want from me? Son Goku asked doubtfully. Under normal circumstances, Dongwu would not come to him if there was nothing special. Since Dongwu is here this time, something must be going on. Although Son Goku in Dragon Ball Z is simple, his IQ is still online. It's not like Dragon Ball, it's just mindless. There's nothing special, I just want to ask you about Frieza. Dongwu said briefly, and then asked Son Goku to talk about the process and the final result. Following Son Goku's description, Dongwu found that the experience was similar to the original work. Just without Vegeta's participation. In the end, Son Goku did not completely destroy Frieza, although it is not sure whether Frieza is still alive. But Dongwu, who is familiar with the original work, knows that Frieza can survive in the vacuum of the universe. If Frieza could not be completely killed, he would most likely survive. Although there are no Kurds, there will be others for Baobuki. Forget it, it seems that you are not cruel enough or decisive enough. Dongwu is helpless, he has worked very hard to change Son Goku's character. From the front, it seems that he is a little more decisive than before. However, his essence has not changed, he is still kind to a fault. Son Goku scratched his head, he also felt embarrassed. But since his nature was such, he didn't feel there was anything wrong. However, he also felt a little sorry for his friends. Goku, what did you say? You didn't kill Frieza completely. Piccolo, who didn't know this yet, heard about it for the first time. He immediately yelled at Son Goku angrily, almost deafening him. Can Piccolo not be angry? Although they were all resurrected, the Namek people were almost killed by Frieza. Even if he was resurrected later, Nier would assimilate with him and disappear completely. Even Klin died again. Piccolo, don't be angry. The worst is, if he does bad things again, I will deal with him again. This time I will kill him completely. Son Goku saw Piccolo getting angry, and immediately waved his hands, smiling coquettishly. Son Goku is not an idiot, he also knows why Piccolo is angry. But things were already like this, and he had no choice but to make an embarrassing promise. Snort. Piccolo was still upset, snorted angrily and turned around and walked out. Son Gohan looked left and right, and finally chased Piccolo out. Okay Goku, this is your character, and I won't force it. However, everyone must bear the consequences of their own character and behavior. When you make a decision, you must be responsible for that decision. If Frieza does something bad again, then the people he kills will all die because of you, it can be said that you were indirectly killed. Think carefully for yourself, and don't make a decision based on your own preferences next time. In fact, Dongwu doesn't like an excuse very much, that is, she, has this temper, so you should be more patient. Why should I bear it? Her temper is her business and no one can control it. But that is only his or her business and has nothing to do with anyone else. Since it doesn't matter, why should others take care of it? No one cares about your own temper, but please don't impose it on others. No one has the obligation to take care of you. Everyone must be responsible for themselves. After Dongwu finished speaking, he ignored the thoughtful Son Goku, sighed and walked out. Although he had already guessed this outcome, Dongwu couldn't help but feel troubled by Son Goku's kindness and innocence. In fact, we can't say that Son Goku is wrong. After all, he has no obligation to solve other people's problems. If it's resolved, it's friendship. If it's not resolved, you won't owe anyone else anything. It's just that Dongwu hopes that he will change something and not harm others and himself in the future because of his kindness. After all, there will be many bosses to fight in the future, and Dongwu will not have the time to wipe their butts for them. Dongwu left, Piccolo left angrily, and Gohan went after Piccolo. Son Goku is alone, meditating on the sofa. When I got home, I found that Casio, Bobby, and Dongyu had returned. Casio brought Lankai with him, and the good news was that Poppy also brought a girl back. This greatly surprised Dongwu. In just 1 year, this little guy also became enlightened. This girl is not very good looking, but she is also pretty. There is a hint of cunning in her gentleness. And it can be seen that she is also an eccentric girl. Dongwu said a few words here, but I won't say it again from now on. This book is not forced, and it does not force anyone to read it. If you like it, read it, and if you don't like it, delete it. No one forces you, and no one owes you anything. Yes. If you scold me, I won't argue with you. But if you bring your parents, no matter who you are, I will scold you back. I would rather not make this money than let my parents be scolded because of me. Your parents gave birth to you and raised you, and you must have the most basic respect. Even other people's parents should maintain humility. When you insult other people's parents, don't you think about your own parents? Did your parents give birth to you and raise you so that you can scold them? Here I just want to say something to those who insult other people's parents: if you like it, watch it, if you don't, get out. I don't owe you anything, and I don't force you. Chen Su apologizes to the book friends who have always supported Chen Su. My quality is low, please forgive me. If you don't like it, you can click to close it. Chingsu doesn't blame you. If everyone still likes it and is willing to watch it, Chingsu will keep updating it until it is finished. Finally, thank you Long for the monthly ticket. Chapter 60 Trunks. Dongwu saw that both Casio and Poppy found girlfriends, and he was finally relieved and very happy at the same time. There was a feeling of relief. Poppy, please introduce this girl. Dongwu could tell that this girl had never practiced and her combat power was only a little or even slightly weaker. Brother, her name is Tillian, and she is my girlfriend. After Bobby said to Dongwu, he turned to Tillian and said, this is my eldest brother, Dongwu. As for my second brother, sister-in-law, and little sister, you all know me. Hello, brother, I'm Tillian. The little girl rolled her eyes, and then she shouted sweetly. Dongwu found it funny that this little girl named Ti Lian was a master with many evil ideas. I don't know how many ideas passed through my heart as soon as I rolled my eyes. Well, don't be formal when you come here. Dongwu actually wanted to bring out some greeting gifts, but thinking about it, he really didn't prepare anything. Spiritual tree fruit? A person who doesn't practice martial arts won't have much effect after taking it, and it may cause damage because his body is too weak. After thinking about it, Dongwu finally took out a crystal core he got from Yank. This crystal core fell from Dongwu's body when his body turned into ashes after he killed the flame sparrow. Dongwu could feel that it contained relatively large power, but he didn't know how to use it. However, carrying it with you can nourish the body and enhance your physical fitness to a certain extent. This is a greeting gift from eldest brother. It's good for your health to carry it with you. Dongwu took out the universal capsule and handed it to Tian with a smile. Big brother, I want it too. Dongyu looked at the sparkling gems and his glasses lit up. Most girls lack immunity to shiny things. However, Dongwu only has one, so there is no one left for her. As a last resort, Dongwu had to give her a spirit tree fruit. Dongyu happily took it. Then, he ate it in one bite. In fact, when it comes to Dongyu's level, the effect of the spirit tree fruit is no longer significant, almost non-existent. But the taste is good, and the little girl is greedy, so she still likes to eat it. Cassio and Lan Qi have been together for so long. Have you considered when to get married? Dongwu looked at Cassio and Lan Qi and asked with a smile. In fact, both Cassio and Lan Kai, blue hair, are relatively shy. Don't be too proactive about relationships. If you don't remind yourself, the two of you would dare to drag it out for a lifetime. However, Dongwu feels that since a woman is with you, you should give her a status. You can't let people follow you without knowing why. Brother, I have informed my parents that we will get married when they come back. Cassio took Lan Qi's hand and said to Dongwu, while Lan Qi lowered her head shyly. Dongwu nodded with satisfaction, never expecting Cassio to take the initiative. Then he looked at Bobby and Tillian and asked, "What about you?" Bobby scratched his head in confusion, while Tillian rolled her eyes and said with a smile, "Whenever brother gets married, we will get married." Dongwu, the general, was a little embarrassed. He originally wanted them to get married quickly, but he didn't expect to be turned against him. But thinking of Dong Li, Dongwu felt that she should be given a status. This girl still harbors resentment for not marrying her for so many years, and even made herself drunk, making the rice cooked. Okay, let's get married together when our parents come back. Dongwu thought about it and said with a smile. What? Brother, do you have a girlfriend? Why didn't I know? After Dongwu finished speaking, Cassio was the first to be surprised and ask questions. He didn't hear when his elder brother found a girlfriend. Not only him, but Lan Qi and Bobby didn't know either. Everyone was curious at this moment, wanting to know who the sister-in-law was. I know. Dongyu quickly raised her hand to prove her presence. Seeing everyone else's eyes turning to him, Dongyu cleared his throat and said, "It's Sister Liu." Dong Li wants to infer that Dongwu's matter was planned by these two girls. Of course she knows. A thunderbolt from the clear sky stunned everyone. Especially Lan Qi and Tian, they are even more incredible. Cassio, Poppy, and Dongyu knew that Dong Li and they were not biological siblings, but Lan Qi and Tian didn't know that. So although others were shocked, it was not unacceptable, but these two people found it difficult to accept. How is this possible? Aren't you brothers and sisters? Lan Qi said angrily. Lan Qi, you misunderstood. In fact, Sister Liu and we are not biological brothers and sisters. She is SAIYAN who escaped from planet Vegeta with her eldest brother. The two of them depended on each other and wandered in the universe. Now they are 30 years old, and we have been looking forward to it for a long time. We're waiting for them to get married. Cassio explained to Lan Qi in a funny way. After his explanation, Lan Qi and Tillian realized that they had misunderstood. Suddenly feeling a little embarrassed, I smiled sheepishly. It doesn't matter. After all, we have been together since childhood. We have always considered ourselves brother and sister since arriving on Earth. You don't know that misunderstandings are normal. Dongwu smiled casually. Dongwu said he didn't care, but actually he was a little embarrassed. After all, after so many years of brother and sister, it was a bit embarrassing to suddenly become husband and wife. But the two of them have been through so much and have been together for so many years. Then it's settled. I'll urge my parents to get married together later. Poppy, go back with Tillian and ask Tillian's parents for their opinions. Dongwu nodded and then made arrangements. I have no parents. Tillian lowered her head sadly. Dongwu was stunned for a moment, and then said apologetically. I'm sorry, I didn't expect it to be like this. If this is the case, then you and Lan Qi have no objection. Lan Qi also has no parents, they didn't appear in the original work anyway, and Tillian also has no parents. This way you don't have to ask your parents for their opinion, just their consent. Lan Qi and Cassio have been together for a long time, so naturally they don't have any objections. However, the situation of Bobby and Tillian still needs to be discussed between the two of them. But at this moment, Dongwu felt that space and time were distorted somewhere on the earth, and then a huge aura descended on the earth. This energy is very similar to SAIYAN, but slightly different. Is it Trunks? Dongwu pondered for a moment. According to the time point, this time period should be the time when Trunks arrived. And although this SAIYAN's power is strong, it is not very pure. It should be a SAIYAN hybrid, and given the time and space distortion just now, it is probably Trunks. The reason why Dongwu can feel the distortion of time and space is that he practiced instant transmission and time distortion with him, which correspond to space and time respectively. In addition, this wave is relatively close, so Dongwu can feel it. Trunks has arrived, and the plot of the androids is about to begin. Dongwu pondered for a while. The plot of the artificial man took place 3 years after Trunks arrived on Earth. Now that Trunks has appeared, artificial humans are not far away. Thanks to Snfijskn, Suwu Daizun, and Wen Dawson, Lao Wu, Buletinshuo, and 17 for the monthly tickets and Lao Wu for the reminder tickets. Thank you so much. Chapter 61 It's different. Thinking of artificial humans, I have to say that this is a relatively successful plot in Dragon Ball. More successful than Cell and Majin Buu. A lot of preparation and rendering was done in the early stage to heighten people's expectations. It can be said that second only to Frisia. I wonder if number 18 is as beautiful as the original novel says. There are still 3 years to go, and Dongwu is already thinking about the 18th. If Dong Le knew about it, a war of the century would probably begin. In fact, this was not because he was too carefree. He only thought that number 18 was good, and he never thought about doing anything about it. Although men all have the desire to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, they can generally control their own bodies. And what about Dongwu? He really doesn't have this intention yet. I think of number 18 mainly because number 18 is so amazing in the original work. Known as the most beautiful woman in Dragon Ball, Bulma is the most fair and beautiful in Dragon Ball. There has been controversy over Bulma being the most beautiful and fairest girl in Dragon Ball, but there is not much controversy about number 18 being the most beautiful and stunning girl in Dragon Ball. Basically recognized by most people. If it's as beautiful as the original book says, I might have to feel sorry for Klin. Dongwu chuckled evilly. It is abnormal to say that Dongwu has no idea about the 18th. Basically every Dragon Ball fan has an idea and is simply envious and jealous of Krillin. Some even say that Krillin is the biggest winner of Dragon Ball in life. Visible, the charm of number 18. It's just that after having Dong Le, Dongwu generally doesn't want to provoke other women, and most women really look down on him. Even the super beauty number 18 who appeared in Dragon Ball. Dongwu just thought about it, but never thought that he really had to grab it and marry him home. However, it can be expected. Having been influenced by modern education and social trends in his previous life, Dongwu no longer believed in the so-called single-mindedness, nor did he care about love. The relationship between men and women is about mutual needs. The relationship between husband and wife is a responsibility. Both men and women should bear their share of responsibilities. Of course, responsibility also depends on universal values. Well, it seems that after Trunks leaves, we need to help Krillin organize the wedding as soon as possible. What if he seduce number 18 again? Dongwu, who had made up his mind, felt that this method was great. Who wants to seduce number 18? Besides, there's nothing wrong with Colin seducing number 18, right? But Dongwu, a married man, actually wanted to have 2 boats. Of course, Clin is almost married now. Because he now has a girlfriend, the money-worshipping girl Marin who appeared in the original work. But in today's Dragon Ball world, Dongwu made them know the importance of money. Therefore, these martial arts masters on Earth basically have a high net worth. In addition, due to his martial arts training, Clin is much taller than in the original work. Although he is still not as tall, rich, and handsome as he is basically similar to a normal person. Therefore, this Marin has been following Clin and never left. It can be regarded as never leaving, covering face. Forget it, let's go see Trunks first. It will be 3 years until the 18th. Dongwu, who became more and more proud as he thought about it, wiped his saliva and then flew towards Trunks. In fact, it's not just Dongwu, basically all the martial arts masters on the earth are here. Because Trunks did not hide his aura, such a powerful aura was like the moon in the dark night, too obvious. Dongwu arrived first, followed by Son Goku, Piccolo, and Son Gohan in the second wave. Mr. Son Goku. But when Son Goku arrived, Trunks almost fell to the ground after stepping out of the time machine. Trunks' eyes almost popped out of his head. Son Goku went first, why is he on Earth now? Did history change, or did I come at the wrong time? Did I come too late? Trunks looked at Son Goku motionless, but his mind was racing. And the first person who came was very extraordinary. But my mother didn't mention this person. What's going on? Trunks was messy, and he felt a little confused. This is completely different from the history his mother told him. In the end, when he saw Krillin who was over 1.6 meters tall, Trunks felt that the whole world had deceived him. He had met Clin in his original world. Clin was only about 1.5 meters tall at that time. Why is it that Uncle Clin in this world has grown to 1.6 meters tall and is still in his early teens? Trunks looked at everyone and then at his watch. I found that the time was correct, but the history was really different. Why isn't Dad here? This is what Trunks is most confused about, because he knows that in his time and space, Vegeta is eating and drinking for free at Bulma's house. His arrival should alarm Vegeta. However, Vegeta was not among the group, and an ominous premonition filled his heart. Hello Mr. Son Goku, my name is Trunks. Excuse me, why don't you see Mr. Vegeta? Trunks saw that everyone had almost arrived, so he asked. Oh, you mean that Prince SAIYAN? He came to Earth more than a year ago. After being defeated by Goku, he left with a woman named Zanja. Clin waved his hand and said indifferently. It was quite a shock that time. He had obviously worked so hard, but because of the gap in bloodline talent, he was so far behind these SAIYANs. However, after experiencing the development of the Great Elder, practicing martial arts and the emergence of the gravity chamber. In recent times, Clin's combat power has approached the 1,000,000 mark, which is much stronger than at the same time in the original work. What? Not on Earth. Trunks really couldn't stand now. This was completely different from the history he knew. Moreover, where is the chance that Vegeta is not on Earth? In other words, there is no way for him to be born in this world? What he doesn't know yet is that Bulma from this time and space is married to Son Goku. Regardless of whether Vegeta is on Earth or not, it is destined that he will not be born. Trunks, stop asking. I know your origins and confusion. Come with me. At this time Dongwu spoke up. He felt that Trunks would faint if he continued. Taking Trunks to the distance, Dongwu began to tell Trunks about the differences. I know that you come from another time and space in the future. You are the son of Vegeta and Bulma. You appear about 2 years from now. 3 years from now, artificial humans will appear on the Earth and kill all the warriors on the Earth, including your father. Vegeta, Piccolo, everyone else. Even Gohan died in the end. Dongwu briefly explained Trunks' situation, but Trunks was shocked. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Don't worry, listen to me. When you come here, it is actually not the past of your original world, but a parallel time and space. I think with Bulma's teachings, you should understand the concept of parallel space. Dongwu stopped here and looked at Trunks, who nodded blankly before continuing. In this parallel space, Bulma did not have any interaction with Vegeta, but married Son Goku. And Vegeta is not on Earth, but left with a woman named Zangjia. I think they will be together. I also know the suffering in your world and want to change the future by going back to the past. This is unrealistic. However, I can help you and give you the power to change the world. Really? Trunks said in disbelief. Trunks was naturally surprised to hear that someone wanted to help him. But at the same time, I couldn't believe it. Because the person in front of him doesn't know his background or how strong he is, how can he help him? You transform into Super Saiyan. Dongwu no nonsense, after letting Trunks transform into Super Saiyan. Without even needing to transform, Trunks was at his wit's end. See, this is my strength before I transform into Super Saiyan. As long as you have 1/10 of mine, the android is nothing at all. This is a rare and domineering thing, Dongwu said. Thank you FGV, Ghost Genius, Dark Knight Linjiang Immortal for your monthly ticket and Zud Shenho for your reward. Thank you very much. Chapter 62, Training Special Agents. So strong, really strong. Trunks looked at Dongwu, who was always on par with him, and was stunned in surprise. Indeed, if he really had Dongwu's combat power, no, it only needed 1/10, which meant that his combat power would be 5 times what it is now. Trunks confirmed that the androids were no match for him. In fact, it's not that exaggerated. Dongwu's normal combat effectiveness is still not as good as Trunks, who transformed into a super sailor. Trunks' combat power should be around 400 million, and Dongwu's normal combat power is around 250 million. In fact, even if Dongwu adds the bonus of Dragon Elephant Bow Ruo Gong, he is still no match for Trunks under normal circumstances. But on the one hand, this was a competition, and neither of them tried their best. On the other hand, Trunks's foundation is too poor, he has almost no martial arts realm, and he is just a barbaric fighting style. However, even so, 1/10 of Dongwu's combat effectiveness is enough to deal with artificial humans. In the original work, the strength of artificial humans is about 700 million. The combat power of number 18 in the future time and space where Big Trunks is located is about 400 million. Big Trunks once said that if you meet an artificial person, you can fight 1, 2 will run away. And if Dongwu had 1/10 of his normal combat power, he would have 1.25 billion when he transformed into a super sailor. There is no pressure at all when fighting against artificial humans from the future time and space. Please teach me. Trunks stopped immediately and asked Dongwu for advice. Although I know that this time and space is not the same world as my own, it would be better if I could get powerful power to save my own time and space. But what makes Trunks a little uncomfortable is that Bulma in this time and space actually married Son Goku, which means that he will no longer exist. Okay, I will conduct special training for you for 1 year. But don't worry, I will borrow the temple's spiritual time room, which is only open 1 day a year. After Dongwu finished speaking, he took Trunks directly to the temple. Fly away. The two of them left, but others were confused and even a little upset. This is anticlimactic and makes people a little confused. But there was one person who couldn't contain his horror, and that was Piccolo. The structure of his ears is different from other people's, so he can hear the conversation between two people clearly. He doesn't worry about artificial humans or anything like that. After all, there are Dongwu's family and Son Goku on Earth, and artificial humans are not a big threat. What shocked him was that Trunks was actually the son of Bulma and Vegeta. But looking back at Bulma, who was married to Son Goku, and her bulging belly, Piccolo's face twitched unconsciously. Why did they leave? Who is that young man? Everyone was confused and grumbling. They came in high spirits, but they didn't hear anything. That boy comes from the future of another time and space. Piccolo removed Trunks' identity and explained it to everyone. Then he said hello and left with Son Gohan. Son Goku and others scratched their heads and went back. An artificial man? I didn't expect Dr. Gallo to be really talented. I hope the artificial man will be stronger. Militant Son Goku is still optimistic, but others are feeling the pressure. Even Trunks, who transformed into Super Saiyan, is no match, and with their strength, they probably have no room to interfere. Therefore, everyone is ready to step up their practice. On the other side, Dongwu brought Date to the temple. After explaining his purpose, Bobo took Dongwu and Date into the spiritual time room. Trunks, when I fought with you just now, I found that although you successfully transformed into Super Saiyan, your foundation is really poor, and your martial arts level is almost zero. I will teach you this year. Theoretical knowledge, martial arts realm and improved combat effectiveness. Dongwu was now in front of Date with a look of disgust on his face. I know, but there is no one in my dimension who can teach me. Even Brother Gohan has died in the battle. Trunks said and his glasses turned red. No one knows how he got here after so many years and how much pressure he is under. He shoulders the fate of the entire human race and the hopes of all Earth warriors. He couldn't lose, but he didn't even have anyone to share the burden with. He cannot be cowardly, because everyone's hope lies in him. No matter how painful and tiring it is, no matter how difficult or wronged it is, you can only bear it yourself. But my heart still feels blocked. I will teach you. Not only will I make up for what you are missing, I will also teach you my martial arts. Let your strength and potential continue to increase. Now, I will teach you the basic knowledge of martial arts first. Within the next year, Dongwu continued to teach Trunks various martial arts knowledge. He trains Trunks non-stop and fights against him every day. In the first half of the year, apart from completing the basics, Trunks spent most of the rest of his time improving his martial arts realm. Pure combat effectiveness improvement is not much. But Trunks is clearly a patient and strong-willed warrior. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to hold on for so long alone. His perseverance and mentality are excellent. In the second half of the year, Dongwu's training began to change. Trunks' improvement began to accelerate, becoming extremely rapid, improving 10 times and 100 times. In just half a year, Trunks' normal combat power increased from 8 million to 30 million. It can be said that it is like riding a rocket, and the super race transformation has also reached full power. On the last week of the year, Dongwu stopped training Trunks. Trunks, with your current strength, you can easily defeat the artificial man. But don't be proud and don't stop. I hope you won't give up your martial arts training and always insist on constantly surpassing yourself. Thank you, Mr. Dongwu, I can feel that my current strength far exceeds that of an android. Please rest assured that I will never let another tragedy happen. Trunks nodded seriously. You are a qualified warrior, and I look forward to your future. The 1-year period is coming soon, and I will give you 2 more gifts. The first is the martial arts I promised you. Today I will teach you Tai Chi. Dongwu spent the last week teaching Tai Chi to Trunks. He also told him the key points of cultivation and the misunderstandings he could easily fall into. Although time was a bit tight, it was enough for Trunks. Feel well and keep practicing. Dongwu finally gave Trunks a spiritual tree fruit to replenish the energy lost due to so many years of brutal fighting. Mr. Dongwu, thank you very much for your help to me. I will go back to rescue my companions first, and then I will come back to fight side by side with you. Trunks boarded the time machine and nodded solemnly to Dongwu. Go back and bring this to Bulma, she can understand it. Dongwu ruffled Trunks' hair, patted his shoulder, and said with great satisfaction. In the world of Dragon Ball, there are two truly qualified or perfect warriors. One is Piccolo, the other is Dante. He fights calmly, kills decisively, and has no obvious character flaws. It's a pity that little Trunks is reduced to a funny character. Uncle Dongwu, goodbye uncles. I will definitely come back. Date boarded the time machine and slowly disappeared from everyone's eyes. Thank you to Tian Waxian for your monthly votes and rewards. Thanks. Chapter 63 Reappearance of Tulls. Da Te left with a trace of confusion and joy, returning to his own time and space. The other one who was confused was Piccolo, because everyone else just saw two people talking and didn't know who told whom. But Piccolo really heard it, and he knew that Dongwu knew everything in advance. Who knows? After so many years of contact with Dongwu seems to be able to know everything in advance. But Piccolo also knows that some people have special abilities, such as the former Great Elder Namek who can predict the future. This is not impossible, it is just enviable. I hope Trunks can get through this. Piccolo sighed, full of worries about the troubled earth. Piccolo is thoughtful and considers the long term. Otherwise, how could he be rated as one of the two most perfect fighters by Dongwu? Although in the later stage, due to his potential, his combat effectiveness could not keep up, and he became the nanny of the Gohan family. But in terms of combat strategy and combat wisdom, Piccolo is definitely one of a kind. And Dongwu also immediately entered a state of seclusion after Date returned. Because of a year of training in the spiritual time room, he has also reached the full power of Super Saiyan 1. Including Super Saiyan, and Mysterious Saiyan, all have reached full power. The Dragon Elephant Bo Ruo Gong is also on the verge of breakthrough, and the 72 Disha acupuncture points have been fully opened. Song wants to connect the Disha acupoints into one like the 6 Tian Gang points, and then he can enter the 9th point of the Longxiang Bo Ruo Gong. The 8th level of Dragon Elephant Boruo Gong brings Dongwu a survivability ability that is almost equivalent to Majin Buu's regeneration of residual bodies. What abilities will the 9th level bring? Dongwu is still looking forward to it. Time always rushes like running water, and it has slipped away unconsciously. 1 year passed quickly. This year, Dongwu successfully entered Super Saiyan 2, but Longxiang Bo Ruo Gong didn't seem to have made much progress. Just one step always falls short at the last minute. I won't force it anymore, just let nature take its course. Not only Dongwu, but almost all the fighters have made great progress this year. What shocked Dongwu the most was that Tien Shen chose to go with Piccolo fusion. This is because the god Piccolo is too old, and the earth also needs strong warriors, so he fulfilled Piccolo at the last moment. With Piccolo fusion, the talent of Super Namek is restored. And the combat power has grown explosively, reaching a terrifying 2 billion, a 100-fold increase. In the original work, Piccolo merged with the divine power, and Piccolo's strength went from the million level directly to the Super Saiyan level, which was increased 100 times. I didn't expect Piccolo's fighting ability now. It can also increase prosperity 100 times. You must know that Piccolo today is much more powerful than in the original work. Although the same increase is 100 times, is $100 the same as 100 times $1 million? Dongwu was emotional but not surprised when he found out, because both Piccolo and Tien Shen almost made up for the damage caused by the split. It's no surprise that the talents returned after the merger, and both of them are more powerful than the original. Another thing that has changed the most is Klin. Who has children from Pete? Colin and Marin gave birth to a daughter named Helen. It's white and tender and cute, but it's completely different from the original. To be honest, although Klin has an average appearance now, he is not ugly but definitely not handsome. But Klin has a wealthy family and strong personal strength, which adds a lot to Klin's charm. So many girls were staring at Klin, and Marin created the baby first for her own status. Of course, not only Krillin, Son Goku, and Bulma's children were also born. It's a boy, also named Trunks Sunday. But the difference between DTE and the original Trunks is that this Trunksoon's hair is black. It is said that the Bulma family has strong appearance genes, and Vegeta's children are more similar to Bulma. But in the end, Son Goku's appearance genes are stronger, and even Bulma's genes are helpless. Son Goku's crab heads are really passed down from generation to generation. Looking at Trunks, who looked almost exactly the same as Son Goku, Dongwu was also drunk. Son Goku's crab head is really stubborn, and almost all his children have inherited his hairstyle. Oh ho ho! Our little Trunks is so cute, just like Goku when he was a child. Bulma's mother, Mrs. Briff, hugged Trunks with a happy face. I recall the first time Son Goku came to my house. He was a little kid who didn't understand anything at that time. I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, both children would have children. Mrs. Breve, who kept teasing Trunks, couldn't hide the joy and love in her eyes. Even Dr. Brive kept nodding and smiling. Being a grandparent, she was still in a good mood. Humph, I wanted to. Dong Le felt sour every time he saw Bulma and Marin holding their children. But I don't know what's going on. I've been with Dongwu for a year, and there's not even a slight movement in my stomach. It's weird if it's not sour. I went to find Dongwu when I got home. What? Why don't you just buy what you want yourself? Dongwu didn't know what was going on yet, so he thought she had fallen in love with something and asked her to buy it by herself. But, you really can't buy this. Please give me flowers. I said, I also want a baby. You see, Bulma and Marin are both pregnant, and even Lan Chi is pregnant. I want it too. Dong Le looked unhappy. Why can others have babies but not myself? Not to mention Son Gohan, the son of Shishi and Son Goku, now even Bulma and Marin's children have been born, and even their younger brothers and sisters are pregnant. But my stomach is not moving, how can I not be anxious? Dongwu, who only understood after listening to Dong Le's words, almost laughed out loud. There is no comparison with anything else, but giving birth to a child? Moreover, Dong Le's lack of pregnancy had something to do with him. He paid attention to it every time and avoided accidents. Unexpectedly, she became anxious before I was in a hurry. Humph, why are you laughing? If they can do it, so can I. Dong Le hummed unconvinced. Okay, I know. Before Dongwu could say the last word, he suddenly frowned. Tulsa's anger. It's just so weak and scattered, as if the candle light may be extinguished at any time in the wind. Dongwu guessed what kind of trouble Tuls was in and why he was so seriously injured. However, Dongwu still decided to save him, although Tulsa's anger was still fierce, indicating that this guy was still not a good person. But the fighting spirit and ruthlessness are much purer. It shows that he is no longer a bad guy who kills for the sake of killing, but can only be said to be a ruthless person. Tul's spherical small spaceship crashed onto the ground of the Earth, and then a man covered in blood climbed out of the spacecraft. Although the person who came was covered in blood, it could still be seen. The person who came here looked almost exactly the same as Son Goku except for his skin color and physical strength. Tuls, why are you injured so badly? Dongwu looked at Tuls who crawled out, feeling depressed, as if there was trouble again. A Super Saiyan appeared in the universe and summoned all Saiyans. After receiving the message, I also prepared to go to Saiyan. But I was intercepted halfway. If I hadn't run fast, I would have died. Tuls spoke with difficulty, and almost finished speaking. I used up all my strength. Boom! Dongwu's anger suddenly exploded. Someone was actually targeting Saiyan? He asked Broly to summon Saiyan, but he just didn't want his nation to disappear. But now it seems that someone doesn't want Saiyan to reappear. Dongwu narrowed his eyes, undoubtedly angry. Thanks to Huang Chuan, Chongfeng Wandering, Wu and QQ123126 for sending monthly tickets, thank you. 6. Chapter 64 Mecha Team. Dongwu originally did not choose to resurrect all SAIYANs because the SAIYANs on planet Vegeta were guilty of genocide and destroying the planet. Moreover, he is cruel in nature, and his resurrection will be harmful rather than helpful. But after all, Dongwu was a Chinese in his previous life, and he still valued the continuation and inheritance of the race. In ancient China, sectarianism was very serious, and there was even a tradition of passing the inheritance from male to female, and from disciple to daughter-in-law. But even so, some crafts or knowledge and abilities will also find ways to be passed on. No matter how self-respecting a person is, they will eventually choose to have disciples or children to pass on the legacy. This is the consciousness of inheritance engraved in the bones, so it can be passed down continuously in China for 5,000 years. And Dongwu also has this awareness in his heart. Nowadays, the SAIYANs in the universe are summoned only for the continuation of the SAIYAN race, not for power or anything else. However, now someone has destroyed this wish, which Dongwu can't bear. 4 and 6 lords. Take this fairy bean, and we'll go there again. After Dongwu finished speaking, he took out a universe spacecraft from the universal capsule. Tulls, who recovered from taking celestial beans, also boarded the spacecraft, but he didn't say anything. Today, Tulls has been in the universe for a long time and has seen many miracles that he has never seen before. I have a clearer understanding of my own positioning. Dongwu's outburst of anger just now made him unable to help being horrified. He has seen many masters of all kinds in the universe, but none of them can compare with Dongwu. The universe spacecraft was very fast, and it only took 3 days to encounter a pursuing universe spacecraft. Or rush to Chili's. Is it this spaceship? Dongwu looked at the spaceship ahead, turned his head and asked Tulls. Yes, this is one of them. Tulls clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, the flames of hatred and anger burning brightly, and he could feel the strong anger through his tone. Okay, then let me see who it is. From the evil aura revealed in the spaceship, Dongwu knew that these people were not good people, at least no better than the original SAIYAN. They are all butchers and executioners who kill countless people. Whoosh! Dongwu flew out of the spacecraft directly, came to the space and stood in front of the spacecraft. After Dongwu flew out, 3 people quickly flew out from the opposite spacecraft. Of these 3 people, one is red like a toad, the other is a strong green man, and the last one is a handsome blue man. Nes, Dre, and Shevetsa. Seeing the faces of the 3 people, Dongwu recognized their identities. They are members of Cooler's mecha team, universe warriors with hundreds of thousands of combat capabilities. So, Cooler was the one who intercepted SAIYAN. Dongwu smiled coldly. If Cooler didn't show up, he would really be too lazy to look for him all over the world. But since he showed up on his own, destroy him. Fortunately we knew it early, otherwise other SAIYAN would be in danger. Dongwu was also a little lucky. Fortunately, Tulls met him earlier and his combat effectiveness was pretty good. Otherwise, when SAIYAN encounters a mecha team, there is basically no possibility of escaping. Don't look at the hundreds of thousands of fighting men who are just scum in the eyes of Dongwu and even all SAIYANs on Earth. But compared to other SAIYANs in the universe, they are truly unmatched powerful warriors. You know, SAIYAN who is low in ability to tap his potential rarely has a combat power of more than 10,000. Not to mention that most of the current universe is composed of low-level warriors, SAIYANs who are not even suitable for fighting. If you encounter a mecha team, you will basically die. Fortunately, Tulls was stimulated by Dongwu and has been practicing hard for so many years. Now with the impressive combat power of hundreds of thousands, it is possible to escape with serious injuries. Let's start with you first. Dongwu looked at the 3 members of the mecha team. The combat power of these 3 people, which is more than 100,000, is not bad in the universe, but it is a pity that they are not comparable to Dongwu at all. To kill them, Dongwu didn't even have to use his hands. But the 3 of them didn't know. They are used to being domineering in the universe, and they thought Dongwu was just like ordinary SAIYAN, so their attitude. Chong Shu Jiang. Oh ho ho! I thought there was only one trash fish, but I didn't expect there was a SAIYAN monkey. Today's harvest is good, King Cooler must be very happy. Nez said with a hearty smile. In the mecha team, Shaviza has the highest IQ and Dre has the highest combat effectiveness, but Nez is indeed the cruelest. Be careful, these people are very strong. Tulz shouted worriedly in the spaceship. He has fought against several people and has a very clear understanding of their fighting abilities. It's just that he doesn't know Dongwu's combat effectiveness, so he worries about Dongwu. There are not many SAIYANs left now, and he doesn't want to know that Wu will die because of his carelessness. Don't worry. Dongwu turned around and smiled at Tulz and said. Dongwu was quite happy to hear what Tulz said. Knowing that worrying about others means that he has changed. SAIYANs have never cared about others before. Even if you are a relative, you can ignore it. However, Dongwu didn't pay attention to such a small character who could be tortured to death with a backhand. Even Dongwu didn't even have the desire to fight, his combat effectiveness was too low. How are you going to die? Dongwu looked at the three people and said with a smile. He was not prepared to let these three people go, not to mention intercepting and killing SAIYAN. Considering their previous sins, death would not be a pity. However, the three of them laughed out loud. They looked at Dongwu like a fool and laughed endlessly. Here, what did this person say? How did we die? Are you showing off your brains? We are a mecha team, the strongest team in the universe. Dre held his stomach, as if he had heard the funniest thing. Even Shawiza, who had the highest IQ, couldn't help but burst into tears from laughter. Because you are so funny, Uncle Nez will let you die quickly. After Nez finished speaking, he showed a cruel smile and his arrogance surged towards Dongwu. But Dongwu is too lazy to fight with them. They are not on the same level and it is not interesting. Disappear. Dongwu shook his head, feeling that these people really felt good about themselves. He raised his hand and fired a ki blast, hitting the three of them and the universe spaceship behind them. Boom! The three people, together with the spacecraft behind them, disappeared in a burst of explosions. There was nothing left except a brilliant ball of fireworks. Okay, so strong. Dongwu didn't care, but when the spaceship remembered Tulz, he opened his mouth in shock. He thought that his combat power of more than 100,000 was already very strong, far more than everyone in Planet Vegetas 2.2 before. But after seeing Dongwu's battle, he realized that SAIYAN could be so strong. Aside from the legendary SAIYAN, can SAIYAN be so strong? According to Tulz, the strongest SAIYAN is the legendary Super SAIYAN. As for the general SAIYAN, although they are a fighting nation, their strength is not bad. But Hubin only has about 10,000 combat experience. Now, Dongwu has overturned his perception. First of all, let me tell you something. This book will be on the shelves tomorrow. Please give me your support when the time comes. Generally, books are about 100,000 words on the shelves. Chinx's book has 150,000 words. Whether to eat or drink cold water is a matter of one fell swoop. In here, Chinxu would like to thank you all in advance, and I beg you to subscribe as much as possible. Thank you very much. Chinxu here also wishes everyone all the best and all your wishes will come true. Please. Final finale, thanks to Brother Hui and Heikamu for the monthly tickets. Chapter 65 SAIYAN's Battle, please subscribe. After solving the mecha team, Dongwu returned to the spaceship with Tul's stunned eyes. Ignoring Tul's shock, he smiled and controlled the spacecraft again to fly towards the new SAIYAN star. Tul's has been in shock, sitting on the spaceship a little dull. He knew that Dongwu was very strong, much stronger than him. But he never thought that he could easily destroy the mecha team. He has a fighting strength of 112,000, but he can barely survive in the hands of the mecha team, mainly because he can escape quickly. In his opinion, Dongwu's combat effectiveness is only slightly stronger than that of the mecha team. But I didn't expect that he would be so strong. Okay Tulz, tell me the locations of the other spaceships, and we'll go meet them. Dongwu looked back at Tulz and said. Dongwu didn't have a good opinion of Tulz at first. Because this person in the original work can be said to always want to take advantage of others. Enhancing combat effectiveness depends entirely on the fruits of the spirit tree, without practicing hard. So he didn't think much of Das. He spared him in the first place just because he was a SAIYAN, and he didn't kill him for the sake of the continuation of the SAIYAN race. But I didn't expect that this guy was really tenacious. Knowing that training was useful, he actually cultivated to a combat power of more than 100,000 on his own. Breaking through 100,000 combat power, with the qualifications of a Tul's lower-level warrior. In the next period of time, it is time to enter the explosive period of combat effectiveness, and the growth rate will be very fast. It can be said that if Tul's comes back after a while, the mecha team feels that they will not be Tul's opponent. Even now, after recovering from serious injuries, Tul's combat strength has reached 160,000. It's just that he was always nervous and didn't notice it, and he didn't know how to sense anger, so he didn't notice it. The spaceship moved forward quickly under the guidance of Tulz. A week later, a large group of spaceships appeared in Dongwu's sight. The most eye-catching one is a disc-shaped spaceship that looks like a crab. It looks exactly like Frisia's spaceship in the original work. Looking at the shape of the spacecraft, Dongwu was sure that the real owner had been found. But what makes Dongwu curious is that there is a battle going on here at this time. Moreover, the fighting situation was quite fierce and the combat effectiveness was not low. I didn't expect that Vegeta's combat power has improved so much. Who is the other SAIYAN master? Dongwu recognized that one of them was Vegeta by sensing chi. The other one was also SAIYAN, but he had never seen him this angry before. The two men were currently fighting another powerful man. Controlling the spaceship, he quickly approached the battlefield, and the battle scene came into Wu's eyes. It turned out to be Vegeta and Raditz. I didn't expect Raditz to be so strong. The scene was unexpected by Dongwu. He originally thought it was a strange SAIYAN, but he didn't expect it to be Raditz. You must know that when Raditz left the Earth, he only had a fighting strength of more than 1,000. In just over 2 years, Raditz has a combat power of millions. And Vegeta is terrifying, he has turned into a Super SAIYAN. However, the two people did not have the upper hand. To be precise, they were at a disadvantage. Raditz's combat power of millions means he basically has no chance to intervene and can only act as a harasser on one side. Vegeta was basically holding on for the entire battle. However, facing Cooler, who has released his full form, Vegeta, who has transformed into Super SAIYAN, is still at a disadvantage. And Raditz didn't last long. He was caught in the neutral position by Cooler, and lost his combat experience with a daily attack. In fact, Dongwu still admires Cooler very much. He is somewhat similar to Son Goku in that he does not have extraordinary talents. He is not a mutated frozen demon like Frieza and King Cold. However, with his own hard work and talent, he actually developed a higher level transformation of the frozen demon, abruptly increasing his combat power to the point where he surpassed Frieza and caught up with Kurd. Cooler, Vegeta, will not lose to you. Vegeta roared, releasing powerful Super SAIYAN momentum layer by layer, and the momentum continued to impact the starry sky. The entire planet trembled under his arrogance. Is this the so-called Super SAIYAN? It's not that big of a deal. It seems that our ancestors exaggerated a bit. Oh ho ho! Cooler looked at Vegeta with a disgusting laugh. Really? Then see if my strength can catch your eye. Just when Cooler was proud, a green-haired SAIYAN rushed into the scene. Boom! One move, just one move. Puff! Cooler's proud expression was frozen on his face, with a look of disbelief and fear, and he was punched until he vomited blood. Broly, here we come. This is because he was merciful and did not strike hard. Otherwise, with Broly's fighting power, it only takes one punch to send him directly to meet his tribe. How dare you look down on Super Saiyan with this little strength? Broly spat disdainfully, not caring about Cooler at all. With Broly's current combat power of nearly 30 billion, Cooler's combat power of more than 400 million is almost nothing. You too, Saiyan. Cooler opened his mouth and spit out another mouthful of blood, gritted his teeth and asked with hatred. Although it was a question, I actually basically confirmed it. Yes, I am also a Saiyan. According to Saiyan legend, I am the legendary Super Saiyan who comes out once in 1,000 years. Broly confirmed Cooler's question and said calmly. The legendary Super Saiyan. Cooler muttered ugly to himself, a trace of fear creeping onto his face. Don't be afraid, I won't take action again, because squeezing you to death is no different to me than squeezing an ant to death. As long as you can defeat Vegeta, I will let you go. Broly said calmly. Not far away, Tulz was also in a mess. He felt that the whole world had deceived him. How come there are so many masters in Saiyan? Planet Vegeta used to have hundreds of thousands of Saiyans. In total, there is not a decent master. But the Saiyans now living in the universe are just 3 or 2 big cats and kittens. It's hard to say whether there are 1,000 people alive now, but there are so many masters. Is God kidding me? As for Dongwu, he kept nodding and smiling. Because he found that now Broly not only has clear thinking, but is also mentally normal. Moreover, he has quite a leadership style and his combat effectiveness has also improved a lot. Damn it, how dare you look down on me? I will make you pay the price. Cooler felt humiliated. But he knew that he was really no match for Broly. So, he aimed Twilight at Vegeta. As long as Vegeta is defeated, he can leave. As long as you are alive, there is hope. Unfortunately, he didn't know that he was destined to not be able to leave today. Even if Broly lets him go, Dongwu will not keep this scourge and threat. This person will not only harm the universe, but also pose a great threat to ordinary Saiyan. Except for a few people, any Saiyan who meets Cooler will definitely be crushed to death like a bug. These words are not money, mainly thanks to Q4.5.2.3.3.1.2.0.2, Zhan Long 2, Li Chaofeng and XHSJXNFJSKDN for sending monthly tickets. Finally, please subscribe. Chapter 66 Vegeta's Pride, please subscribe. It's so shameful. I regret it so much. If I had known that Saiyan could become so strong, I shouldn't have let any Saiyan go. Cooler was full of regret. He was there when Frieza destroyed planet Vegeta and wiped out the Saiyan clan. Some Saiyan babies were sent out, but he pretended not to see them. He was so confident and proud that he got into trouble today. Even Vegeta, who was like Frieza's slave, is now close to my strength. I hate it. Fortunately, there was no regret pill, otherwise Cooler would have taken 10,000 of it. I'm Vegeta, I'm Saiyan's prince. Whether it's Frieza or Cooler, I will defeat you. Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan and was attacked head-on in his high spirits. He failed to defeat Cooler in the battle, which is an insult to Super Saiyan, who is known as the strongest warrior in the universe. Vegeta's heart is also full of hatred, and he will never allow himself to fail. When he was defeated by Dongwu, he practiced like crazy. Later, he was defeated by Kakarot on Earth and was saved by a woman. He practiced harder. Later he finally became Super Saiyan and he was full of energy. Finally becoming the strongest warrior in the legend, he thought he would be invincible from now on. However, the legendary Super Saiyan appears in the universe, and all Saiyans in the universe must be summoned to rebuild the Saiyan nation. So here comes Vegeta. He is the Saiyan Prince, and he wants to defeat this legendary Super Saiyan and prove that only he, Vegeta, is qualified to rebuild the Saiyan nation. but he was hit with 10,000 points of damage 880 times. Not to mention the legendary Super Saiyan, not even Cooler could defeat him. He was unwilling to do so, and his pride would not allow this to happen. Cooler, you die! Vegeta rushed towards Cooler, bearing down on Prince Saiyan's pride. He would never allow failure. Cooler was not to be outdone. Although he was injured by Broly, it was not serious. This injury does not affect the performance of his strength. You are just a dog under Frieza, how dare you challenge me? Cooler's words deeply stimulated Vegeta, making Vegeta even more angry. Boom! Cooler and Vegeta collided with each other, and this time Vegeta and Cooler, in a rage, fought evenly. Saiyan's combat effectiveness is enhanced and improved under extreme anger. In the original work, whether it is Son Goku, Son Gohan, Vegeta or Broly, when angry, combat power will increase to varying degrees, the most obvious of which is Son Gohan. And today's Vegeta is obviously no exception. Boom boom boom! Vegeta and Cooler started a fierce battle, and everyone around them stayed away, fearing that they would be accidentally injured in the aftermath of the battle. Broly, bring Raditz over here. Seeing that everyone's attention was on Vegeta and Cooler, Raditz was lying on the ground dying. Dongwu had to ask Broly to bring Raditz over, because others could not get through at all and would be torn apart by the aftermath of the battle between Cooler and Vegeta. Dongwu, you're here, wait a minute. Broly quickly entered the battlefield, startling Cooler and thinking that Broly was not keeping his word and was going to take action against him. When he saw that Broly just took away the trash he had just defeated, Cooler breathed a sigh of relief and concentrated on fighting Vegeta. He could see that this legendary Super Saiyan was more proud than himself and did not bother to break his promise. Dongwu, Raditz is dying. Send him to the recuperation warehouse. Broly brought Raditz over and handed it over to Dongwu, saying with some embarrassment. But he was at the scene, and Raditz was injured by Cooler, which was indeed a bit embarrassing. Need not. Dongwu waved his hand, took out a fairy bean and handed it to Tulz, asking him to feed it to Raditz. To be honest, it was beyond his expectation that Raditz could have such fighting power. Including Tulz, he saw clearly that he underestimated the Saiyan nation. Anyone who is a Saiyan warrior has an unusual persistence and pursuit of strength. Even Saiyan who doesn't like fighting wants to become stronger. Raditz and Tulz are good proofs. They are considered trash by other Saiyans, CGFD, low-level warriors. But when they see Super Hope, they still choose to surpass themselves without hesitation. Because Tulz has low talent and no one to teach him, his combat effectiveness does not increase very quickly. But Raditz is terrifying. In more than 2 years, his combat power has increased from more than 1,000 to 1,000,000 levels. It is definitely not just cultivation. I must have experienced a lot of life and death crises and walked on the edge of death many times. Boom! Raditz recovered immediately after eating the fairy beans, and powerful fighting power erupted from his body. The tyrannical momentum is like the turbulent waves of the tide. What a powerful force! Tulz looked at Raditz with envy, wondering when I would be so strong. Yes, after recovering from serious injuries and near death, his strength has increased a lot. Dongwu looked at Raditz, who was soaring, and nodded with satisfaction. After recovering from serious injuries this time, Raditz's combat power increased from 1 million to 1.5 million. It seems that not everyone can recover exponentially from serious injuries and near death. There is no need to be envious of Tulz, as long as he works hard to practice. He is too advanced to say that he still has the potential to transform into Super Saiyan. Dongwu looked at Tulz, who was full of envy and comforted with a smile. I won't be worse than anyone else. Tulz calmed down and said with a confident smile. At this moment, Dongwu noticed that Tulz's momentum had changed. A kind of temperament called confidence appeared in him. Including his aura, the cruelty began to fade away. Not bad. Dongwu nodded in his heart, it was this Saiyan nation he wanted. Never admit defeat and always persist. He doesn't need the cruel SAIYAN, he doesn't need the SAIYAN to conquer the city. All he needs is a confident and enterprising SAIYAN and the preservation of the inheritance of the Xia nation. Cooler, I won't admit defeat. After recovering, Raditz will enter the battlefield again as soon as his breath rises. But was stopped by Dongwu. What are you doing? Raditz asked in confusion. You have been partnering with Vegeta for so many years, don't you know his temper? He will never allow you to interfere in his battles again. This is his pride is SAIYAN and SAIYAN Prince. Dongwu shook his head, let Raditz be patient. Raditz opened his mouth, but finally didn't move. On the other side, the battle between Vegeta and Cooler has become intense. The battle between their respective strengths and unique moves is in full swing. Both sides have tried their best to win this battle. Vegeta put all his pride on the line and would never admit defeat. Cooler gambled his life, and this battle was related to his life and death. If you win, you can leave. If you fail, you will die. Therefore, he has more reasons not to fail. Drink, Cooler, take the move. I must repay 100 times the shame you frozen demons have given me. Vegeta roared, and condensed a golden ki blast with lightning in his hands. Drink, try the flash distance. Boom! Vegeta's ki blast went straight towards Cooler, and the powerful destructive power made Cooler's face change. Humph! Supernova explosion bomb! Cooler gritted his teeth and gathered all his strength to fight Vegeta. Thanks to the Hell Demon God for urging me to update Entian Waxian for the reward. Thank you. Chapter 67 The Last Pride. The battle between Vegeta and Cooler destroyed the planet that no one had set foot on for many years. The earth cracked and seawater poured in. The ground was full of potholes, and the sky was covered with lightning, thunder, and dark clouds, creating an apocalyptic scene. Vegeta bets his pride on a battle, Cooler's resistance is about life. In this battle, there is no retreat, only victory or defeat. Cooler, go to hell! Ah! Vegeta's ultimate flash cannon is his strongest trick, and this time he tried his best just to prove himself. I must be the winner, Vegeta, please wake up. Cooler also used his own trick, the supernova explosive bomb. This is a trick that all the frozen demons know, and it is also the most powerful trick. He did everything he could to survive. Boom! The two Kigong bombs came into contact and sent out a terrible shock wave. Everything between them disappeared without a trace in an instant. Crush, annihilate. Ah! There is a certain gap in the fighting power between Vegeta and Cooler, but Vegeta risked everything in the fight to make him and Cooler pick up each other. In fact, in the Dragon Ball anime, people summarized several points. 1. Never argue with family members. 2. Don't fight SAIYAN. There is also a joke that the output of the two Dragon Balls depends entirely on roaring. Although these are just jokes by netizens, they also reflect one thing from the side, that is, SAIYAN is very strong in the opposite wave. Even if the combat power is slightly weaker, it can still have an advantage in the wave. However, Vegeta is not so relaxed this time. Cooler has a combat power of 470 million, while Vegeta only has a little over 400 million. The difference in combat effectiveness exceeds 10%, and the gap between the two sides is still quite large. As mentioned in the previous article, in the Dragon Ball world, a player with a 10% difference in combat effectiveness can gain an absolute upper hand. If it exceeds 30%, it will be crushed, and if it exceeds 100%, it will be an instant kill. Now Cooler's combat power exceeds Vegeta's by more than 10%, and Vegeta only relies on one breath to forcibly increase his combat power. His pride and anger allowed him to fight without much disadvantage. Even so, Vegeta's strongest trick failed to gain an advantage in the battle. It just maintained an unbeatable stalemate. Vegeta has a good talent, and he is indeed the pride of King Vegeta. Broly looked at Vegeta who was struggling, nodded and acknowledged Vegeta's talent. In contrast, Dongwu is also more recognized. In the original work, although Vegeta was the second in command for 1,000 years, he was never far away from Son Goku. This is because he has always lost to Son Goku, so he has been following Son Goku's footsteps and has not been able to completely follow his own relationship. Dongwu believes that if Vegeta walks out of his own way, he will not be much worse than Son Goku, even if he is better than him. Vegeta has his perseverance and pride, so Yaxing may not be in peace in the future. Dongwu smiled slightly, but he was not very worried. First, Vegeta will not attack the Saiyan star. He will only challenge Saiyan through Broly first. Second, Broly is more talented than Vegeta, so what is there to worry about? Besides, don't you still have yourself, Dong Le and Son Goku? Vegeta, it's more suitable to be his tragedy tower. Aha! Vegeta, who had been unable to attack for a long time, once again forcibly raised his energy, and his muscles swelled in a circle. This is the state that Trunks used when fighting Cell, giving up speed in exchange for powerful power. Dongwu's glasses lit up. This move may not be useful in battle, but it is definitely a good choice against waves. What made him even more unexpected was that Vegeta had broken through to this point so quickly, the third stage of Super Saiyan 1. Although this is a failed transformation, it is undeniable that this is more advanced than the normal Super Saiyan transformation. If Vegeta continues to work hard to transform into full power, then Super 2 can be expected. Cooler, go to hell! Vegeta roared, and the powerful Ki blast began to move quickly towards Cooler. What? How is it possible? How could your power increase again? I don't believe it, I don't believe it! Cooler roared, his eyes filled with disbelief. This is too bullying, Saiyan's quick death is too unreasonable. But there is no way, Saiyan is a cheating nation. In the original work, from Son Goku to Son Gohan and Son Goten plus Vegeta and Trunks, there is no one who is not cheating. And each one is more powerful than the other. Boom, puff. However, just when Ki Blast was about to hit Cooler, all the muscles in Vegeta's body suddenly burst, and a large amount of blood spurted out like a nozzle. Vegeta is such a fool. He forcibly increased his fighting power at the expense of his body's collapse, turning into a form that he cannot control. If this continues, he will be disabled even if he wins. Looking at Vegeta's state, Broly frowned a little. He said with an ugly expression. He has now accepted new ideas from Dongwu and has a completely new concept of race. Vegeta is a genius among Saiyans, and he doesn't want Vegeta to be ruined. Don't worry, he won't be crippled. Dongwu waved his hand. With such things as fairy beans, he wasn't worried that Vegeta couldn't be cured. Vegeta is the second male lead in the original work, and later on he became a peerless good man. How could Dongwu let him be crippled? If he really crippled Vegeta, I guess many book friends would scold the author, right? Please give me flowers. Oh? Ha ha ha. Vegeta, you are really looking for death. Your body is about to collapse. What are you going to fight with me for? Not only Dongwu saw Vegeta's miserable appearance, but everyone present saw it, including Cooler. Seeing Vegeta's body covered in blood and his muscles collapsing, he laughed happily. Just now I was worried that I would be defeated and killed by Vegeta. But now it seems that Vegeta, who was originally unable to defeat easily, is really looking for death. If this continues, Vegeta will kill himself without taking any action. It's a pity that he will never know that Dongwu has such a bug-like thing as fairy beans. Humph, don't be proud. Even if I die, I will kill you. Prove it to everyone for me and Saiyan. This is Vegeta, this is the proud prince. He can die in battle, but he will never allow defeat. He wants to prove to everyone that he is still the genius among Saiyan, the much anticipated Saiyan prince. 0. Go to hell, Cooler. Puff puff. Vegeta forced himself to hold back the pain and increased his intensity again. The result is that Vegeta has more wounds and bleeds faster. But he did it, he proved himself. Ki blast successfully bombarded Cooler's body. Ah, I'm not willing to. Cooler was crushed by Ki blast with unwillingness and anger. All that was left was a scream. Hee. Cooler, in the end, King Vegeta, won. Vegeta watched Cooler being crushed and grinned happily. He doesn't care about his own injuries and can only be happy to dispel his resentment. Vegeta, it's you. As a comrade, Raditz was the first to applaud him. Vegeta glanced back at Raditz, then fell straight down. This is a true warrior, a proud warrior. Vegeta is proud, although in the later stage of Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Super, he became a funny person and an emoticon. However, I think he should not be like that. He should be an unyielding warrior who stands and fights to the death. So, in the setting there will be changes, I hope everyone understands. Finally, thank Mortal Corpse, Zud Shenho for the monthly ticket. Thanks to Zud Shenho and Xing Chen for the reward and Zud Shenho and Gu 13.14.520 for urging the update. You don't have to worry about spending extra money on the final thank you letter. Chapters are charged based on 1,000 words. There is no charge if the words are less than 1,000 words. Each chapter of Jingsu will definitely overflow after reaching 1,000 words. The last words will never be counted. 7. Chapter 68, God ordained the landlord to live long, please subscribe. Vegeta fell down while standing, covered in blood, like a bloody man. When Raditz came over with Vegeta on his shoulders, Dongwu couldn't help but look sideways. It was so miserable, there was almost no good muscle in the whole body, all of them were torn. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably be dead. Even if it were placed on SAIYAN Vegeta, who has tenacious vitality, he would not survive if no one saves him. But this is his choice. Dongwu has no other thoughts except admiration. The only thought may be to save him. He took out a fairy bean and gave it to Vegeta, and Vegeta's injuries healed almost instantly. The horrific wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. You saved me? Vegeta asked with certainty, but there was not much fluctuation in his words, because he knew that Dongwu had a bean that could quickly heal wounds. Vegeta, you are very good. You and Kakarot are both unyielding warriors. You have proved your dignity as Prince Saiyan with your actions. Dongwu smiled slightly and said to Vegeta. Very well, in that case, can I challenge you? Vegeta stared at Dongwu. The first defeat in his life was against Dongwu. For more than 20 years, he always remembered that his greatest wish was to defeat Dongwu. Vegeta, you are not strong enough to challenge me now. You will have to wait until you surpass Super Saiyan. Dongwu did not agree to Vegeta's challenge because the gap between the two was too big. Not to mention now, even if Vegeta surpasses Super Saiyan and becomes Super Saiyan 2, he is still no match for Dongwu. Because, Dongwu has already reached the second level. And whether it's basic combat power or the increase in transformation, Dongwu completely crushes Vegeta. However, Vegeta must always be given a goal to chase, otherwise people will easily get lost if they cannot see hope and the way forward. Beyond Super Saiyan. Vegeta muttered to himself, clenching his hands tightly, then taking a deep breath and releasing them. I will surpass Super Saiyan and surpass you. Then I will defeat you in an upright manner. After Vegeta finished speaking, he left without looking back. Hey, Vegeta! You can challenge Kakarot and Broly when you have time. When you surpass them, you will be qualified to be my opponent. Dongwu smiled evilly and said to Vegeta's back. Vegeta paused slightly, paused for a moment without saying anything, and then walked towards his own universe spaceship. Now we have a good show. I wonder if Broly and Son Goku will be bored to death. Broly Dongwu doesn't know, but Dongwu thinks that Son Goku probably won't. On the contrary, he will be very happy to have an opponent to compete with. However, it is also good to let them compete with each other and promote each other. Broly, how is the SAIYAN gathering now? After Vegeta left, Dongwu turned around and asked Broly. About 600 SAIYANs have gathered now, and others are coming one after another. However, I was not paying attention in the past few days, and let Cooler and his team kill dozens of SAIYANs. When Broly said this, he clenched his fists with a look of hatred and annoyance on his face. You must know that these people only came after receiving news from him. However, he died on the way, how could he not feel guilty and regretful? But Dongwu didn't blame him, this was something no one expected. Who would have thought that the Frozen clan who were afraid of Super Saiyan would dare to commit crimes under the eyes of Chuan Chao Saiyan? Even Dongwu didn't think of it. Okay, I will find a way. You continue to gather the remaining Saiyan, but you must ensure it. Saiyan is not a butcher, but a warrior. Dongwu emphasized the Saiyan spirit to Broly again, and then left a martial arts teaching video. I'm leaving. Dongwu put away the universe spaceship and returned to Earth via instant transmission. Broly had people destroy the invaders brought by Cooler, and then took tools and raided back to the current SAIYAN planet. The universe seemed to calm down, but Dongwu knew that this calm could not last long. Not to mention the androids that were about to arrive, Dongwu felt as if Frieza was hiding around him. However, I don't know where exactly it is. Son Goku did not kill Frieza. With Frieza's powerful vitality, he may not necessarily die. Dongwu has a feeling that Frieza will surprise everyone when he appears again. However, Dongwu didn't care. As long as you are strong enough, what will happen no matter how powerful Frieza is? Therefore, the most important thing is your own strength. The world of Dragon Ball is not a peaceful world, the universe is full of dangers. There is murderous intent everywhere, and there are unexpected dangers everywhere. Only if you are strong enough and can cope with all challenges can you ensure that you will not die at any time. The Dragon Elephant Boruogong has reached the peak of the 8th level and the edge of the 9th level. Now let's break through in one go. Dongwu began to practice the Longxiang Boruogong, trying hard to control the earthly evil acupuncture points to form a hole. In fact, Dongwu has made many attempts. It will go relatively smoothly in the beginning, but always fall short at the last moment, as the last 1 or 2 acupuncture points cannot be connected. This time I will try to use the Danshin as a link to see if I can reconcile the conflict. Dongwu did it as soon as he thought of it, and began to try to mobilize the Danshin. The power from all the acupuncture points passed through the Danshin and then led to other acupoints. In fact, when the Tiangang acupuncture point is perfect, Dongwu uses the Danshin as a buffer and reconciliation. But the 3 Dantians have been used by Tiangang acupoints, and he has never tried this aspect. But when other methods failed, Dongwu decided to take the risk and try it. Anyway, with fairy beans, you can't die no matter how you play. But surprisingly, it went very smoothly. The 3 Dantians are easily connected to all the Disha acupuncture points. However, this is not yet a success, because although the Danshin is connected to all the Disha acupoints, the 207 Disha acupuncture points are not connected to each other. This is an extremely complex process, similar to the way of permutation and combination, extremely complicated. Fortunately, Dongwu has tried it many times and is familiar with it. I don't know how long it took, because there is no concept of time in the world of thought. When the last acupuncture point was completely connected, Dongwu felt a wave of energy all over his body, and a strong vitality began to emanate from his body, with an aura of youth. This breakthrough did not have as strong a reaction as breaking through the 8th level. The entire body was shattered and reorganized. But the changes brought about are even worse. God's destiny, the landowner's longevity. Dongwu understood in an instant the meaning of Tiangang Disha. Tiangang governs life, Tiangang is perfect and has extremely strong vitality, and is almost immortal. The lifespan of the Earth Evil Master will be greatly extended. Dongwu doesn't know the specific amount. Anyway, he knows that his lifespan will be greatly extended. Counting the update at 2 am, this is the 4th update today. Qingsu also worked hard today and took a day off, and there will be a 5th update in the evening. So, Qingsu shamelessly asked for the subscription collection monthly pass flowers review. If you like this book, you may wish to set up automatic subscriptions so that you can learn about and watch updates as soon as possible. Final finale, thank you Xing Chen for your reward and update again, thank you Lao Tai. Chapter 69 Unexpected Visitor. The 9th level of Longxiang Boruogong did not bring much improvement to Dongwu's combat effectiveness. It only doubled the physical quality in all aspects. But the overall benefits to Dongwu are immeasurable. Just the increase in lifespan is endless. We must know how many people throughout the ages are doing whatever it takes for longevity and longevity. But in the end it was all in vain, and few people really achieved immortality. Although no one in China can really live forever, there are still many people who live long through various methods. But in the Dragon Ball world, your lifespan is determined by your race when you are born. Unless you make a wish through the Dragon Ball, it is almost impossible to improve. No matter how strong your fighting power is, it's useless. However, Dongwu, who is now in the world of Dragon Ball, has his lifespan extended because of the Dragon Elephant Boruo Gong. Is this a small benefit? After settling your own affairs, it's time to settle SAIYAN's affairs. SAIYAN killed by Cooler, use Dragon Ball to resurrect him. This is what Dongwu promised Broly, so he must keep his promise. Besides, this is not difficult for Dongwu. Now that today has been installed as a god, the Dragon Ball can finally be used. The main reason why Dongwu did not immediately resurrect SAIYAN who was killed by Cooler was because Piccolo and the old god were restored to one person, and Tian had not yet assumed the role of god. Dragon Ball 963 couldn't be used at all, so Dongwu had to practice while waiting. Now, Tian has finally become a god, and the Dragon Ball can also be used. Dongwu naturally wants to resurrect SAIYAN who was killed by Cooler to fulfill his promise. Although it seems easy to become a god in the original work, in fact, how can the inheritance of a god be so simple? Although it is only the lowest level of god, the complexity of the inheritance is mind-numbing. The procedures alone are a headache, let alone the inheritance of skills and responsibilities. It took me a full year of studying every day to become a qualified god. If Dragon Ball can be used, it's easy. With a wish, SAIYAN who was killed by Cooler came back to life. However, a few days after Dongwu resurrected SAIYAN, who was killed by Cooler, 2 unexpected visitors broke Dongwu's peaceful life. Why are they coming out now? Looking at the 2 people in front of him, Dongwu frowned. It stands to reason that one of the 2 people in front of me will appear in the Majin Buu chapter, and the other is a character that only appears in the game Dragon Ball Super Universe, and the time of appearance is not at this time. Hello SAIYAN Dongwu, I am Dopura, the king of the demon world, and this is my sister Tawa. Yes, these 2 people are Dapra, the king of the demon world, CGDC, and his sister Tawa. Dopura is the king of the demon world and is the strongest subordinate of the magician Babadai in the Majin Buu chapter. As for Tova, she does not appear in either the original work or the theatrical version. She is a character in the game Dragon Ball Super Universe. In her story introduction, she devoted herself to the research of artificial people and time and space after Dapra's death. Myra was finally created and given the ability to travel through time and space. However, they should be in the demon world now, and should not appear in the universe now. Why did you come to see me? Although he couldn't figure out the other party's intention, of course Dongwu had no fear of them. Take Dopura for example, his combat power is at best similar to Supreme Kai, at the level of Super Saiyan 2. And Tova is a magician, but her fighting ability is not strong. We came here to ask for your help. Dapra is quite direct and straightforward. As the king of the demon world, he has his own unique vision. He believes that it is better to tell the truth to Dongwu than to lie. Ask for my help? You, the king of the demon world, can't deal with this. How can I help you? Dongwu was curious. Dopura was the king of the demon world. If you want power, you have power, and if you want strength, it's not bad. At least, there are not many who can surpass him in combat effectiveness. In addition, there is a sister with unpredictable magic. What kind of trouble can he have to ask for? To be honest, Tova and I have been on the run for 3 years. Finally, we heard about your power in the universe and wanted to seek your help. Tova stood next to Dapra, her beautiful little face more serious than ever. And sadness. Think about it, the majestic king of the demon world and the princess of the demon world. How oppressive does it feel to be hunted for 3 years like a lost dog but unable to resist? To get to the point, who is going to hunt you down? Why are they hunting you down? Dongwu didn't mean to help them, but was just curious about the people who rounded them up. It's not just any ordinary character that can make Dopura escape in a panic, even Supreme Kai doesn't have this ability. His name is Babadai, and he possesses extremely powerful dark magic. Even Tova's magic cannot compare with him. Dapra looked angry, but also helpless. If you are not as strong as others, what can you say? Babadai? I have heard of this person. But he is almost useless except for magic. It should be easy for you to kill him, right? Dongwu asked doubtfully. Yes, if there was only him and his men, I could kill them all without any effort. But, there is a terrifyingly powerful woman behind him, and I am no match for her. When Pola mentioned this woman, she looked frightened, as if she had encountered something extremely terrible. Dongwu became serious. What kind of woman could make the powerful Dapra so scared? Dongwu recalled all the original Dragon Ball books and the theatrical version he had watched, but it seemed that there was no such woman. Who is the one? Dongwu does not suspect that Dapra lied to him, because it is easy to reveal the truth. But Dongwu really couldn't think of any woman with such strength. What are her characteristics? Dongwu decided to ask clearly. After all, Dapra is not an easy person to deal with. It is probably not an easy role to force him to such a point. This woman wears pink clothes all year round and has a lock of white hair on her head. Dapra briefly described the woman's appearance, but Dongwu Chang stood up coldly. West King Kai Lila. That's right, Dongwu finally remembered that someone was a god to be precise, that was West King Kai Lila. Lyra only appears once in Dragon Ball Z, through the mouth of East King Kai AXIN. He was the first Supreme Kai to be killed by Majin Buu. However, in the non-fanartistic Dragon Ball plot drawn by European and American Dragon Ball enthusiasts, he appears with another identity. She did not die in the battle with Majin Buu, but was seriously injured and wandered in the universe for millions of years, and was later rescued. She is the wife of Kurd and the mother of Frisia, Cooler, and Zai Kao. He has the ambition to rule the world and becomes evil. However, this character is not even the theatrical version. They are just characters created by anime fans, not even human beings. Did it actually appear? Then it all makes sense. Why is a person as powerful as Dapra controlled by a waste like Babadai in the original work? It turns out that he has the support of West King Kai Lila. Thanks to Don't Forget the Old Man, a 1.9.0.6.1.07.0.04, read the novel, Shirtchen, Where is the Dragon Ball, Best Young Master, Xiao and Zja for sending monthly tickets, Xin Chen for reminding me and Greentown Lang thank you Chingsa for the reward, thank you. Finally, I hope friends and buddies who like it can click to subscribe automatically. Update and watch as soon as possible. Chapter 70 Meeting Lila for the first time. Originally, there were 5 major Supreme Kais in the Supreme Kai world, including the Southeast, Northwest, and Major Supreme Kai. Among the 5 Supreme Kais, East King Kai is the weakest, and the strongest is South King Kai. But then Majin Buu appeared and destroyed a large part of the universe into a desperate situation. Supreme Kai went to fight for the mission, and as a result, 4 Supreme Kai died, leaving only East King Kai. And West King Kai Lila was the first to die in battle. But I didn't expect that she actually didn't die. However, even so, Dongwu had no reason to help Dapra. As a demon king, he is not a good person. Coupled with Tao's future behavior, it can be said that Dongwu even wanted to kill these two people directly. I basically believe what you said, but I won't help you. He would do it to destroy Babadai and West King Kai, but not for the two of Dapra. It would be better if they died, so as not to cause harm to the world. Why? We have worked so hard to get here, and you just refuse to save us. Tao said excitedly. But her words made Dongwu sneer. People like Tao just think that others should help her, as a matter of course. Maybe it has something to do with the character she has developed as a princess since she was a child. However, this is not the reason why others have to help her. Dapra pulled Tova behind him, preventing her from talking anymore. Dapra, as the devil, is a person who has been through mountains of swords and seas of fire. He knows that if you want to get help, you have to pay a corresponding price. What do you want? Dapura asked in a deep voice. Did you see? Your brother is the smart one. Don't ask others why, but ask yourself why. If you want to get, you must give first. Don't you understand this? Dongwu mocked Taoa. Road. But then Dongwu changed the subject. Even so, I won't help you, because you are not good people either. Dapura, the king of the demon world, has a lot of innocent blood on your hands, right? My hands are full of bones, but those are the survival rules of the demon world. If I don't kill them, they will kill me. In order to survive, I have to kill. Dapra said solemnly. But it can be heard that he is also a little angry. When has he ever been so aggrieved? He feels like Sun Tzu now. As the king of the demon world, when has he ever been interrogated like this and explained to others like this? But now I have someone to ask for, so I have to put down my dignity. My fists tightened again and again, and finally I took a deep breath and unclenched my fists. Seeing Dapura clenching his fists, Dongwu really hoped that he would take action. Then he killed him by himself to avoid future troubles. However, Dongwu understood the meaning behind his words. First, he only killed people to survive. In a chaotic place like the demon world, if you don't kill me, I will kill you. It can be said that there are no innocent lives in the devil world. 2. He has never been to the earthly world, and has never killed anyone in the earthly world. Dongwu also believes in this. After all, in the original work, before he was controlled by Babadai, Dapra had never been heard of. Even East King Kai never said he had any evil deeds in the universe. However, not everyone can be impressed by Dongwu. He is kind, but more decisive. Those who deserve to be killed will never procrastinate. And those who deserve to be killed will never be merciless. As for helping, that depends on the person. Dongwu was about to refuse when he suddenly felt an evil, yet sacred, and holy aura full of darkness coming straight to the earth. There were 3 breaths next to her, one was pitifully weak, and the other 2 were slightly weaker than Frisia. Is it coming so soon? West King Kai is really not easy. Now that she is here, Dongwu will not let her do whatever she wants. Although she is Supreme Kai, since she has fallen into evil, she can only be sent to see King Yama. Dongwu snorted coldly, and the aura on his body soared into the sky without any reservation, and he flew straight out of the earth. Dapra and Tova looked at each other and flew over. They have been on the run for 3 years and have been living like bereft dogs for 3 years. You cannot stay for more than half a day at a time, otherwise you will be overtaken by this woman. You can imagine what life is like for 2 people and how they persisted in the past 3 years. If it weren't for Dapura's strong will, the 2 of them might not have survived long ago. Now, they don't want to escape. Since the other party won't let them go, let's fight in an upright manner. Dongwu is waiting in space outside the earth, quietly waiting for the arrival of West King Kai. Although she hasn't seen anyone yet, her aura has already betrayed her. Only God has the aura of holiness, and the presence of evil and holiness shows that this God has fallen. The only one who matches the strength and identity is West King Kai Lila. Lila didn't let Dongwu wait long, and soon a rocket-like spacecraft quickly approached the Earth and Dongwu. Dongwu snorted coldly, and a Qigong bomb slowly took shape in his hand. Boom! Smashing the light-killing cannon, Dongwu hit the spacecraft directly. But Dongwu underestimated Lila, or her reaction speed. Dongwu, who has not transformed, has a normal strength of only about 1 billion. Obviously not as good as West King Kai Lila. Although she was caught by surprise, she was still blocked by Lila flying out of the spaceship. After the smoke and dust cleared, a woman with standard Supreme Kai hairstyle and makeup appeared in front of Dongwu. West King Kai Lila, you are indeed not dead. Dongwu said in a deep voice with narrowed eyes. Although it was confirmed before, I was still shocked when I saw the real person. Supreme Kai, the most sacred and righteous representative of the universe, controls the power of creation. However, how ironic is it that justice has degenerated into evil? Oh, I didn't expect you actually knew me. Logically speaking, Lila, the West King Kai of your time and space, should have been dead for millions of years. How did you recognize me? Lila smoothed her hair and asked in surprise and curiosity. Our time and space? Are you not the West King Kai Lila of this time and space? Dongwu was shocked, because people from different time and space generally cannot enter other time and space. People like Trunks will be punished if they are discovered. How did you do it? Dongwu knew that neither East King Kai nor SAIYAN had this ability. As a mortal who knows me, I can satisfy your curiosity. To answer your first question, I am indeed not the West King Kai Lila of this time and space. I come from the fragmented universe. Lila said with a charming smile. As for how I did it, that has to do with the responsibilities of our Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai all have time and space rings in different time and space in the same universe. Do you understand now? Lila looked very proud and smiled extremely. Of sweetness. If you don't know, you will just think that she is a charming woman. But who knew she would be an evil god? Filled with the desire to rule the universe. Fragment universe. Dongwu understands the other ones, but Dongwu doesn't quite understand the fragmented universe. He only knows the parallel universe. For example, Big Trunks comes from a parallel universe. Oh, it seems you don't quite understand. Also, how can a mortal understand the knowledge of God? Lila said proudly. But at this time, Dapper flew over with Tawa, and he opened his mouth to answer Dongwu's question. The fragmented universe is incomplete, an independent universe that is not attached to the original universe. Independence is between the original universe and the parallel space of the original universe. Outside. As the king of the demon world, Dopura also knows this knowledge. After Dopura's explanation, Dongwu understood. Take the seventh universe as an example. It has the original universe and the parallel time and space that appeared due to different developments. These parallel time and spaces together with the original universe form a complete seventh universe. But outside of the complete seventh universe, there are also some incomplete fragmented universes. These fragmented universes are related to the complete universe, but are not included in the cause of the seventh universe. I see. Then you used the time and space ring of your fragmented universe to come to the seventh universe. Then you married Kurd, Frisia, and Cooler are all your children. Dongwu also finally understood why the Kurds mutated. You must know that the frozen demon has a very long history, but it has never mutated. Why did it mutate here in Kurdish? And the twin brother Kumu mutated at the same time. Dongwu estimated that Lila was also instigating the rebellion between Kurds and Kumu. Otherwise, how could the Kurds, who were not fully confident in their combat effectiveness, take action against Kumu? Frozen demons generally do not take risks. Marrying a Kurd? He deserves it. Lila laughed and said with great disdain. He was just a test subject that I transformed, but he didn't meet my requirements. So I created Frisia again, but he was also a waste. Of course, he can be said to be my child, but I created Jianzhang. As for Cooler, he has nothing to do with me. He was born before I met Kurd. I just modified it. After Lila finished speaking, all Dong 4.5 Wu's doubts were cleared up. It turns out that the Kurdish mutation comes from West King Kai. As Supreme Kai, who has the power of creation and millions of years of research, it is understandable that he has this ability. Frisia was also created by Leela through Kurdish blood, no wonder. Thank you for clarifying my doubts, but you are making trouble in the universe and harming the universe like this. Even if you were once a god, I will not allow it. Dongwu said and directly transformed into Super Saiyan. Now Dongwu's normal combat power of 1 billion, coupled with Super Saiyan's 50-fold increase, already has a combat power of 50 billion. Far more than the 6 billion Son Gohan had when he first transformed into Super 2. Note: the perfect cell is 5 billion, and the lightning cell is 7 billion. Since the official did not give specific figures, this is how this book is set. Lyram may be better than East King Kai, but not by much. At most twice as powerful, right? That's only about 10 billion. Therefore, Dongwu didn't even change the super mode and secret mode. Super Saiyan transformation, that's enough. 3,000 words for this big chapter. Thank you to all my good friends. I also want to thank Xiantian, Henshin, Yuan Base Hanshin District, your uncles Hehe, MNB 19768166CKZSQW195417 for the monthly ticket and Xiao Ao for the rewards and reminders. Chapter 71 3-Point Battlefield. As Supreme Kai, Lila is the creator god who created the planet and possesses powerful creative power. Although he has fallen now, his divine power has not disappeared. Dongwu did not underestimate Lila, but he also did not think that she could exceed the combat power of 50 billion. You are very confident. It's really amazing for a mortal to have such combat power as you. Lila looked at Dongwu's transformation into Super Saiyan and remained calm, as if Dongwu's combat power was not 50 billion, but 500. However, you should not underestimate the power of God. After saying these words, Lila showed a rare look of ferocious anger. She used to be the noblest god in the universe, but she was defeated by Majin Buu and almost died. This gave her an obsessive pursuit of power. She believed that power is the truth. What is the apex god of the universe without the highest power? She became possessed by this and degenerated into the Lila she is today. Therefore, it has great power over mortals. It's the thing she hates the most. She believes that God is noble, God should be above mortals, and mortals cannot have power beyond God. Therefore, when Dongwu showed super strength, she had decided to eliminate Wu's hidden danger. 26 Drink. West King Kai Lila let go of her power and released her energy without reservation. Darkness and holiness are combined, evil and justice are united, and the breath reveals incomparable evil. Originally, God's power was completely restrained, and other gods of the same level could not feel it. Even if he is much stronger than her, as long as he is still a mortal, he cannot sense it. But Lila released her breath at this time, and Dongwu felt Lila's fighting power. It actually has more than 60 billion combat power, which is stronger than my Super Saiyan transformation state. No wonder Dopura is so afraid of Lila. The gap between the two is so big that Dopura doesn't even have a chance to fight back. I'm so lucky to have escaped. Dongwu took a deep breath and was shocked by Lila's fighting power. At first, he thought that Lila was just a little more powerful than East King Kai Xin, surpassing the newly transformed Super 2, at most about 10 billion. Unexpectedly, Lila's combat effectiveness was so high. Is it really like what netizens said in the previous life, being possessed by a demon is 10 times stronger, and whitewashing is 3 times weaker? Dongwu was speechless, this is too fucked up. But Dongwu's guess was really good. When Lila was Supreme Kai, her power was only a little stronger than East King Kai's XIN. At most, it's like 7 to 8 billion. However, when her temperament changed drastically and she became completely possessed, the combination of good and evil, and the union of gods and demons, caused her strength to skyrocket in an instant, reaching what it is today. That's why Kurd and Frisia were called failures by her, because they couldn't meet her requirements at all. Frisia originally had great potential, but it was a pity that he died too early. It made me have to create new thugs. How about Dongwu? Have you felt the power of this god? I have also heard of you and know that you are good. Unfortunately, the power of gods is not comparable to that of you mortals. Feeling this powerful force, West King Kai Lila closed her eyes, intoxicated, extremely confident. At the same time, I feel that my choice to enter the devil's path is extremely correct. Not bad, really good. Dongwu also feels the pressure. Although he can defeat Lila if he transforms into a Super Saiyan or a Mysterious Saiyan, Dongwu doesn't want to crush his opponent with strength every time. What should I do if I encounter an evenly matched enemy and I can't crush him? So Dongwu wants to increase his combat experience with opponents of the same level, and also wants to see Lila's combat ability. He is not planning to transform into the Super Saiyan or the Mysterious Saiyan just yet. If it really doesn't work in the end, it's never too late to change. Boom! The battle started without warning, and Dongwu took the lead in launching the attack. With tens of billions of combat power, the aftermath of the explosion is extremely powerful. If it were not in outer space but on the Earth, if two people's Qigong bombs hit anyone on the Earth, they could directly turn the Earth into a thing of the past. If Dongwu takes action, Lila will naturally not be beaten passively. Powerful evil power, sacred and depraved aura faced Dongwu's counterattack. Dongwu's elbow collided with West King Kai Lila's elbow, and the brilliant brilliance flashed away. But the impact was very large, and the surrounding light was distorted. Snapped. The two retreated, but Dongwu clearly had the upper hand, making Dongwu look solemn. And he discovered something shocking. Lila's body was no worse than his, and even stronger. As expected of a god, his divine body is indeed powerful. Dongwu had to admire him, because his body had been strengthened by the 9th level of Longxiang Boruo Gong, and he was confident that he had no opponent among mortals. But when facing Lila, his physical strength was not as good as it was, which shows how powerful the divine body is. At the same time, Dongwu had to sigh, God is indeed a creature that is superior to mortals. He has some unparalleled natural advantages. Even if the power of gods is not as good as that of mortals, it is not comparable to mortals in many places. Not to mention the long and enviable lifespan, just the divine power and rules to control are beyond the reach of mortals. Coupled with his naturally powerful divine body, he is indeed loved by the universe. However, this is exactly what Dongwu needs. He hasn't had a worthy opponent in too long. The last time was a few years ago, when he fought against the frozen demon Labish. At that time, he hadn't transformed into Super Saiyan yet, and Rabish had absorbed Lexi's power, so they were basically evenly matched. Of course, Rabbi Shi's strength is slightly stronger than Dongwu, but Dongwu's body is stronger than Rabbi Shi. A battle between two people can be said to be 55. After that, even Broly couldn't put so much pressure on Dongwu. After all, Broly was mentally disturbed at the time and fought solely on instinct. Now, I finally met an opponent who completely surpassed me in strength and body, but the gap was not big. Dongwu's whole body was full of fighting spirit, and his blood was boiling. On this side, the battle between Dongwu and Lila started. On the other side, Dapra also stopped the monsters Yeji and Pui who wanted to help, and Tawa also entangled Babadai. The battle scene was very chaotic for a while, everyone was looking for their opponent. The battle between magic, energy and body is constantly unfolding in the outer space of this empty universe. Your opponent is me, don't even think about intervening in the battle over there. Dapra is very strong. With his superb combat power against Yego and Pui, who are not as good as Frisia, he can completely crush and kill them instantly. However, due to various considerations, he just continued to beat the two people instead of killing them. Little girl, you and Dapura escaped from me for 3 years. Where will you run today? Babadai was stopped by Tova, and the two started fighting directly. However, the battle between Tova and Babadai is very difficult. Both of them are proficient in dark magic, and the battle scene is very strange. If Tova created Myra decades later and understood the power of time and space, he would definitely be able to kill Babadai instantly. But obviously today's Tova does not have that kind of strength, and the battle with Babadai is obviously weaker. Boom! Lila used the special ability of her God Supreme Kai to cause a lot of trouble to Dongwu. This time, Lila unexpectedly used instant transmission behind Dongwu, and blasted Dongwu away with a Qigong bomb. Ah! Dongwu screamed in pain, his skin and flesh were burned red by the Qigong bombs, and he was also blown far away by the power of the Qigong bombs. Without paying attention, Dongwu suffered a big loss. Come again! Dongwu took off his upper body clothes and rushed towards West King Kai Lila again. Thank you, Zhuer Hao, a 3.4.63.123.16 for sending monthly tickets and Xing Chen for reminding me of updates. Thanks. Chapter 72 The Weird Lila. Dongwu rushed towards Lila in an instant, but this time Lila chose to give in. He did not continue fighting with Dongwu, but stopped far away. Dongwu was stunned, a little confused about Lila's thoughts. Dongwu, although you are very powerful, you can also see that I am stronger than you. Faced with Dongwu's doubts, Lila smiled slightly. Although he didn't know what Lila wanted to do, Dongwu nodded along with her words to see what she wanted to say. Although Dongwu can defeat Lila in any form of Chuan Chao or secret tournament, Dongwu obviously has no such plan now. Yes, you are indeed a little stronger than me. Dongwu admitted simply. Okay, since you agree, I have a suggestion for you to consider. Lila smiled sweetly and charmingly, making people feel like spring breeze. And this smile carries the confidence that everything is under control. Tell me about it. Dongwu said without comment, tilting his head. As long as you follow me, I can transform you to be more powerful. Then we can rule the world together, and I can make you equal to me. Lila said very confidently with her hands behind her back. She thought she had made a very good suggestion and was confident that Dongwu would definitely agree. She speculated about Dongwu with her own thoughts, thinking that no one would be unmoved when faced with this proposal. Rule the world, the supreme authority. In addition, Dongwu can transform himself, giving Dongwu even more power. What reason does Dongwu have for not being moved? It's a pity that she is not Dongwu and doesn't know what he wants. Dongwu is not her either, without her ambition to rule the universe. Therefore, Dongwu simply refused. I don't think so. I can cultivate my own strength. I don't want the people you transform to be either humans or ghosts. As for ruling the universe, I'm not interested. If that's what you're proposing, then there's no need to say anything. What? You actually refused? Don't you want to rule the universe and have supreme power? Lila was dumbfounded. She could not imagine that someone would actually face such temptation and... Seeing Dongwu nod again, Lila became angry and said, in this case, anyone who dares to reject me will die. It's useless to talk, come on. Dongwu rushed to Lila again. Lila was already furious, and now she was even more furious when she saw Dongwu rushing towards her. Since you reject me, I will kill you. Take your blood and cultivate a more powerful war slave. Lila said angrily while rushing towards Dongwu. Her words made Dongwu's heart tremble, and he suddenly thought of what Lila did in the original anime. She first created Frisia, but after Frisia was defeated, she considered him a failure. Later, he tried every means to get close to Son Goku and stole Son Goku's blood. The so-called Sun Zai Kao was created from this blood gene. After that, he brought Zai Kao to Earth in an attempt to defeat Son Goku and other warriors to rule the universe. It can be said that this is a woman who created a man who went crazy. Note, this man was not created by that man, but was created and cultivated with genes, similar to the birth of Cell. Humph, then let me see what you can do. Dongwu narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Okay, then I'll show you what a god can do. Lila and Dongwu quickly approached, but just when the two were about to come into contact, Dongwu suddenly found that he couldn't move. He. This is Supreme Kai's ability, the body holding technique. As long as the strength is not too much higher than mine, you can't break free. Lila leaned into Wu's ear and whispered softly. Then Dongwu was attacked continuously by her, and finally kicked away. On the way, he was hit with another Qigong bomb by Lila. This combination of punches made Dongwu dizzy. Dongwu then remembered that West King Kai Lila, as the highest god in the universe, has many unique abilities. The body-holding technique is one of them. In the original work, East King Kai SAIYAN once used it on Son Gohan. At that time, although Son Gohan's strength had declined due to years of neglect in cultivation. But Chao Er's combat power is not adulterated, and his strength is definitely much stronger than SAIYAN. However, he was still immobilized by East King Kai. Okay, very good ability. Dongwu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sighed that Lila was indeed a god. She had many special abilities and was hard to guard against. Keek, it's still early, I still have a lot of abilities. After Lila finished speaking, she suddenly created a spear out of thin air behind Dongwu, and then stabbed Dongwu with a wave of her hand. Creating things out of thin air is an ability that Supreme Kai, as the god of creation, must master. In the original book, East King Kai SAIYAN also used this ability. He once made Kasan steel, the hardest metal in the universe, and broke the Supreme Kai sword. Dongwu shouted loudly and left the spot instantly, dodging the assassin with spears. This old witch who has lived for millions of years really has many tricks. Dongwu felt depressed. Such a battle would be very frustrating. Boy, how dare you call me an old witch? It's unforgivable, it's unforgivable. As soon as Dongwu had the idea, Lila yelled angrily over there. Any woman will be angry when she hears the old witch's comments, but the more beautiful she is, the more she cares. West King Kai Lila is a god, but as a goddess she is not exempt from vulgarity. Lila's roar made Dongwu pale, remembering Lila's other ability, mind reading. In Lila's animation works, the Earth Warriors suffered a lot due to West King Kai Lila's mind reading ability. You brat, go to hell, go to hell. The angry Lila gave up her superpower and stepped forward to fight Dongwu personally. The powerful force erupted unbridled, punching Dongwu one after another. For a while, Dongwu was really in a hurry and was tortured quite a lot. However, this kind of battle is what Dongwu needs. If Lila uses her powers, Dongwu will really have a headache and feel aggrieved. Of course, Dongwu obviously forgot something. After using the same moves and powers on pure blood Saiyan's body once, it will be ineffective the second time. Son Goku and Vegeta both said it in the original book, but I forgot which episode. Boom! After being tortured for a while, Dongwu got used to Lila's rhythm, fought with her and quickly retreated. Hey, it really hurts. After staying away from Lila, Dongwu grinned and rubbed the place where he was beaten. However, at this time, he was covered in bruises and it hurt when rubbed here and there. Although the injury was not serious, it really hurt. Well, it's not too late to consider my suggestion. Looking at Dongwu who was covered with bruises, Lila said with confidence. Indeed, just looking at the current record, Lila's chances of winning are indeed not low. Humph, that's impossible. Keep going if you have the guts. If you don't drink the toast, I'll have to beat you to death. Lila is no longer the kind-hearted Supreme Kai, but an evil and cruel transformation maniac. In response to Dongwu's repeated rejections, she did not intend to persuade him anymore, and made up her mind to kill Dongwu, and then use his blood genes to create war, good king good, to fight slaves. Bring it on! Dongwu and Lila fought together again, but Dopura next to him had other thoughts. It seems that Dongwu has little chance of winning. I can't stay here anymore. Otherwise, I will definitely not be able to run away after Dongwu's defeat. I have to leave first while Dongwu can still cling to this woman. Thinking of this, Dopura's eyes turned cold and showed a fierce expression. I saw him opening his hands, with a Qigong bomb in each hand, and fired it at Puyi and Warcraft Yeji. In an instant, the two powerful warriors were beaten into ashes in the universe. After taking a deep look at the battle between Dongwu and Lila, Dapper flew into the depths of the universe without looking back. He didn't even care about Tawa and ran away alone. Because he knew that although Babadai's strength was not good, his magic was still quite weird. Although you can kill him, it will take some effort. Time is life, so he chose to take the first step. Dongwu and Tawa, who were fighting, were immersed in the battle and did not notice that Dapper had escaped. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 73 Escape. Dapper escaped, and only Tova and Dongwu were left on the field to fight against Babadai and Lila. The battle scene between Babadai and Tawa was very strange. They were all performing various magics from a distance, and there was no close combat at all. But the battle scene between Dongwu and Lila was much more exciting, with various moves and Qigong bombs flying everywhere. There are explosions everywhere, and the fist-to-fist combat makes people's blood boil. Dongwu has been beaten all over the head by Lila, but in Super Saiyan form, there is indeed a gap between him and Lila. His energy is not as good as Lila's, his body is not as good as Lila's, and his fighting skills and realm are also inferior to Lila's, plus Lila's mind-reading ability from time to time. Dongwu was suppressed in all directions. This was his worst battle. It was impossible for Dongwu to win. At least, it's impossible without changing form. But if you transform into Super Saiyan 2, or transfer to Super Saiyan and Secret Saiyan, or even Super Saiyan 2 and Secret Saiyan 2, it would be too much beyond Lila and would not have the effect of training, so Dongwu has been gritting his teeth and persevering. Ha ha ha, you damn bastard, go to hell. Lila knocked Dongwu away again, then quickly formed a ki blast in her hand and blasted it at Dongwu. Supreme Kai Magic Cannon. The shining Qigong cannon dragged its long tail and rushed towards Dongwu. The grey-white light, the sacred and dark Qigong cannon carried the aura of death, making Dongwu feel his hair trembling all over. Danger, extremely dangerous. Under the crisis, Dongwu had to transform into Super Saiyan 2. In an instant, bright lightning surrounded Dongwu, and his power doubled instantly. 990. Go back. Dongwu used the gravity light kill cannon, a move specially designed for dealing with waves. Dongwu, who transformed into Super Saiyan 2, is already much more powerful than Lila in combat. The gravity light killing cannon is specially prepared for waves. So when Dongwu's gravity light killing cannon met with Lila's Supreme Kai magic cannon, there wasn't much stalemate at all, and they were pushed back directly. The powerful ki blast goes straight towards Lyra. Damn it, how is it possible? How is it possible to improve so much in an instant? Lila was frightened, she could not defeat such fighting power. She instantly thought of running away, but she ran out of time. You must block this move to buy yourself time to escape. Damn, this is the only way. Lila gritted her teeth and instantly created a thick layer of Kassan steel around herself, and then used the rules mastered by Supreme Kai to prepare a protective shield. Boom! The moment Lila arranged the Kassan steel, Ki Blast arrived in front of her. The thick outer layer of Kassan steel didn't last long at all, and was broken almost in a breath. But this also bought Lila a certain amount of time, allowing her to successfully arrange the protective shield. Boom! The power of rules is still relatively strong, and Dongwu's ki blast failed to break it. Although the protective shield was crumbling and covered with cracks, it still remained intact. The rules controlled by the gods in the Dragon Ball world are not very powerful. Maybe this is the unique setting of the Dragon Ball world. However, rules are rules after all. Only by being able to block Supreme Kai's full attack can it be used as Supreme Kai's means of protection. Although Dongwu's power exceeds that of Supreme Kai, it has been weakened a lot after being blocked by the thick Kasen steel. So much so that it failed to break the rule shield. Call. Lila breathed a sigh of relief, but what followed was strong exhaustion, and she gasped for breath. Just now, she was so afraid that the protective shield would be shattered, so all her energy and strength was used to maintain the protective shield. It was a desperate move, and if the shield was shattered, she would be facing Ki Blast directly. Now it seems that the protective shield of rules is still quite strong. Lila, you can't win in my state. Go to hell. Now that he has transformed into Super Saiyan 2, Dongwu decided to kill Lila in one go. This person may be more harmful than Majin Bu. Not weak in strength, millions of years of knowledge and experience, coupled with the attributes of a transformation madman, it is simply a cancer in the universe. In Lila's anime, he finally created Zai Kao, a genetically modified man who could rival over 10,000 people. Zai Kao can be said to be Saiyan, after all, he was created from Son Goku's blood genes. But it has been transformed and is quite different from Saiyan. However, no matter what, there is no doubt about the strength of Super Series 5. Dongwu doesn't know what kind of realm Super Saiyan 5 is, how it is different from Super Saiyan God in Dragon Ball Super, and what the strength comparison is. But there is one thing, it is definitely many times stronger than the top 3 in the Super League. Who? Lila gasped violently, but the worried look disappeared from her face. She looked at Dongwu and showed a confident smile. Dongwu, CGDE, you are indeed very powerful. Even a god like me is no match for you. But you want to kill me? That's impossible. Lila said firmly. It fully shows his confidence. Yet. Dongwu smiled mockingly. He couldn't think of any other trump cards that Lila could use to fight against him. Unless Zai Kao arrives now and has the strength in the anime. Otherwise, Lila has no power to fight against herself. Are you trying to say, why should I fight against you? Lila asked. But she secretly cursed this guy for being so powerful. My mind-reading skills were affected, and my success rate was pitifully low. It's really abominable. Not bad. Dongwu didn't deny it, she wanted to see what other tricks Lila had. Yes, you think right. I really don't have the power to fight you, but... Lila said with a strange smile, and then used instant transmission to come to Babadai, and grabbed Babadai. He laughed happily and said, I don't need to fight you, I can calmly leave the madness. Really? I know that as Supreme Kai, you can instant transmission. But I forgot to tell you, I can also instant transmission. And I move based on Qi. As long as you are still in this universe, I can find you. Of course, Dongwu said this was a bit bragging. Because Lila is Supreme Kai, if she sincerely restrains her aura, Dongwu won't be able to feel it. However, Dongwu just wanted to deceive her and let her choose to fight to the end. Unfortunately, again, Dongwu is not Lila. He didn't know Lila's cards. Oh, it's quite troublesome. But you forgot one thing. Lila raised her palm, and a green time ring was on her finger. Glowing emerald green. You forgot that I come from a fragmented universe. I have a time ring that can go back to my universe. Ha ha ha. Lila laughed crazily. Goodbye Dongwu, I will kill you next time we meet. The green light of the time ring flashed, and a black hole-like hole appeared behind her, and then she and Babadai entered the black hole. Okay, I really didn't expect that. But you left so easily. Dongwu secretly hated it, he really didn't expect this. In fact, it's not that he didn't expect it, but that he hadn't seen the plot behind Dragon Ball Super Golden Frieza. If he sees the plot of Zamasu, he will understand the effect of the time ring and take precautions. But regretting now is of no use, and Taoa next to her is a little confused. However, Dongwu obviously won't let Lila go too easily. Thanks to Guiao for the monthly ticket, thank you. 4 chapters are updated today. The first chapter has more than 3,000 words, and the other 3 chapters are also more than 2,000 words. It is another 10,000 words. Chen Su's update is pretty good among newcomers. Friends, do you have the heart not to vote? Even a flower or a comment is fine. In addition, I want to say that tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, Chinxu's update may be delayed because the last inspection of this year is coming. After this inspection, this year's work is basically completed, and Chinxu can update it properly. Please wait for the morning sun for 2 days. Of course, if you come home late, there will be no shortage of updates, at least 3 updates. Chapter 74 The Power of Time and Space. Penetrating Light Killing Cannon. Dongwu. The moment the 2 of them entered the time cave and the cave had not yet closed, a key blast blasted in. Then the hole gradually narrowed. Ah, Dongwu, I won't let you go. The moment the cave entrance disappeared, a scream and a vicious threat came from the other side. However, Dongwu doesn't care. Now that West King Kai Lila is no longer his opponent, the gap will only get bigger and bigger. What's more, she still has a more powerful transformation that she hasn't used yet. Does West King Kai want to compete with her? Dongwu said that she was overthinking it. West King Kai and Babadai escaped, leaving only Dongwu, who regretted not being able to kill West King Kai and a confused and ignorant Taoa. They escaped. Taoa said blankly, as if she hadn't gotten over the accident yet. That cute appearance made Dongwu sigh, that ugly guy Dopura actually has such a beautiful and lovely sister. Is he really his biological child? But Dongwu has no idea about Taoa, even though Taoa is really beautiful. Having Dong Le alone is enough to give him a headache, and with the number 18 in his mind, Dongwu feels that if he provokes a woman again, he will probably hang himself because he is too long to live. Yes, it's just a pity that I couldn't kill Lila. I don't know how much trouble this woman will cause. Dongwu nodded and sighed. Dongwu didn't know what to say to Taoa. Dopura ran away and abandoned her. Such a beautiful woman is really a bit pitiful. However, Dongwu had no intention of taking care of the other party. This is not Dongwu's hypocrisy. If he really meets a woman who is attracted to her, Dongwu will not hesitate and try every means to pursue her. After all, with the influence of traditional culture and modern internet, there is no idea that women must be monogamous. What's more, there is no law of monogamy in the Dragon Ball world. However, Dongwu is not interested in including women in the harem who are not interested. Even if this woman is very beautiful, if she is not moved, she is not moved. Now that Lila has escaped, your crisis has been resolved. Then go back to the demon world and don't come out again, let alone bring trouble to the universe. After Dongwu said that, he turned around and flew towards the earth. Tova hesitated for a long time. In the end, she didn't know what she was thinking and wanted to fly to the earth. Maybe she was sad and felt that Dapra had abandoned her. As a younger sister being left behind by her own brother, it is indeed very sad. However, does Dapra love Tova? It can be said with certainty that he does. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken Taoa with me when I fled, and stayed with me for 3 years. But it can only be said that Dapra loves herself more, and selfishness makes Dapra finally choose to live on her own. Dongwu didn't care about Taoa. Now Taoa is still a naive but self-righteous little witch who doesn't understand the world. But the reason why Dongwu left in such a hurry was not because he was avoiding Taoa, that was unnecessary. The main reason is that Dongwu feels that he has understood something, but he has not yet grasped it. Dongwu urgently needs to go back to study and feel. Tao stood there in a daze for a long time, then looked at the direction Dongwu left and remained silent for a long time. Finally, he gritted his teeth, stomped his feet, and flew in the direction Dongwu left in anger. Tova did not choose to return to the devil world or find Dopula, maybe because she was sad. After all, being abandoned by her brother, Dapra left herself alone and ran away alone, so Tova finally chose to leave Dapra too. After Dongwu returned to Earth, he immediately locked himself in a gravity chamber and no one was allowed to disturb him. Looking at the faint power in his palm, Dongwu fell into deep thought. This is the ray of energy Dongwu captured when he bombarded the entrance of the time cave. It's very special, with a power that has no beginning and no end. Decay and rebirth, past and future, no beginning and no end. But it's not just that, it also has another effect, which seems to mean infinitely large and infinitely small. Somewhat similar to the philosophy of hiding Sumeru and Jizi. What kind of power is this? Is it the power of time and space? Dongwu's heart moved, thinking of his own channel to capture this energy. At that time, the time tunnel that attacked Lila accidentally captured a ray of this energy. Then the most likely thing is the power of time and space. In order to verify his conjecture, Dongwu used this energy to activate instant transmission. But something happened that surprised Dongwu. He arrived at the place he wanted to reach, but he did not walk out of the space. It's like I'm in another space. Separated by a layer of mysterious material, it actually appears at the destination. Is this hidden in space? Dongwu was stunned, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. Then Dongwu was excited and prepared to experiment with time distortion. Although Dongwu learned this trick, it was of no use. When he uses time distortion, he cannot really distort or control time. He can only see what happened in the last second as an outsider. What's the use of this? It's happened, and you want me to read it again? *YNTT. But this time it was different. When this energy was used, the time distortion actually occurred. You can stop your time or speed it up by 0.05 seconds. 0.05 seconds may seem like a small amount, but in the eyes of experts, 0.05 seconds is the difference between heaven and hell, the moment of life and death. People who have watched Dragon Ball Super should know that Hit from the Sixth Universe has this similar ability to flash. You can speed up your time by 0.5 seconds. The superb use of it in his hands made him the most terrifying killer. 0. However, there is still a gap between Dongwu and Hit. One is 0.5 and the other is 0.05. 1 decimal point makes a world of difference. However, Dongwu is already very satisfied. At the very least, time warps are no longer completely useless. This energy has been of great help to me, and I now have another trump card. I can use space to hide myself, and use time distortion to speed up time. I can take it by surprise and kill with one strike. Dongwu was very excited. The combination of the two was simply a magical skill. Dongwu didn't expect that the battle with Lila would have such unexpected gains. But thinking of Lila and Babadai who escaped, and Dopula who deserted during the battle, Dongwu frowned again. Lila has a time ring and can return to this universe at any time, but she cannot enter her world and is basically in a passive situation. She will definitely be fully prepared next time, and she will be in big trouble then. Although Dongwu is not afraid, because he will continue to make progress. However, it is ultimately a trouble and a scourge. Coupled with the fact that Babadai always wanted to unblock Majin Bu, it was a mess. There is also Dopura, although her strength is not that great, she is also annoying. Dongwu has nothing to do with Lila and Babadai now, but Dapra. Thinking of this, Dongwu's eyes narrowed. A ray of cold light flashed away. It seems I can only deal with you first. Thanks to Chen Yemao, Subaru Tiger, Zhang Chen, Luoskuz, and WCI Jekang for sending monthly passes. Thank you very much. Chapter 75, Kill Dapra instantly. Dapra's strength is not bad, and he has about a second level. In the original book, Sun Gohan fought against him and suffered losses. But he was really frightened by Lila, and he felt that Dongwu didn't seem to have a good impression of him. He felt that no matter who lost or won, he would get nothing. Therefore, after killing the opponent in the battle, he ran away in a hurry. Because he felt that Dongwu had no chance of winning, and was afraid that if Dongwu lost, he would be caught or killed by Lila. In the beginning, he was determined to die because he felt that there was no way to escape. The so-called trapped beast still fights. However, when he saw the hope of escape, he chose to leave without hesitation. As a demon king, he has his own way of survival. However, you are too naive to think that you can escape this way. He thought with a disdainful sneer. He has already felt Dopura's chi, and can use his chi to move to Dopura instantly with 643. Unless he can completely contain his anger like a god like Supreme Kai, he will never be able to escape his own pursuit. Let me see where you went. Dongwu closed his eyes, and soon a dark breath appeared in Dongwu's senses. It was Dopura, and the energy was moving rapidly at this time. What a Dopula, he runs very fast. Dongwu raised the corner of his mouth and showed a sarcastic smile. At this time, Dopula left the battlefield, grabbed a spaceship and escaped quickly. He was also very nervous and scared, so he drove at the highest speed all the way. It can be seen that his face has always been solemn, and there is a trace of cold sweat. This is simply impossible for a master like him. It wasn't until a long time later, when no one was chasing Dopura, that he was in the mood to recall and compare the spaceships. I have to say, the speed of Snail Man's spaceship is really good. Dopura, who was already far away in the stolen Snail Man's spaceship, finally felt a little more relaxed. In order to grab this spaceship and not waste time, Dopura directly destroyed a planet. That is the planet where the owner of the spaceship and the snail people live. The snail people above also disappeared directly during the bombardment. Now we are almost free of them, but where should we go? Dapra was worried. You definitely can't go back to the demon realm. If people talk too much, someone might snitch on you. As a demon king, he hardly trusts anyone. It's not just him. Suspicion is a common problem among almost all kings. With the last bit of grit, Dopura decided to go to the Jedi Din Sharada realm. According to legend, the Sharada Star Absolute Territory was originally the birthplace of SAIYAN and the location of Sarada Star. It was just that the planet Sarada was destroyed due to civil strife, and 10 nearby star fields also became Jedi. Of all the people who enter the Sharada extinction territory, few can come out alive. Even if a small number of people come out, they never mention the situation inside, or they have forgotten the situation inside. Dapra still has a certain degree of confidence in his own strength, even though he has encountered 2 masters, Lila and Dongwu, who are unable to resist. But he is still one of the top players now. He was confident that he would not die inside. As long as he escapes Lila's pursuit, he will still be the supreme king of the demon world when he comes out after a while. Although Dapra is suspicious and afraid of death, he also has the adventurous spirit he deserves. Otherwise, we cannot step on the bones of Lyle and step onto the throne of the devil. Doing what he thought of, Dopura directly entered the coordinates into the spacecraft and headed towards the Sarada extremity at full speed. However, at this moment an unexpected person appeared in his spaceship. Silent, like a ghost. Dopula, long time no see. Dongwu looked at Dopula with an evil smile. As for Dopura, he already knew what he was doing through King Kai. For the sake of a spaceship, a planet was directly destroyed and an entire race was exterminated. Dongwu would never let this kind of murderous devil go. In fact, even if Dopura did not destroy Snail Star, Dongwu would not let him go. This is just another reason for Dongwu to kill him. Not only Dapra, but also Lila and Babadai, he didn't even think about letting them go. However, Dongwu didn't expect that Lila actually had such a thing as a time ring. Otherwise, I will definitely kill them directly after I finish training. However, since they have escaped and he has no ability to track them, there is nothing he can do. But Dapra was not so lucky. Dongwu, how is it possible that you didn't die in the hands of that woman? Dapra was frightened when he saw Dongwu. According to his calculation, Dongwu should not be Lila's opponent and should be killed. However, now Dongwu is standing beside him unharmed. How could he not be afraid in front of him? You must know that he betrayed Dongwu. Oh, you really hope that I die in Lila's hands? Unfortunately, you are disappointed. So, I have to ask you to die. Dongwu had a mocking smile at the beginning, but by the end, his face turned gloomy. That cold expression made Dapura's heart skip a beat, and she felt cold all over. No, don't kill me, just listen to me. Dapura waved his hands vigorously, trying to explain something. However, at this moment, Dapura spitted at Dongwu. Puff! Dongwu threw a piece of cloth to block Dapura's saliva, and then saw the piece of cloth quickly turn into stone. How do you know my ability? Dapura said with a look of death on his face. Dongwu, who has read the original work, how could he not know Dapula's special ability? He has been on guard for a long time. Dapura, whose saliva was blocked by Dongwu, was completely heartbroken. He knew that his last chance was lost. He wanted to say something more, but Dongwu didn't bother to listen at all. Transformed directly into Super Saiyan, a ki blast smashed Dapura into pieces. Dapura died and Dongwu was about to leave. Suddenly, the information on the spacecraft control screen caught Dongwu's attention, and it showed that it was almost there. SHA 5.8 Lada's Extremity. Dongwu has never heard of this place, but since it is an extremity area, why would Dapura go there? If you have any questions, contact the King of Kai. This is the simplest method that Dongwu thought of. Faced with Dongwu's question, King Kai immediately became furious. Warning, you cannot go to that place. There is a mysterious power surrounding it. Almost no one who enters can come out. It is a dead end. But King Kai's words made Dongwu even more interested. In line with the attitude of breaking the pot and getting to the bottom of the matter, Dongwu asked again. Why is there such a Jedi in the universe? Then King Kai sighed and spoke happily. Thank you to 15.09.90.61.978 for the free monthly pass and the reward of Starry Sky Thinking. Thank you very much.